Chapter 1485. Are you saying that you won't give it to me? Killing intent shot out from the bald man's eyes. So what if I don't give it to you? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see if this bald man had the guts to attack. He also wanted to see how capable this profound life battlefield was to be able to kill a fourth-tier profound death realm expert. Or was it just an alarmist? Humph, you're the first one to resist all the robberies I've robbed along the way. Fine, I'd like to see what will happen when I attack. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian, the vital energy fist, which contained a powerful, profound death chi, flew directly at Yi Xian. Facing a first-tier profound death realm brat, the bald man did not need to use any special ability. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily defeat him. However, before Yi Xian could attack, a strange aura suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. Then, the true energy fist disappeared into thin air, dissipating between heaven and earth. What's going on? Yi Xian and the bald man were shocked. They did not understand what had happened. Yi Xian did not attack at all. Why did the attack disappear on its own? At this moment, the bald man glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly raised his head. He discovered that a huge eye was staring at him. Yi Xian followed his gaze and discovered the huge eye. This is the eye of all things. Yi Xian immediately recognized the pattern on the huge eye. It was the same pattern as the eyes of all things he had obtained previously. However, this eye of all things was terrifyingly huge. Ugh! The burly man in front of Yi Xian, who was at the fourth level of the profound death realm, suddenly let out a strange sound. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the burly man's neck was wrapped around by the power of Wuxia. Crack! With a crisp sound, the brute's head was directly plucked off by the power of all things. His head was separated from his body. When Yi Xian saw this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The eyes of 10,000 forms had killed a fourth-level profound death stage brawny man. Could it be that this enormous eye of 10,000 forms was the manager of this profound life battlefield? Once someone violated it, it would kill them? By the time Yi Xian reacted, the huge eye of nature had already disappeared without a trace. If not for the headless corpse, Yi Xian would have thought that he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, a fourth-tier profound death realm expert had fallen. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds before he went over to collect the corpse and the universe ring. Could this be a pie falling from the sky? Benefits? There were quite a lot of things in this interspatial ring, but it was not enough for Yi Xian and the others to break through. After all, they had all been used up by the brawny man. Earlier, Luo said that there were numerous mysterious and formidable eyes in this world. For example, the Eye of Myriad, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Samsara, and so on and so forth. So long as one cultivates it to a certain extent, one would be able to traverse space and utilize it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He suddenly recalled the Eye of Death that had almost killed him. In the future, if he found out who the owner of the Eye of Death was, he would definitely kill him. After all, he had almost been killed by the Eye of Death. If the mini sky dragon had not saved him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After experiencing this welfare interlude, Yi Xian continued on his way. The entrance to the profound death battlefield was to the north of Tianfeng City. Relying on the speed of the shadow steps, Yi Xian spent a total of 2 days before arriving at the teleportation palace of the profound death battlefield. This teleportation palace was extremely desolate, and there was only one teleporter present. This teleportation was different from the previous ones as one had to pass a test. The teleporter discovered Yi Xian and asked, Kid, you want to go to the profound death battlefield? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good. If you want to be teleported to the profound death battlefield, there is a condition. You have to receive a punch from me. If you succeed, you will be teleported free of charge, said the teleporter. He was an expert at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. His punch was not something an ordinary person could receive. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he had even killed the Tianfeng city's city lord. Come. Yi Xian took out the scarlet flame sword. The teleporter did not waste any words and directly threw out a punch. This punch was enough to send an expert at the 2nd level of the profound death realm flying. However, Yi Xian effortlessly threw out a sword and defeated this punch. Rumble! The 2 true qis collided, creating waves of air. He received a punch. You do have some strength. Good, go in. The teleporter nodded in satisfaction. Only those who could receive a punch from him had the qualifications to enter the profound death battlefield. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The profound death battlefield was even more cruel than the profound life battlefield. The daily slaughter was almost 3 times that of the profound life battlefield. Yi Xian entered the teleportation array, and the teleporter began to teleport. Very soon, Yi Xian's vision changed, and he was teleported to the profound death battlefield in a few seconds. The teleportation array landed on a mountain peak. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if it was about to rain. Just as Yi Xian landed on the ground, he smelled an unpleasant smell. The air in the profound death battlefield is filled with profound death qi. Cultivating here will be twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rely on cultivation to break through. Therefore, whether the profound death qi was abundant or not had nothing to do with him. Luo, how long do you need to break through? Yi Xian asked. Half a day. Luo replied. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion. In half a day, she would be able to break through to the profound death realm. Compared to Yi Xian, this speed was slow. However, to others, it was simply godly speed. After all, she had only broken through to the profound life realm for 2 to 3 months. Some people might not be able to break through even once in 100 or 1,000 years. However, Luo was able to step into the profound death realm from the immortality realm in 2 to 3 months. This was enough to show how strong the bloodline in her body was. Of course, the life and death plate's base also played a part in this. The base of the life and death plate was helping Luo refine the profound life qi. The profound death qi in the profound death battlefield is abundant. The profound life qi is suppressed by at least 50%. However, I have the immortal phoenix bloodline in my body. Coupled with the profound life qi, my injuries can be healed in an instant. Yi Xian thought to himself. He surveyed his surroundings and prepared to leave. However, just as he rose into the air, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon. This was a dragon's roar. A Tong Tian beast from the profound death battlefield. Let's see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly rushed over. Previously, he had used his trump card, Unicorn's Descent, to deal with the 2 flaming twin-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. Now that Unicorn's Descent was on cooldown, he had to find some Tong Tian beast corpses to recover. When Yi Xian rushed over, he saw a green heavenly dragon fighting with a huge black bear. At this moment, the battle had just ended. The green heavenly dragon crushed the black bear's head with its claws and began to feast. Chapter 1486. Yi Xian estimated that the azure dragon was at the 3rd tier of the profound death realm, while the black bear was at the 2nd tier of the profound death realm. It was normal for a third tier of the profound death realm to kill a second tier of the profound death realm. In order for a Tong Tian beast to grow, it had to eat continuously and absorb the energy in its prey. Yi Xian was in need of corpses, so he took out the scarlet flame sword. Kill! With a low roar, 3 figures dashed out. The azure dragon noticed Yi Xian and the other 2. After letting out a roar, it stopped eating and pounced towards Yi Xian and the other 2. Wei Zhentian loved to transform into a sky dragon the most. With a shake of his body, he transformed into another green sky dragon. However, his green sky dragon was not as handsome as the azure dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the other 2 exchanged blows with the azure dragon. Killing in 10 explosion, sky scorching sword art, residual flame. In the first exchange, Yi Xian and the other 2 made the azure dragon turn red. The 3 of them dealt a great deal of damage to the azure dragon. Although Yi Xian was only at the first tier of the profound death realm, he had the unicorn deterrence, which doubled the damage to the azure dragon. Although the azure dragon was strong, it could not withstand such a beating. Wei Zhentian's claws pierced into the azure dragon's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon was on the verge of death, and Yi Xian harvested it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, causing his killing intent to soar. My killing intent has almost reached half. Just a little more, and I will reach the upper limit. Then, I will exchange it for devouring points. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew over to put away the azure dragon's corpse. He gave the corpse to the old tree and kept the beast's soul. He would wait until his killing intent reached the upper limit before exchanging it for devouring points. If he devoured it now, he would have a breakthrough. All right, Wei Zhentian, old tree, let's travel together. After the death of the azure dragon, Yi Xian gave the other 2 instructions before heading off in 3 different directions. When he entered the Xian death battlefield, his battle merits were reset to 0. Since he had already used up all his battle merits in the Xian life battlefield, it was fine even if they were reset to 0. The first step of Yi Xian's plan was to find a map of the profound death battlefield. Very soon, Luo let out a joyous laugh within the planting space. After a period of cultivation, she had finally broken through to the profound death stage. Young master, 2 of my tails have turned into gold again, Luo said in shock. Previously, she already had 3 golden tails. Now that she had 2 more, she had a total of 5. There were still 4 tails that had yet to turn golden. Yi Xian was also guessing in his heart. When Luo's 9 tails turned into gold, would the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body be fully activated? However, right at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent him a message. He had encountered a powerful heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after him. How rare! Wei Zhentian is actually being chased. Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Without asking further, he broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after Wei Zhentian was actually another azure dragon. However, this azure dragon was several times larger than the azure dragon that they had killed before. 5th level profound death stage. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Wei Zhentian had really gotten himself into big trouble. This azure dragon was at least at the 5th level profound death stage. It was not something that he could deal with at the moment. Roar. When the azure dragon saw Yi Xian, it could not help but roar towards the sky. What? It was the blood on your body that attracted it. When Yi Xian heard Wei Zhentian's words, he was stunned. He recalled that half a day ago, Wei Zhentian was indeed stained with the Azure Dragon's blood. That was why the Azure Dragon was chasing after Wei Zhentian. So that was the reason. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he had to deal with this problem first. If Yi Xian wanted to leave, he could just break through the void and leave. However, this was a 5th level profound death stage, heaven connecting beast. If he killed it, he would gain a large amount of killing intent. Moreover, if he gave it to the old tree to refine, he would at least be able to break through to the 3rd level profound death stage. Leave? Of course not. Just as Yi Xian was about to make his move, a ray of fiery light suddenly swept across the sky. Beep! Yi Xian turned around and focused his gaze. He discovered that it was a flaming eagle. It's the flaming crimson rock. Yi Xian recognized it. The flaming crimson rock was probably at the 5th level profound death stage. If it was here to help the Azure Dragon, Yi Xian would have to run away. However, if it was not, normally heaven-connecting beasts had their own territories. The Azure Dragon's roar was heard by the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, the flaming crimson rock rushed over because this was its territory. Roar! When the Azure Dragon saw the flaming crimson rock, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Beep! The flaming crimson rock was not to be outdone. The flames on its body flickered wildly, and an extremely strong flame met the dragon breath. Rumble! When the 2 different flames collided, the shockwaves spread, and even Yi Xian was affected. Fortunately, he had a high resistance to fire. Otherwise, he would have been burned. Good. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts are fighting. Not bad, not bad. We can reap the benefits. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. The Azure Dragon and the flaming crimson rock were mortal enemies. Now that the Azure Dragon had invaded the flaming crimson rock's territory, the 2 naturally started fighting. Wei Zhentian suddenly trembled. Don't go. Once you run, the Azure Dragon will definitely continue to chase you. I want both sides to suffer, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he entered the Xian death battlefield. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could increase his killing intent by a lot. As long as he killed them, even if he did not reach the upper limit, it would be close. Moreover, devouring the corpses of the 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could be used to recover the cooldown of the unicorn's descent. The old tree could also be used for a breakthrough. Yi Xian would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. The battle between the 2 heaven-connecting beasts was exceptionally intense. If Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. As their strength was similar, both sides were injured. As time passed, their auras started to weaken. Their strength was probably less than 70% of their peak strength. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. The Azure Dragon's hatred for the flaming crimson rock was very high. A few of its children had died at the hands of the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, it was prepared to perish together with the Azure Dragon in this battle. Soon, the Azure Dragon and the flaming crimson rock's profound life chi were exhausted. Next, it was a battle of life and death. Chapter 1487. Roar. Beep. The battle became more and more intense. Yi Xian wanted to intervene, but he was still looking for an opportunity. In the end, the Azure Dragon bit the Crimson Rock's body. The Crimson Rock flapped its wings and cut the Azure Dragon's body in half. Both sides were injured. This was the best opportunity for Yi Xian to strike. Wei Zhentian, Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he and the old tree charged forward. Wei Zhentian had been hit by the Azure Dragon's dragon breath. However, with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline's recovery speed and fire resistance, he managed to survive. Now it was time for revenge. Thousands of blood swords swept down and drilled into the Azure Dragon's body. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in pain, but there was nothing it could do. On the other side, the old tree flashed behind the Crimson Rock and punched at the wound caused by the Azure Dragon. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Crimson Rock's fur was burnt away. The wound expanded and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Xian raised his sword and slashed down. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, half of the Crimson Rock's wing was sliced off. Beep! The Crimson Rock let out a miserable shriek. The flames on its body trembled, and a flaming bird pounced at Zhou Xian. Fortunately, Zhou Xian was fast enough to dodge it. Zhou Xian was very bold to attack two heaven-connecting beasts at level 5 Profound Death Realm at the same time. However, he had no choice. After all, he saw someone coming from afar. He had to deal with it quickly. Fortunately, he asked Wei Zhentian to use Blade Storm. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification suddenly rang out. The Azure Dragon let out a roar and fell limply to the ground. It was dead. Then, the blood swords flew out of the Azure Dragon's mouth and attacked the Crimson Rock. The power of over 1,000 blood swords was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The Blood Flame Rock was unwilling to give up. It launched another flame assault. However, Wei Zhentian's flame resistance was not low either. He took it head-on. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as all of the blood swords sank into the Blood Flame Rock's body. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Zhou Xian's killing intent increased by a large margin. However, it was still not enough. Zhou Xian couldn't care less. He put away the two corpses and looked ahead. Coincidentally, 3 figures landed and entered Zhou Xian's line of sight. The 3 figures were all humans. However, the one leading the group seemed to be at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while the other 2 behind him were at the 3rd level of the Profound Death stage. Because his killing intent value had not reached the upper limit, Zhou Xian did not choose to break through. Otherwise, he would have killed these people as easily as killing chickens. Kid, did you collect those 2 corpses? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and asked Zhou Xian, "So what if I did?" Zhou Xian replied. He guessed that the 3 of them were attracted by the sounds of the battle between the Azure Dragon and the Blood Flame Rock. They also happened to see the 2 5th-level Profound Death stage heaven-reaching beasts injuring each other. The corpses of 2 5th-level Profound Death stage heaven-reaching beasts were extremely precious. How could they not come? Since that is the case, hand them over, and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man had an arrogant expression as he spoke to Zhou Xian in a commanding tone. As expected, after Zhou Xian heard the middle-aged man, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "It is right and proper to kill others for their treasures. However, if you dare to steal from me, Zhou Xian, then you should be prepared to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood swords in the air swept out. If it wasn't for the sword storm, this battle would have taken some time. However, with the sword storm, the 3 of them were like chickens and pottery dogs. Residual flame. The old tree also attacked directly. In an instant, he appeared behind a 3rd-level Profound Death stage expert. Bang! Before the other party could react, the old tree had already thrown a punch. The punch landed directly on the other party's head. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere before they were incinerated. Instant kill. When the three of them saw that Zhou Xian was only a first-level profound death stage expert, and that the old tree did not look very powerful, they did not take them seriously. Now, they had paid a heavy price. What? The leading middle-aged man and the other person were shocked. How did the head of a person who was still alive and well a moment ago suddenly explode? At this moment, the blood swords had already swept over. They hurriedly retaliated, although many of the blood swords were knocked away. With the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the blood swords were immediately repaired and attacked again. Their expressions changed drastically. They finally understood that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. They quickly turned around and left. However, they were already surrounded by the blood swords. How could they escape? Stop! I don't want the corpses. We will leave now. Immediately, the leading middle-aged man screamed in agony. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public toilet? Zhou Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. A flaming sword aura pierced through the air. The blood swords along the way avoided it and hit the other person. Rip! The other third-level profound death stage expert's head was directly chopped off. No, spare my life. The leading middle-aged man wanted to beg for mercy, but his body was pierced by the blood swords, and he died on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for 1 devour point? Yes. Zhou Xian replied directly in his mind. Ding! Killing intent successfully exchanged. Hearing this, Zhou Xian subconsciously glanced at it and realized that he already had 3 devour points. Since the killing intent had reached the upper limit and had been exchanged for devour points, Zhou Xian could break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 2nd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 4th level profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. System notifications rang one after another. Zhou Xian's team's strength had increased by more than 10 times. Even if they were to encounter the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock at the same time, they would be able to fight and kill them. However, just as Zhou Xian was about to leave, he suddenly found a secret scroll in the leading man's Qian Kuan ring. Even Zhou Xian's eye of revelation could not see through this secret scroll. He did not know what it was. Soul, I search his soul. At that moment, Zhou Xian searched the soul of the man in the lead and finally found out about the secret scroll. This secret scroll was actually a treasure map. There were a total of 4 pieces. The leading man heard that the city master of Tianluo City was paying a high price to buy this secret scroll. So, he wanted to get rid of this secret scroll. Halfway through, he encountered the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock and thought that he had gotten a good deal. Unexpectedly, he was buried here. Chapter 1488. The value of this secret scroll is actually so high. Zhou Xian was shocked. From the memories of the leader, he knew that this secret scroll was worth 100,000 battle merits. Moreover, it was 100,000 battle merits from the profound death battlefield. With this, the leader could break through to the 6th level of the profound death realm. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Looks like I can make a trip to Tianluo City. As long as I obtain this, I can at least reach the 3rd level of the profound death realm, or even the 4th level. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes and headed towards the northwest. This was the direction of Tianluo City. A day later, he arrived at Tianluo City. Tianluo City was considered to be in a good position in the profound death battlefield. It was quite strong, and there were many profound death realm experts on the streets. However, the experienced Yi Xian would not take the secret scroll to the Tianluo City Lord Mansion. What if the other party coveted it? However, after asking around, he dispelled his doubts. There was an auction house in Tianluo City set up by the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could go there to trade. Yi Xian asked a passerby about the location of the auction house. After a while, he arrived at the auction house. "Sir, what do you need?" A waiter came up to greet them. "Call your boss or supervisor," Yi Xian said directly. Hearing this, the auction house attendant's eyes lit up. Usually, this kind of situation meant that there was a big order. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant led Yi Xian into a private room before leaving. After a while, he returned with an old man. When Yi Xian felt this aura, he was shocked. This old man was actually at the 6th level of the profound death realm. "Sir, do you need?" Before the old man could finish speaking, his body trembled violently as he said in shock, "Greetings, my lord." Indeed, Yi Xian's guess was right. The reincarnation fox had already spread the news about him. There were probably many people who knew him. "You know me?" Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and asked, "The villa master has ordered us to fully support you, sir. However, we cannot directly give you cultivation resources." The old man replied. The portraits of Yi Xian and the others had spread to all the properties under the 100 Fox Villa. Of course, only the higher-ups of the properties knew about them. "I don't want to take things for free. Here is a secret scroll. Help me." Without another word, Yi Xian took out the secret scroll. In the land of reincarnation, who would dare to touch the guests of Reincarnation Fox? When the old man saw the scroll, he was shocked and said, "It's actually the blueprint of the Mystic Moon Tomb." "What is this?" Yi Xian asked. "The City Lord of Heaven Luo City is currently purchasing this secret scroll. Previously, there were already 3 scrolls. Now this is the 4th scroll. The complete set," the old man said excitedly. "Only by gathering all 4 blueprints can you enter the Mystic Moon Tomb and solve the first trap without being injured." "What's in the Mystic Moon Tomb?" Yi Xian asked again. "It's said to be the tomb of a samsara realm expert. The tomb is open, but there are many traps. If you don't know how to solve the traps, you'll die if you enter," the old man replied. "Oh, then help me first." Yi Xian didn't care so much. The old man paused and replied, "The City Lord of Heaven Luo City is buying the last scroll for 100,000 battle credits. How about this? I'll buy it for 150,000. Although the villa master of 100 Fox Villa had ordered not to directly help Yi Xian, he really did need this secret scroll. He just raised the price a little, using 50,000 battle credits in exchange for Yi Xian's favor was definitely worth it. "All right, just exchange all the battle credits for ores and fire attribute treasures." Yi Xian nodded. "All right, I'll do it now." The old man was swift and decisive, leaving as soon as he said so. Although he didn't know what Yi Xian wanted these for, he didn't ask and just went to prepare them. Very soon, he returned. "My lord, please check." The old man respectfully handed a Qiankuan ring to Yi Xian. The old man was already very polite to Yi Xian by saying that the price was too high. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't calculate and directly swallowed the ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd tier of Profound Death Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is 5th tier of Profound Death Realm. As Old Tree had refined a few heaven-reaching beast corpses, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than Wei Zhentian. At the same time, Yi Xian himself was about to break through to 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Since the Mystic Moon Tomb is open, doesn't that mean that someone will follow you in now that you've obtained the solution? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The owner of the Mystic Moon Tomb was suspected to be a Samsara realm expert. Naturally, he was interested. Yes, the 4 secret scrolls are now in the hands of me, the City Lord of Heaven Luo City, the Palace Master of Earth Demon Prefecture, and a mysterious expert. They have already discussed and agreed that whoever has the secret scrolls will get an equal share of the treasures. The old man nodded. Then you should discuss when to enter. Yi Xian nodded. The old man had just obtained the last secret scroll, and the other 3 forces didn't know about it. Therefore, they still needed to discuss. My lord, if you're interested, you can join our team when the time comes. The old man said respectfully. Let's see when the time comes. Yi Xian didn't want to think about it for the time being. He decided to take a look at the Mystic Moon Tomb first before deciding whether to act alone or join the team. All right, my lord, please do as you wish. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately left the auction house. As for Yi Xian, he directly left as well, leaving only Wei Zhentian to guard this place. If the old man returned, he would immediately report it to Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian and the old tree, they left Heaven Luo City and headed to a dangerous place to kill Tong Tian beasts. Firstly, they could level up. Secondly, they could restore the cool-down of Unicorn's descent. The 4 parties in the Mystic Moon Tomb discussed for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yi Xian killed countless Tong Tian beasts and raised his cultivation to the 4th tier of the Profound Death Realm. He gave the rest to the auction house to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 5th tier of the Profound Death Realm. My lord, the time has been set. It will be tomorrow. The owner of the auction house said to Yi Xian, How are the strength of the other 3 forces? Yi Xian asked, Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Although they were working together, they still needed to understand the other 3 forces so that it would be easier for them to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 1489. As for the auction house, Yi Xian understood that it was similar to the Earth Demon residence. However, he didn't understand why the Fox of Reincarnation didn't send someone to bring Luo to the 100 Fox Manor. What would happen if Luo was left to wander outside? Yi Xian didn't know the reason. Maybe the Fox of Reincarnation had already sent a super expert to protect Luo in secret, or maybe it was to let Luo experience and grow by herself. However, Yi Xian had a strange premonition about this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb. He felt that he would have a great adventure this time. This Mystic Moon Tomb was very important to him. All right, I'll go with your team tomorrow to take a look. Yi Xian nodded and said, Yes, my lord. The auction house owner nodded and left immediately. Taking advantage of this day, Yi Xian continued to kill monsters to level up. Now that Song Suijing and Judge Song had been rescued, he didn't have to rush for time. If it was before, he would definitely use his soul eye to control the auction house or other forces and plunder them. However, it was boring to use it too much, so it was better to kill monsters himself. Of course, it depended on his mood. 1 day later, he returned on time. Greetings, my lord. Seeing Yi Xian return, the auction house owner, Song Qingxing, respectfully said. There were already many experts beside him. At the same time, there was also an expert from the Fox clan whose aura was stronger than Song Qingxing's. 7th Profound Death Realm expert. Greetings, my lord. The expert from the Fox clan also cupped his fists towards Yi Xian with a respectful expression. You're from the 100 Fox Manor? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. I'm Bai Ming, the 46th generation disciple of the Bai clan of the 100 Fox Manor. The expert from the Fox clan replied respectfully. Yi Xian didn't know how old the Bai clan's generation was, but looking at the expert from the Fox clan, he didn't look old. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Bai Ming continued, I'm in charge of this area and I happen to be nearby, so I want to enter the Mystic Moon Tomb to take a look. Yi Xian faintly nodded his head. Bai Ming was an expert at the 7th level of the profound death stage. With him leading them, they would be much safer. Furthermore, they would not be any weaker than the others. After the auction house finished gathering, they met up with the other 3 forces outside the city. When Yi Xian left the city with the group, he found that there were already many people waiting outside. Most of them were unaffiliated players who had heard the news and were preparing to go to the Mystic Moon Tomb together. The Mystic Moon Tomb was open, and anyone could enter. The secret scroll of the Forcex was only the first level of deciphering. There might be other dangers after entering, so he needed some cannon fodder. At this moment, the other 3 forces had already gathered in another area outside the city. City Lord, Manor Lord, our people are here, Song Qingxing said to the 2 of them. The City Lord of Heaven, Luo City, looked like a middle-aged man. And so did the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. As for the mysterious expert, who had the 3rd secret scroll, he wore a bamboo hat and was hidden under a black robe. He hid his aura very well, and no one dared to approach him. This is the City Lord of Heaven. Luo City glanced at Bai Ming in surprise. Bai Ming was from the Fox clan. In the land of reincarnation, almost all of the Fox clan at the profound death stage were related to the 100 Fox clan. This wasn't a good sign. Bai Ming is in charge of the auction house in the 3 surrounding cities. Bai Ming answered directly. Seems like he's the manager of the 100 Fox clan. The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor frowned. For this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb, they had already reached an agreement with the City Lord of Heaven Luo City. When the time came, they would work together to get rid of the auction house and the others. However, now that someone from the 100 Fox clan had appeared, it was going to be a little difficult. If they were going to do it, they would have to do it thoroughly. Otherwise, they would offend the 100 Fox clan. The 100 Fox clan was one of the 3 overlords in the land of reincarnation. Even if Heaven Luo City's strength was increased by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, they would definitely not be a match for the 100 Fox clan. In fact, they might not even be a match for any of the Fox clan's branches in the 100 Fox clan. It seemed like the agreement between the 2 parties was going to become a 3-party agreement. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City and the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor were thinking that even if they had to shed all pretense of cordiality, they couldn't go against the auction house. If that's the case, let's go. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City did not waste any time and led the team to hurry on their way. The other forces quickly followed. The 4 secret scrolls had appeared, but they had yet to be deciphered. They decided to wait until they reached the Mystic Moon Tomb. Yi Xian mixed in with the auction house's team and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that he could not see through the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll. It seemed like he was at least at the 7th profound death stage. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he was strong. At this moment, Bai Ming suddenly moved to Yi Xian's side and asked, "My lord, may I know where the other lords are?" Although Bai Ming did not finish his sentence, Yi Xian caught a word. "Lords? They will appear when we need their help." Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. Bai Ming did not probe further. He had almost spilled the beans, so he quickly fell silent. It took about a day to reach the Mystic Moon Tomb from Heaven Luo City. When the 4 forces arrived, they discovered that there were already more people gathered outside the Mystic Moon Tomb. Humph. All of you want to get involved. How can trash like you enter the tomb of a samsara realm expert? The Manor Lord of Earth Demon manner snorted. Compared to him, these third and fourth level profound death stage martial artists were indeed trash. Zhou Xian did not like to hear this. After all, he was only at the third profound death stage. However, he could not be bothered to argue with the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. The mystic moon tomb had already been dug out, and the entrance was exposed to the air. A large group of people landed in front of the mystic moon tomb. Without saying a word, the four forces took out 4 secret scrolls and stacked them together. It was nighttime. Under the moonlight, a map appeared on the 4 secret scrolls stacked together. Indeed, we need to rely on the moonlight. The Master of Heaven, Luo City's eyes lit up. So this is the map to decipher the first mechanism of the mystic moon tomb. The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor smirked. The first trap in the mystic moon tomb had troubled many people for thousands of years. Even many people from the Earth Demon residence had died in this trap. Since it has been deciphered, let's go in and give it a try. Bai Ming said. However, the 4 factions still copied down the deciphered map and entered the mystic moon tomb. In order to verify the deciphered map, Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Manor, and Pai Hang each sent out a person to try it. Chapter 1490. These mechanisms were extremely advanced. There were profound death chi, transparent arrows, and earth spikes. Even a 7th or 8th level profound death realm expert would not be able to pass through. I'm only at 3rd level profound death realm, and am about to break through to 4th level profound death realm. This mystic moon tomb chamber is more dangerous for me, Zhou Xian thought to himself. However, Old Tree was already at 5th level profound death realm, and was not weak. If there was any danger, he could escape through the void. He would be safer than the others. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Perhaps after this, his strength would increase tremendously. The deciphering method is correct. Everyone, follow this method and pass through. The Heaven Luo City governor's eyes lit up as he said to the people around him. However, in the next moment, a figure passed by him and rushed into the first mechanism. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was the mysterious expert. 3 seconds later, he reached the other end and passed. This guy, I wonder where he came from. I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. The Heaven Luo City governor snorted in his heart. The mysterious expert hid his aura very well. He looked like a 6th level profound death realm expert, but he was actually a 7th level profound death realm expert. However, he had said that he would act on his own once he deciphered the mechanism. The others did not pay much attention to the mysterious expert as they entered the mechanism layer one after another. However, Zhou Xian felt that the mysterious expert was a little strange because his eye of revelation could not copy the mysterious expert's movement skill. My lord, you go in first. I'll guard the back. Bai Ming said to Zhou Xian. Oh, okay. Zhou Xian took out the deciphering method and passed through the mechanism layer easily. With the deciphering method, everyone quickly came over. The unaffiliated martial artists looked at the scene of the 4 forces passing through and pondered for a while before they began to try. However, the success rate was not 100%. Some people died, while some survived. Those who survived would be the first to pass. Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Residence, and Auction Company did not stop them and let them pass. These people were just cannon fodder. They knew this, but still wanted to try. What if they obtained something good? Now that we've passed the first stage, there are 4 forks in the road. Why don't we go our separate ways? The city lord of Tianluo City said. That's what I was thinking as well. Let's all pick a path, said the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. All right, so be it. Bai Ming and Song Qingxing had no objections. It was much more convenient for a force to act on its own. At that moment, the three parties each chose a path. The auction party chose the rightmost path. That mysterious expert had left early, and no one knew which path he had taken. Now that the three forces had split up, there was a high chance that they would run into each other. However, this was not a problem because there was a fork in the road after the main road. Zhou Xian followed the group carefully. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to summon Megatron and the old tree. Your Excellency's methods are indeed extraordinary. Bai Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the sudden appearance of Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Since we're on the same side, I'll lead the way, the old tree volunteered. Although he was only at 5th level profound death realm, he had the ability of immortality. It was best for him and Megatron to lead the way. Bai Ming and the others raised their eyebrows. However, when they saw that Zhou Xian didn't refuse, they didn't say anything. The old tree and Megatron took the lead and charged forward as though they didn't care about their lives. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. 5 minutes later, "Young master, we've encountered something," the old tree reported. "What is it?" Zhou Xian asked in surprise. "It's a human-shaped battle corpse. Its strength is around 5th level profound death realm. However, Megatron and I couldn't kill it even when we joined forces. There's a large amount of profound life energy in its body," the old tree replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian quickened his pace and rushed over. When Bai Ming and the others saw this, they quickly followed him. Soon, the two parties met up. Bang! 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 Sounds of battle could be heard from the front. Zhou Xian saw that the old tree and Megatron were fighting with a battle corpse. Their attacks could indeed hurt the battle corpse. However, there was a large amount of profound life energy in the battle corpse that could heal their injuries in the blink of an eye. What a high defense! What is that? Song Qingxing couldn't help but ask. The old tree's attack was probably not weaker than his. However, the old tree could only barely break through the battle corpse's defense. If he couldn't cause a large amount of damage, it would be difficult to kill it. However, at this moment, huff, huff, suddenly, the battle corpse's aura skyrocketed and rose to 7th level profound death realm. What? Everyone was shocked. What is going on? It was only at 5th level profound death realm earlier. Why did it suddenly rise by 2 levels? Bang! Bang! This unforeseen event caught the old tree and Megatron off guard and sent them flying. Fortunately, the old tree and Megatron had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. They recovered from their injuries in the blink of an eye. Roar! The battle corpse let out a low roar and charged towards Zhou Xian and the others. Go! Bai Ming didn't waste any time and charged forward. 1 7th level profound death realm, 3 6th level profound death realm, and 10 5th level profound death realm experts launched their attacks at the same time. This time, they managed to injure the battle corpse. However, its injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. It was very difficult to deal with. Zhou Xian didn't move. Instead, he observed the battle corpse with his eye of revelation. He realized that he couldn't see through the battle corpse. However, he did find something strange on the back of the humanoid battle corpse. There's something strange behind his left shoulder. Zhou Xian suddenly reminded. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The old tree even flashed behind the battle corpse and threw a punch. This time, the humanoid battle corpse, which had never defended, unexpectedly blocked the attack. There was indeed something fishy. At that moment, everyone attacked together. Although this humanoid battle corpse was strong, with Old Shu and Bai Ming holding it back, it was quickly defeated. In the end, Old Shu's fist landed on the back of the left shoulder of the humanoid battle corpse, and a crisp cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, this humanoid battle corpse was unable to recover from its injuries and was killed by the bombardment. The thing that shattered seemed to be the mysterious life bead. It can store a large amount of mysterious life chi. If a martial artist refines it, they can greatly increase their mysterious life chi. Bai Ming recognized it. Unfortunately, the mysterious life bead had already been shattered. It turned out that this was the reason why the battle corpse could continuously recover. However, they still didn't know why the battle corpse's strength suddenly increased. "My lord, please keep this corpse," Bai Ming said. Chapter 1491. All right. Yi Xian did not waste any more time. He threw it into the planting space and refined it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, at LV4 Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV6 Profound Death Realm. A system notification caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. How did the old tree make a breakthrough? Young master, this battle corpse is of such a high level. It helped me make a breakthrough. The old tree could not believe it. Yi Xian was the same. He did not expect the human-shaped battle corpse to be so beneficial. Moreover, it was just a corpse without a beast soul. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come to the Mystic Moon tomb chamber. "Congratulations, Master," Bai Ming said after sensing Yi Xian's aura. "Let's continue our journey." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He continued to let the LV6 Profound Death Realm Old Tree and Wei Zhentian scout ahead. After a while, the old tree sent another message. "Young master, I've encountered another one. This time, it's at LV6 Profound Death Realm." The old tree said through telepathy. Yi Xian quickly found the battle corpse based on his senses. However, when they approached, the human-shaped battle corpse's aura suddenly surged. LV7 Profound Death Realm. Another surge in strength. Although it was only one level, it was still very strange. Kill. Bai Ming did not care too much. He led the group and charged forward again. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to observe the battle corpse. In the end, he found that the mysterious life pearl was at the waist of the battle corpse. Crack! The mysterious life pearl was shattered by the old tree. The human-shaped battle corpse lost the healing effect of the mysterious life chi and was killed. As for the corpse, it naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. Although Yi Xian did not make a breakthrough this time, he still gained a lot. He did not know what level the human-shaped battle corpse was when it was alive. Could it be that the human-shaped battle corpse's strength increases according to the number of people it encounters? Yi Xian suddenly said, "Next time, slow down." "I'll go first," Bai Ming said to the others. Then they continued on their way and soon encountered another humanoid battle corpse. This time, it was still at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, when Bai Ming went over to help, the battle corpse suddenly rose to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. It seemed that the reason why these battle corpses suddenly increased in realm was not because of the number of people, but because they would increase to the highest realm of the person they encountered. Bai Ming was at the 7th level of the Profound Death realm, so it had also risen to the 7th level of the Profound Death realm. Soon, the 3rd humanoid battle corpse was killed as well. When they encountered the 4th human-shaped battle corpse, Bai Ming didn't go over. Instead, he watched from afar. As expected, this humanoid battle corpse was only at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. Only Old Tree and Song Qingxing were at the 6th level of the Profound Death realm in Pat Xing's group. This also confirmed Yi Xian and the others' conjecture. The battle corpse's level was indeed the same as the strongest person in the team. When Old Tree was at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage, his battle corpse was also at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage. After he broke through to the 6th level of the Profound Death stage, he had not encountered a 5th level battle corpse. For the sake of convenience, Bai Ming stayed at the back of the team. As for the front, Old Tree led the way. If we continue killing like this, Old Tree, and I will probably increase our level again, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was currently at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while Old Tree was at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. They had only killed close to 10 humanoid battle corpses, but their level had already increased by half. They reckoned that they would be able to break through after encountering a few more humanoid battle corpses. However, just as they finished off the 12th humanoid battle corpse, they suddenly heard some commotion. This sounds like the sound of battle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly ordered Old Tree to attack. Through their shared vision, he saw a figure fighting a humanoid battle corpse. As soon as Old Tree appeared, this person killed the 7th level of the Profound Death stage humanoid battle corpse and kept the corpse in an instant. It's that mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After the mysterious expert saw that the solution was correct, he took the lead and charged forward, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that the team would encounter him? The mysterious expert glanced at Old Tree before turning around and leaving. Even Old Tree might not be able to catch up with his speed. Young master, this person has hidden his strength. Old Tree couldn't help but say, yes, I saw that he accurately found the location of the Profound Life Pearl. Yi Xian replied. He had relied on the Eye of Revelation to accurately find the location of the Profound Life Pearl. However, this mysterious expert was actually able to find it. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling about this mysterious expert. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and appeared beside Old Tree. Then his eyes flickered as he looked at the back of the mysterious expert. Death warrant. Now, Yi Xian could easily find out the location of this mysterious expert. Don't follow him. He's fast and can accurately find the Profound Life Pearl on the battle corpses. There's no meat to eat if you follow him. As Yi Xian spoke, he immediately asked Old Tree and Wei Zhentian to switch paths. Soon, Old Tree found another battle corpse. Then Yi Xian broke through the void and brought Song Qingxing and the other 2/6 Profound Death Realm experts over. However, just as the 4 of them entered, the Mystic Moon Tomb chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble! What's going on? Yi Xian and the rest were shocked. They quickly guarded their surroundings. Then, the battle corpse suddenly stopped attacking and entered the wall. Rumble! The wall opened and closed. Yi Xian and the rest couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the humanoid battle corpse leave? Before they could react, they felt a pressure on their shoulders. This time, no one could fly. Who activated the forbidden flight formation? Song Qingxing cried out in surprise. Originally, they could fly, but now no one could fly. Even Wei Zhentian was suppressed on the ground. He turned into a duck and ran to Yi Xian's feet. Before they could recover from their shock, the ground suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, they all fell. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, but Bai Ming and the rest, who were on the other side of the void gate, also fell. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. Every one of them had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles high in the sky, they couldn't be hurt. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Everyone landed safely. Yi Xian also landed successfully. He quickly scanned the surroundings and realized that there were many people around. There were also many independent teams from Heaven Luo City and Earth Demon residents. There were hundreds of them. Chapter 1492. What's going on? Who triggered the mechanism? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked curiously. Everyone has come down, and there's a flight prohibiting array. How are we supposed to leave? The Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned as he looked around. He realized that the surroundings were sealed off, and even the open ceiling was closed. There was no way out. This was a huge palace. There were not many things in the palace except for two strange and huge white bone statues. Other than that, there was nothing else. Seeing this, the city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor came over. Bai Ming, did you notice anything? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked. No, we were still fighting when we suddenly fell. Bai Ming shook his head. I'll go take a look at the two statues. After the Earth Demon Prefecture governor finished speaking, he led his men toward the two statues. It was strange that there were only two statues in such a huge palace. He was not the only one. Even the city governor of Heaven Luo City and Bai Ming wanted to take a look. However, at this moment, those two statues. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly noticed something strange. The two statues were not completely sealed off. There were some small holes on them. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw some strange energy in the small holes. This energy was not profound life qi or profound death qi. However, Yi Xian felt that he had seen it somewhere before. He thought about it carefully, and a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened immediately as he shouted, Bai Ming, come back quickly! Bai Ming did not think much of it, and quickly returned with his men. The city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned slightly when they heard the shout. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level profound death stage, but he dared to call Bai Ming by his name. Previously, they did not feel at ease when Yi Xian was with the team. They thought that he was Song Qingxing's man and was only brought here to broaden his horizons. Now, it seemed that was not the case. However, in the next moment, they did not have time to think about it. This was because strange energy suddenly erupted from the two statues. This was murderous aura. That was right. This was the baneful aura. Yi Xian had seen it before on Earth Emanations Island. There were thousands of tiny holes on each of the two statues. Baleful aura gushed out, and some people were immediately affected. But this time, Yi Xian did not see the scene that he had imagined. Back then, on Earth Emanations Island, Jiang Yi had unleashed a frenzied, baneful aura. This would cause one's emotions to become irritable and irritable. This time, however, it wasn't the berserk baleful aura, but two other types of baleful aura of wrath and baleful aura of hatred. This calmness only lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, a change occurred. Bang! Boom! The battle broke out. Of these two statues, one was filled with anger, while the other was filled with hatred. Although these two kinds of baleful qi were weaker than the berserk baleful qi, they were still very terrifying, second only to the berserk baleful qi. Once it erupted, it would be equally uncontrollable. Wah, Tianluo City Lord, you killed my little brother. I'll kill you. You didn't distribute the missions evenly last time. I'm going to kill you. Just now, it was your mistake that caused the death of my good brother. Go to hell. The entire place was in chaos in an instant. Although those with higher cultivation bases resisted the first wave of baleful aura, there were still the second and third waves. Furthermore, as the baleful aura spread, many people succumbed to it one after another. D*Mnet, it's actually baleful aura. Everyone who is conscious, retreat to the corner. The Tianluo City Lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly led his men to the wall. However, the Earth Demon Prefecture Lord and his men were all struck by the baleful aura, although the Earth Demon Prefecture and the Hell Prefecture that Zhou Xian had encountered before only differed by one word. The Hell Prefecture was an assassin's faction, while the Earth Demon Prefecture was actually a demonic faction. The baleful aura loved this kind of demonic faction the most. Those who were bloodthirsty and cruel were more likely to be struck by it. Hence, when the Earth Demon Prefecture's men were almost completely annihilated, it started to attack the people around it. At this moment, everyone in the Tianluo city's auction team shuddered. Fortunately, Zhou Xian had warned them in time. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Retreat to the corner. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered, and after letting out a low roar, he kept retreating. Wah! Don't even think about leaving, you black-hearted auction team. You cheated me of 5,000 battle merits last time. I'll kill you. An expert from the Earth Demon Prefecture roared furiously as he charged toward Zhou Xian. You're courting death. Zhou Xian and the old tree attacked together, instantly killing the 6th profound Death Realm expert. Following that, the old tree directly charged into the rioting crowd and started a massacre. At this moment, the baleful aura was still spreading. If it was not suppressed, even the corner would not be safe. Wei Zhentian, go and block the statue on the left. Zhou Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian could not fly, he could transform. Moreover, no one noticed him. He easily swept to the statue on the left and suddenly enlarged, wrapping around the statue on the left that was emitting baleful aura like a cloth. The baleful aura stopped spreading. What is this thing? It actually has such an ability. Bai Ming and the rest were shocked. Fortunately, they managed to stop one of the baleful aura from spreading. Fortunately, there was only the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred. These two types of baleful aura were targeted. For example, the baleful aura of madness that erupted from the Earth Demon Island would cause anyone who came into contact with it to become violent and savage. They would attack everyone nearby. However, the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred were not the same. However, once the battle continued, the effect would be no different from the baleful aura of madness. After all, the battle would affect the surrounding people. In this case, apart from oneself, everyone else would be the enemy. This was no different from the baleful aura of madness. The Heaven Luo City's City Lords team only lost a few people with low cultivation realms. Comparatively speaking, they were still fine. At this moment, they had also retreated to the corner. If anyone dared to approach them, they would focus their fire and kill them. Bai Ming, what is going on? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord asked loudly. What else could it be? Someone must have triggered the mechanism. Bai Ming replied, but why is that mysterious expert not here? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord said in surprise. After his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Out of the 4 forces, there were only 3 forces here. Where did that mysterious expert go? At the thought of this, Zhou Xian immediately looked around. Previously, he had used the death hunting order to mark the mysterious expert. Now he could find him. However, when he looked around, he saw that mysterious expert. He was waiting behind a wall that was tens of meters above the ground in the north of the palace. If it was not for the scarlet kill mark of the death hunting order, Zhou Xian would not have been able to find him. This mechanism was triggered by that mysterious expert. Chapter 1493. Everyone had fallen, but why hadn't that mysterious expert fallen yet? Why was he standing behind the wall? Was he waiting for the people to finish killing each other before he came out? However, at this moment, Zhou Xian couldn't care less because the baleful aura of hatred had already spread to the corner. block the qi of hatred. Bai Ming yelled. Everyone activated the true qi and manifestation strength in their bodies to form a barrier to prevent the qi of hatred from spreading. Otherwise, they would also suffer from qi deviation. Close to 10 seconds had passed since the battle started. Many of the people in front of the two statues had died, leaving only 30 or so people still fighting. However, just as Zhou Xian was thinking about how to deal with it, a crisp sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Zhou Xian focused his eyes and realized that the white bone statue that was constantly emitting the qi of hatred had suddenly exploded. Immediately after, the baleful aura of wrath in the palace gathered towards it and condensed into an earth fiend. Qi of hatred? Zhou Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. At this very moment, the fiendish aura of wrath in the palace had already been absorbed by the fiendish spirit. After the absorption, the fiendish spirit was over 20 meters tall. Its aura was not weak, and it was at least at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, this was not the end. Suddenly, waves of qi of hatred surged out from the bodies of those who had died. Moreover, it was very abundant. Oh no, there's qi of hatred in the bodies of those who died. Don't let it absorb anymore. Bai Ming widened his eyes and immediately yelled. The qi of hatred from before had been absorbed by many people. Now that these people were dead, the qi of hatred was attracted by the qi of hatred and left the corpses. The qi of hatred that had circulated in the bodies of these people was much stronger than before. At this level, most people had lived for thousands of years, and there were many who had lived for more than 5,000 years. After so many years, who didn't have qi of hatred? After absorbing the qi of hatred from the dead, the qi of hatred had become much stronger. If the qi of hatred was absorbed by the qi of hatred, it would probably grow to the 8th tier of the profound death realm, or even the 9th tier of the profound death realm. If they didn't stop it, everyone would probably die here. The city lord of Tianluo City also reacted. While they were able to deal with a 7th level profound death stage qi of wrath, it would be troublesome if it grew to the 8th level profound death stage. Don't forget, there was still a large amount of hatred in the surroundings. Quick, get rid of this wrath of wrath first, or else we'll be in trouble. Without hesitation, the Heaven Luo City governor led all of his subordinates and opened up a path. They began to attack the wrath of wrath, which had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. It was the same for Zhou Xian. Killing in 10 explosion, burning heaven sword art. Zhou Xian launched an attack from afar. Although there was something inside that could absorb the baleful aura of rage and baleful aura of hatred, how could it be faster than the baleful aura of rage? Wei Zhentian was still wrapping up the fiend of hatred and couldn't make a move. If he were to let others absorb the baleful aura now, they might not be able to finish absorbing the baleful aura by the time the baleful aura of wrath reached the 9th stage of the profound death realm. It was better to wait until the baleful aura of wrath was dealt with first. The baleful aura of wrath was already able to move. However, it was only at the 7th tier of the profound death stage, and its strength was limited. In addition, the humans had the advantage in numbers. Without exception, the attacks landed on its body. Bang! 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 The baleful aura of wrath was severely injured, and its baleful aura was overflowing. Creatures like the earth fiends were easier to kill. Like the ghost spirits, they had weaknesses all over their bodies. As long as they were continuously attacked, their strength would continue to weaken. However, as long as they were given time, they could continuously absorb the baleful aura to recover. Therefore, they had to kill the baleful aura of wrath within a short period of time and absorb the baleful aura of wrath. However, the baleful aura of wrath could control those who were still alive including the Earth Demon Prefecture Master, who was bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath. However, at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the side. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that Wei Zhentian had been sent flying. The other white bone statue had already shattered. Another baleful aura of wrath saw the light of day once again. With its appearance, the baleful aura of wrath in the entire palace was stirred up. Enormous baleful aura of wrath also surged out from the corpses. Deal with this baleful aura of wrath first. The city master of Heaven Luo City suddenly shouted, compared to the baleful aura of wrath that had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. This young baleful aura of wrath that had just appeared was easier to deal with. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura of wrath was killed in one hit. Its entire body exploded and turned into countless baleful aura of wrath. Don't let it condense into a new form. All those at the 5th tier of the profound death stage, use this to absorb the baleful aura. As Yi Xian spoke, he suddenly threw out baleful aura absorption bottles. Those people did not understand what it was. However, when they activated it with their true qi, they realized that the baleful aura in the surroundings was absorbed into the bottles. It was very magical. As for the warriors at the 6th tier of the profound death stage, they continuously attacked the baleful aura of wrath at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, the baleful aura of wrath was absorbing the baleful aura of wrath at an astonishing speed. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura's absorption speed was actually equal to the baleful aura of wrath. It was simply unbelievable. The humans felt immense pressure. Not only did they have to defend against the baleful aura, they also had to attack the baleful aura of wrath. Furthermore, the palace master of the Earth Demon Prefecture and the others were helping the baleful aura of wrath. The situation was not looking good. Old Tree, kill everyone who is in the way. Yi Xian said to Old Tree. All right. Old Tree, who was attacking the baleful aura of wrath, responded. He instantly flashed behind a warrior who had been bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath and smashed his head with a punch. As long as these people were taken care of, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. However, things were not that simple. Suddenly, a few of the people on Padding Line's side were hit. They were then controlled by the baleful aura of wrath and attacked the people around them. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his hand and killed them with a few slashes. Although it was possible to use the Eye of Soul to capture these people, Yi Xian was only at the 4th tier of the profound death stage. These people were controlled by the baleful aura of wrath. It was not that easy to use the Eye of Soul to capture them. Therefore, he could only kill them. In fact, Yi Xian felt very helpless. If Luo's cultivation level was high enough, she could directly use the Eye of Charm. She would have many more helpers. Unfortunately, Luo was only at the 2nd tier of the profound death stage. It was too dangerous for her to fall for the trick. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to continue cultivating. As for Bai Ming, although he was from the Fox clan, he was a moonlight fox and could increase his battle strength under the moonlight. He did not know how to use the Eye of Charm. He was one of the few members of the Fox clan who could not learn the Eye of Charm. Chapter 1494. Wei Zhentian, collect the Qiankuan rings for me. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian, there were many corpses on the ground, and there might be many battle corpses among them. As long as Yi Xian or Old Tree could achieve a breakthrough, the crisis would be resolved. Wei Zhentian accepted the order and quickly collected the Qiankuan rings. At this moment, Yi Xian focused his attention on the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture's team was not weak, and there might be many battle corpses among them. Old Tree, finish him off. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree again. No problem. Old Shu responded. In a flash, he appeared behind the Earth Demon Manor's palace master and punched out. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture master was bewitched, his battle consciousness was still intact. The moment before the attack hit, his vital energy surged out to defend himself. Unfortunately, Old Tree was currently at 6th level profound death realm. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Earth Demon Palace's palace master was sent flying forward just in time to collide with Yi Xian's attack. Bam! Another muffled sound rang out. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon Prefecture master seemed to have used his trump card. His eyes turned black and his aura skyrocketed. Seeing that he was still alive, Old Tree flashed over and threw another punch. Unexpectedly, the Earth Demon Manor's palace master turned around and attacked, directly killing Old Shu. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. When Yi Xian heard the two system prompts, he was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The Wrath of Wrath suddenly exploded and turned into countless murderous auras that gathered toward the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture Master's aura skyrocketed again. 8th level profound death realm. Oh no, the Earth Demon has possessed him. Yi Xian's expression changed. This scene was beyond his ability to react. He had no time to stop it, and it was the same for Bai Ming, who was at 7th level profound death realm. 9 reincarnation flash, 5th flash. A light flickered in Bai Ming's eyes, and he appeared beside the Earth Demon Manor Principal in a flash. However, the Earth Demon Manor Principal, who had used his trump card and was possessed by the Fiend of Wrath, was too powerful. With a single punch, Bai Ming's chest was pierced through. Bang! Bai Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured, so he saved his life. But now, things had become even more troublesome. The Earth Demon Prefecture's palace master, who was at the 8th level of the profound death realm, was extremely powerful. Currently, only the Heaven Luo City's city lord was at a similar level to him. Seeing that Bai Ming was heavily injured, the Heavenly Luo City's castellan immediately acted, stopping the Earth Demon Manor's manor lord from pursuing Bai Ming and killing him. If Bai Ming died, their chances of winning would drop by at least 30%. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ming quickly swallowed a pill and used the mysterious life qi to heal his injuries. Next, they really had to go all out. Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian had returned with a large number of interspatial rings. Yi Xian immediately devoured the items in these interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 5th tier of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 6th tier of the profound death stage. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian and the other two's strength had increased by several folds. With this, they had the strength to face the upcoming battle. Wei Zhentian, take care of the others. Old Tree, and I will take care of the Earth Demon Manor's manor lord. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In fact, he could have used his trump cards right from the start, such as the Blade Storm and Unicorn's Descent. However, he felt that these 2 Earth demons weren't much of a threat. The real boss had probably not appeared yet. Wasn't the mysterious expert marked by the Death Hunting Order still behind the wall, watching them kill each other? Killing in 10 explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Yi Xian, Old Tree, and the Heavenly Luo City's castellan joined forces to attack the Earth Demon Manor's manor lord. As for the others, They were either taking care of the remaining cultivators who had lost their minds or clearing away the murderous aura to make room for Zhou Xian and the others. The heavenly Luo City's castellan never expected that there were actually several experts hidden in the auction house's team, such as Zhou Xian and Old Tree. If they weren't here this time, everyone would probably die. It was undeniable that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was now extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 3 situation, he actually had the upper hand. It was also Zhou Xian's fault that he was frightened by the murderous aura earlier. In order to protect the others, he didn't immediately activate the killing feast. Otherwise, with the multifold boost, he would definitely be able to kill the murderous aura of wrath and the murderous aura of hatred in a short period of time. At this point, there was no point in regretting it. He should just kill the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord first. Wah! I'm going to kill all of you. The Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord had already gone crazy. Even without the murderous aura of madness, he had already gone mad. The others were all his enemies. Fortunately, Zhou Xian and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand. This was because Bai Ming and the others had already dealt with those who were confused. Now, only the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was left. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. The auction house had lost a 6th level Profound Death Realm expert, and only 4 5th level Profound Death Realm experts were left. On the other hand, the heavenly Luo City side was in a similar situation. However, at this moment, the murderous aura of hatred suddenly condensed again. Disperse! Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately shot forward and dispersed the murderous aura of hatred that had just condensed with a single palm strike. Then, he quickly joined Zhou Xian's battle. The battle between the 4 great experts and the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord finally stabilized the situation. Zhou Xian estimated that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord would be killed by him in 3 seconds. Of course, it would be fine as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances in the meantime. Boom, boom, boom. In the palace, the sounds of battle rang out continuously. Soon, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was defeated. Seeing this, the murderous aura of madness that was attached to his body quickly left his body. Swish! Just as the murderous aura of madness left his body, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord's head was directly chopped off by Zhou Xian's sword. Trying to escape? Disperse! Looking at the enormous murderous aura of madness, Old Tree quickly flashed over and blasted a flaming fist down. Bang! The murderous aura of madness was greatly dispersed by the punch, and its aura instantly weakened by a notch. Taking advantage of the fact that it had yet to condense fully, the crowd chased after it and directly broke it into thousands of small murderous auras. The 2 murderous auras have been dispersed, but this palace is in a sealed state, so we must absorb the murderous auras. Zhou Xian did not hesitate and threw out more murderous aura absorption bottles, preparing to absorb all the murderous auras. The murderous auras could be used to refine a higher grade Earth Demon pill. When the time came and he gave it to Luo, her realm might be able to catch up quickly. Although they did not know why Zhou Xian had such a thing, the crowd did not ask much and directly collected all the murderous auras in the palace. Chapter 1495. At this moment, besides Zhou Xian's group of 3, there were only 5 people left on Heaven Luo City's side. They were respectively the City Lord of Heaven Luo City and an expert at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. As for those at the 5th level of the Profound Death Realm, there were only 3, compared to the Tian Luo City Governor's Mansion. There was 1 more LV6 Profound Death Realm expert, and 1 more LV5 Profound Death Realm expert. Huff, 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 this is too scary. Who triggered the mechanism? The Tianluo city governor was sweating profusely. He had used up a lot of true qi in his body. If he continued to fight, his profound life qi would be depleted, and he would die easily. Bai Ming glanced at the corpses on the ground and shook his head helplessly. This mystic moon tomb chamber was too scary. If more people came, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there were those strange battle corpses. If a few of them suddenly appeared, it would be terrifying. After all, battle corpses could increase their level at will, and they would at least reach LV7 profound death realm. Bai Ming quickly dismissed this idea. What if it really happened? I might know who triggered the mechanism. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Everyone focused their attention on Yi Xian. The Tianluo city governor was shocked. Who? That mysterious man. That's right. Yi Xian responded and immediately gave the order to Old Tree. Residual flame doppelganger. Old Tree flashed over and arrived in front of the wall. He then punched hard. Bang! The wall's defense was very high. Old Tree's punch could not break it. Sir, you should be out now, right? Yi Xian said to the person in front of him. With the death hunting order, Yi Xian could accurately sense that the mysterious man was behind the wall. In addition, the scarlet word kill had exposed him. What? The mysterious man is here. The Tianluo city governor, Bai Ming, and the rest were shocked. Kacha! At this moment, the wall suddenly cracked open, and a figure walked out. This person was the mysterious bamboo hat man who held the third secret scroll. How did you know I was here? The mysterious man glanced at the old tree beside him. If it was just a guess, it was fine. However, the fact that the old tree and Yi Xian were able to pinpoint his exact location was a little strange. That wall was incomparably hard, an isolated aura. Without a special method, it was impossible to open it. How did Yi Xian and the old tree find out? You don't need to know that. Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. He looked at the corpses on the ground and asked, "These are your masterpieces, right?" "That's right. I was the one who triggered the mechanism." The mysterious bamboo hat man nodded. "Bastard, who the hell are you? Even now, you still won't show your face." Heaven Luo City's city lord was furious. After all, many experts had died in the Heaven Luo City's city lord mansion. Even he had almost died here. Fine. Hearing this, the mysterious bamboo hat man directly took off his bamboo hat and black robe, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was extremely shocked because the face under the bamboo hat was actually that of a youth. "So young? Who are you?" Bai Ming thought for a moment and found no memory of this youth, so he asked directly, "Qi Tianrui?" The mysterious man answered. Qi Tianrui was a name that was very unfamiliar to everyone. "I know you haven't heard of this name, but you should have heard of my sister's name." After the mysterious man finished speaking, he paused for a moment and then said a name, Qi Xianyue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's bodies trembled. Qi Xianyue, the Xianyue tomb room? Everyone immediately came to a realization. Qi Tianrui was the brother of Qi Xianyue, the owner of the Xianyue tomb room. That's right. This tomb room was built by my sister, but it was after I reincarnated, Qi Tianrui said. Now, the truth of the matter was more or less revealed. This tomb room was built by Qi Tianrui's sister. Although it was built after Qi Tianrui reincarnated, Qi Tianrui was Qi Xuanyue's brother after all, so it was reasonable that he knew some mechanisms and habits. Yi Xian and the others did not expect Qi Tianrui to be a reincarnator. This meant that Qi Tianrui was at least a samsara realm expert in his previous life. Humph, so what if you're a reincarnator? Since the Xianyue tomb room is open, It means that the treasures are available to the capable. So, what if you're her brother? The Tianluo city governor snorted. My sister built this tomb room after I reincarnated. I don't know if she died or reincarnated, but since I'm here, no one can take away the treasures here. Qi Tianrui's eyes flickered with killing intent. You, the Tianluo city governor, also emitted a murderous intent. If it weren't for Qi Tianrui, the city governor's mansion would not have lost so many people. Humph, you're just a LV7 profound death realm expert. You're just an ant in front of me. If it were me in my previous life, you wouldn't even be qualified to serve me tea. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. Qi Tianrui said coldly. A reincarnation realm expert was indeed very powerful, at least 100 times stronger than the Tianluo city governor, who was at LV7 profound death realm. However, that was only in his previous life. Wasn't Qi Tianrui at LV7 profound death realm now? If you're so powerful, why do you need to resort to such means to reincarnate? Reincarnata? You're just a piece of *T. The Tianluo city governor sneered. What did you say? Qi Tianrui was furious and looked like he was about to attack. Although he was only at LV7 profound death realm, which was the same as the Tianluo city governor, he had awakened. How could his combat strength be compared to ordinary people? Humph, I'm just here to see how powerful a reincarnator is. The Tianluo city governor snorted and said to Zhou Xian and the others, please don't attack. Zhou Xian originally wanted to besiege Qi Tianrui, but after hearing the Tianluo city governor's words, he decided to go along with it. Challenging a reincarnator at the same level was extremely arrogant. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Qi Tianrui snorted and jumped down, charging toward the Tianluo city governor. In fact, the Tianluo city governor had also inhaled some of the evil qi of wrath and evil qi of hatred, but he was not confused yet. Therefore, he hated Qi Tianrui to the core. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. The Tianluo city governor had already fought a battle, so both his true qi and life and death mystic qi were consumed. In addition, his opponent was a reincarnator, so the Tianluo city governor was sent flying with one punch. Mystic Moon, Samsara Slash. Qi Tianrui did not plan to fight the Tianluo city governor for too long, so he directly used his trump card. Chapter 1496. Instant kill. Only 1 second had passed since the beginning of the battle. How could Qi Tianrui be so powerful? City Lord. When the 6th level profound death stage experts from the city governor's estate saw the fall of the city governor, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and cry out in surprise. They were both 7th LV profound death realm experts, but why was the gap between them so huge? Zhou Xian, who had fought with reincarnators many times, knew that reincarnators were not easy to deal with. The city lord of Tianluo City was courting death. Zhou Xian had expected that the city lord would be instantly killed by Qi Tianrui. Qi Tianrui put away the city lord's interspatial ring and turned to face Zhou Xian and the others. See, this is the result of his ignorance. What do you want? Bai Ming asked with glinting eyes. You must be from the Bai family of 100 Fox Manor. Leave, Qi Tianrui said to Bai Ming. Although he was a samsara realm expert in his previous life, he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of 100 Fox Manor. There was no need for him to provoke such a powerful enemy. Ha ha! Bai Ming smiled faintly and said, You're just a samsara realm expert. It's not like I haven't seen one before. Besides, you're only at 7th LV profound death realm. Don't be so ungrateful. You can't handle a 7th LV profound death realm expert. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, Qi Tianrui said impatiently. If that's the case, I'll see what you can do. Bai Ming snorted, but before he could finish his words, Qi Tianrui interrupted. No need, let's fight together. Yi Xian did not hesitate and sent a voice transmission to Old Tree. Kill. This reincarnated Qi Tianrui was too arrogant, but he was not that powerful because he had to rely on others to kill the two earth demons. There was no suspense in this battle at all. The Old Tree was currently at the 7th tier of the Profound Death realm. Just like Qi Tianrui, the reincarnator, the Old Tree alone could probably take on Qi Tianrui, let alone Yi Xian and the others. Previously, the city lord of Tianluo City was courting death when he challenged Qi Tianrui one-on-one. Now, Qi Tianrui was also courting death when he fought against so many people. Residual flame. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, the Old Tree immediately created 2 residual flame clones, one on the left and one behind Qi Tianrui. Then, he quickly changed his position and punched out. Although Qi Tianrui was behind the wall, just now he hadn't seen the Old Tree fight, so he was a little shocked. However, he was still a true reincarnator, so it was unlikely that he would be killed instantly. Bang! Qi Tianrui turned around and threw a punch at the Old Tree's fist. Immediately, the mysterious death Qi and the Old Tree's genuine Qi collided. To Qi Tianrui's disbelief, he was evenly matched with the Old Tree. Who was he? Even the city lord of Tianluo City, who was at the 7th tier of the Profound Death realm, couldn't block his punch. How could this bald old man do it? At this moment, Qi Tianrui vaguely felt that he might have been careless. Moonlight slash. Bai Ming, who was also at the 7th tier of the Profound Death realm, had already rushed in front of him. With a slash of his longsword, a white crescent slash broke through the air. Bai Ming was a member of the Bai family in 100 Fox Villa. Although he wasn't a top genius, he was pretty good. After all, he was only 1,000 years old, so his strength couldn't be measured by normal standards. Mystic Moon, Samsara slash. Qi Tianrui attacked again, but surprisingly, this move didn't meet Bai Ming's Moonlight slash. Instead, it brushed past the Moonlight slash. Just now, he had used this move to kill the city lord of Tianluo City. Bai Ming wasn't stupid. He had seen it once, so he couldn't fall for the same move. He hurriedly dodged. However, this move wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. After the Mystic Moon, Samsara slash turned back and was dodged by Bai Ming. It changed its direction again and followed Bai Ming. This was a tracking skill. Nice superpower. In the distance, Yi Xian looked on enviously. Unfortunately, he couldn't copy this move with the Eye of Revelation. Since Old Tree and Bai Ming had already attacked, he couldn't hold back. Although his realm was 2 levels lower than Qi Tianrui's, he could help from afar. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. His attack wasn't any weaker than the others. At the same time, Song Qingxing and the other 3 martial artists at the 6th tier of the Profound Death realm also attacked. Humph! The reincarnator and Qi Tianrui snorted. No one knew what they meant. Qi Tianrui regretted underestimating Yi Xian and the others. Bai Ming and the others were fine, but the Old Tree was a little more difficult to deal with. His attack power wasn't weak, and he could change his position. It was disgusting. You forced me to do this. Go to hell. Qi Tianrui suddenly felt something was wrong. He directly used the strongest move he could currently use. Samsara Gale slash. The true Qi in Qi Tianrui's body surged. In the next moment, with his body as the center, numerous terrifying slashes burst out. All of them were crescent moon, Samsara slashes under his control. In an instant, more than a dozen slashes swept out toward everyone. Damn, is he using his ultimate move? Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, his attack power wasn't weak, and Qi Tianrui didn't take him seriously. Therefore, only one crescent moon, samsara / was sent toward him. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Boom. The crescent moon samsara / was defeated, but the others weren't so lucky. Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, joined forces with the other two experts at the 6th tier of the profound death realm, and burned their lives to survive. As for the other martial artists at the 5th tier of the profound death realm, they were all dead. Oh no! Bai Ming raised his eyebrows. After killing the others, the crescent moon samsara / swept toward Zhou Xian and the others. There were more than a dozen of them. How could Zhou Xian block them? Don't underestimate me. Zhou Xian didn't panic and quickly attacked. At the same time, Old Tree flashed back and used the raging Inferno shield to save Song Qingxing and the others. Bang! 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 After absorbing 3 crescent moon samsara /, the raging Inferno shield couldn't withstand it and exploded. The power of the explosion wasn't weak, and it scattered the remaining crescent moon samsara /. Song Qingxing and the others survived because of this. You're quite capable. Let's see how many rounds you can last. Qi Tianrui said coldly and prepared to use another round of samsara gale / I didn't want to use it, but you asked for it. At this moment, Zhou Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to use his strongest trump card, Unicorn Descent. Before Qi Tianrui could make a move, a huge flaming hoof slammed down on him. What? Chapter 1497. Qi Tianrui was about to launch the second round of attacks. Now that he was hit, his genuine qi was in chaos, which worsened his injuries. Before he could react, the second Qilin's descent was formed again and mercilessly slammed down on him. Qi Tianrui, who was seriously injured, looked up at the flaming hoof with a desperate expression. He didn't know who had used this move. Was it Bai Ming? However, Bai Ming was still in a state of shock. Obviously not. He was very strong, but he didn't use his full strength. After all, Zhou Xian had never failed to use this move. Boom! The second flaming hoof fell and killed Qi Tianrui in an instant. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, proving that Qi Tianrui was dead. Zhou Xian didn't want to use it at first because he felt strange. Maybe things weren't that simple, so he wanted to keep it. However, if he didn't use it now, it would be difficult to deal with Qi Tianrui, Mo Shui, Nailan Bing, and Nailan Jia, who Zhou Xian had met before, couldn't be considered as reincarnators. They were only in the profound life realm. Qi Tianrui was a real reincarnator. He had reincarnated himself. In comparison, Mo Shui and the other two were like ants. He's dead. Bai Ming and the others were stunned when they saw Qi Tianrui's burnt body. They didn't react until the old tree brought the interspatial rings back to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian took the 2 interspatial rings, but there weren't many good things inside. However, they helped Wei Xintian break through to the 7th tier of the profound death realm. Qi Tianrui reincarnated himself and might have given his things to his sister, Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue might be the one who built this tomb. Their things might be here, Zhou Xian thought to himself. However, when a reincarnator died, there would be some strange phenomena. For example, the Eye of Reincarnation. As soon as he thought of this, an Eye of Reincarnation appeared in the sky above the palace. He wondered who the Eye of Samsara represented. Was it the Fox of Samsara, the Master of Samsara City, or the Samsara Venerable? After the Eye of Reincarnation appeared, it directly absorbed the strand of reincarnation will. Then, the other 2 eyes of reincarnation appeared one after another. Reincarnation supremacy. You're quite fast this time. The voice of the Samsara city lord rang out. This time, they did not conjure up any illusions. Humph! The eye of reincarnation that appeared first let out a cold snort and then disappeared. It turned out that reincarnation supremacy was the first to arrive. It's you again. Young man, we seem to be fated. Samsara City Master could not help but ask after Samsara supremacy left. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master did not waste any more time and left directly. In the end, only the eye of reincarnation of the Fox of Reincarnation was left. At this moment, Yi Xian called Luo Luo out from the planning space and asked her to meet the Fox of Reincarnation. Yi Xian did not communicate with Luo Luo beforehand, so she was a little confused. Before she could react, she said directly, "Young master, what happened just now?" The base of the life and death plate kept on shaking. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The base of the life and death plate had always been fine. Luo Luo was also using the base of the life and death plate to refine the mystic life chi and mystic death chi. Why would there be a sudden change? However, he would talk about this later. "Greetings, Villa Master." Bai Ming suddenly greeted him respectfully. At this moment, the eye of reincarnation had already conjured up a beautiful figure. It was the lady from the other day. "You've leveled up quite quickly," the lady said in surprise. She remembered that the last time she saw Yi Xian and Luo Luo, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only on the immortality realm. Now, both of them had suddenly leveled up to the mystic death realm. This was unbelievable. After all, it had only been a short while. At this rate, it would not take long for them to reach the samsara realm. How terrifying! Even the reincarnation fox could not achieve this speed when he was cultivating. "Thank you for your compliment, senior," Yi Xian said respectfully. The lady nodded slightly. Then her gaze landed on Luo Luo as she said, "Do you want to follow me or continue to stay by his side and rely on your own strength to reach the 100 Fox Manor?" Luo Luo was stunned when she heard this. She hesitated. After finding out that she was a reincarnator, she was very curious about her past life. However, the reincarnation fox seemed to only want to take her away. She did not want to leave Yi Xian, so she was hesitant. Yi Xian did not know what Luo Luo would choose, but it did not matter. It would not matter if Luo Luo followed the reincarnation fox to the 100 Fox Manor. After all, he would be able to reach the 100 Fox Manor soon. Luo Luo thought for a moment and replied, "Young master, and I will go to the 100 Fox Manor." "All right, I'll wait for you. Also, this tomb is not as simple as you think. Be careful." The lady did not insist. She disappeared immediately. "Farewell, Manor Master." Bai Ming said respectfully. Song Qingxing already knew Yi Xian's identity, but the other two sixth-tier profound death realm martial artists did not. When they saw that Yi Xian and Luo Luo knew the reincarnation fox, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Who was the reincarnation fox? He was one of the 3 overlords of the land of reincarnation. However, the last words of the fox of samsara before it left surprised Yi Xian. The tomb was not that simple. Could it be that there were other dangers? If Senior Reincarnation Fox said so, then there must be. Be careful, Yi Xian thought to himself. He sent Luo Luo to the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. "My lord, we are now," after the reincarnation fox left, Bai Ming flashed to Yi Xian's side and waited for instructions. "We should be able to get out from there." But Yi Xian glanced at the door that Qi Tianrui had come out from. Then a gust of true energy gushed out and cleared a piece of the ground. There were 2 mechanisms under the 2 broken bone statues. They had not noticed them when they were fighting, but Yi Xian had noticed them after the reincarnation fox's reminder. He did not know what these two mechanisms would activate. If you want to leave, you can leave now, Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and Luo Luo. This Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and the other two sixth-tier profound death realm martial artists looked at each other. The two earth fiends had almost killed them. Then a reincarnation traveler appeared and killed them until they were the only ones left. How could he leave now that he had come this far? I'll stay. Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, said directly, Me too. Me too. Chapter 1498. I will stay to protect you, my lord. Bai Ming said firmly, although one of them was from the Tianluo city's city governor's mansion. It was useless for him to stay since the Tianluo city governor was dead. However, he was determined to stay after knowing that Yi Xian was related to the reincarnation fox. If he could build a good relationship with Yi Xian, his future would be bright. All right, since you are not leaving, I will activate the mechanism. Yi Xian stopped persuading them. If there was any danger, he could just break open the void and leave. Activating the mechanism might be dangerous, so they retreated to a corner and let Wei Zhentian and the old tree open the door. The two of them stood in position and waited for Yi Xian's instructions. Activate, Yi Xian said after he was ready. Kacha, kacha. The two mechanisms were activated at the same time. Immediately after, the entire palace rumbled. The center of the palace suddenly split open, and a huge stone coffin rose from it. Is this the coffin of the Samsara realm elite, Qi Xianyue? Bai Ming said in surprise. If that was the case, there might be something in it that belonged to Qi Xianyue when she was alive. Of course, Qi Xianyue could also be reincarnated. However, after she reincarnated, her physical body was considered dead. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. Young master, there is no other movement. Should we open the stone coffin? The old tree asked curiously. Yi Xian waited for a while before he nodded and said, Open it. Okay. The old tree and Wei Zhentian followed Yi Xian's order and pried open the lid of the stone coffin. However, at this moment, a powerful, mysterious death aura suddenly erupted from the coffin. Wei Zhentian and the old tree accidentally touched the aura and were instantly burned to ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. For system notifications sounded out in a row. Yi Xian was completely stupefied. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had only come into contact with a little of it, and they were instantly killed. Just how powerful was this mysterious death chi? What's in here? Yi Xian asked in shock. No, I didn't see anything. The old tree shook his head. That made sense. His vision was shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian couldn't see what was inside. However, he already knew how powerful the thing inside was. It was actually able to instantly kill Wei Zhentian and the old tree who possessed the immortal phoenix bloodline. It was definitely extremely terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to get old tree to use an attack to send the sarcophagus's lid flying, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered their ears. Kacha! The coffin opened by itself, but there was only a small opening, about the length of an index finger. The old tree was about to go over and take a look, but at this moment, the entire palace changed again. Boom! Countless doors suddenly opened on the four sides of the palace. Then, one after another, battle corpses walked out. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian, and the others subconsciously started counting. When they finished counting, their bodies trembled. Damn, there were 20 of them. Moreover, all of them were at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. That wasn't the point. The point was that there were more after the 20 battle corpses walked out. There were 20 of them at one time, so there were 40 of them at 2 times. How was this going to end? Bai Ming and the others were pale with fright, but Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. This was an opportunity for him. With so many battle corpses, it was enough for him to break through to the 6th tier of the profound death realm. Old Tree could also break through to the 8th tier of the profound death realm. It was a blessing. However, Yi Xian still didn't know what was in the coffin. That was what he was most afraid of. I don't care what you are. When I break through, I'll kill you even if you're at the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Yi Xian widened his eyes and charged forward. The feast of slaughter had begun. Old Tree and Wei Zhentian immediately obeyed and attacked. The latter even activated the sword storm. Crack! While they were killing the battle corpses, the lid of the coffin moved down a little. Yi Xian reckoned that it wasn't Qi Xianyue in the coffin, but something was sealed inside. Now, that something was breaking through the seal. Therefore, he still had time. Kill with all your might. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and activated the dark night sky curtain. The palace instantly darkened. With the eye of revelation, he could instantly find the enigmatic birth bead inside the battle corpses. With his 5th tier of the profound death realm cultivation, he could instantly shatter the enigmatic birth bead if he attacked with all his might. Kacha! Swish! Yi Xian darted behind the nearest battle corpse and stabbed his sword into its shoulder, shattering the enigmatic birth bead. Then, he viciously chopped off the battle corpse's head. Since the battle corpse was already dead, he could use the enigmatic birth bead to recover after chopping off its head. Therefore, it was best to destroy the enigmatic birth bead first. One battle corpse increased Yi Xian's strength by 10%. Not bad. While he was killing the battle corpses, he was also searching for the location of the enigmatic birth bead for the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. Their cooperation was perfect, and the number of battle corpses was rapidly reduced. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent continued to increase, and so did the killing feast. At the same time, his cultivation level also continued to increase as he devoured the battle corpses. 50%, 1%, 5%, 2%. The killing feasts increase rapidly. When Yi Xian killed the 23rd battle corpse, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. At this moment, his killing feast's increase had reached 5%. Furthermore, it was 5% of his original strength after the breakthrough. However, the stone coffin was already over half opened. Finish it quickly. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. At this moment, he did not have the time to see what was inside the stone coffin. It was more important to increase his strength as soon as possible. This time, there were a total of 40 battle corpses, and all of them were at the 7th profound death realm. Fortunately, they were only at the 7th profound death realm. If they were at the 8th profound death realm, he would be doomed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the last battle corpse was killed, Yi Xian's increase had already increased by 3 times. At this moment, Yi Xian had just devoured all the battle corpses that he had just collected. Ding! Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 8th profound death realm. Yi Xian had just made the Old Tree make a breakthrough. Otherwise, those battle corpses would have increased to the 8th profound death realm. Then, it would be difficult to kill them. After all, Their experience had nothing to do with their level. Gotcha! Coincidentally, the lid of the stone coffin was completely opened. It was directly blown away by a breath of profound death chi. Chapter 1499. At this moment, an armored arm suddenly extended from the sarcophagus. Following that, a man in dark gray armor slowly stood up from the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was surrounded by an enormous amount of mysterious death energy. Even if Old Tree were to charge in, he would most likely die instantly. The armored man was very tall, reaching 2 meters. His entire body was covered by the dark gray armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. When he stood up, the mysterious death energy was suddenly absorbed into his body. Following that, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. 7th tier, profound death realm. 8th tier, profound death realm. 9th tier, profound death realm. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 9th tier of profound death realm. Furthermore, he had reached the peak of the 9th tier of profound death realm. Holy sh*T, what the hell is this? Yi Xian was terrified. With his eye of revelation, he saw that the thing in the armor was not a body, but a skeleton. What is this? Skeletal King. Just as Yi Xian was surprised, Bai Ming exclaimed. The Skeletal King was also a type of exotic beast, but it was very special. It was a combination of bones and rocks. It was very rare and very difficult to deal with. Now, he had encountered a Skeletal King at the peak of the 9th tier of profound death realm. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Yi Xian was not confident that he could kill the Skeletal King. If he had unicorn, he should be able to. Unfortunately, he had used unicorn on Qi Tianrue. If only he had kept it. At this moment, Old Tree could not wait to attack, as he had been killed by the Skeletal King once. Waning flame. Bang! Old Tree's punch landed on the Skeletal King's helmet. However, it only made its head lower slightly. It did not break through its defense. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of mysterious death energy gushed out from the helmet. Old Tree was once again in trouble. However, this time, Old Tree was at the 8th tier of profound death realm. Although the mysterious death energy corroded quickly, the immortal phoenix bloodline in Old Tree's body was able to extinguish it. It seemed that the Skeletal King was not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, Yi Xian now had a 3-fold amplification, and Bladestorm also had this amplification. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, Wei Zhentian was stunned. What? You want me to subdue it? Yi Xian was stunned. This Skeleton King seemed to be quite powerful. Furthermore, Yi Xian had a lot of loot boxes, so it would be fine to take one. However, the key question was how to collect them. That was a monster at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Even the best contract would not work. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced over and realized that it wasn't impossible. There's actually a master servant contract that can be exchanged with devour points. Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he had used devour crystals to exchange for them. Now, he had never thought that he would be able to use devour points to exchange for them. Furthermore, this master servant contract was extremely overbearing. It could force the other party to enter into a contract, and the upper limit was the host's level 3. In other words, Yi Xian happened to be able to tame this Skeleton King. All right, Wei Zhentian, I'll take you in as a follower this time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He did not hesitate to spend 1 devour point to exchange for the master servant contract. At this moment, the Skeleton King's body trembled slightly. Then, a shocking scene happened. There were so many corpses on the ground, but it started to move and crawl up. Heavens! This skeleton king has the will of death. Bai Ming exclaimed again. The will of death. Yi Xian had encountered it once before, and that was when he was born from the immortal corpse king in the land of the dead. Yi Xian still remembered that when he killed the immortal corpse king, an eye of death appeared and absorbed the will of death. Not only that, but it also almost killed him. If Mini Sky Dragon had not sensed it, he would have lost 2 of his doppelgangers. It's indeed a good loot. All right, I'll subdue you. When Wei Zhentian said that just now, Yi Xian was a little reluctant. After all, it was just 1 devour point. But now, he had made up his mind. A good loot could bring him a lot of convenience. As long as a few skills appeared, he would be able to redeem them and get devour points. 1 devour point was not a loss. Whoosh! A red array appeared under Yi Xian's feet. At the same time, a similar array appeared under the Skeleton King's feet. Begin the contract. This master-servant contract was a little coercive, so the Skeleton King was very resistant. It directly let the resurrected corpses pounce on Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not move now. Fortunately, there were people guarding him. Die, all of you! The old tree directly attacked and burned all the corpses near Yi Xian to ashes. This time, the process of forming the contract was a little slow. It lasted for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, Bai Ming and the others were stunned. Yi Xian was actually subduing the Skeleton King. That was 3 realms higher than him. Before they could recover from their shock, the array disappeared. Immediately, Yi Xian heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Skeleton King subdued successfully. The 4th loot, Skeleton King. Before Yi Xian could rejoice, he heard the 2nd system prompt. Ding! The skeletal monarch can become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. After becoming a lifelong treasure, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian can share the same level and bloodline as other lifelong treasures. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian's strength will double when fighting together. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little shocked. This Skeleton King could become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Wasn't that a little brother? A little brother could share the level and bloodline of the big brother. When the 2 of them fight together, the strength of both sides will be doubled. Holy **T. No wonder Wei Zhentian wanted Yi Xian to tame the Skeleton King. It turned out that it was so awesome. This time, he was really in luck. At that moment, Yi Xian agreed to let the Skeleton King become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Just the attributes of the treasure alone saved Yi Xian some devour points. In this way, the Skeleton King would be immortal like Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Skeleton King has become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. The system prompted again. However, this was not all good, because Yi Xian saw that the Skeleton King's level was directly reduced to the 7th tier of Profound Death Realm, the same level as Wei Zhentian. After all, Wei Zhentian was the big brother. How could a little brother surpass his big brother? However, Yi Xian did not care so much. He said in his mind, Skeleton King, your nickname will be Ribbone. Follow Wei Zhentian. The Skeleton King could not speak, but its 2 ghostly fire-like eyes flickered twice. Come, let's combine. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Skeleton King. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into a 1 meter wide and 3 meters long greatsword. Chapter 1500. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the fusion was simple, there were some changes to the Skeletal King's armor. The dark gray armor suddenly glowed with a demonic luster, and its aura suddenly doubled. Indeed, its combat strength had increased. Moreover, Yi Xian had the Unicorn Deterrence skill, which doubled the attributes of the target. It was simply godly. Come, old tree, let's have a fight. Yi Xian said to old tree. Tisk tsk, tsk. Little Tian actually has underlings. Let me have a go at you guys. Old tree's eyes lit up, and he instantly flashed behind the skeletal king. When he launched a sneak attack on the skeletal king was at the peak of 9th tier profound death realm. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also affected by the profound death chi. This time, the skeletal king had fallen to 7th tier profound death realm. He wondered what would happen. Boom! Old tree threw a punch at the back of the skeletal king. Even with his full strength, he still could not break through the skeletal king's defense. The skeletal king's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, it stepped forward with its right foot, turned around quickly, and swung its sword. Uffed! The heaven-shaking greatsword was extremely powerful. It directly cut the old tree into two. Its speed had exceeded the old tree's reaction time. With the unicorn deterrence skill, Wei Jintian and the skeletal king could double their combat strength. In addition to the effect of their lifetime treasure, their combat strength had increased by 3 times. The skeletal king was originally known for its defense. Now that all of its attributes had increased, its defense had reached an astonishing level. In addition to the immortal phoenix bloodline, it was like an unkillable cockroach. Even the old tree, who was a tier higher than them, did not gain any advantage. He was even cut in half at the waist. That sword seemed ordinary, but in fact, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yi Xian estimated that even a 9th tier profound death realm expert would not be able to take it head-on. Fortunately, Old Tree also had the immortal phoenix bloodline, so he quickly recovered. Profit! What a huge profit! Yi Xian was so overjoyed that he forgot to look at the skeletal monarch's skill. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked at it. The skeletal monarch had a total of 4 skills: Elegy of Souls, Undying Battle Soul, Grip of the Underworld, and Evil Descends. Elegy of Souls was a passive skill. As long as Yi Xian and the skeletal monarch killed a player, the Elegy of Souls would stack up and increase the skeletal monarch's combat power by a percentage. Under the Elegy of Souls, there was an active skill called Army of the Dead, which consumed a large amount of souls. This was the effect of the Will of Death, which resurrected corpses to do battle. The higher the number of souls, the higher the skeletal monarch's attributes would be. Once he used the undead army, the Elegy of Souls attributes would decrease. The Undying Battle Souls explanation was simple. It doubled the skeletal monarch's attributes and could be used once a day. Grip of the Underworld was a powerful control skill. It could be used once a day to grab someone in front of it. Evil Descends was an aura skill. As long as the skeletal monarch was present, Yi Xian, Wei Jintian, and the old tree would have their speed and recovery increased. These were the 4 skills of the skeletal monarch. In addition, there was also a fusion skill that would appear after it merged with Wei Jintian. Sky-shattering meteor slash. Needless to say, this skill was a powerful attack skill. Moreover, it did not have a cooldown. It was similar to Unicorn's Descent, which required Yi Xian to consume ores or weapons to recover. At the same time, under the fusion state, the Undying Battle Souls attributes would increase, which would also affect Wei Jintian. If activated, the skeletal monarch and Wei Jintian would be able to exhibit 4 times their combat power. It could only be described as terrifying. Ha! I really got the wrong item this time. This is too good. Yi Xian could not help but laugh a few times. Only rare and precious treasures would have skills after being subdued. Not only did the skeletal monarch have skills, but it also had many of them. It was very practical. If the Elegy of Souls was stacked, the skeletal monarch's combat power would be extremely powerful. The reason why the corpses suddenly came to life was the effect of the army of the dead. However, after the skeletal monarch was subdued, the army of the dead could still be used. It was not bad. Since they are already dead, let them rest in peace. Zhou Xian ordered the ribs. Plop, plop, plop. Without a leader, the walking corpses fell to the ground one by one. This trip to the mystic moon tomb was indeed a good one. Not only had his strength increased significantly, he had even subdued such an awesome monster. If he could have such a handsome monster following behind him when he went shopping in the future, he would definitely be able to look cool. Young master, you have made a big profit this time. I reckon that if we were to fight, I am afraid that I would not be able to defeat them. Old Tree could not help but laugh. He was at the 8th tier of the profound death realm, but he could not defeat the skeletal monarch at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. It was embarrassing. However, now that the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian were in a merged state, both of their attributes had doubled. It was normal that he could not defeat them. If they were to disintegrate, it would be hard to say who would win if the old tree and the skeletal monarch fought one-on-one again. Ribs, why are you in this sarcophagus? Where is the owner of this tomb? Zhou Xian asked. The skeletal monarch could not speak, but it could communicate with Zhou Xian through voice transmission, like Wei Zhentian. Of course, only Zhou Xian, the owner, could understand what it was saying. Oh, you are saying that you jumped levels and fought one-on-one with that monster, but you were unexpectedly captured by her. She wanted to subdue you, but you were unwilling to submit. So, you were sealed here? Zhou Xian immediately understood. The monster that the skeletal monarch mentioned was the owner of the mystic moon tomb, Xianxia, who was also the sister of the reincarnated Qi Tianrui. Zhou Xian previously thought that this was an inheritance left behind by Xianxia, but it turned out that it was nothing. If an ordinary person entered this place, not only would they not gain any benefits, they would also be killed and die here. However, this was a huge benefit for Zhou Xian. All right, I will definitely kill that monster when I see her in the future and avenge you. Zhou Xian nodded at the skeletal monarch. The latter hated Xianxia to the bone. After all, she had been sealed here for thousands of years. Congratulations, my lord! Bai Ming and the others immediately came up to him with a fawning expression. They thought that they were dead for sure, but they did not expect that such a powerful skeletal monarch would be subdued by Zhou Xian. It was simply a miracle. The skeletal monarch, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm, was probably not inferior to a samsara realm expert. Zhou Xian had gained a powerful combat force by subduing it. Haha, thank you. Zhou Xian was in a good mood. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Chapter 15:01. However, this time, it was not the Eye of Reincarnation, but the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death. Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately exclaimed. The Eye of Death was also a rare eye in the world. It was said that there was only one in the entire land of reincarnation. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Why? However, the most shocked person was Zhou Xian. The 3 eyes of reincarnation of the Reincarnation City Master, Reincarnation Supremacy, and Reincarnation Fox were all the same. This Eye of Death was probably the same. However, he felt that he had seen this Eye of Death before. Yes, it was the one he saw in the land of the dead. Zhou Xian was sure of it. A sudden killing intent rose spontaneously from the bottom of Zhou Xian's heart. Zhou Xian recalled the scene when he was almost killed by the Eye of Death. If Mini Sky Dragon had not arrived, he would have been killed. However, the Eye of Death appeared after the death of the Immortal Corpse King. Why did it appear again now? While he was in shock, a figure suddenly condensed under the Eye of Death. It was a woman in a milky white dress. I didn't expect that someone would help you break the seal. The woman spoke slowly. Her gaze fell on the skeletal king. After seeing the woman in white, the skeleton king could not help but roar loudly despite not being able to speak. This woman was Xianxia, who had sealed him for thousands of years. Xian also immediately reacted. It was truly a narrow road. The skeleton emperor's enemy was actually the same as him. Now, they were facing each other. Killing one person could end two grudges. I gave you several thousand years to consider. In these several thousand years, although your strength has regressed, your temper has become even worse. Xianxia could not help but snort coldly and said, "Now that I have the eye of death, as long as you follow me, you will be immortal and reach a realm you can't imagine." Roar. The skeleton king did not fall for this trick and roared again. Although Xianxia did not know what he was saying, she knew that he was rejecting her. She continued, "Ignorant. In that case, you can stay here for thousands of years." After saying that, the stone coffin lid suddenly flew up, and the skeleton king was forcibly suppressed back into the stone coffin. Seeing this, Xian immediately sent the skeletal king into the planting space. What a joke! Ribbones was now his subordinate. How could he be sealed again? The disappearance of the skeletal king shocked Xianxia. In the next moment, a strong pressure was exerted on Xian and the others, immobilizing them. Strong. Too strong. Xian gritted his teeth. He had experienced this feeling several times already. Last time, he was suppressed by Yiwen, causing him to explode his eyes and destroy his two clones. Could it be that he was going to repeat the same mistake this time? However, even if he lost two avatars, it was worth it to save the skeleton king. Who did that? To be able to make the skeleton king disappear under my nose. Who is it? Xianxia narrowed her eyes and glanced at Xian and the others. These people were only at the profound death realm. In her eyes, they were all ants. Bai Ming knew that Xianxia was not to be trifled with, so he quickly said, "I am Bai Ming from the Bai family of the 100 Fox Manor. May I know what you are talking about?" He knew that the disappearance of the skeleton king was related to Xian, but Xian was related to the reincarnation fox. No matter how strong Xianxia was, she could not be stronger than the reincarnation fox, right? The 100 Fox Manor? Humph! I did not violate the rules of the profound death battlefield. Even if I kill you, they can't do anything to me. Xianxia was not happy that Bai Ming used the 100 Fox Manor to pressure her. After a cold snort, Bai Ming's body began to decay. In the blink of an eye, only half of his body was left. Although Bai Ming was at the 7th profound death realm, he was nothing in front of Xianxia. The profound life qi in his body was suppressed and could not be restored. However, Xianxia did not want to provoke the Bai family, let alone the 100 Fox Manor. Therefore, she showed mercy. Otherwise, Bai Ming would have been turned into nothingness. "Speak, who is it?" Xianxia said sternly. She had always wanted to tame the skeleton king. She would come here once every 100 years, but every time she would fail. In fact, the reason why she built this tomb was to give the skeleton king some toys. Anyway, anyone who entered would be killed by the skeleton king. Once the seal on the skeleton king was broken, she would know. Then she would seal it again to weaken the skeleton king's arrogance. Now, the skeleton king had disappeared right under her nose. This was the first time this had happened in thousands of years. Although Xian hated Xianxia, he knew that he did not have the strength now. If he acted rashly, he would have to bear the risk of losing two of his doppelgangers. Humph, since you don't want to speak, then die one by one. Xianxia snorted coldly. Then Yi Xian and the others' bodies began to decay. Senior, please spare our lives. We don't know, Song Qingxing hurriedly shouted. However, Xianxia did not buy it. Since they did not know, she would vent her anger on them. It's me. At this time, someone suddenly shouted. Xianxia turned her head and found that the person who spoke was a bald old man. The old tree. It's you? Where did you take him? Xianxia asked in an interrogative tone. I have a space magic, but I don't want to tell you. Kill me if you have the guts. The old tree replied. He was trying to draw the calamity onto himself. After all, he was immortal and indestructible. Although the eyes of death could kill people, they could not hold him hostage. Yi Xian was here now, so he was not afraid. You're courting death. Xianxia was furious. She directly destroyed the old tree, leaving only half of his body and limbs. However, the next moment, she was shocked because she saw that the old tree's body was recovering while decaying. How was this possible? She had suppressed the mysterious life qi in everyone present. How could he recover? The next moment, she found that the old tree was not recovering with the mysterious life qi. Instead, it was some other strange energy. However, she only knew that the old tree was not recovering with the mysterious life qi, but she did not know what that energy was. You're quite capable. Since you don't want to tell me, then Xianxia was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly saw that Yi Xian's body was also intact. Seeing that Xuanyue's gaze fell on him, Yi Xian's body could not help but tremble. It seemed that this was troublesome. However, it was not that troublesome because the immortal phoenix bloodline in Yi Xian's body could recover faster than the speed of decay. How can you resist my will of death? Xianxia asked curiously. It's none of your business. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly scolded her. Chapter 1502. What did you say? Xuanyue's eyes widened as if she had misheard him. A puny sixth-tier profound death realm martial artist dared to scold her? He was courting death. However, in her current state, the will of death could not kill Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me? You stinking B***TCH. I'm the one who hid the Skeleton King. Bite me. When Yi Xian discovered this, he immediately started cursing. Bai Ming and the others behind him were shocked, as expected of someone who knew the reincarnation fox. How courageous! Bastard! Xuanyue's eyes flickered. She saw that she could not do anything to Yi Xian. His fingers had just disappeared, but they recovered in the next moment. What kind of recovery speed was that? The old tree had the immortal phoenix bloodline, and so did Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the unicorn true qi was circulating in his body. The unicorn true qi was the combination of the eye of glory and the eye of destruction. The eye of glory had the ability to increase the damage of dead creatures. Therefore, the speed of Yi Xian's decay was much slower than the old tree's. How could anything happen to him when the old tree was fine? Who are you? Xianxia could not help but ask. Guess. If you guess correctly, I'll summon the Skeleton King. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Since his opponent could not do anything to him, what was there to be afraid of? What a joke! What a sharp-tongued brat! Do you know who I am? Xianxia asked. Guess again. Yi Xian chuckled. Before Xianxia could say anything, Bai Ming behind Yi Xian explained, one of the three overlords of the Xian Death battlefield, the Death Abyss Overlord. I didn't expect you to know me. However, you're wrong. I'm the strongest expert in the Xian Death battlefield. The other two are no match for me, Xianxia said arrogantly. As long as I don't break the rules of the Xian Death battlefield, your 100 Fox Manor can't do anything to me. That may be so, but I'm still from the Bai clan. Do you think you're invincible among your peers? 100 Fox Manor, any random expert from the Bai clan could easily kill you. You're from the Xian Death Abyss battlefield. Bai Ming suddenly mocking her. Qi Xianyue was only at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Therefore, she could only reign supreme in the profound death battlefield, where the upper limit was the 3rd level of the profound death stage. Once she entered the rotating chakra battlefield, any passerby would have the strength to kill her. 2. You. When Qi Xianyue heard Bai Ming's words, she clenched her teeth in anger. This was the first time someone had called her a piece of trash. What about you? Although there are rules in the Xian Death battlefield, my Bai clan can still send 10 Xian Death Abyss Realm experts. You might not even be able to defeat one. What's wrong with calling you a piece of trash? Bai Ming continued to mock her. Yi Xian was speechless. It was so good to have a strong background. He was envious that Qi Xianyue could even scold experts. Good, very good. Although I can't touch you, these ants can't be from the 100 Fox Manor, right? Qi Xianyue's eyes flashed. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Xian and Bai Ming's expressions changed. Using their spiritual senses, they sensed that Song Qingxing and the others' bodies were rapidly disintegrating. Senior, please spare my life, Song Qingxing begged, for mercy. Stop! Bai Ming and Yi Xian shouted at the same time. Unfortunately, Qi Xianyue was still angry. Yi Xian and the old tree were just projections. She could do nothing to them. Bai Ming had a strong background. She could not touch him either. As for Song Qingxing and the other two, how could she not touch them? In an instant, Song Qingxing and the other two were disintegrated by her will of death. They turned into nothingness. Even their interspatial rings disappeared. This was the consequence of angering her. Although she was afraid of the 100 Fox Manor, she was not without a temper. If she did not kill a few people to vent her anger, this anger would continue to weigh on her heart. When Yi Xian sensed that Song Qingxing and the other two Zoras had disappeared, he immediately cursed, "Bastard, come at me if you have the guts." Humph! Qi Xianyue snorted and said, "Fine, I'll suppress you here. When I catch you, I hope you can still be as stubborn as you are now." As soon as she finished speaking, her original body had already sent people to capture Yi Xian and the others. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It seemed like they were in trouble this time. He thought that Qi Xianyue would give up and leave after knowing that she could not do anything to them. Since you want to do this, you should be prepared to be destroyed. Bai Ming said in a threatening tone. You don't have to worry about this. Qi Xianyue continued to snort. Although she was only at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm and was like an ant in the eyes of those experts, no one in the profound death battlefield could threaten her. However, at this moment, an aura suddenly spread out. Yi Xian and the others looked up and saw that another huge eyeball had appeared and was facing Qi Xianyue's Eye of Death. This is the Eye of all things. Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. This huge eye was the eye of all things that he had seen that day. That day, a 3rd-level profound death realm expert had attacked him in the profound life battlefield and was killed by this eye of all things. He did not know if it was the same one. As the eye of all things appeared, Qi Xianyue could not help but tremble. Why did this damn thing appear? It's you? What are you doing here? I did not break the rules of the profound death battlefield. Qi Xianyue shouted angrily. Then, the eye of all things condensed into the figure of a middle-aged man. Indeed, you did not break the rules. However, you want to attack the people of the 100 Fox Manor. Am I supposed to just watch and do nothing? The middle-aged man looked disdainful and said, Even the other two managers do not dare to do so. Where did you get the guts? Scram! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, the eyes of death vanished into thin air, disappearing from the world. Overbearing. However, this middle-aged man had overbearing strength. A mere third-level samsara realm expert dared to act arrogantly in front of him. He was courting death. Zhou Xian and the other two were shocked. Xianxia, who had suppressed them to the point of suffocation, was instantly killed by the middle-aged man. This scene happened so suddenly that they had yet to recover from their shock. As the eye of death disappeared, the pressure on Zhou Xian and the other two also disappeared, and they regained their mobility. "Thank you, Senior," Zhou Xian and Bai Ming hurriedly said. "No worries." After the middle-aged man said these two words, he disappeared along with the eye of all things. There were only 3 people left in the Xianyu tomb. Chapter 15:03. Ding. Host has triggered the revenge quest. Kill Xianxia. You accept? The system notification surprised Zhou Xian. He remembered that the last revenge quest required him to kill Mo Shui. He didn't expect it to be so long ago. Except Zhou Xian didn't say anything else and accepted this revenge mission. The reward for the revenge quest wasn't displayed, which meant that it would change according to certain factors, such as the speed of completing the quest. Actually, Zhou Xian wanted to tell Xianxia a fact, and that was about Xuanyue's brother, Tianrui. Xianxia probably didn't expect that her brother had found this tomb chamber, let alone that her brother was already dead. The burnt corpse in the north of the palace was actually Tianrui. Unfortunately, Xuanyue's eyes of death were instantly destroyed, so Zhou Xian didn't have time to tell her. Therefore, Zhou Xian decided to wait until he saw Xianxia again. He wondered what kind of expression Xianxia would have when the time came. Let's leave first. After accepting the revenge quest, Zhou Xian directly broke through the void and left the Xianxia tomb chamber with the old tree and Bai Ming. Although the eyes of death and Xianxia had been defeated by the mysterious middle-aged man, Zhou Xian decided to leave first just in case. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, she couldn't chase after them. After all, she only appeared because the Skeleton King's seal was broken. After they were safe, Zhou Xian couldn't help but ask, "Who was that senior just now?" Bai Ming replied, "That senior was appointed by my 100 Fox Manor to manage the Xian Death battlefield. He monitors the entire Xian Death battlefield through the eyes of Myriad. If anyone violates the rules, they will be obliterated." I see. So there are 2 other managers on the Samsara Venerable and Samsara City Master's side. Zhou Xian asked again. Yes, the other 2 also have the eyes of myriad forms. The eyes of myriad forms is a relatively common eye. Bai Ming nodded. Indeed, the eyes of myriad were very common. Zhou Xian encountered 2 pairs of them while chasing after the Xian-Ming duo. The Eye of Death is also rather rare. It is said that the Lord of the Abyss of Death obtained it from a heavenly beast of death. As for the Eye of Reincarnation, I heard that the master of Samsara City got it after killing the heaven-reaching beast. Seeing that Zhou Xian was interested, Bai Ming continued. Hearing this, Zhou Xian was a little surprised. What? The master of Samsara City? What about your manor lord and venerable Samsara? Our manor lord is a fox of reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation is formed by itself. As for the reincarnation venerable, who rose in the past 20 years, I don't know where his reincarnation I came from. However, it is said that the reincarnation venerable condensed it himself, so he has superior reincarnation ability. Bai Ming replied, "The Eye of Reincarnation obtained from killing heaven-reaching beasts was naturally inferior to the Eye of Reincarnation formed by oneself. This was not difficult to understand. Therefore, Reincarnation Venerable and Reincarnation Fox had the same level of Reincarnation I. As for Reincarnation City Lord, he was slightly weaker. Reincarnation Venerable. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. When the first eye of reincarnation appeared, the base of the life and death plate in the planting space suddenly shook violently. In the land of reincarnation, when Yi Xian was still in the longevity realm, the base of the life and death plate in the Red Flame Mountain Range suddenly appeared after the Reincarnation Venerable appeared. Could it be, right, the Reincarnation Venerable appeared at about the same time as the Xianming duo demons reincarnated using the life and death plate? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the Reincarnation Venerable was the life and death plate? So, his two appearances caused the base of the life and death plate to change. However, the life and death plate was only a divine artifact. Some divine artifacts seem to give birth to artifact spirits. The Reincarnation Venerable might be the life and death plate. After the Xianming duo demons reincarnated, it cultivated a physical body, and then left. Yi Xian thought about it and realized that it was really possible. However, the Reincarnation Venerable was one of the three great leaders in the land of reincarnation. He was not someone he could come into contact with now. Furthermore, the Reincarnation Venerable did not have any enmity with him. He would think about it after he met the Reincarnation Venerable. Right now, he had to take revenge first. The Eye of Death, Qi Xianhua. By Ming, I will take revenge personally this time. I will take my leave first. Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, who was beside him. All right, please be careful, my lord. Bai Ming did not ask further, and only cupped his fists respectfully. He also wanted to take revenge for the auction house owner, but Qi Xianhua was not someone he could defeat now, so he could only put it aside for now. Then Yi Xian left directly. Since he wanted to take revenge, he had to go to the north because Qi Xianhua was in the Reincarnation Venerable's territory. This time, Yi Xian was going to enter the enemy's camp to kill. Among the spoils of war just now, he had obtained a map. There was a teleportation point somewhere in the north of Tianluo City that could teleport him to the edge of the camp. This place was called Lingxi City, and the teleportation point was near Lingxi City. However, there was a fee to use this teleportation point. Immediately, Yi Xian started to hurry. Now that he had subdued the Skeletal King, he directly sent the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian to hunt heaven-reaching beasts to increase his strength and recover Unicorn's descent. At the same time, he could also increase the Elegy of Souls buff. In order to form a contract with the Skeletal King, he had spent 1 Devour point. Now, he only had 2 Devour points left. Therefore, he wanted to find a chance to increase his killing intent points to the upper limit. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to gather 9 Devour points and fuse 2 combat bloodlines? Lingxi City was quite a distance away from Tianluo City. However, Yi Xian was at the 6th tier of the Profound Death realm. Using the Shadow Step and Agility buff, he only took a day to reach the city. In this day, Wei Zhentian, Ribbone, and Old Tree killed many heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian's killing intent points increased by a large margin. However, the Elegy of Souls of the Skeletal King only increased the buff by 1/10,000th. 1/10,000th in a day, 1/10,000th in 10 days, and 100th in 100 days. Although the Elegy of Souls was a divine skill, it did not have much effect in the beginning. Moreover, the Elegy of Souls would change according to the level of the Skeletal King and Yi Xian. If the Skeletal King was at the 7th tier of the Profound Death realm, the buff would only be 1/10,000th in a day. Simply put, when one's level increased, one would have to kill stronger monsters. Fortunately, they were only killing heaven-reaching beasts today. if they were to meet some ignorant family or faction, the Elegy of Souls would be able to level up quickly. Chapter 1504. The Skeletal King was simply a heaven-defying monster. Zhou Xian felt that even if he had to spend 3 Devour points on the contract, it was definitely worth it. Speaking of which, Zhou Xian had already arrived at Spirit West City. The next step was to find the teleportation array and teleport to the edge of the camp. Let's go. Ribs, follow me on the streets. When Zhou Xian entered Spirit West City, he used the Eye of the Void to summon the Skeletal King and Wei Jintian back. A 2-meter-tall armored man holding a 3-meter-long heaven-shaking sword would attract a lot of attention as he walked on the streets. Of course, Zhou Xian, who was walking in front of the Skeletal King, was the center of attention. A few sharp-eyed martial artists recognized it and exclaimed, "Damn, it's the rare Skeletal King. Who is that person? He actually tamed a Skeletal King." When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Skeletal King is a rare beast that is hard to come by in thousands of years. Its combat power is incomparably strong. I have never heard of a Skeletal King being tamed in history. That young man is only at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. What ability does he have to tame a 7th level Profound Death Realm Skeletal King? Shoo, look at his ostentatious appearance. He might have a great background. The elders of his family must have helped him tame it or sent it to protect him. Guard? Isn't that bald old man a guard? This Skeletal King seems to be able to evolve. As long as it can obtain the White Bone Gold Essence Jade, it is said that it can be upgraded to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. What a joke! What is the White Bone Gold Essence Jade? It is a material used to forge 8th level divine weapons. That's right. Why is this Skeletal King different from the rumors? Its rock armor has such a luster. Could it have mutated once? It is said that a Skeletal King appeared thousands of years ago. It was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Death Realm. At that time, it caused a huge commotion. Many forces wanted to tame it. Even Samsara realm experts tried, but no one succeeded. That Skeletal King could be said to kill wherever it went. Just mentioning its name would make people tremble in fear. In the end, no one knew why it disappeared. The people around them were really well informed. Along the way, Zhou Xian heard a lot of interesting things. I didn't expect the Skeleton King to be able to advance. Not bad. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes. If the Skeletal Monarch wanted to become a Ghost Dome Great Emperor, it could refine the White Bone Golden Essence Jade. At that time, the Skeletal Monarch would become even stronger. At the same time, the Skeleton King mentioned by the passerby thousands of years ago was actually the rib that Zhou Xian had just subdued. However, since rib bones had become Wei Jintian's underling, his cultivation level had dropped to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. Therefore, no one would associate him with the Skeleton King from several thousand years ago. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Zhou Xian arrived in front of the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. When the guards of the City Lord's mansion saw this, they almost peed in their pants. Damn, it was actually the Skeleton King. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The 7th level Profound Death stage guard captain greeted him and asked in shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the Skeleton King. When the Skeleton King glared at him with its ghastly eyes, the guard captain was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look at him again. I want to use the teleportation array. Please inform me. Zhou Xian replied directly. Oh, okay. I'll inform the head steward. The guard captain nodded. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he turned around and entered the City Lord's mansion. He was at the 7th level of the Profound Death stage, while Zhou Xian was at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, Xian, who had a 7th-level profound death stage skeleton king and an 8th-level profound death stage elder protecting him, definitely had a great background. He couldn't handle such a lineup. Behind Xian, there were many people who came to watch the show and worshipped the Skeleton King. When they heard that Xian wanted to use the teleportation array, they immediately understood that he was going to the north to train. What an unfortunate timing. The teleportation array was destroyed a few days ago. I heard that it's still under repair. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a few more days. That's right. Some time ago, a peak profound death stage expert snuck in and destroyed the teleportation array before leaving. The city lord was so angry that he blew his beard. It must be someone from the north. The surrounding crowd whispered again. However, Xian heard them. What? The teleportation array was destroyed, and it's still under repair? Xian was a little helpless. Such a good thing happened to him. Did he have to travel by himself? Although his speed was fast, it would take him at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. It was too wasteful. Soon, an old man at the 8th level of the profound death stage walked out. When he heard about the Skeleton King, he didn't believe it. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Sir, this old man is the head steward of the city lord's mansion. I heard that you want to use the teleportation array, the elder asked. That's right. However, I also heard that the teleportation array was destroyed. I wonder how long it will take to repair it. Xian nodded and replied. The elder paused and continued. The array experts in my city lord's mansion are already repairing it. It will take 2 days. If you want to use the teleportation array, you can stay in the city lord's mansion first. Thank you for your kindness. However, I'll come back in 2 days. Xian directly refused. It was too wasteful to let him stay in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. He had to make use of these 2 days. The old man didn't try to persuade him to stay. He just watched Xian leave, but his gaze was more focused on the Skeleton King. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. He quickly turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. This Skeleton King, could it be? The elder thought of a terrifying possibility and directly found the city lord of Spirit West City. Head steward, why are you in such a hurry? The city lord of Spirit West City was dealing with some matters. When he saw the anxious expression on the head steward's face, he could not help but ask. City lord, a person came from outside and wanted to use the teleportation array. The head steward said, Isn't the teleportation array being repaired? Why do you have to report this to me? The city lord of Spirit West City was very surprised. He had to deal with many things every day. If such a small matter had to be reported to him, he would be annoyed to death. No, city lord. The most important thing is that behind that person there is a 7th level profound death realm skeleton king. The head steward of the city lord's mansion told the city lord the truth. What? Skeleton King? The city lord of Spirit West City was shocked. The Skeleton King was a rare heaven-connecting beast with outstanding combat strength. A few thousand years ago, there was a Skeleton King. Even a Samsara realm expert could not do anything to it. Not only that, the Skeleton King had even killed a Samsara realm expert. Chapter 1505. One had to know that the Ximen family's ancestor was at the Samsara realm. Even such an expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. It could be seen how powerful the Skeletal King was. Moreover, more than one Samsara realm expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King. Where did that person come from? Has the Skeletal King been subdued? The Spirit West City Lord asked again. That person is only at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. However, He has an 8th tier profound death realm guard. I don't know where he came from. As for the Skeletal King, in my opinion, it should have been subdued by that person. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward replied, regardless of whether it has been subdued or not, send someone to follow him and investigate his identity. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he prepared to send experts to follow him. But at this time, the city governor's mansion's chief steward suddenly took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to the city governor of Lingxi City. He said, "City governor, I found that the Skeleton King just now is a little similar to the one in the portrait." The Spirit West City Lord was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the portrait and found that it was the Skeletal King that had killed the Xian family's ancestor. In other words, it was the one from thousands of years ago. Now, the City Lord Mansion's chief steward said that the one he saw was very similar to the one in the portrait. How was this possible? Could it be that you saw wrongly? Back then, the Skeletal King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. However, this one is only at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. The Spirit West City Lord said doubtfully, the Skeletal King was not an ordinary creature. After thousands of years, it was impossible for its strength to not increase. It was possible that it was at the Samsara realm. 7th tier of the profound death realm? Impossible. This I might have seen wrongly. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward kept the portrait. You can go about your business. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he left directly. Then he sent 3 experts to follow Yi Xian. He wanted to investigate Yi Xian's background first. If Yi Xian had a background, then he would plan again. If Yi Xian had no background and was just a wild crane, then he would kill Yi Xian and capture the skeletal monarch. The 3 experts from the City Lord's mansion who were sent to tail Yi Xian were all 9th level profound death stage experts. In their opinion, it would not be a problem to capture Yi Xian, let alone tail him. At this time, Yi Xian was strolling around Spirit West City with Luo Luo and the others. Although he wanted to go out and kill monsters to level up, he wasn't in such a hurry. However, after strolling around for a while, he discovered that something was amiss. There were 3 9th layer profound death stage experts following him. Are they here for the Skeleton King? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately reacted. There weren't many forces in the Spirit West City that could send out 3 9th stage profound death realm experts at once. The most likely candidate was the City Lord's mansion. Since that was the case, Yi Xian ended his leisure time early and sent Luo Luo back to the planting space. Then he brought Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Rib out of the city. The reason why he brought the skeletal monarch around wasn't to show off, but to carry out a baiting plan. What was a baiting plan? It was to use the skeletal monarch as bait to lure those who had ulterior motives. The skeletal monarch was only at the 7th level of the profound death realm. There would definitely be 8th or 9th level profound death realm experts who had designs on it. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked these kinds of people the most. These people would often come to give him benefits. They were like living lay feng. Therefore, he left the city this time to lure them out. I still need to use the teleportation formation of the City Lord's mansion. It's not good to start a massacre. However, if they really provoke me, I'll kill them all, Yi Xian thought to himself. The teleportation formation wasn't important because it would be fine as long as he showed mercy to those formation experts. Moreover, as long as he broke through, the travel time would be greatly reduced. Half a month might even be reduced to 3 days. When the 3 9th level profound death realm experts who were tailing Yi Xian saw Yi Xian leaving the city, they concealed their auras and followed him. After following Yi Xian for more than half an hour, Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The three of you, you've been following me for so long. Why don't you show yourself? Xian stopped and said without turning around. His voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of the three tailing him. The three of them were shocked because Xian hadn't turned around to check since he left the city. Moreover, they were following him outside the range of the 8th level profound death realm expert's spiritual awareness. How did Xian discover them? You're quite capable indeed. The middle-aged man in the lead couldn't help but say. At this moment, Xian turned around and faced them. He pretended not to know anything and asked, "What's the matter?" "We're from the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. The City Lord would like to invite you over for a gathering," the middle-aged man in the lead said. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Xian directly replied, "Oh, what if I don't go?" "If you don't go, then we can only offend you." The middle-aged man deliberately released a wave of pressure. He reckoned that Xian would definitely compromise after seeing their cultivation level. After all, they were 3 9th level profound death realm experts. Xian was only at the 6th level of the profound death realm. He only had an 8th level profound death realm guard and a 7th level profound death realm skeleton monarch. No matter how strong the skeleton monarch was, it couldn't fight against 9th level profound death realm experts, right? Since that's the case, I'll say this first. If you dare to attack me, you'll be in danger of dying. Xian reminded them like a good old man. When these words came out, the three experts couldn't help but laugh while holding their stomachs. Danger of dying? How humorous. I've heard about the skeleton monarch for a long time. Today, I'm here to see if the skeleton monarch is as strong as the rumors say. After the middle-aged man in the lead finished speaking, he walked out alone. It seemed like he was prepared to fight Xian and the other two experts alone. Sigh, ignorant people. Seeing this, Xian subconsciously shook his head. Since the other party wanted to fight the three of them alone, he naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. If that's the case, then let's fight. Xian said coldly. When his voice fell, the middle-aged man in the lead also stomped his feet and rushed towards Xian like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, the skeleton monarch's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it rushed out in large strides. The sky-shaking sword in its hand danced, and a slash that contained profound death chi broke through the air. Qilin's deterrence doubled all of his attributes. When combined with Megatron, it doubled all of his attributes again. At this moment, the skeleton monarch could unleash 3 times its combat strength. Originally, it could challenge those of a higher level. Although its cultivation level had dropped, its strength had actually increased. This was because it was too weak when it was at the 7th level of the profound death realm. This sword chi shocked the middle-aged man in the lead. Chapter 1506. Boom. The two energies collided, and a shock wave swept out. This time, the two were evenly matched. The middle-aged man and the two people behind him were shocked. After all, this was a challenge that was 2 levels higher. Again, the middle-aged man was unwilling to give up and swung his sword again. But this time, the skeletal king suddenly sped up and dodged the sword. Then, it quickly approached the middle-aged man. The skeletal king's strongest point was not its attack, but its defense. Back then, even a Samsara realm expert could not break its armor. Now that all its attributes had been doubled, even a 9th level profound death realm expert would not be able to break it. Therefore, it was best at close combat. While the middle-aged man was stunned, the skeletal king approached him. He knew that he could not fight the skeletal king in close combat, so he quickly swung his sword and jumped away. But at this moment, boom! The skeletal king did not block or dodge. It took the sword head-on and was unscathed. Of course, this was just a casual attack from the middle-aged man. Its power was weaker than before, so it was natural that it could not break the skeletal king's defense. "I'll let you see the power of my ribs." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the skeletal king's big hand suddenly stretched out like a claw. Grip of the underworld. A strong suction force enveloped the middle-aged man, causing his heart to tremble. Before he could react, his whole body flew toward the skeletal king. "So strong, I can't break away." The middle-aged man was shocked as he watched himself getting closer and closer to the skeletal king. Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically, and they directly attacked the skeletal king. However, they were still a step too late. Slash! The skeletal king's sword in its right hand suddenly swept out and directly slashed at the middle-aged man who was flying toward it. With a clang, the middle-aged man's weapon was cut in half. Then there was a crisp sound. Rip! The middle-aged man's head was thrown up, and his face was filled with shock. He would never have thought that he would be killed by the skeletal king in less than 2 seconds. Was this the strength of the skeletal king? If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless and challenged the skeleton king alone. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, heard the sound of a system notification in his mind, and his killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, Soul of Elegies buff had also increased by quite a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was a godly skill that could stack permanently. The more Yi Xian watched the skeletal monarch kill a 9th-level profound death realm expert, the more he watched, the more satisfied he was. This underling of Wei Zhentian seemed to be much stronger than Wei Zhentian. Tisk, TSK, TSK. How terrifying. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Old Tree, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. The ones who were the most shocked were none other than the 2 9th-level profound death stage martial artists. The middle-aged man leading the group was stronger than them. However, he had been instantly killed. They even suspected that they were dreaming. "Damn it, go and capture that brat," one of the martial artists said to his companion before charging towards the skeletal monarch. However, he was too naive. He had thought that Old Tree was just an ordinary 8th-level profound death realm expert. "Ha! Watch this old man take action." Old Tree laughed and immediately unleashed Remnant Flame. Boom! His opponent couldn't react in time and was sent flying with a punch. Fortunately, his profound life chi was vigorous, and he instantly recovered from his injuries. On the other side, the other person was already fighting with the skeletal monarch. However, this person's body technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had already used its grip of hell, so it couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian stood on the spot and watched the battle between the 4 of them. An unprecedented confidence rose in his heart. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, and Ribbone. With these 3 undying generals around, he didn't even have a chance to attack. However, this wasn't the true strength of the skeletal monarch. "Come, army of the dead." Yi Xian gave the order to the skeletal monarch in his heart. In the next moment, the skeletal monarch's ghostly eyes flickered twice, and the enhancement of the elegy of souls decreased. Poof! The headless corpse on the ground suddenly trembled. Did it come back to life? This gave the skeletal monarch's opponent a shock. Before he could react, the headless corpse suddenly got up and charged towards him with a sword. Damn it, it really came back to life. This person was scared half to death. How could a headless person get up and fight? If it was a 2-headed blazing hound, it would still be able to survive even if it lost one of its heads. However, it was a human in front of him. Most importantly, the strength of this dead person didn't decrease at all. At that moment, it became a 2-on-1 situation. The army of the dead really consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian shook his head. Helplessly, the death of the middle-aged man had increased the enhancement of the Elegy of Souls by a lot. However, resurrecting him had consumed more souls than what was gained, and by a lot. Yi Xian estimated that he would need to kill at least 2 or 3 people of the same level to resurrect a corpse. Moreover, the resurrection of the dead had a time limit. It was really a bottomless pit. Fortunately, this skill could be used without limit as long as one had a soul. There was no cooldown time, and it could still be used at critical moments. With the addition of the middle-aged man's corpse, the skeletal monarch's opponent was immediately defeated. He was killed by the skeletal monarch in just 3 rounds. On the other side, the 8th tier profound death stage expert Old Tree also finished off his opponent in 2 seconds. Now, all 3 9th tier profound death stage experts had fallen. From the beginning until now, the battle had only lasted 5 seconds. This was Yi Xian's current strength. Yi Xian's current strength could only be described as terrifying. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent and the soul pond of the Elegy of Souls had increased by a lot. He immediately used the strength of all creations to pick up the 3 yin and yang rings. There were many things inside, but it was not enough for Yi Xian to break through. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Old Tree caught his gaze from afar. Through his understanding of Yi Xian, he immediately understood what Yi Xian was going to do next. "Young master, are you going to do something big?" Old Tree raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Although he looked amiable now, the battle intent in his body had already soared to the limit. "Yes, since the Spirit West City Lord has invited us as guests, let's go take a look." Yi Xian nodded. Then his eyes flickered. He broke through the void and returned to Spirit West City. Moreover, he was directly in front of the Spirit West City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1507. When he saw Yi Xian and the other 2 emerge from the void door, the guard captain was shocked. What kind of technique is this? Why did they suddenly appear? Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately threw the 3 corpses over and said, "Call your city lord out." When the guard captain and the others saw the 3 corpses, they were so frightened that they nearly peed their pants. Weren't these 3 corpses the consecrators of the City Lord Mansion? These 3 corpses were all at the 9th level of the profound death realm. The guard captain was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and rushed into the City Lord Mansion. The entire City Lord Mansion would be shaken very soon. This time, Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to raise his killing intent to the upper limit. As expected, half a minute after the guard captain rushed into the City Lord Mansion, many people jumped out. Most of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the profound death realm. One of the 9th level profound death realm experts was the City Lord of Lingxi City, Shimen Yi, who had sent 3 people to tail Yi Xian. 3 consecrators. Shimen Yi glanced at the 3 corpses at the entrance of the City Lord Mansion, and his heart trembled. Every 9th level profound death realm consecrator was the foundation of the Shimen clan. Now that 3 of them had died, Shimen Yi was extremely heartbroken. You killed them?" Shimen Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and shouted angrily, "That's right." Yi Xian nodded and said, "City Lord Shimen, didn't you invite me here? I merely rejected your invitation. These 3 people wanted to capture me and bring me to your City Lord Mansion. Of course, I warned them beforehand that they would die if they attacked me." Shimen Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Now that the other party had come to him, he would make Yi Xian pay the price. Go, capture him. Shimen Yi shouted angrily. In an instant, many experts swooped down. Since the 3 9th-level profound death realm consecrators were dead, the others did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. 15 8th-level profound death stage experts and 6 9th-level profound death stage experts. This was more than enough to deal with a samsara stage expert. Despite being besieged by so many experts, Yi Xian's expression remained calm. He stretched his muscles and took out the Scarlet Flame Sword, a feast of slaughter. Kill! In an instant, the skeletal monarch charged out with its heaven-shaking greatsword and activated a skill. Undying Fighting Soul. Activating the Undying Battle Soul, the skeletal monarch, and Wei Zhentian's attributes doubled. Old Tree immediately appeared. His mission was to quickly kill the 8th-level profound death realm martial artist. As for Yi Xian, he couldn't stay idle this time either. Being at the 6th level of the profound death stage, it would be easy for him to deal with someone at the 8th level of the profound death stage. As long as the Feast of Slaughter was increased, killing a 9th-level profound death stage expert would be as easy as killing a chicken. In just the first wave of attacks, the Skeletal King had used the eruption of its undying fighting soul to swiftly kill a 9th-level profound death realm expert. The Feast of Slaughter's buff increased by 20%. Dark Night Sky Curtain. As the sky darkened, he entered the darkness. Yi Xian had the assassination effect, which increased his movement speed and attack power. Coupled with the Skeletal Monarch's Evil Descent passive effect, his movement speed increased again. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. No one noticed Yi Xian, who had entered the darkness. He flashed behind an 8th-level profound death stage expert and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A head was tossed aside and instantly burned to ashes by the endless flames. When the Spirit West City Lord saw that his side had lost a 9th-level profound death stage expert in the first wave of attacks, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva in fear. He then quickly used a special method to send a message to the Shimen clan's old ancestor. Did he send a message? Yi Xian noticed his actions and immediately placed a death hunt command on him. He then quietly flashed behind the Shimen clan's old ancestor. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. This sword was like a hot knife through butter. The Spirit West City Lord was at the back. He didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear behind him and launch a sneak attack. In an instant, the Spirit West City Lord's head was chopped off. As for the Qiankuan ring, it fell into the hands of Yi Xian. A city lord would definitely have many good items in his Qiankuan ring. Yi Xian checked it and revealed a satisfied smile. The items in this Qiankuan ring were enough for him to break through to the 7th level of profound death stage. However, he didn't directly consume them all. Instead, he chose to consume them selectively. This was because he planned to reach the upper limit of his killing intent points and use them to exchange for devour points. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through, currently at 8th level of profound death stage. Ding! Skeletal Monarch has broken through, currently at 8th level of profound death stage. 2 system notifications rang. 2 warlords had broken through. Yi Xian was also on the verge of breaking through. Just nice. After breaking through, the combined strength of the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Zhentian increased by several times. No one could withstand a single strike from them. The group of experts was instantly killed. The Killing Feast's amplification continued to increase. It directly broke through the threshold of 1 time and reached 5 times. The commotion was so great that it had spread throughout the entire City Lord mansion. The 2 old ancestors of the Shimen family heard the commotion and quickly rushed out. Stop! One of the old ancestors of the Xian family roared at the sky, trying to stop Zhou Xian, a samsara stage expert. Zhou Xian looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but smile. Thousands of years ago, the Xian family tried to subdue the skeletal monarch. Not only did a large number of experts fall, but even the only samsara stage expert of the Xian family was killed by the skeletal monarch. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years, the Xian family didn't decline because of this. Instead, they produced 2 samsara stage experts. This was considered good. It was a pity that they were going to fall today. Before the 2 old ancestors arrived, the skeletal monarch, who had broken through, had joined forces with the old tree to kill everyone. When the 2 samsara stage old ancestors saw the skeletal monarch, their bodies trembled subconsciously. Skeletal monarch, the 2 old ancestors widened their eyes in shock. They naturally knew about the battle back then. It was because the skeletal monarch killed the samsara stage old ancestor that they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint, and both of them broke through to the samsara stage. That was why the Xian family didn't decline and became even more prosperous. Roar! At this moment, the skeletal monarch suddenly roared furiously. Its roar was strong and powerful. When one of the samsara stage experts heard it, he was shocked again. "It's you?" He recognized it. He recognized the Skeleton King because he had also participated in that battle back then. However, he was only at the 9th level of the profound death stage back then. When the other old ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before he reacted. Impossible! The skeletal monarch has been missing for thousands of years. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Chapter 1508. Back then, the Skeleton King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. With its powerful strength, it had killed a large number of profound death realm experts, and a few samsara realm experts before disappearing. The Skeleton King in front of them was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. How could it be the one from thousands of years ago? No, I won't be mistaken. I saw it kill my father with my own eyes. I will never forget that cry. The young samsara realm expert said firmly, "If this is the case, then this time is the Skeleton King here to seek revenge?" Before the other person could speak, Zhou Xian said with a smile, "You're right. It's the Skeleton King from thousands of years ago. It's just taking a nap." Hearing Zhou Xian's words, the 2 of them narrowed their eyes. "Humph, it doesn't matter. How dare you kill so many experts from the City Lord Mansion? Today, you'll be buried with them." The young man snorted and pounced toward Zhou Xian. As for the other middle-aged man, he also directly attacked. The Skeleton King that had killed a few samsara realm experts was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Now, it was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. What was there to be afraid of? After all, they were 2 people working together. Today, he was going to avenge his ancestors. However, they had underestimated the strength of Zhou Xian and the other 2. "Little Tian, Ribbone, the 2 of you deal with one. Old Tree, and I will work together." Zhou Xian immediately gave the order. Although the Killing Feast's amplification had doubled, he was only at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. If he did not make a breakthrough, he might not be able to fight against a samsara realm expert, even if he worked together with Old Tree. Therefore, he still needed help. Army of the Dead. With the souls that he had collected earlier, Zhou Xian made the Skeleton King revive 2 9th-tier profound death realm experts to join the battle. What? The young man was shocked. How could a dead person come back to life? However, he could not care less. Kill. On the other side, The Skeleton King that had activated its undying fighting soul was already fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 With 3 times amplification, the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian could unleash 4 times their combat strength. In their first clash, they were not at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, although he wanted to kill the Skeleton King to avenge his ancestors. He had to admit that the Skeleton King was terrifyingly strong. Although this strength was weaker than it was thousands of years ago, in comparison, the strength of the Skeletal King had increased. After all, it was only at the 8th tier of the Profound Death realm. The key was that the Skeleton King was very violent in battle and did not defend at all. His attack could indeed break through the Skeleton King's defense, but in the blink of an eye, the Skeleton King's injuries were healed. The Skeletal King's armor was also a part of his body, and with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, he could recover it in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This middle-aged man reckoned that he wouldn't be able to deal with the Skeleton King, so he could only hope that the youth on the other side would quickly deal with Zhou Xian and the others, then join forces with him to kill the Skeleton King. Ribs, I allow you to use that move. Zhou Xian transmitted his voice to the Skeleton King. The move he was referring to was the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian's combined ultimate move, Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. The Skeleton King could not hold it in any longer. However, it was not the best time yet. After all, this move could only be used once. It would be a tragedy if it missed. Zhou Xian was joining forces with the old tree and the other 2 battle corpses to attack the young great ancestor. They were evenly matched in a 4-on-1 situation. Zhou Xian had just used Blade Storm and Unicorn's Descent. The former was still on cooldown, while the latter was only at 30%. Hence, they could not be used. In this situation, they could only rely on the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. The Slaughter Feast's amplification effect was about to end. If they lost, Zhou Xian would have to leave temporarily. Zhou Xian would wait anyway. The Skeleton King was now at the 8th tier of the Profound Death realm. He had killed countless experts thousands of years ago. This meant that his combat awareness was still good. Right now, he was waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, his ghostly eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the middle-aged man. Body fusion technique, Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. As the Skeleton King waved his hands, a dark gray sword chi broke through the air. What? After feeling this powerful slash, the middle-aged man subconsciously swallowed his saliva. However, he did not have the ability to dodge this slash. Rip! The middle-aged man was instantly cut in half at the waist. In the blink of an eye, he was petrified and fell from the sky. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Zhou Xian heard the system notification from afar. His killing intent skyrocketed. A Samsara realm expert was killed in an instant. Moreover, the wound was not a vital point. It was only at the waist. Unfortunately, the Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash did not rely on cutting. Instead, it relied on petrification. The middle-aged man's organs were all petrified. The mysterious life chi could not restore them at all. Hence, he died naturally. This scene shocked everyone. It is indeed powerful. It killed a Samsara realm expert in an instant. Awesome! Zhou Xian praised in his heart. Then, the Skeleton King returned with the dead man's interspatial ring and threw it to Zhou Xian. Now, it was 5 against 1. Even if the Skeleton King did not use the Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash, he could still exhaust the Samsara realm expert to death. Now that he had joined the battle with Zhou Xian, the middle-aged man would be killed in less than 10 rounds. Damn it! How is this possible? The young man still could not believe his eyes. The middle-aged man, who was stronger than him, had been killed in an instant. This was too unreal. The middle-aged man was Samsara realm expert. However, the gap between the profound death realm and the samsara realm was not as big as the gap between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. After all, there was a new type of energy, which was the profound death chi, in order to advance from the profound life realm to the profound death realm. However, advancing from the profound death realm to the samsara realm only gave one the ability to reincarnate on their own. The benefits of advancing one's cultivation level were not as great as one would expect. The young man's face grew darker as he fought. He was thinking of a way to escape. However, under the siege of 5 people, he could not fight back at all. Just as he turned around, Old Tree appeared in a flash and gave him a punch. Escape? Impossible. I will fight it out with all of you. The young man suddenly went berserk and roared at the sky. The profound life chi and profound death chi in his body surged and gathered in his hand. It was a ball of light. Half of it was black and half of it was white. Then the young man threw the black and white ball of light in his hand at Zhou Xian. This is the reincarnation attack. Zhou Xian raised his eyebrows. The reincarnation attack was an energy formed by mixing the profound life chi and profound death chi. It could only be formed when one reached the samsara realm. Chapter 1509. Simply put, the young man wanted to perish together with Zhou Xian. As long as the samsara attack injured Zhou Xian would probably have to reincarnate. Although Zhou Xian still had a clone in the Blood Rock continent, he did not want to be injured by the samsara attack. It was best to be careful. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Zhou Xian flashed behind the young man and slashed down with his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. The young man's samsara attack missed. Not only that, but he also lost sight of Zhou Xian, which stunned him. In the next moment, he felt a burning sensation on his back. Then, the Old Tree and Skeleton King quickly followed. Waning Flame. The Old Tree and Skeleton King attacked together. Although the young man blocked the Old Tree's fire fist, his head was chopped off by the Skeleton King. Another samsara realm expert had fallen. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Zhou Xian's killing intent had increased once again. The Skeleton King's Soul of Dirge had also increased by a lot. Now, it was almost 1%. Now that the 2 samsara realm ancestors of the Ximen family had fallen, there was no need to fear the rest. Act according to the plan, Zhou Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree. The plan was to kill all the 8th level profound death realm experts of the Ximen family and above. Although some of them were innocent, they were in the Ximen family. If Zhou Xian was not strong enough this time, he would definitely die. Once he fell into their hands, Zhou Xian's fate would not be as simple as death. He might not even be able to die. If the 2 ancestors had not appeared, these people would have surrounded them. Therefore, they could not let a single one of them go. Survival of the fittest was just that cruel. When the remaining people saw that the 2 samsara realm ancestors had died, they were scared out of their wits and scattered. Zhou Xian, the Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, the Skeletal Monarch, and the 2 battle corpses intercepted and killed him. The Ximen clan was not weak at all. After the death of the 2 samsara stage-old ancestors, there were still close to 10 9th level profound death stage experts who had died. More than 48th level profound death stage experts had died as well. Their combined wealth was enormous, but Zhou Xian resisted the urge to devour them because he still needed to raise his killing intent to the upper limit and then exchange it for devour points. Since all the experts at or above the 8th level of the profound death stage had fallen, Zhou Xian's attention was now on the experts at the 7th level of the profound death stage. However, this time they would only rob and not kill, unless someone was stupid enough to resist or speak rudely. Soon, the entire Ximen clan was plundered. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's killing intent was not enough. Just a little more. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Could it be that he had to go out and kill some heavenly reaching beasts? At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. After the city lord mansion was finished, there was still the Ximen clan's properties. Immediately, he left the city lord mansion and split up. When the Ximen clan saw that the murderous god had left, they heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left the city lord mansion. Thousands of years ago, the Ximen clan had made a failed decision to try and subdue the skeletal king. If not for that, why would the skeletal king come for them? Soon, Yi Xian had browsed through all the properties of the Ximen clan. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for devour points? Yes, Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! Killing intent cleared to 0. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Now, Yi Xian had 3 devour points. Now that the killing intent had been exchanged, the next step was to break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 7th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 8th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the samsara realm. This breakthrough was a huge leap forward. Yi Xian had broken through to 8th level of the profound death stage. The old tree and the other 2 had broken through the shackles and reached the samsara realm. Previously, the skeletal king was only at the peak of 9th level of the profound death stage. After following Yi Xian for a few days, he had broken through the shackles and reached the samsara realm. At this moment, the skeletal king could not help but sigh in his heart. He had definitely followed the right master. Now, Yi Xian and the other 2's strength had improved tremendously. They were now qualified to look for the Death Abyss Overlord, Qi Xianyue. So what if he was at 3rd level of the samsara realm and the overlord of the profound death battlefield? Just you wait. I will find you very soon and trample you to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had broken through, the unicorn's descent and sky-shattering flowing rock slash were still on cooldown. The former was at 60%, while the latter was at 70%. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to restore these 2 skills first. Then, he returned to the city lord's mansion and found the teleportation array. However, there was no one around the teleportation array. The people who repaired the teleportation array should be dead. Yi Xian was a little helpless. At 6th level of the profound death stage, he would need at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. However, since he had broken through to 8th level of the profound death stage, it would only take him 2 to 3 days. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The teleportation array is damaged at 30%. Repair it? The system notification shocked Yi Xian. He did not expect it to be able to repair the teleportation array. Not bad, not bad. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at it. The amount of energy required to repair the teleportation array was still acceptable to Yi Xian. As for the repair time, it would only take half a day. Oh, it only takes half a day. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He felt that it was possible to buy it. He estimated that it would take him 2 to 3 days to get there. However, if he reached the edge of the camp first and entered the northern camp, he would be able to kill his enemies and obtain battle merits. This was definitely better than traveling by himself. Begin the repair. Yi Xian immediately made up his mind. Then, the teleportation array began to repair itself. Yi Xian could afford to wait for half a day. However, while he was waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired, a few people suddenly appeared. Previously, when he was killing, no one dared to come close. Almost everyone in the city lord's mansion had left. Now, there was suddenly a person who dashed over. He was quite bold. "City lord, this is bad. An enemy has infiltrated Xianxia city and killed people." Chapter 15:10. City lord. Yi Xian raised his brows when he heard the name. When did he become the city lord? He guessed that the other party thought that he was going to take over the city lord mansion, so he had eliminated the Ximen clan. What enemy? Yi Xian did not care about the name and asked directly. It seems to be the people who infiltrated Xianxia city and destroyed the teleportation array a few days ago. They also caused a ruckus last time. However, it seems that a Samsara realm expert has arrived this time. The person said, "Samsara realm?" Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was truly a clash of words, because he had just broken through to the 8th level of the profound death realm. The 3 generals under him were all at the 1st level of the Samsara realm. He wouldn't even be afraid of a 3rd level Samsara realm expert. It could be said that he was almost invincible in the profound death battlefield. Where are they? Yi Xian immediately asked. "I'm not sure. They seem to be massacring the city." The person shook his head. "Massacring the city? Isn't that forbidden?" Yi Xian was stunned. Yes, if a Samsara realm expert massacred an ordinary person, a manager would step in to stop them. However, they only kill those at the 8th tier of the profound death realm and above. This is allowed. Yi Xian understood when he heard this. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with them. However, he had killed all the experts from the Ximen clan. Therefore, he had to step in this matter. Otherwise, all the experts in Xianxia city would be wiped out. He immediately flew out of the city lord mansion and asked the old tree and the skeleton king to split up and look for those people. Rumble. Yi Xian quickly rushed over when he heard the sounds of battle coming from a certain place in Xianxia city. These enemies should be from the northern camp, which meant that they were on Qi Xuanyue's side. These people were in groups of 2 or 3. Some were at the 8th tier of the profound death realm, while others were at the 9th tier of the profound death realm. In any case, the rules did not allow one to kill those 3 levels lower than oneself. Yi Xian was at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. Killing those who had not reached the Samsara realm was as easy as killing chickens. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Even if Yi Xian did not make a move, his killing intent value still increased. After all, the old tree and the others were also dealing with those people. Young master, there is a 1st level Samsara realm cultivator here. The old tree suddenly transmitted its voice through the air. All right, I'll go now. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, the old tree interrupted him. "Oh, I killed him with a sneak attack." Yi Xian. At the same level, old tree was truly heaven-defying. He could instantly kill his opponent, and Yi Xian did not even need to provide support. On the other side, the skeletal monarch, who was at the 1st level of the Samsara realm, had also clashed with another Samsara realm expert. In less than 3 seconds, the skeletal monarch had been killed. In terms of strength, the combination of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian was stronger than the old tree. However, in terms of sneak attacks, the old tree was definitely the best. It had only been a short while, but 2 Samsara realm experts had already fallen. It was a pity that only the old tree had a battle imprint. The skeletal monarch did not have one. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a powerful aura. Second level Samsara realm? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, with his current cultivation level, what was a second level Samsara realm expert to him? He immediately asked the old tree, the skeletal monarch, and Wei Zhentian to gather. At this moment, this second level Samsara realm expert was heading towards the Spirit West City Governor's residence. It seemed like he wanted to fight with the Xian family. Unfortunately, he did not know that the Xian family experts were all dead. This second level Samsara realm expert suddenly discovered the old tree and the skeletal monarch, and he paused in his tracks. The information he had received did not mention the old tree and the skeletal monarch, these 2 Samsara realm experts. Where did they come from? Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree and the skeletal monarch charged over. This time, the old tree did not charge over first. Instead, he waited for the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian to arrive and launch their attacks before he made his move. Canyon. This second level Samsara realm expert experienced being attacked from both sides. The skeletal monarch attacked from the front, and the old tree launched a sneak attack from the back. What? This person was extremely shocked. He had heard about the skeletal monarch before. However, he was only at the peak of the 9th level profound death realm a few thousand years ago, so he did not dare to come over. Today, he did not expect to encounter a skeletal monarch that was even stronger than the skeletal monarch who had killed a Samsara realm expert a few thousand years ago. In his mind, a thought of retreating subconsciously appeared. However, if he wanted to leave, he had to deal with this attack first. However, the skeletal monarch's attack power was extraordinary. Even he, who was at the 2nd level profound death realm, could not withstand it. Clang! With a crisp sound, the weapon in the 2nd level Samsara realm expert's hand broke. Then, his waist was slashed by the skeletal monarch. However, this attack was not the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, so he did not die. At this moment, he could not be bothered to use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. This was because the old tree, who was not weak, was launching a sneak attack from behind. Bang! The old tree punched the 2nd level Samsara realm expert's back. The scorching flames burned his skin and flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. The first round of attacks was over. Unfortunately, he could not dodge the attacks of the skeletal monarch and the old tree even at his peak. Now that he was severely injured, it was even more impossible. No, the 2nd level Samsara realm expert roared at the sky. The mysterious life chi and mysterious death chi in his body quickly circulated. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the next moment, his head was chopped off by the skeletal monarch, and he died instantly. Although the Samsara realm experts could reincarnate on their own, they could not just reincarnate as they wished. They had to be fully prepared. It was almost impossible to reincarnate in the middle of a battle. The ancestor of the Xian family was helping a direct descendant with a poor aptitude to reincarnate. He had already condensed the reincarnation pearl, but did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear. He was prepared to use the reincarnation pearl to perish together with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After the death of the 2nd level Samsara realm expert, Yi Xian heard a system notification. The amplification of the Skeleton Emperor's Elegy of Souls had also increased by quite a bit. If it continued to increase, the Skeletal Monarch's amplification might double, triple, or even 10 times. The Elegy of Souls is too powerful. I should find some time to kill monsters and increase the amplification at a certain level, Zhou Xian thought to himself. There was no limit to the amplification of the Elegy of Souls. As long as the Skeletal Monarch remained at the first level of the Samsara realm and continued to kill heaven-reaching beasts, the amplification would continue to increase. Furthermore, even if the Skeletal Monarch broke through to the second level of the Samsara realm, the amplification would not decrease. When Zhou Xian subdued the Skeletal Monarch, he subconsciously glanced at it. The Elegy of Souls was actually worth 3 Devour points. This was the most valuable skill he had ever seen. Chapter 15:11. Let's continue searching. Following which, Zhou Xian and the other 2 quickly left. After killing another Samsara realm expert, Spirit West City finally calmed down. Killing people from the same faction didn't give any battle merits. However, Zhou Xian had killed 4 Samsara realm experts, and one of them was at the second level of the Samsara realm. This battle merit was quite a large amount of wealth. However, these battle merits could not be exchanged in Spirit West City. Furthermore, Zhou Xian was about to rush to the Northern Territory. Hence, he could only keep them for now. The people in Spirit West City were fortunate that the Ximen clan had been destroyed. Otherwise, the 2 patriarchs of the Ximen clan would not have been able to stop these people. Half a day later, ding! The teleportation array has been repaired. The system notification sounded. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhou Xian did not hesitate and immediately entered the teleportation array. Hua! The teleportation array began to operate, and Zhou Xian's surroundings began to change. He had destroyed the Ximen clan, but that did not mean that he wanted to be the city lord. The position of city lord of Spirit West City could be given to anyone who wanted it. Very soon, Zhou Xian completed the teleportation array and landed in a cave. He brought the Skeleton King an old tree out and looked into the distance. As long as we cross that mountain range, we will be in the northern camp. At that time, everyone will be our enemy, and we will become everyone's target. Zhou Xian said slowly, "That's good. We can kill to our heart's content." Old Tree rubbed his hands together. Of course, their target was the Abyss Lord of the Death Abyss, Qi Xianyue. Back then, Qi Xianyue was only a phantom, and the will of death could not hurt Zhou Xian. He wondered if the strongest person in the Death Abyss battlefield would be as powerful as the rumors said when they met the real person. Let's go. Zhou Xian did not waste any time and immediately led the 3 generals into the mountain range. This mountain range was the border between the northern and western camp. It could be said that people were coming and going. Zhou Xian met some people from the same camp on the way. They were all entering the enemy's territory to kill their enemies and obtain battle merits. Of course, there were also some people from the northern camp, including those at the profound death stage and Samsara stage. Along the way, Zhou Xian had killed 3 great Samsara stage experts and over 10 9th-level profound death stage experts. The Death's Abyss is the most dangerous place in the northern camp. Qi Xianyue lives there, and she has a lot of experts under her command. Zhou Xian muttered as he held the map he had obtained from the 2nd-level Samsara stage experts Qian Kuan Ring. "Young master, should we go directly or kill our way there?" The old tree asked. "Since we're already here, then there's no need to rush. Let's kill our way through." Zhou Xian answered without thinking. Even though he was very powerful now, Qi Xianyue was at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Coupled with Azura's eye and the experts under him, it would not be easy to deal with her. Therefore, Xian wanted to make another breakthrough before heading to the Death's Abyss. Then, he would kill his way through the entire Death's Abyss and use this opportunity to break through to the Samsara stage. If they traveled normally, they would reach the Death's Abyss in at most 7 days. There were many cities and factions along the way, and they would be surrounded and attacked the moment they appeared. Xian carefully looked at the map and decided on 3 routes. This time, he wanted to sweep through the entire northern camp. The 3 of them immediately split up. After all, they had the special positioning system of the Void and could break through the Void to arrive at the other side at any time. As the upper limit of the Xian Death battlefield was at the 3rd level of the Samsara stage, the factions along the way were not very strong. The strongest was at most at the 2nd level of the Samsara stage. This was nothing to Xian. At this moment, Xian was wondering if he should reach the upper limit of killing intent when he was at the 8th level of the profound death stage. With so many factions added together, it should be enough. At this thought, Xian increased his speed. Half a day later, they arrived at the first city. Enemies at the 8th level of the profound death stage. Kill. Before Xian even entered the city, there were already people coming to their deaths. When these people saw that Xian was only at the 8th level of the profound death stage, they immediately surrounded him. There were some at the 8th level of the profound death stage, and some at the 9th level of the profound death stage. With Xian's cultivation level, he could even kill Samsara stage experts. These cultivators were not a threat to him at all. After dealing with the people outside the city, Xian broke through the void and separated himself from the old tree and the skeletal king. He then brought them over. "Let's go and massacre the city." Xian roared and directly brought the old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Zhentian into the city. It was very easy to identify people from the enemy camp. One could sense them as long as they were near. Even if they were far away, one could use the battle imprint between their eyebrows to identify them. The battle imprint of people from the enemy camp would be white. If they were from the enemy camp, it would be red. One could tell whether they were friend or foe at a glance. It's actually the skeletal king. How rare. This person is really bold. He actually dares to come in when he is merely at the 8th level of the profound death stage. That's right. Only the bald old man and the skeletal king are slightly stronger. However, the city lord is a 2nd level Samsara stage expert. He should be able to kill them easily. Forget it. There are so many of us. Kill. Immediately, countless experts leaped into the sky and directly attacked Xian and the other 2. Even a 2nd level Samsara stage expert would not be able to withstand the combined attacks of so many experts. However, Xian did not intend to block them. Kill anyone who is a threat. Xian roared in his mind. The old tree and the other 2 received the order and quickly started the massacre. Although there were experts at the 2nd level of the Samsara realm in this city, they had already killed people at this level. It wasn't much, so Xian didn't even need to use the slaughter feast. Immediately, the sky above the city was filled with a bloody rain. Everyone who dared to leap into the sky was killed. Furthermore, they were all killed in one strike. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, and the skeletal king were all at the 1st level of the Samsara stage. There was no need for the skeletal king and Wei Zhentian to merge to deal with these people. In just a few seconds, dozens of people were killed. Xian was mainly responsible for collecting the interspatial rings. Xian did not intend to devour these items as he wanted to reach the 8th level of the profound death stage. He was already at the peak of the 8th level of the profound death stage. If he devoured any more, he would break through and all his previous efforts would be wasted. 10 seconds later, there was no one in the sky except for Yi Xian and the other three. At the same time, several figures flew over from afar. All of them were at the samsara stage. Bastards, how dare you behave so atrociously here? You're courting death. How dare you? It has been 10 years since anyone dared to massacre a city in Winterwind City. I'm going to tear you into pieces. These people were from the forces in Winterwind City. After they appeared, they immediately charged towards Yi Xian. Chapter 15:12. Kill. Yi Xian looked at them and shouted in a low voice. There were a total of 4 first-level Samsara Realm experts. Yi Xian dealt with one, Old Tree dealt with another, and Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian dealt with 2. These people were quite strong, and Yi Xian did not want to waste his skills. Therefore, he only delayed one of them. As for Old Tree, he killed one of them in 3 seconds and quickly went to support Yi Xian. Bang! Not many people could defend against Old Tree's sneak attack. Immediately, Yi Xian's opponent died a violent death. 2 of the 4 great Samsara stage experts had died in an instant. However, before Old Shu could reinforce the Skeleton King, he had killed one of them himself. As for the last person, his expression changed drastically when he saw that the other 3 had died. He immediately turned around and left. Unfortunately, Old Shu had already flashed behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he was hit by a flaming fist from Old Shu. Bang! His chest was instantly melted. Old Tree's fist had turned his heart into ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification rang out. The 4 Samsara stage experts had all fallen. Yi Xian kept the last person's Qian Kuan ring, after which he scanned his surroundings and realized that there were not many people left. Those who had yet to leave were the weaker cultivators. They were not afraid of Yi Xian. After all, there were 3 managers constantly patrolling the Xian death battlefield. If Yi Xian dared to attack them, he would definitely be killed by the managers. Let's continue. Yi Xian, together with Old Tree and the other 2, continued their search. Anyone who was at the 8th level Xian death realm and above was their target. Killing an 8th level Xian death realm expert was worth 100,000 battle credits. Killing a 9th level Xian death realm expert was worth 300,000 battle credits. As for Samsara realm experts, they were worth 1,000,000 battle credits each. By now, Yi Xian and the others had accumulated more than 30 million battle credits. If they returned to their camp, they would be able to exchange for cultivation resources to break through to the peak of the 9th level Xian death realm. However, Yi Xian was currently stuck in the realm. Even if they had so many resources, it would be useless. My killing intent value is less than 1/5. It seems that I still have to kill a lot more. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he directly arrived in front of the Eastwind City's City Lord's mansion. Before he could even approach, he discovered a large number of profound death stage experts and a few Samsara stage experts waiting in the air above the City Lord's mansion. Attack! The City Lord of Dongfeng City did not waste. Yi Xian was an enemy from another camp, so it was useless to ask about his background. In the eyes of the City Lord of Winterwind, Yi Xian was already a dead man. This battle probably wasn't that simple, so Yi Xian had no choice but to start a feast of slaughter. Ribs, undying fighting soul. At the same time that the feast of slaughter began, Yi Xian also gave the Skeleton King an order. The undying battle soul doubled the attributes of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian. However, this did not mean that their battle strength would only double. This was because with their attributes doubled, they could kill martial artists of the same level as easily as killing chickens. A great battle broke out. In the eyes of this group of experts, the skeleton monarch was the greatest threat. Hence, Rib Bones was directly besieged. However, since all of his attributes had been tripled, his defense had reached the limit. Even a Samsara stage expert wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Even if he was injured, he would be able to recover immediately. After the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian merged, there was only one word to describe them: invincible. In the first clash, the skeletal monarch used the grip of the underworld and split a Samsara realm expert into two halves. Yi Xian's amplification also increased by 20% in an instant. Waning flames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree quickly killed the 9th tier profound death realm martial artists. Although the enhancement of these people was not as good as that of a Samsara realm expert, it still accumulated. In the blink of an eye, it also increased by 20%. In addition to those killed by Yi Xian himself, the enhancement had increased by 50%. The strength of Yi Xian and the others had already shocked this group of people. However, the three of them had actually challenged this group of people. Had the world changed? Quickly ask the patriarch to come out of seclusion. The Winterwind City lord roared angrily. Immediately, a 9th tier profound death realm martial artist turned around and left. This time, Yi Xian did not stop him and allowed him to leave. The patriarch they were referring to should be a 2nd tier Samsara realm expert. Yi Xian had already killed people of this level. Even if he came, it would be fine. This battle was completely one-sided. Soon, Yi Xian's enhancement doubled, while the other side had already lost half of their martial artists. Stop! An angry roar sounded from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old man rapidly rushing over. "Old tree, stop him," Yi Xian said in his mind. "All right." Old tree quickly rushed towards the old man when he heard this. At this moment, there were only 2 1st-tier Samsara realm martial artists left in the city lord's residence. As for the profound death realm martial artists, there were less than 10 of them, and they had suffered heavy casualties. Killing in 10 eruption, heaven-scorching sword technique. Before this ancestor came over, Yi Xian wanted to kill everyone. That way, it would be easier. Scram! The old man immediately roared when he saw Old Tree. A wave of profound death chi gushed out and shrouded the old tree. Waning flames. Old Tree's agility was not something an ordinary person could compare to. He instantly dodged the attack and flashed behind the old man to punch him. Bang! The old man was not weak and was able to block the punch. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. This was because his sons were dying one after another, and he was unable to help them. He could only snort in anger. On the other side, the skeletal king used his powerful strength to kill another Samsara realm martial artist. Now, there was only one person left. "Ribs, I will deal with the rest. You go and help Old Tree," Yi Xian said directly. When the skeletal king heard this, the ghost fire in his eyes flickered, and he charged towards the 2nd-level Samsara realm martial artist. Yi Xian could deal with the remaining 1st-level Samsara realm martial artist. "Brat, you're courting death." The last person also heard this because Yi Xian had shouted. This made him very angry. It was fine that the skeletal king was powerful, but how dare a mere 8th-level profound death realm brat speak so arrogantly? "You're courting death." Immediately, this person charged towards Yi Xian. "TCH, I'll kill you in an instant." Yi Xian snorted in his heart and immediately used the Death Hunt token to mark his opponent. Just as his opponent's attack was about to hit him, he suddenly used the assassin's eye. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind the other party.
Chapter 111. The third place that Li Mu and Li Qing went to was Zhang family village. The villagers of Zhang family village still remembered the two of them. They asked Li Mu worriedly if zombies had run out to harm people again. Li Mu comforted the villagers and went to the minister's mansion. The older landlord Zhang and landlord Zhang had been turned into ashes. The person in charge of the minister's mansion was the son of the landlord Zhang, the younger landlord Zhang. In the minister's mansion, Li Mu asked the younger landlord Zhang, "How did your grandfather die?" The younger landlord Zhang said, "Grandfather was old. He died of old age." Li Mu continued to ask, "Was he healthy before?" The younger landlord Zhang shook his head and said, "Grandfather was old. Although he was not seriously ill, he was not healthy." The older landlord Zhang was over 70 years old. If he had not stepped on the path of cultivation, very few ordinary people would have lived to this age. Even if he died, it would be a happy funeral. The landlord Zhang would not ask someone to examine how his father died. The older landlord Zhang's body had long been turned into a zombie and was turned into ashes by Xianxia. Li Mu wanted to investigate, but he had no way to do so. He asked again, "Your father, landlord Zhang Defu, used to cultivate Taoism?" The younger landlord Zhang nodded and said, "When my father was young, he cultivated with the Taoist of Bailu Temple for 2 years. In the end, he couldn't stand the loneliness of cultivation and couldn't let go of the family business, so he went down the mountain and went home. The Taoist said that it was a pity for my father's talent. He said that he was a gold something, a body of gold element." Yes, a body of gold element. Li Mu sighed and asked again, "Which feng shui master did you hire for the older landlord Zhang's tomb?" The root of landlord Zhang's case was that the feng shui master, the landlord Zhang's corpse, had not only been buried in the corpse-raising ground, but had also been refined. That was why he had turned into a jumping zombie in such a short time. Combined with the zombie disaster in Zhou County, it was not hard to imagine that the Dongxian heretical cultivation behind it must be good at refining corpses. The younger landlord Zhang shook his head and said, "No, it was the feng shui master who came and said that he would do it for us for free." When father heard that it was free, he agreed. "What does that feng shui master look like?" "White-haired and white-bearded, immortal-like." Li Mu didn't ask any more questions. Dongshuan's cultivators were already able to practice transformation techniques. They could change their bodies into men or women, big or small. It was impossible to get any useful information from them just by looking at their appearance. He said straightforwardly, "Take us to your grandfather's tomb." After leaving Zhang village, Li Mu was almost certain that the Zhang family's feng shui master and Ren Yuan's master, the Qin village's fortune teller, and the black-robed man who had chased after Li Mu, even if they were not the same person, they were inextricably linked. Xianxia had already seen the older landlord Zhang's tomb, so Li Mu wanted to see it again. Last time he didn't know anything. During this period of time, in order to cooperate with the Zhang County magistrates to promote civilized funerals, he had crammed a lot of feng shui knowledge. Even if he didn't work as a bailiff, he could still be a feng shui master and make a living by telling people's tombs and houses. The older landlord Zhang's tomb was on the mountain in front of Zhang village. On the mountainside there was a relatively flat ground. The grave pit had been filled in, and some of its original appearance could be vaguely seen. Li Mu looked at the direction of the grave and then looked at a mountain not far away. He shook his head and said, "White tiger passing through?" Li Qing asked, "What white tiger passing through?" Li Mu pointed to the traces of the grave pit on the ground and said, "After the coffin went down, the head and tail of this grave pit were facing north and south. The mountain range to the west of the grave passed through the grave and extended to the southeast. This was the white tiger passing through. There is a saying in feng shui circle that when the white tiger passing through, the family will be ruined and the people will die." Li Mu continued to explain, "When building a house, you should avoid this kind of feng shui pattern. It's the same for a grave. There are 10 directions for choosing a grave. First, it's not facing the flowing water. Second, it's not facing the high mountain. Third, it's not facing the strange rocks on a deserted island. Fourth, it's not facing the white tiger passing through." Older landlord Zhang's coffin was facing south, forming the momentum of the white tiger passing through. This is the grave of great evil. Even a cultivator could not be proficient in all fields. Li Qing only had a basic understanding of the feng shui of graves. She looked at Li Mu in surprise and asked, "When did you learn this?" Li Mu said, I was bored a few days ago, so I read a few books on feng shui. He pointed to the bare ground under his feet and shook his head. What did landlord Zhang learn in the past 2 years? There is no grass here. It's obviously a place of evil. He deliberately made the coffin face south and north, forming the white tiger passing through. It would be strange if the corpse of the older landlord Zhang didn't become a zombie, Li Qing said. So, the feng shui master is the person behind the scenes. Li Mu nodded and said, I'm afraid that the feng shui master and the fortune teller for his daughter are the same person as Ren Yuan's master. You mean the black-robed man? Li Qing recalled that matter and said, but hasn't it been killed? Li Mu sighed softly and said, I'm afraid not. Last time at the Ren mansion, Li Mu had already asked shopkeeper Ren about the black-robed man. To be on the safe side, Li Mu went there again. The clues he got were the same as last time. Ren Yuan met the black-robed man when he went out to play. The black-robed man saw that Ren Yuan had a wood elemental body at a glance and accepted Ren Yuan as his disciple to guide him in his cultivation. Li Mu guessed that the black-robed man should have taken a fancy to Ren Yuan's soul. He wanted to wait until Ren Yuan's cultivation had reached a certain level before killing Ren Yuan and extracting his soul. Now it seemed that the black-robed man wanted Ren Yuan's soul, but the process was different from what Li Mu thought. He never thought of doing it himself. Instead, he trained Ren Yuan into a heretical cultivation and used the power of the government to obtain Ren Yuan's soul. In this way, Ren Yuan's death would be a normal event. No one would suspect that there was someone behind it. The only thing that Li Mu didn't understand was that the black-robed man didn't have to appear in Ren Yuan's case. He had already achieved his goal. Why did he still appear and risk exposing his identity to hunt down Li Mu? This was not in line with his usual cautiousness. There must be a deeper reason for this. The moment this thought flashed through Li Mu's mind, his body trembled slightly and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Mu had a lot of secrets, but his biggest secret was that he came from another world. This secret had always been buried deep in Li Mu's heart. Even Li Qing didn't know about it. The Li Mu of this world was already dead. Now there was a new soul in his body. Except for Li Mu himself, there was only one person in this world who knew this secret. That person was the murderer of Li Mu. Li Mu finally understood why the black-robed man didn't want to kill him. He was testing him. Given his cautious nature, he would definitely want to figure out what had happened when he saw that the pure yang body, whose soul he had extracted, had come back to life. If Li Mu was the person behind the scenes, he probably wouldn't be at ease. Li Mu shuddered at the thought of a pair of eyes watching him all the time behind his back. A heretical cultivation of Zhou Xian, a top existence in this world, was so cautious and patient. He spent nearly half a year to set up such a trap. How terrifying was that? He really couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but ask, Boss, why do you think he is so careful? Does a Zhou Xian expert need to be so careful? Li Qing looked into the distance and said, For us, the Zhou Xian realm is very powerful. But in the eyes of the experts of the upper realm, they are as weak as us. Whether it is the imperial court, Buddhism or Taoism, they all have the existence of the upper realm. If you encounter them, even if you are a Zhou Xian heretical cultivation, you will die. She looked at Li Mu and continued, I once told you that half a year ago, a Zhou Xian heretical cultivation was killed by the joint forces of Buddhism and Taoism. Li Mu thought of the old abbot of the Jinshan temple. Could it be that he was injured by the heretical cultivation? He took a deep breath. Now was not the time to think about this. Logically speaking, Li Mu discovered it too late. Whether it was the souls of the yin and yang 5 elements or a large number of ordinary people's souls, the heretical cultivation had already obtained them. With his cautious personality, he should have run to a place and secretly refined them to advance. He would never come back. In other words, what should have happened had already happened. Yangqiu County would no longer be in danger. However, the person behind the scenes knew more about Li Mu's resurrection than Li Mu. If he really succeeded in advancing and became an expert of the upper realm, he would probably come back to find him. Zhou Xian was already in existence that Li Mu couldn't even look up to. Transcendence of the 7th realm, this was something that made him despair just thinking about it. The Zhang County magistrates gave Li Mu and Li Qing 3 days to investigate, but the two only took 6 hours. Li Mu and Li Qing were both involved in the investigation of these cases. This reinvestigation was just to confirm some details that they didn't care about before. 7 cases, 7 dead people. On the surface, These 7 cases had no connection and had all been closed. Except for Li Mu, the other 6 people either died of illness or were beheaded according to the law because they were involved in other people's lives, or died in accidents that couldn't be found. If it weren't for the supernatural records, if it weren't for Li Mu who happened to discover that they all had special physiques, these closed cases would have been sealed in the Yamen. No one would know that their deaths were related to each other. No one would know that the zombie riot in Zhou County that shook the entire North County was not a natural disaster but a man-made one. The mastermind behind the scenes could have done all of this without anyone noticing. When the matter was done, he would leave and hide deep in the name. In the county Yamen, the Zhang County magistrate sat in the hall. He couldn't help but pat the table and said angrily, "What kind of person could do such a crazy thing?" He thought for a moment and said, "This case is very important. I have to write a secret letter immediately and report it to the county governor." The Zhang County magistrate stood up and looked at Li Qing. He said, "Miss Qing, you also have to inform the Fulu school and ask them to send masters down the mountain to help. If these things are really controlled by the Zhou Xian heretical cultivation, I'm afraid that the North County government alone won't be able to quell it." Li Qing nodded and said, "I'll go and tell Uncle Ma now." The Zhang County magistrates walked out of the door and walked in again. He said angrily, "Don't forget, tomorrow morning, get someone to capture that old woman from the Qin family village and bring her to the Yamen. That damned stupid woman, I'm so angry. Also, get all the fortune tellers and feng shui masters nearby to report to the county Yamen within 3 days. In the future, if anyone dares to talk nonsense, I'll cut off their tongues." It was already late. Uncle Ma was still standing in the yard of the Yamen, waiting for the results of the household. This time he went down the mountain with the mission of recruiting disciples. Although the ancestral court of Fulu school was also a famous sect on the Zhou continent, it was not easy to nurture a Zhou Xian disciple. This time in Zhou County they had lost 2, especially Elder Wu's grandson, which made their lineage suffer heavy losses. Therefore they could only send people down the mountain and get an order from the county governor of the North County to recruit some talented disciples in the North County to make up for their losses. Unfortunately, it was not easy to find a purine body, but she died prematurely. If he had come a few months earlier, he would not have wasted such a good seedling. When he thought of the girl who died prematurely, his heart began to ache. Li Qing walked into the yard and said, "Uncle Ma, there's a very important matter." "What is it?" Senior Uncle Ma touched his bald head. His spirits were lifted as he asked, "Did you find another good seedling?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "This matter is very important. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go back to the ancestral court." A moment later, Uncle Ma's body trembled and he said in a trembling voice, "The peak of Zhou Xian? You must be joking." Li Qing said, "We've already investigated. In the past few months, there have indeed been deaths of people with yin and yang bodies in Xianxia County. There's something strange behind these cases, including the zombie disaster in Zhou County. The heretical cultivation must have deliberately created it to collect the souls of ordinary people." "Oh no, oh no." Uncle Ma's expression changed drastically. He held the pillar and said, "There's indeed something wrong with the flying stiff. Elder Wu just returned to the ancestral court and asked the chief to eliminate the flying stiff. If the heretical cultivation is the peak of Zhou Xian, won't they be in danger?" No. He temporarily did not care about the recruitment of disciples and said, "You stay here. I have to go back to the mountain immediately. Something big has happened. Something big has happened." As soon as his voice fell, he took out a palm-sized magic weapon from his arms. Uncle Ma threw the magic weapon into the air and cast a spell. The magic weapon immediately expanded and turned into the shape of a small boat. With a leap, he landed on the flying boat. Under the night sky, the flying boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Li Mu stood in the courtyard and watched Uncle Ma ride the flying boat and disappear into the night sky. He felt a little relieved. The ancestral court of Fulu school was one of the largest sects in the Zhou continent. They cultivated the righteous path and would not tolerate such heretical cultivation causing trouble under their nose. It would be best if the talisman puppet sect could dispatch an expert of the upper realm and kill the evil cultivator with a thunderous method. Then the evil cultivator would take Li Mu's secret and go to hell together. After Uncle Ma left, the Zhang County magistrates immediately sent out a secret letter asking for help. Li Mu left the yamen and walked home alone. For the past few months, there had been a pair of eyes spying on him from behind. Walking in the dark night, Li Mu should have been afraid, but his heart was incomparably calm. Not to mention the peak of Zhou Xian. Even if it was an ordinary Zhou Xian cultivator or a creation realm cultivator, it would make no difference to him. If he really met them, he would not be able to escape. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. He just felt that the human heart was too scary. Li Mu had lived 2 lives and had never met such an existence. Clearly, his cultivation was already at the peak, but he was still overly cautious. He painstakingly set up such a trap and almost fooled everyone. Li Mu walked to the door and the door next door opened. Lu Hanyan came out and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "How can I sleep after such a big thing happened?" Wan Wan had already fallen asleep and Lu Hanyan obviously did not eat. Li Mu also did not eat much all day. He went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of noodles for each of them. Lu Hanyan picked up the chopsticks and asked, "Is the Dongxian realm very powerful?" She had read a lot of cultivation books and knew that the Dongxian realm was very powerful, but she did not know how powerful it was. Li Mu nodded and said, "Very powerful." Taoist cultivation consisted of refining the soul, condensing the soul, concentrating the spirit, Shentong, creation, and Dongxian. Dongxian was the last realm of the 3 middle realms. They could carry mountains and forbid water, transform themselves, and know the escape skills of the 5 elements. They could stop the flow of rivers. They knew the rules of heaven and could see the secrets of heaven with a pinch of their fingers. They were already immortals in the eyes of the world. The word powerful was not enough to describe them. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "But you don't have to worry. He has already obtained the soul of the purine body. He won't come to you again." Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, "I'm worried about you. Your soul hasn't been hooked by him yet, has it?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Maybe he has already found another pure yang body." Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were worried about the same thing. They both thought that the heretical cultivation had not yet obtained the soul of the pure yang body. But in fact he was the first one to obtain the soul of the pure yang body. Landlord Zhang, Ren Yuan, and the others all died in their own ways. That person had spent a lot of effort. Only to Li Mu he was simple and crude. If the soul from another world had not occupied Li Mu's body and been reborn, he would have died in the line of duty. When the government office checked his birth characters, they might have found that he was a pure yang body. Then they would have increased the intensity of the investigation. Finally, they would have caught a monster or ghost that was used as a cover and closed the case hastily. According to the modus operandi of the heretical cultivation, Li Mu felt that it was very likely that he had planned to do so from the beginning. A person who was supposed to be dead came back to life. He was probably scared out of his wits. "You scared the hell out of me," Li Mu thought mischievously. The heretical cultivation at the peak of Dongxian could kill Li Mu with just a breath. Even if they gathered the strength of the entire North County, it would probably be difficult to eliminate them. He could only hope that the reinforcements from Lu school would be more powerful and not let that person come back to find him again. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you run away? Leave Yangqiu County and North County. This way the heretical cultivation won't be able to find you." Li Mu shook his head. If the heretical cultivation really targeted him, he would not be able to hide unless he ran to the ancestral court of Lu school or a place like the ancestral court of the Xian clan. Dongxian realm cultivators had a magical power called the moon fetching technique, also known as the mystic light technique. When this technique was used, a moon-shaped shadow would appear on the wall or in the void. Through this shadow, one could see the person or thing that the caster wanted to see. It was like an omnidirectional camera with no blind spots. No matter where Li Mu ran, he would not be able to avoid it. There will be a way. It was useless to think too much. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You go and rest first. Maybe he won't come back." Li Mu did not believe that the heretical cultivation would not come back. He was just comforting Lu Hanyan. Early the next morning, Li Mu went to the yamen as usual. In order to avoid causing panic, the Zhang County magistrates did not make the matter public. The yamen was as usual. Hanja had changed his clothes today. He combed his hair neatly and even trimmed his sideburns. He looked like a decent person. Li Qing was reading a book. Zhang Shan was playing dice in the duty room. Li Si was too tired at night and was lying on the table to catch up on sleep. Li Mu greeted Li Qing. When he walked into another duty room, he was surprised to find that old Wang had already returned. He was leaning against the chair in the duty room and taking a nap. In the duty room, old Wang was leaning against the back of the chair with his neck tilted back. Obviously, he was half asleep. The two front legs of the chair were raised and the whole chair was shaking slightly. At some point, the chair lost its balance. Old Wang fell back with the chair. Li Mu caught the back of the chair in time. His old bones did not fall apart. Old Wang woke up with a start. When he saw Li Mu, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, "Li Mu, long time no see." Li Mu arranged the chair and asked, "Where did you go to visit your family in the past half a month?" "In the neighboring county." Old Wang walked to the shelf in the corner and washed his face with water. He said, "An old man I knew when I was young passed away. I went to offer my condolences." Li Mu sat in the chair and said, "My condolences. What's there to grieve about?" Lao Wang grinned and said, "He's already lived to the age of 60. He's already suffered what he should and he's also thought about what he should enjoy. What's there to grieve about?" He sat back in his seat and continued, "Sooner or later I will have such a day. You have to help me take care of my funeral. When that time comes, you have to help me keep an eye on Zhou Xian. Don't let him cut corners on the coffin. If you dare to roll a straw mat and bury me, I will haunt you even if I become a ghost." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "With your body, it will take 2 years for you to die. When I make enough money, I will buy you a coffin made of Phoebe wood." Old Wang hurriedly said, "It's a promise. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry. What kind of relationship do we have? It was just a coffin made of Phoebe wood." If Li Mu put his mind on making money, he could become as rich as Lu Hanyan in less than 2 years. A coffin made of Phoebe wood would be a piece of cake. After ordering his coffin made of Phoebe wood, he felt at ease asking him questions. Li Mu moved the chair to face him and said, "Do you know anything about Zhou Xian? You haven't even learned how to crawl and you want to fly?" Old Wang glanced at him and said, "You'd better be honest and down to earth. First refine your soul, then condense your soul. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Once your state of mind is ruined, your path of cultivation will be ruined." Li Mu said, "I'm just curious. By the way, can I see anything I want with the Shuangguang technique of Dongxian cultivators?" Old Wang looked at him and asked, "What are you thinking? Do you want to peek at young girls bathing?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't. I'm just asking. Do you know anything?" "Of course you can't see anything you want with the Shuangguang technique." Old Wang curled his lips and said, "The so-called Shuangguang technique is actually to project the appearance of a place to another place. First, it has to be close enough for the Shuangguang technique to be useful. Second, it has to be calculated. If you can't calculate the location of others, you can't see anything. Finally, the Shuangguang technique is useless for cultivators above the creation realm, because they can feel if someone is spying on them and can easily break their Shuangguang technique. Therefore, this is a useless divine ability unless you use it to peek at the girl next door bathing." Li Mu didn't want to peek at Lu Hanyan bathing. He just wanted to know more about Dongxian. He thought for a moment and asked, "It's said that people in Dongxian can calculate all the mysteries of heaven with a pinch of their fingers. Is that true?" "It's true, but it's not that incredible." Old Wang clicked his tongue and said, "The mysteries of heaven are illusory. Who dares to say that they can calculate all the mysteries of heaven?" Old Wang's mouth didn't have any other skills, but it was good at relieving stress. Hearing him say this, Li Mu suddenly felt that Dongxian didn't seem so scary. He still wanted to know more, but Zhang Shan came in from outside and said, "Li Mu, there's a monk outside looking for you." Li Mu remembered that he had asked Xuandu to treat the old abbot's injuries. He could only suppress the other doubts in his heart and walk out of old Wang's room. Xuandu stood in the yard and bowed to Li Mu. "Benefactor Li, I'll have to trouble you again." Li Mu smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all. Let's go." The two had just walked out of the yamen when a few streams of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The streams of light arrived in an instant and landed at the entrance of the yamen, revealing a few figures. There were 3 people in the light. One of them was Uncle Ma, whom Li Mu had seen before. At this moment he was standing respectfully behind the other 2. One of the other 2 was a middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe and carrying a huge sword on his back. There were a few wrinkles at the corner of his eyes. indicating that he should be older than he looked. The other person was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She held a horsetail whisk in her hand. The two stood there without any fluctuations of mana. In Li Mu's eyes they were no different from ordinary people. Xuandu put his palms together and bowed to the middle-aged man. Xuandu. Greetings to Taoist Hyun Jinko. The middle-aged man asked, Are you Xuandu from the Jinshan temple? Xuandu nodded. That's me. The middle-aged man looked at him and asked, How is Master Puji? Xuandu said, Thank you for your concern. The abbot's health is very good. A trace of regret appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He said, We haven't seen each other since the last time we parted. Master Puji's foundation was damaged by monk Qianhuan, and his cultivation was destroyed. I thought that the heretical cultivation's soul had dissipated and his body and Dao had disappeared. I didn't expect that his soul had escaped. What? Xuandu's expression changed. He asked, Monk Qianhuan is not dead yet? The middle-aged man sighed and said, Not only is he not dead, but he has also collected the souls of yin and yang and the 5 elements, as well as a large amount of souls of living people. I'm afraid that he has recovered his cultivation and is even more difficult to deal with than last time. Is the news true? Xuandu still had a look of disbelief. He said, There were so many masters who besieged him that time. There was a 6th realm master from Buddhism and Taoism, and there were more than 10 5th realm cultivators. How could he have escaped? Monk Qianhuan is one of the 10 great elders of the demon sect. His cultivation methods are profound and he is best at the soul separation technique. Last time, a wisp of his soul escaped and hid here. He single-handedly planned the zombie disaster in Zhou County and obtained a large number of souls of living people. He has already collected the souls of yin and yang and the 5 elements. He only needs to use the formation to refine them and he will be able to recover to his former peak. The middle-aged man looked at Xuandu and said, This time a disciple of the Fulu school died. The Immortal headmaster personally performed a divination and confirmed that he died at the hands of monk Qianhuan. The headmaster of the ancestral court of Fulu school was a powerful figure in the upper realm. His divination could not be wrong. Amitabha. Xuandu chanted the name of Buddha and said with a compassionate look, He has committed such a sin. If he is not eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it. Li Qing and Hanja walked out of the government office. When they saw the middle-aged man, they immediately bowed. Greetings, Chief Hyun Jinko. Greetings, Chief. Li Mu did not expect that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was one of the chiefs of the Fulu school. The ancestral court of Fulu school had 7 branches and 7 chiefs. Each of them was a powerful figure in Zhou Xian. Hyun Jinko nodded slightly to them. He looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and said, This is Taoist priest Dun, the Miao Dun of Xuanzong. The two bowed and said, Greetings Taoist priest Dun, the Miao Dun. Li Mu looked at the beautiful woman. Xuanzong and Fulu school were the same. They were one of the 6 Dao sections. Although they were not proficient in Fulu, the mysteries of their Dao and divine sense were incomparable to those of the other 5 sects. Hyun Jinko looked at Hanja and said, Take us to see the Yangqiu County magistrate. Although Hanja did not understand, he obediently walked to the door and said, Chief Taoist priest Miao Dun, please. Xuandu also followed the two into the county government. Li Mu did not have to go to the Jinshan temple for the time being. He looked at Li Qing beside him and asked, Boss, have you heard of Master Qianhuan? Li Qing nodded and said, Do you remember? I told you that a few months ago, a Dongxian heretical cultivation master was killed by the masters of Buddhism and Taoism. Master Qianhuan was that Dongxian heretical cultivation master. Li Mu had a look of realization on his face as he muttered, So it's him. When he first asked Li Qing if there were any shortcuts to cultivation, she used the Dongxian heretical cultivation master as an example to Li Mu, which almost made Li Mu give up the idea of taking shortcuts. He was the one who injured the abbot of the Jinshan temple, killed Li Mu and told the fortune of the pure yin baby girl. He was the one who was behind the cases of the Zhangwang clan, Zhao Yong, Ren Yuan, Landlord Zhang and Wu Bo. He was also the one who controlled the zombies in Zhou County. He was the feng shui master of Zhang village, the fortune teller of Qin village, and the black-robed man who taught Ren Yuan cultivation. The purpose of his doing these things was to heal his injuries. Half a year ago, the encirclement against Master Qianhuan was the source of all this. Chapter 112. In order to completely eliminate the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, the Lu school had sent the heads of the 5th and 7th branches, two of Dongshuan's strongest cultivators. Hyun Jinko was the head of the 5th branch, while Yu Quanzi, the head of the 7th branch, had gone to chase after the flying stiff a few days ago. The beautiful middle-aged woman beside the head of the 5th branch, Hyun Jinko, was also a cultivator of Zhou Xian. According to Uncle Ma, if the heads of the other branches hadn't been out traveling and couldn't make it back in time, there would have been more people involved in this attack on the heretical cultivation. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that 3 Dongxian experts couldn't eliminate a Dongxian heretical cultivation cultivator of the same realm. In the Yangqiu County government, Hyun Jinko looked at the file compiled by Li Mu and Li Qing and said, "It seems that the flying stiff that Elder Ma was chasing after was the venerable Master Thousand Illusions." Taoist priest Dun from the Miao County said, "There's no time to lose. We should meet up with Yu Quanzi as soon as possible. Once the venerable Master Thousand Illusions completely recovers, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with him alone." Hyun Jinko nodded and thought of something. He looked at the Zhang County magistrates and asked, "Who is the person with the pure yang body involved in this case?" The Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu. Li Mu stepped forward and said, "It's me." Hyun Jinko looked at Li Mu and his eyes suddenly turned golden. Li Mu was shocked, but his eyes quickly returned to normal. Hyun Jinko had a strange expression and said, "To be able to escape from the hands of the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, you are very lucky. Are you interested in joining the Lu school?" Hearing this, Li Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light, while Han's face flashed with a trace of nervousness. At this moment, Taoist priest Dun of the Miao school smiled and said, "If you don't like Fulu school, you can also join Xuanzong. Xuanzong has thousands of Taoist techniques for you to choose from." Hyun Jinko said helplessly, "Daoist Miao Dun, how can you snatch people like this?" Daoist priest Miao Dun said, "I'm just speaking the truth. There are many Daoist techniques in Xuanzong that are suitable for his physique. They are more suitable than your Fulu school." Hyun Jinko just shook his head and smiled, not saying anything more. Li Mu was relieved. Just now, Hyun Jinko was obviously checking to see if he had been possessed, which made Li Mu worry for a moment. Now it seemed that even the cultivators of Dongxian could not see through his soul. In response to the two's invitation, he just smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to join a sect for the time being." In terms of cultivation, Li Mu had the Daoist book that Su He gave him, which was enough for him to cultivate to the transcendent realm. As for himself, he did not lack transcendent Dao techniques. It was just that his spiritual power was too low and he could not use them. Although the Fulu school and Xuanzong could provide him with more cultivation resources, there must be masters of the upper realm in their mountain schools. If someone could see through his soul, it would be too late for regrets. In response to Li Mu's rejection, the two did not say anything. Although the pure yang body was rare, he had already missed the best age to start cultivating. There was not much value in nurturing him. As the masters of Dongxian, a pure yang body would not attract much attention. Hanja let out a long sigh of relief. In Li Qing's eyes, something bright dimmed again. The two masters of Dongxian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and smiled. "Benefactor Li, let's go." The abbot of Jinshan Temple had his foundation injured by Venerable Qian Huan. Even if the Heart Sutra had miraculous healing effects, it was not something that could be healed in a day or two. Li Mu would have to come at least 5 more times. After arriving at Jinshan Temple, Li Mu went into the Buddhist hall to pray. He did not know if there were real gods in this world. If there were, he hoped that the masters of the Fulu school could completely eliminate the Dongxian heretical cultivation and eliminate Li Mu's worries so that he could be at ease as a constable. Xuandu sent Li Mu back to the yamen and suddenly said, "Little benefactor Li, you can consider joining the Heart sect. When the time comes, I can recommend you to enter the ancestral court of the Heart sect. Even if Venerable Qian Huan still covets your soul, he would not dare to look for you." Li Mu felt helpless. This monk had indeed not given up on persuading him to become a monk. However, he still smiled and declined politely. With the 3 masters of Dongxian, the heretical cultivation will not be able to escape death. Master Xuandu's worries are unnecessary. After bidding farewell to Xuandu, Li Mu returned to the duty room. Zhang Shan and Li Si did not know what had happened. They were playing a guessing game with old Wang with dice in the corner. Looking at them playing happily, Li Mu sighed. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. Because they did not know anything, they did not have to face this fear. Li Qing sat on a chair and looked up at him. She asked casually, "Why are you not willing to join the sect? It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation." Li Mu smiled and said, "I think the way I am now is pretty good." Li Mu was not a person who liked change. He had just accepted this world and adapted to the life of a constable. Every day he read books and patrolled. He had 2 or 3 friends at the yamen and a silly girl at home. If he had not been targeted by the heretical cultivation, such a life would have been very comfortable. On the contrary, in the sect, it was not uncommon to see people scheming against each other for resources. If he was not careful, he would be plotted against. Whether it was senior brother Qin or the Zhou Xian heretical cultivation, the psychological trauma that Li Mu had caused had not dissipated until now. Old Wang was right. In the world of cultivation, the big fish ate the small fish and the small fish ate the shrimps. It was too cruel. Li Mu preferred to stay in the secular world. Occasionally he would tell stories, watch plays and cook at home. After dinner, Wan would massage his back and shoulders while listening to Lu Hanyan play the zither and sing. It was much more interesting than hiding in the mountains to cultivate. Li Qing did not speak anymore. When she lowered her head, a trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The 3 Dongxian powerhouses were chasing after the heretical cultivation. Li Mu could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. He left the duty room and went to Old Wang's place. He randomly found a book to read. A moment later, Old Wang came in and asked, "Have you refined the 4th soul?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I've refined it." Old Wang sat on a chair and said, "It is not easy to refine the last 3 souls. I will teach you a good method that will allow you to refine the last 3 souls quickly. Do you want to learn?" Li Mu quickly asked, "What good idea?" Old Wang smiled wretchedly and said, "The 7 souls are born from the 7 emotions. Happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil and lust. The last 3 souls are born from love, evil and lust. You can disperse the last 3 souls and find some women to cheat their feelings and bodies. In this way they will love you first and then hate you. There will be lust in the middle and you can directly condense the 3 souls and avoid the refining step." Li Mu thought he had some good idea. He shook his head and said, "Do you think I am Li Si?" Old Wang shook his head and said, "It is because you are not Li Si that you can do it. The women who have slept with Li Si never hate him. He can't absorb their evil feelings." Li Mu flatly rejected Lao Wang's suggestion. "I won't do such a heartless thing that will cause me to be struck by lightning. It's better for me to slowly refine it myself." How would Lu Hanyan, Wan, and Li Qing look at him if he cheated the feelings and bodies of so many women? Instead of this, Li Mu would rather earn money and marry a few more wives. It was reasonable and legal anyway. You can use your brain, but you have to use brute force. Old Wang shook his head and said regretfully, "This is not against the law. It is a waste of your face. Deceiving women's feelings and bodies was not against the law, but in terms of morality, it was undoubtedly at the bottom. Perhaps even Li Si would look down on him." Li Mu did not intend to take shortcuts. Wouldn't it be better to earn money and marry a wife? If he was lucky, he could marry a woman with a higher cultivation than him, such as Li Qing. One would be enough. Compared to soul condensation cultivation, Li Mu was more concerned about the heretical cultivation. He did not know if 3 Dongxian cultivators would be able to kill him completely if they joined forces. Yuntai County. A middle-aged man was walking in the air above a dense mountain forest. After stepping into the forest, his footsteps paused for a moment. The next moment his expression changed greatly. His body turned into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. At this moment, from the forest below, a dozen pillars of light suddenly rose into the sky. One could vaguely see Fulu's shadows in the pillars of light. The pillars of light were extremely thick. In the blink of an eye, they joined together to form a huge light shield that enveloped him. At the same time, 3 powerful auras appeared outside the light shield. 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, floated in the air. The beautiful woman held a horsetail whisk. The middle-aged man carried a huge sword on his back, and the last old man had an 8 trigrams mirror floating in front of him. After the 3 of them appeared, they continuously poured their spiritual power into the light shield, causing the light shield to become even more dazzling. Inside the light shield, the middle-aged man let out an angry roar. A thick corpse aura erupted from his body and instantly filled the light shield, faintly contending with the golden light. Hyun Jinko smiled and looked at the beautiful woman in Taoist robes. He said, Miao Dun's divination technique has reached perfection. To be able to calculate the path he must take, Xuanzong's Dao is indeed marvelous. The beautiful middle-aged woman chuckled and said, Your sex Fulu Dao has opened my eyes. To be able to use a talisman as a formation to trap this corpse. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape, we wouldn't have been able to stop him. This talisman formation is not inferior to the top formations of the Spirit Array sect. The last old man controlled the bronze mirror in front of him and poured his spiritual power into the pillar of light. He said, Junior brother Xianxia, fellow Miao Dun, control the formation well. His injuries haven't completely healed yet. Take this opportunity to completely refine him. Even if a wisp of his soul escapes, it will lead to another catastrophe. Above the formation, powerful spiritual power fluctuations continued to spread. Within a radius of dozens of miles, whether it was uncivilized beasts or monsters that had awakened their consciousness, they all lay on the ground, trembling. Even monsters that had taken human form couldn't calm the fear in their hearts. Those that had already stepped into the middle realm and formed their monster cores were doing their best to leave this area. They could feel that there was an aura here that they couldn't afford to provoke. In Yuntai County, countless cultivators also felt the spiritual power fluctuations. However, the Yuntai County governor had already told them not to get close to that area. The area within a radius of 50 miles was designated as a forbidden area for cultivators. The spiritual power fluctuations in the forbidden area lasted for 3 whole days. After 3 days, everything suddenly calmed down. After a few more hours, some daring cultivators carefully flew over. When they arrived at the edge of the forbidden area, they were shocked to find that within a radius of a few miles in the center of the forbidden area, the trees were withered and the rocks were shattered. There was no sign of life, nor was there any spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was like a land of death. Yangqiu County government. Li Mu had been anxious for 3 days before he finally heard a piece of news from Zhang County magistrates that made him ecstatic. 3 days ago, 3 Dongxian powerhouses from Fulu School and Xuanzong had tracked down Master Qian Huan, who had escaped to Yuntai County. In order to prevent him from escaping again, the 3 of them joined forces and trapped him with a formation. After 3 days they refined Master Qian Huan alive. This time, the evil cultivator who had committed all kinds of evil deeds was finally gone for good. Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. The stone that had been pressing down on his heart all this time was finally lifted. Chapter 113. In the county office, Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu with a flushed face and said, Li Mu, you've made a great contribution this time. When the county governor finishes dealing with the matters in Zhou County, you should be rewarded. This time such a big thing had happened in Yangqiu County. As the county magistrate, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Fortunately, Li Mu had seen through Master Qianhuan's plot in time, allowing the powerful people of Fulu School to track him down and kill him. This was also the credit of the Yangqiu County government. As the county magistrate, his merits offset his faults. Li Mu didn't care much about rewards. Master Qianhuan was Dongshuan's top heretical cultivation expert. The orthodox masters of Fulu School had killed him twice before killing him completely. Li Mu was very satisfied to be able to escape from him. After hearing the news, he couldn't wait to go home and tell Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan said in surprise, Really? Li Mu nodded and said, Really? No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight 1 against 3. This time it's all thanks to your book. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one would have known about the heretical cultivation's plot. Li Mu still had lingering fears when he thought about this matter. If Li Mu hadn't seen the page of the supernatural records, he wouldn't have thought of the existence of the Yin-Yang 5 elements soul refining formation. Master Qianhuan had secretly collected the souls of the Yin-Yang 5 elements. Even if he couldn't break through, he would recover his original cultivation. At that time it would probably be the time for him to look for Li Mu. Now he had been refined by the 3 powerful people of Dongxian and his soul scattered. Li Mu didn't have to worry that the secret of his rebirth would be leaked. Lu Hanyan seemed to be happier than Li Mu about Master Qianhuan's death. She dragged Li Mu out to buy a table full of food and a jar of wine. When they came out of the market, they happened to meet Zhang Shan and Li Si, who were about to eat noodles at a noodle stall. Zhou Xian was stunned when he saw the two. He secretly winked at Li Mu and said, Li Mu, Lady Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Hanyan was obviously in a good mood today. She smiled at the two and invited them. Constables, would you like to eat at my house? Zhou Xian looked at the chicken and fish in Li Mu's hands and then at the noodle stall not far away. His throat moved and he said happily, sure. Li Si shook his head and said, no trouble, we'll eat noodles. Zhou Xian frowned and said, there's chicken and fish, what noodles? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, it's no trouble. You patrol so hard every day for the people of Xianxia County. Besides, you're Li Mu's friends. Let's go. Li Si wanted to refuse, but Zhou Xian had already taken the chicken and fish from Li Mu's hands and said with a smile, I'll take it, I'll take it. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly looked ahead and said, isn't that the boss in front? Should we call the boss too? Lu Hanyan also saw Li Qing. She thought for a moment and quickly walked forward. She said a few words to Li Qing and the two of them walked back together. Obviously, Li Qing had agreed to her invitation. Originally, they had prepared food for 3 people, but after walking around the street, they had to prepare food for 6 people. Zhou Xian volunteered to kill the chicken and fish. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan were preparing in the kitchen. Li Qing walked in and asked, can I help? Li Mu looked around and said, if there's nothing else, boss, you can cut these vegetables. Cooking might be a little difficult for Li Qing, but cutting vegetables was not difficult for her at all. The knife was in her hand. Li Mu could see the afterimage of the knife. The tofu she cut was uniform in size, as if it was carved from the same mold. The kitchen was not big. It seemed a little crowded with 3 people standing in it. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were there. Li Mu walked out of the kitchen and came to the yard. Zhou Xian was dealing with the fish. He looked up at Li Mu and blinked, asking, did you get it? Li Mu asked, what did you get? Still playing dumb with me? Zhou Xian secretly glanced at the kitchen and whispered, of course it's Lady Lu. What else can you get? You misunderstood. Li Mu shook his head and said, are we normal neighbors? Normal? Zhou Xian curled his lips and said, which normal neighbor would go shopping together and eat in the same pot? Li Mu shrugged and said, it's up to you to believe it or not. Really? Really? You still want to lie to me? Zhou Xian looked unconvinced and said, ask Li Si if you and Lady Lu are like a couple. No. Li Si looked indifferent and said, shopkeeper Lu's heart is very guarded. Li Mu hasn't entered her heart yet. They can only be said to be good friends. They don't like each other. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xian and said, see? This is the difference between you and Li Si. We are very pure friends. When it came to purity, Li Mu could guarantee that he was very pure to Lu Hanyan, but Lu Hanyan was not necessarily the same to him. After all, she once had lust for Li Mu and touched his arm back and forth. Maybe she really had bad intentions for him. No one knows women better than I do. There is no pure friendship between men and women. Li Si glanced at Li Mu and said, for people like you, even if you didn't fall in love at first sight, sooner or later, you will fall in love with each other. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Xian sneered at Li Si's words and said, my wife and I haven't fallen in love for so long. Li Si looked at him and asked, your wife is also a woman? Zhou Xian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. For a moment he felt sad and lowered his head, concentrating on killing the fish. Li Si looked at Wan Wan, who was running around in the yard. Sometimes she ran to the kitchen to watch Li Qing cut vegetables, and sometimes she ran to watch Zhou Xian kill fish. He said, I don't know what shopkeeper Lu is thinking, but that little maid really likes Li Mu very much. A little girl of this age is the easiest to deceive. Li Mu had never deceived Wan Wan. The little girl probably had a psychological shadow from being hungry when she was young. She liked whoever could feed her. Li Mu fed her every day. Wan Wan also knew how to return the favor. Every day she helped Li Mu clean up the room in the yard. Massaging his back and shoulders was a common thing. Now she had almost become the common maid of Li Mu and Lu Hanyan. At this time, Li Si looked in the direction of the kitchen again and said, Boss, recently the way he looks at you is a little... Li Mu asked, what's wrong with boss? Seeing Li Qing come out of the kitchen, Li Si shook his head and said, nothing. Today's meal was mostly cooked by Lu Hanyan. When Zhou Xian was eating, he praised Lu Hanyan's cooking skills. As he ate, he said, I didn't expect Lady Lu's cooking skills to be so good. If my wife can cook half as well as you, my death will be worth it. If any man marries you in the future, his ancestors must have accumulated 8 generations of merit. Lu Hanyan smiled slightly and said modestly, "You're flattering me." Zhou Xian picked up a mouthful of food and said, "It's true. Some girls nowadays don't know how to do needlework or how to cook, but they're good at wielding knives and swords. There aren't many girls like Lady Lu. She's beautiful, good at cooking and rich." Cough. Li Mu coughed softly. "What, am I wrong?" Zhou Xian glanced at Li Mu and said, "Girls should be like Lady Lu." "Hey Li Si, why did you kick me?" Li Si gave him a look and said, "Be quiet when eating." Zhou Xian followed Li Si's gaze and saw Li Qing. He seemed to think of something and his expression changed. He immediately said, "Boss, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you only know how to wield knives and swords, and I'm not saying that you're not as good as Lady Lu. It's okay." Li Qing looked indifferent and didn't care. She said, "Let's eat." With Zhou Xian livening up the atmosphere, the meal was very lively. Lu Hanyan drank a little wine and her face was red. After the meal, she cleaned up the dishes with Li Mu and said with a smile, "That fat constable is quite good at talking." The next morning, when Li Mu came to the county yamen, he learned from Li Si that Zhou Xian had been punished by Li Qing for 3 days because he didn't put on his hat properly when he entered the yamen in the morning. During these 3 days, he had to patrol the area under the jurisdiction of the 3 of them from morning to night. With Zhou Xian patrolling, Li Mu and Li Si could rest in the duty room. Li Mu was also happy to be free. He could use this time to continue reading and studying. Since Qinhuan Shangren was killed, everything in the county yamen had returned to normal. Li Mu also felt relieved. Now that he thought about it, there had been a Dongxian heretical cultivation spying on him these past few months. He couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, Qinhuan Shangren was dead. This Dongxian heretical cultivation was so careful when he was scheming for the yin, yang and 5 element souls that it made one's hair stand on end. He was so cautious that Li Mu still felt that he died too easily. It didn't match his previous style of doing things. However, after thinking about it carefully, even if he was cautious, the chances of him surviving when he encountered 3 masters of the same level were very slim. Li Mu was completely relieved and no longer worried. He went to Old Wang's duty room and found a book on feng shui tombs to read. Old Wang looked at him and asked, "Is Qinhuan Shangren dead?" Li Mu said, "Did. He was refined by the masters of Fulu school." That's good, that's good." Old Wang nodded and continued to busy himself. It was rare that he didn't take a nap today. He was so diligent that Li Mu was surprised. He swept the floor of the duty room clean and took out the books on the bookshelves. He used a cloth to carefully wipe every row of bookshelves until there was no dust in all the corners. Then he put the books back in their original places. After that, he organized all the files and placed them neatly on the shelves according to the time. After doing all this, the originally messy duty room had a brand new look. Li Mu looked around and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you so diligent?" Old Wang stretched his body and said, "I'm going to go on a long trip. Before I leave, I'm going to tidy up this place. Put the books and files where they should be so that people who come later can't find them." "Go on a long trip?" Li Mu was puzzled. "Where are you going?" "Very far." Old Wang smiled and suddenly looked at Li Mu. He said, "These past few months, I've been wanting to ask you a question." Li Mu put down the book and said, "If you don't know, how would I know?" "No, you know." Old Wang looked at Li Mu and smiled. "What question?" Li Mu looked at Old Wang and felt that the Old Wang today was somewhat strange. Old Wang asked, "How did you do it?" Li Mu said, "Do what?" Old Wang smiled at him and asked, "How did you take over Li Mu's body without being discovered?" Chapter 114. Li Mu raised his head and looked at Old Wang. He couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. His biggest secret was exposed in front of everyone. Even his most trusted Li Qing didn't know his secret. Besides Li Mu, the only person who knew that there was no soul of Li Mu's original body in his body was only one person. The murderer of the original body. 1,000 illusions Shangren. But he was already dead. He was trapped in a large formation by the 3 experts of Dongxian and refined. His body and Dao disappeared and his soul scattered. Li Mu wanted to stand up, but found that his body was locked by an aura and he couldn't stand up. Old Wang's originally cloudy eyes became clear. He looked at Li Mu with a puzzled expression and said, "I have observed you for several months. Your soul is just an ordinary mortal soul, but you have done something that even cultivators of the upper realm can't do. No one can take over a body without leaving a trace and not be detected by the soul examination instrument. You are the first one I have ever seen. Li Mu looked at Old Wang and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Old Wang smiled and said, "Can't you guess who I am?" Li Mu asked, "Thousand Illusions Shangren is not dead?" In everyone's eyes he is indeed dead. In the future there will be no more thousand illusions in this world. Old Wang said with a smile, "But isn't this what I want?" Li Mu looked at the familiar yet strange Old Wang in front of him and found that he had nothing to say. Thousand Illusions Shangren had set up a trap and killed countless innocent people. He was strangled by the experts of the righteous path. Li Mu thought that he had broken the other party's trap, but he didn't expect that he was still in it. This was a trap within a trap. In everyone's eyes, Thousand Illusions Shangren was dead. From now on he could completely fade out of everyone's sight. No matter what he did, no one would suspect him. This was his true purpose. He finally knew why the mastermind behind the scenes could accurately find these yin-yang 5 elements bodies in such a short time. No one had snuck into the county yamen. He had been there all along. He was the person in charge of household registration. He could openly use the opportunity of sorting out household registration to check the birth characters of all the people in Yangqiu County. He was there when Zhao Yong and Rin Yuan were executed, so it wasn't difficult for him to collect their souls. He was the fortune teller of the Qin family village and the feng shui master of the Zhang family village. He was Rin Yuan's master and the black-robed man that Li Mu had met. Old Wang was already dead. From the very beginning, Li Mu had known the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. In the past few months he had been by Li Mu's side, gambling with Li Mu, joking with Li Mu. Li Mu considered him one of his few friends and a teacher in cultivation. Before meeting Master Thousand Illusions, Li Mu often felt fear in his heart. At this moment, looking at Old Wang opposite him, he felt unusually calm. Panic and fear couldn't solve any problems. He had to remain calm to have a clear mind to think of countermeasures. He looked at Old Wang and asked, "How long have you been in the county yamen?" Old Wang said, "Not long. Only half a year." Li Mu asked, "You killed so many innocent people. Can you be so at ease?" "No one is innocent." Old Wang looked at Li Mu and said, "I've taught you that the law of the world is the law of the jungle. The weak have no right to choose." Li Mu sighed softly and asked, "You've already achieved your goal. Why did you come back to me?" "First I was curious." Old Wang looked at him with a strange expression and said, "I still haven't figured out how you did all this. Not only can you borrow a body to be reborn without leaving a trace, but also make it impossible for people to calculate your fate. If I didn't know that you were dead, even I wouldn't have suspected that you were the real Li Mu. And second? I want your body." Lao Wang looked at Li Mu and did not hide the desire in his eyes. He slowly said, "A young body with a pure yang body is of course much better than these old bones that are about to die. I wanted to teach you how to condense your soul as soon as possible, but it's a pity that you are unwilling. I can only think of other ways after occupying your body." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Do you want to possess me?" Old Wang said, "You can think of it that way." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If I use the method you taught me to condense my soul, won't I be the same as you?" Old Wang smiled and said, "Don't forget I'm not Old Wang and you're not Li Mu. You and I are the same." "We're not the same." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I won't be like you who won't even let go of a baby of a few months. I didn't kill her." Old Wang said calmly, "I'm just telling the truth. A purine body is a jinx. It's easy to provoke demons and ghosts. It's bad for parents and relatives. I didn't kill her. The ones who killed her were her family. And then there's Zhao Yong. In order to curry favor with the imperial court, he killed his fiancée. It was the imperial court that executed him. I just happened to run into him and took his soul. What does his death have to do with me? I taught Rin Yuan how to cultivate. I didn't teach him how to kill people and take their souls. He couldn't resist the temptation. He deserved to die. And that landlord Zhang. He used his power and influence to oppress the common people and steal women. What's wrong with his death? Wu Bo was cruel and merciless. He did all kinds of evil things. He framed his colleagues and tried to harm you several times. He wanted to kill you. Didn't he deserve to die?" Old Wang looked at Li Mu and said with a smile, "I said that this world is not like what you think. Good people often have short lives while evil people live long. This is a man-eat-man world. If you don't want to be eaten, you have to eat others. What about the Zhangwang clan? What about the thousands of innocent people who died in the hands of zombies in Zhou County? Li Mu smiled coldly and said, "You have evil in your heart. What you see is evil. All of this is just an excuse for your evil deeds." Old Wang waved his hand and said, "That's not important." He sat in the chair and looked at Li Mu with gentle eyes. He said, "Actually, you're quite interesting. Unfortunately, you're too naive to walk the path of cultivation. Why don't you become one of my 1,000 illusions?" As his voice fell, the body sitting in the chair slowly closed his eyes and tilted his head to one side. Then a shadow floated out of his body. A moment later, Li Mu walked out of the duty room and left the yamen. Li Qing stood at the door of the duty room frowning. When she chased him to the yamen, Li Mu had already disappeared from her sight. Another hour later, Xianxia stepped into the yamen sweating profusely. As he walked, he muttered, "It's just that I didn't wear my hat properly. Why did the boss have to make such a fuss? I'm so tired." He carried a paper bag in his hand and walked into Old Wang's duty room. He said, "Old Wang, you asked me to bring you some steamed buns this morning. I brought them back. They're 12 copper coins in total." Seeing Old Wang leaning on the chair and seemingly asleep, Xianxia walked over and pushed his shoulder. He said, "You're old, but you still like to sleep so much. Don't sleep anymore. Get up and eat." Lao Wang's body tilted and he fell softly to the ground. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and reached out to touch Old Wang's nose. The next moment his face became extremely pale. He shouted, someone come quickly." As he shouted, the yamen was immediately filled with chaotic footsteps. A moment later, Constable Zhou removed his hand from Old Wang's wrist. He sighed and shook his head. He said, "Old Wang has passed away." Zhang Shan's face was filled with grief. He murmured, "Everything was fine." "How could he?" Constable Zhou said. "Old Wang is old and in poor health. He should have gone home long ago. He has been in the yamen all his life. It's already a good result for him to pass away in his sleep without suffering. My condolences." Li Si stood behind the crowd. He looked around and asked, "Where's Li Mu? He should have gone to patrol." A constable sighed and shook his head. He said, "Li Mu is usually the closest to Old Wang. I'd better go find him." Outside the county, in a hidden forest, several huge stones formed a formation. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. It was a young man in a constable uniform. He looked down at his hands and said with a smile, "After 2 hours I will be you and you will be me. You are only a part of his soul." "You don't have the strength of Zhou Xian," the young man said and then spoke again. He looked a little strange. Outside his body, 2 overlapping shadows appeared. "It's enough to refine your soul." The other shadow regained control and said, "With your body I can quickly recover to Zhou Xian. Within 10 years I have hoped to see the secret of transcendence. During this time I really treated you as a friend. I trusted you so much. I didn't lie to you about all the questions you asked me. You deceived my feelings. I also helped you a lot." Li Mu and the Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions shared the same body. After talking to himself for a while he felt like a fool. Unlike Su He who possessed Li Mu, the current Li Mu had 2 souls in one body. Although the Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions soul was stronger, Li Mu was the master and he was the guest. Before completely refining Li Mu's soul, unless Li Mu released control he could not completely control Li Mu's body. The Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions regained control of the body and said, "Actually, I'm more curious about your secrets. How did you take over a body? What are those 2 Daoist techniques? Since you don't want to tell me, I can only find them myself after fusing with your soul." At this moment, Li Mu suddenly sighed and said, "I said we are not the same. Why do you have to do this?" The Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions was pondering the meaning of these words when the body he shared with Li Mu suddenly raised its hand and made a gesture. It was a Daoist hand seal, the Big Dipper seal. In an instant, Li Mu regained control of the body and quickly chanted, "Dao can be, Dao is not Dao." An incomparably vast power of heaven and earth surged towards the array formation. The array formation was easily destroyed by the power of heaven and earth. The Venerable Master 1,000 Illusions felt an intense sense of danger and was greatly alarmed. He wanted to leave Li Mu's body, but he was entangled by Li Mu's soul force for an instant. In this insignificant moment, the power of heaven and earth had already arrived. Puff. Blood spurted out of Li Mu's mouth as he was sent flying. The soul fragment that belonged to the venerable Master Thousand Illusions in his body was instantly erased by the power of heaven and earth. I can't accept this. Before the venerable Master Thousand Illusions' soul fragment dissipated, he only had time to let out an extremely unwilling roar. At the last moment before Li Mu lost consciousness, he sensed the disappearance of the venerable Master Thousand Illusions' aura and smiled. The first time he was possessed by Suhi, he had tried to use Suhi's dermic powers to activate the Tao Te Sutra. The result was that Suhi's soul had almost dissipated. It also made Li Mu realize that with his strength he was still unable to activate this mantra. If he forcefully used it, he would suffer an intense backlash. The stronger the soul body in his body, the greater the backlash. Li Mu's soul body was weak and the backlash was not great. The primordial spirit of the venerable Master Thousand Illusions was much stronger than his and completely collapsed under this power. Li Mu's body was sent flying dozens of feet and he fainted. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw a white figure flash before his eyes. Chapter 115. Outside Xianxia County in a dense forest. Li Mu was lying on his back in the grass. His entire body was in excruciating pain, as if something was filling his body that was about to explode. He felt like a balloon that could explode at any moment. Benefactor, benefactor. It was at this moment that a few anxious calls suddenly sounded in his ears. A warm feeling came from his face. Li Mu struggled to open his eyes and saw a little white fox licking his face. The little fox stood beside Li Mu and said happily, "Benefactor, you're awake." "It's you?" Li Mu recognized the little fox. When he first came to this world, he saved it from the hunters and was almost scared to death by it. He did not expect to meet it again. He remembered the white shadow he saw before he fainted. This time, Li Mu would not be frightened by it. With his cultivation, he could easily see that it was a small demon in the molding body realm. Moreover, it had just formed its body not long ago. Compared to ordinary foxes, it was probably just a little more intelligent, agile, and could speak human language. Li Mu did not have the time to deal with the little fox. He endured the pain and got up from the ground. He sat cross-legged and checked the situation in his body. Venerable Master Thousand Illusions wanted to refine Li Mu's soul and take over his body. However, he did not expect Li Mu to have this trick up his sleeve. Although Li Mu did not dare to recite the Tao Te Ching, if he forced himself to recite it while being possessed, he would at most be injured. However, Venerable Master Thousand Illusions would lose his life. After carefully checking his body, Li Mu's heart sank. Although Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was dead, Li Mu's own situation was not too good. Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' soul fragment contained too much soul power. At this moment, it was all accumulated in Li Mu's body. Li Mu tried many methods but could not find a way to release it. If this continued, Li Mu's body would explode like a balloon in less than an hour. He forced himself up and stood up from the ground. He felt that there was something strange around him. After using his heaven's eye, he found that there was a thick emotional power around him. This power of emotion was black, and it was the evil emotion needed to form the sixth soul. These emotions came from Master Thousand Illusions' hatred for Li Mu. He had been lurking in the county yamen on tenterhooks and cautiously. He had spent countless thoughts and half a year to set up such a trap, all for this moment. With just a few words, Li Mu had destroyed everything he had ever hoped for. This kind of devastating blow made a middle realm expert, who had long been indifferent to his 7 emotions, unable to control his monstrous hatred before his death. Forming this majestic power of emotion, he once again benefited Li Mu. According to Li Mu's initial estimation, the resentment caused by Master Thousand Illusions' hatred towards him was enough for him to condense his soul 10 times. A high-level cultivator was indeed a high-level cultivator. His emotional power alone was equivalent to tens of thousands of ordinary people. After collecting all of this resentment, Li Mu took out a divine travel talisman and stuck it to his body. He quickly rushed in a certain direction. "Benefactor, wait for me." The little fox saw that Li Mu was about to leave and quickly followed after him. Back at the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu ran to the small house hidden by the water. He anxiously shouted, "Sister Su, come out." A figure flashed outside the house. Suhi appeared outside. Before Li Mu could speak, her expression changed. She grabbed his wrist and quickly said, "There's too much soul power in your body. If you don't release it, you'll die." The power in his body was too great. Li Mu's consciousness was blurred. He gritted his teeth and said, How do I release it?" After saying these words, his body went limp and he fainted again. So he caught him in time. She wanted to absorb the boundless soul power in his body, but found that the soul power was entangled with his soul. She couldn't draw it out. If the soul power continued to wreak havoc, only death would await him. She lowered her head to look at Li Mu. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face, but it soon turned to helplessness. After making a decision, she hugged Li Mu's body and lowered her head to kiss him. Li Mu felt that the surging power in his body suddenly found an outlet and began to rapidly decrease. At the same time, the feeling of his body wanting to explode gradually subsided and disappeared. Li Mu opened his eyes and met a pair of familiar eyes. Suhi's lips were somewhat cold, but they felt very soft. A steady stream of soul power was sucked into her mouth from Li Mu's body. Suhi absorbed more than half of the soul power in Li Mu's body. Then she let go of Li Mu and said bitterly, "I didn't expect that my first time would be given to you." Li Mu sighed and said, "It's also my first time." Suhi frowned and asked, "What do you mean by sighing? Do you feel wronged?" "No." Li Mu shook his head. Suhi didn't continue to argue. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why do you have so much soul power in your body?" Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "It's a long story. Even Hyun Jinko and the other two cave realm cultivators couldn't kill Thousand Illusions. It was purely a coincidence that Li Mu could kill him. It was mainly because he was inspired by Suhi last time. Otherwise he would have refined Li Mu's soul and completely replaced Li Mu. He could continue to harm people with a new identity." Zhou Xian heretical cultivation. Suhi frowned. Although she didn't experience it, she could feel the danger from Li Mu's description. Li Mu also said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, he wanted to possess me and not directly destroy my soul. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you." After saying this, he noticed that Suhi's aura was somewhat unstable. He asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Suhi sealed the soul power in her body and said, "I've absorbed too much soul power from your body. I must immediately go into seclusion to refine it. Otherwise, there will be hidden dangers in the future. You should go back first." "I need to go into seclusion for a period of time." Li Mu asked, "How long will you be in seclusion?" Suhi said, "At least half a month, at most several months." Li Mu nodded and said, "Very well. I'll come see you in half a month." Suhi had absorbed too much soul power and needed to go into seclusion to refine it. Li Mu also left the Bay of Jade and headed for the county. Thousand Illusions had calculated everything, but in the end he had still made a mistake and lost his life. Li Mu had profited from this disaster. Not only had he eliminated a great enemy, he had also obtained great benefits. Most of the soul power in his body had been sucked away by Suhi, but there was still a small portion left. Thousand Illusions was once a Zhou Xian. Even if it was just a split soul, his soul power was still very pure. This small portion of soul power was enough for Li Mu to completely condense his 3 souls and enter the spirit condensation stage in one fell swoop. The evil feelings he left behind before his death were also enough for Li Mu to condense the 6th soul, filth removal. In this way, among the 7 souls, only the 5th and 7th souls born from love and lust had not been condensed. He already had 5 of the 7 souls. The last 2 souls were not that important. He could slowly condense them in the future. Walking out of the Bay of Jade, although his whole body was in great pain, Li Mu's heart was unprecedentedly relaxed. Thousand Illusions had really died this time. He had died without leaving even a trace. He no longer had to worry about the Dongxian experts hiding in the dark to seize his soul. He also no longer had to worry about someone leaking the secret of his rebirth. He hummed a brisk tune as he walked on the road. Suddenly, a fox jumped out from the grass. Li Mu looked at the white fox and asked in surprise, "Why haven't you left yet?" "Benefactor saved my life last time. I want to repay my benefactor." The little fox spoke in the human language. Its voice was as clear and melodious as a young girl's. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I never ask for anything in return for my good deeds. You can go." A little fox that had just formed its embryo and was still far from being able to take human form. What could it possibly have to repay him? When Li Mu saved it, it was purely out of pity. He did not think too much about it. Moreover, after the incident with Old Wang, he would not easily trust even humans, let alone demons. No, no. The little fox shook its head and said, Grandma said that the Heavenly Fox clan must repay kindness. Otherwise, it will affect my future cultivation. Li Mu looked at it in shock. You're from the Heavenly Fox clan? According to the records of demons in the 10 continents, the Heavenly Fox clan was obsessed with karma in the human world. They would repay kindness and seek revenge for hatred. If they had a grudge with someone, they would even hide in the shadows for decades to find an opportunity to take revenge. If they were indebted to someone, they would definitely find a way to repay the favor. This was their unique cultivation method. Li Mu indeed did not need its help. However, if he met the Heavenly Fox clan, he would not change their mind if he refused to repay their kindness. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, Do you have any aged precious herbs? You can give me some as a token of gratitude. The little fox shook its head and said, No. It seemed that the little fox was even poorer than a yellow rat. Could not even get a single herb. Li Mu said, Then just give me something. We'll be even in the future. The little fox still shook its head and said, My benefactor saved my life. How can I just give you something? That would not be enough to repay your kindness. Li Mu had no other choice. He said helplessly, Then tell me, how do you want to repay my kindness? The little fox suddenly lowered its head. A hint of shyness appeared in its gem-like eyes. It said in a low voice, That the book says that I have to repay my benefactor with my body. Li Mu was stunned. There was once a beautiful snake who wanted to marry him, but Li Mu did not agree. Now there was a fox who had not even transformed. She had to repay him with her body if he saved her life. He had also saved Zhou Xian. Why didn't she have the same awareness? Moreover, why were there only snakes and foxes who wanted to marry him? Was he not worthy of living with humans? Li Mu was indignant. He squatted down and looked at the little fox seriously. You're still inexperienced. You don't understand the evil in people's hearts. Don't be fooled by those unscrupulous authors. The little fox shook its head and said, He's not an unscrupulous author. Li Mu snorted and said, What kind of book are you reading? I'd like to know who dares to spout such nonsense. The little fox said, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. Chapter 116. Li Mu walked on the main road and turned back to look at the little fox following behind him. He couldn't help but sigh. What a sin. Even foxes were literate these days. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have written Strange Stories from a Strange Story. Moreover, the fox spirits of Strange Stories from Strange Stories all transformed to repay their kindness. She was still at least a few decades away from transforming. How long would it take for her to transform into her human form? Li Mu still tried to persuade her. Go back. I really don't need you to repay me. The little fox followed behind him and begged. Benefactor, please don't chase me away. I'll work hard to cultivate and transform as soon as possible. It's not a matter of whether you transform or not. Li Mu thought for a moment. I already have a family. Li Mu didn't mind telling a few white lies to persuade this stubborn fox. I can be a concubine, the little fox said nonchalantly. Just like in Strange Stories from a Strange Story. She looked up at Li Mu and said, Benefactor, you're lying to me. You're not married yet. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. You can tell. The little fox nodded shyly. Yes. Li Mu changed his perspective and asked, Don't you have a family? If you leave with me, what will happen to your family? The little fox said, I'll live with Granny. I'll just let her know. Granny also hopes that I can repay her kindness as soon as possible. The little fox was so stubborn that Li Mu couldn't do anything. He could only say, Even if you want to repay me, you'll have to wait until you transform. Why don't you come find me after you transform? The little fox said firmly, I can do a lot of things now. I can help you clean your room, wash your clothes, warm your bed. Li Mu had Wanwan to clean his room and Zhou Xian to wash his clothes. He didn't have anyone to warm his bed, but how could he let a fox warm his bed? Along the way he tried to persuade her but failed. Instead he was almost tempted by her. After entering autumn, the weather was getting colder and colder. This little fox was so furry that it would definitely be warm if it burrowed into the blanket. He wondered if it would shed its fur. Along the way, Li Mu gained a deeper understanding of the little fox's stubbornness. Even if Li Mu was the person it wanted to repay, It was impossible for him to persuade it to give up. Having figured this out, Li Mu stopped persuading it. At most, he would let it warm the bed for a few days, fulfilling its wish, and then send it away. Thinking of this, Li Mu looked at it and asked, "Are you going home with me?" The little fox raised her head and asked, Can I tell Granny?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Go, I will wait for you here." The little fox ran a few steps before turning back. "Benefactor, you have to wait for me." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Go on." Watching it disappear into the depths of the forest, Li Mu stood by the side of the road and did not leave. The records of the monsters of the 10 continents clearly stated how stubborn the celestial foxes were. In their understanding, saving their lives was a huge karma that had to be settled. Stopping them from repaying their debt of gratitude was no different from cutting off their path of cultivation. For these monsters that had gained sentience, cultivation was more important than anything else. After the little fox left, Li Mu first took off his outer robe, then walked to the water and rubbed off the splashes of blood on his official robe to avoid attracting attention when he returned. When he was possessed by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, Li Mu had thought of harming his enemy at the cost of his own life in order to protect himself. Under the immense power of heaven and earth, the venerable Master Thousand Illusions had been directly obliterated, and Li Mu had suffered serious injuries that would require at least several months of recuperation. But all in all, the injuries had been worth it. Not only did he kill a powerful enemy, but he also obtained enough anger to condense his soul, as well as the pure soul energy of a middle realm cultivator. Other than that, Li Mu's mind was filled with a lot of complicated memories. Rather than calling them the memories of the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, it would be better to call them Old Wang's memories. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions did not walk the path of Taoism that refined one's soul and condensed one's soul. Instead, he walked an evil path called the Thousand Illusions technique. This technique did not focus on the physical body but on the primordial spirit. The heretical cultivation of this technique allowed one to split one's primordial spirit into several soul bodies. As long as one managed to escape, it could be reborn in a new body and continue to appear with a new identity. Once it had gathered enough soul power, it could return to its peak. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions had been cautious all his life and always had a backup plan. Before he was jointly annihilated by the Buddhist and Daoist sects, he had separated a soul body and hidden it in Xianxia County. Just when the righteous faction experts thought that they had eliminated him, he possessed Old Wang's body and was reborn. He refined his soul and hid in the county government as Old Wang. Fragments of memories began to flash in Li Mu's mind. In a dark underground cave, Wu Bo's fat body was fleeing in a narrow passage. In the Qin village, a fortune-teller knocked on someone's door. In the Zhang village, landlord Zhang invited a feng shui master into the minister's mansion with a smile. In the Rin family, Rin Yuan kowtowed to a black-robed man. In the Kaishiku, Old Wang stood behind the Zhang County magistrates. He narrowed his eyes and watched as the executioner chopped down on Zhao Yong's head with a knife in his hand. In the north of the city, in a dilapidated house, the soul of the Zhangwang clan had just dissipated and was condensed in another place. The last memory was in a remote dark alley. A figure in official uniform that Li Mu could not be more familiar with walked in and never came out again. After these fragments of memories flashed back, they gradually dissipated. In a short moment, Li Mu experienced his journey in the past few months from Old Wang's point of view. The venerable Master Thousand Illusions had always been cautious. In addition to the flying stiff in Zhou County, he had also secretly kept a backup plan. Even if that plan failed, he would only lose the soul that possessed the flying stiff. If he could gather the souls of the yin and yang and the 5 elements once, he could gather them again. At that time, who would doubt him? Imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Unfortunately, he met Li Mu, a Zhou Xian heretical cultivation expert. In the end, he still ended up dead. Li Mu gathered his thoughts and leaned against a tree, waiting for the little fox to return. The crisis had been resolved. He looked up and saw that the originally gloomy weather had unknowingly turned into a clear sky. A white figure ran over from afar. When it saw Li Mu still standing there, it said happily, "Benefactor." Grandma agreed. "Let's go." Although he had agreed to let the little fox follow him temporarily, there were some things that Li Mu had to pay attention to on the way back. As he walked, he said, "First, without my permission, you can only stay at home obediently. You can't go out as you wish." This was mainly for the sake of the little fox. Although there weren't any powerful cultivators in Xianxia County, it was best for a fox that had just formed a fetus not to wander around the streets. If a cultivator with bad intentions saw it, it was inevitable that they would have evil thoughts. The little fox nodded seriously and said, "I will stay at home obediently." Li Mu added, "Second, you can't talk in front of outsiders." The little fox hurriedly said, "I know. I won't speak carelessly." Although the little fox was stubborn, it was very obedient. The fox behind him was eye-catching. After entering the county, Li Mu held it in his arms. The little fox hid in Li Mu's arms and looked around. Its gem-like eyes shone with curiosity. Li Mu walked to the door. A constable standing there saw him and immediately came up to him. "Li Mu, where did you go?" "I looked everywhere for you," Li Mu asked. "What's the matter?" The constable looked at Li Mu and said hesitantly, "There's something that I don't know how to tell you. Anyway, hurry to the yamen." After sending the little fox home, Li Mu left the house and headed for the yamen. He had just stepped into the yamen when Zhou Xian came over and said sorrowfully, "Li Mu, you're finally back. Old Wang, he's gone." In Old Wang's room, his corpse was placed on a small bed. His hands were folded over his abdomen and his expression was very peaceful. In truth, this was only one of Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' plans. The real Old Wang had died a few months ago. If Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' plan had succeeded, the one standing here now would not be Li Mu but him. After Old Wang, Li Mu would be his second target for possession. As Li Mu, he would continue to live in the county yamen and perhaps collect the souls of the 5 elements. He would replace Li Mu and work under Li Qing. He would enjoy Li Qing's kindness. He would become neighbors with Lu Hanyan and let Wan Wan massage his back and shoulders. Even the little fox that Li Mu saved would come to him after it transformed into human form to repay his kindness. It was unforgivable. Li Mu did not tell Zhou Xian and the others about these things. In any case, Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was dead. This result was enough. Otherwise, Li Mu would find it difficult to explain how he killed Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. This involved too many of his secrets. It was better to let them believe that Old Wang had died of old age and that Venerable Master Thousand Illusions had died under the encirclement of the experts of Fulu's school. His trust in Old Wang was second only to Li Qing and Lu Hanyan. He did not expect that the person he trusted so much was the mastermind who had been spying on him from behind the scenes. It had to be said that Old Wang, or Venerable Master Thousand Illusions, had used practical actions to teach Li Mu a good lesson. Not only did he teach Li Mu a lot of cultivation knowledge, but he also taught him that on the path of cultivation he should not easily trust anyone. He had shown Li Mu the cruelty of the cultivation world. In the future he would have to be more careful in his cultivation. In the end, Zhou Xian did not covet Old Wang's inheritance. Instead, he took out all his private savings and put them together with Old Wang's savings. He planned to prepare a good coffin for him. Li Mu could not afford a gold-rimmed Nanmu coffin. A gold-rimmed Nanmu coffin could buy a 5-section house in Xianxia County. He gave Zhou Xian some silver, enough to buy a good Nanmu coffin for Old Wang. Li Mu returned to the duty room. When he saw Li Qing, he was about to speak when Li Qing said indifferently, "Close the door. I have something to say to you." Li Mu turned to close the door and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" Plang. A white light flashed in front of Li Mu's eyes. He felt a cold sensation on his neck. He lowered his head and looked at the Qinghong sword on his neck. He then looked at Li Qing with a puzzled expression. Li Qing looked straight at him and said coldly, "Who are you?" Chapter 117. At this moment the azure rainbow sword was not even 0.01 centimeters away from Li Mu's neck. A cold and sharp sensation came from his neck. Li Mu could feel that a sharp sword qi had already locked onto him. As long as Li Qing wanted to, she could take his life. Li Qing would not do this for no reason. Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Don't call me boss." Li Qing's face was cold and her eyes were filled with worry. She looked at Li Mu and said coldly, "The one who just left the county office was not Li Mu. Who are you?" When they left the county office, Li Mu's body was completely controlled by the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. With his cultivation, Li Qing, who was only at the spirit conjuring realm, could not see through him. However, it was clear that Li Qing had already noticed the abnormality at that time. Li Mu looked into Li Qing's eyes and said, I am Li Mu. Li Qing met his gaze. His eyes were clear and Li Qing was familiar with them. Perhaps someone could possess Li Mu, but they could not imitate his eyes. Her eyes gradually became confused, and her hand that was holding the sword loosened. Li Mu sighed in relief and said, "But when I left the county office, my body was controlled by someone and I was almost possessed. It was not easy to escape." From the beginning, Li Mu had been holding his body up, not wanting to be seen through. At this moment he did not need to hide anymore. After he relaxed, his qi immediately withered. "You're injured." Li Qing put down her sword and quickly walked over. She poured her mana into his body and asked, "What happened?" "We were all wrong." Li Mu sighed and said, "The flying stiff that the seniors of the Fulu school destroyed was only a doppelganger created by Master Qianhuan using the souls of yin and yang and the 5 elements, as well as a large amount of blood essence and soul force from living people. The real him is actually in the county government by our side all this time." Li Qing instantly understood Li Mu's meaning. She felt a chill in her heart and said in shock, "You're talking about Old Wang." Li Mu nodded and said, "Old Wang is the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. A few months ago he was possessed by the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions and was lurking in the yamen. He was the only one who could freely check the records of the people. He did all this in secret, and after we found out, he didn't hesitate to abandon the flying stiff clone. He wanted to possess me, but I killed him." Li Qing looked at him in a daze and asked, "You killed the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions?" Li Mu pointed a finger at the sky and said, "I swear on the Tao that if there is even half a lie in what I said just now, let me be struck by lightning and not." "You don't have to swear. I believe you." Li Qing covered his mouth and shook her head. "No wonder you weren't sad at all when you saw him die." "So you already knew," Li Mu sighed and said, "Actually, I didn't want to believe it either, but it was the truth. He was extremely cautious. If he didn't want to possess my body, I would have thought he was already dead." Li Qing said in disbelief, "This person is actually so treacherous and cunning." Li Mu looked at Li Qing and said, "Boss, can we not report this matter to the higher-ups?" Li Qing asked, "Why?" "If the higher-ups know, they will definitely ask me how I killed the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. This will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble." Li Mu explained, "Anyway, the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions is already dead. There is no need for these twists and turns." Li Qing thought for a while and nodded slightly. She said, "Let me help you heal first." Actually, it would be best if Li Mu went home and used the Heart Sutra to heal himself. However, he still allowed Li Qing to hold his hand and channel her mana into his body. Li Qing did not ask Li Mu how he killed the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. Li Mu took the initiative to explain, "I have a divine ability that can prevent others from possessing my body. The deeper the cultivation of the person possessing my body, the greater the backlash. The Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' soul was dissipated by the backlash of that divine ability. Before he died, his monstrous hatred for me turned into evil emotions. After my injuries are healed, I will be able to condense the 6th soul." Li Qing thought for a while and said, "In this way you only have the 5th and 7th souls left. Have you thought of a way to condense them?" Li Mu was startled. The 5th and 7th souls were born from love and lust respectively. Li Mu had thought of a way to collect these 2 emotions, but how should he tell Li Qing? Should he say that he planned to marry a few more wives and that love would develop over time? Li Mu shook his head decisively and said, "No." Li Qing withdrew her hand and said, "If you were immortal, losing any of the 7 souls would endanger your life. However, you are a cultivator. Even if you lose 2 souls, it is not a big deal. You can condense your soul first. When you have the chance in the future, it will not be too late to condense these 2 souls." Li Mu smiled and said, "I think so too. Before the Venerable Master Thousand Illusions died, he left me some pure soul energy. I should be able to condense my soul very soon." Li Qing reminded him, "Using other people's soul energy to condense your soul is a shortcut, but don't rely on it all. Otherwise, the mana you cultivate will not be solid enough. You will be like Rin Yuan, having only a cultivation level but not the strength to match it. In the future, when you fight with others, it will be very easy for you to be at a disadvantage." "I know." Cultivation was not just about guiding and refining qi. If Li Qing did not learn Fulu martial arts or Abhijna, her current cultivation level would definitely not just be at the spirit condensation realm. Although Rin Yuan's speed of improvement was fast, if they really fought, Perhaps he would not be as good as a Fulu school's spirit refinement disciple. In order to not arouse suspicion, Li Mu did not stay here for long. He left the duty room and, together with Zhou Xian and Li Si, arranged old Wang's funeral. Li Mu did not appear as sad as Zhou Xian about old Wang's death. He was not the original Li Mu. The time he had spent with old Wang was only these few short months. In these few months he had treated old Wang, who was possessed by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions, as a true friend. As for the other party, when Li Mu thought of this he could not help but shiver all over. He busied himself until he was about to go to the yamen. Then he dragged his tired body and walked home. On the street, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes grabbed the arm of a sloppy Daoist priest and said excitedly, "Old Immortal, last time I took the medicine you gave me. In less than 2 months my wife became pregnant. You must come to our house and let our family thank you properly." The Taoist priest flung his sleeve and said, "You bought the medicine with money. No need to thank me." He tidied up the stall on the ground. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced and saw a young man coming from the front. He felt that the young man was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he said in surprise, "You're not dead yet." Li Mu looked up and saw the Taoist priest who had said that he only had half a year to live. The Taoist priest circled Li Mu a few times. He clicked his tongue and said in surprise, "Not only are you not dead, but you've also condensed 4 spirits. You've also collected enough evil feelings for the 6th spirit. Boy, what have you done to make people hate you so much? Don't tell me you went to harm other girls." After being stunned for a moment, Li Mu bowed to the old man with folded hands and said, "Senior, thank you for reminding me that day." The Taoist priest did not care and said, "What are you thanking me for? I took 800 coins from you that day. Just to remind you, you don't owe me and I don't owe you." Li Mu was no longer the rookie who had not even touched cultivation. Naturally, he would not treat the old man as a Jianghu swindler. The old man could see through Li Mu's 7 spirits and even the accumulated emotions in his body. His cultivation, if not Zhou Xian, was at least at the creation realm. The old man looked at Li Mu and said, "I don't think you're an evil person. Have you thought about how to condense the last 2 spirits?" Li Mu immediately said, "Senior, please enlighten me. It's fate that we can meet here. Well, I'll give you some advice for free this time." The Taoist priest waved his hand and said, "The 5th spirit is born from love. The 7th spirit is born from smelly lungs. You only need to find a female cultivator of the spirit condensation realm and become a Taoist companion. Then you'll have both of them." Li Mu had thought of this method before. He shook his head and said, "It's not that easy to find a female cultivator of the spirit condensation realm. Then you can only marry a few mortal wives." The old man looked at Li Mu and said, "With your appearance it's not difficult. If you can't find love, you can go to brothels more often. Even if you can't find love, you can still have as much lust as you want. The girls there love handsome men like you." Li Mu's first kiss had been given to Su He. The other one could not be lost in that kind of place. If he had to go to brothels to sell his body to collect lust, he would rather not have that spirit. The old man carried his divine strategy flag and said, "Whether you can condense the spirits or not depends on your luck. I'm leaving. See you again if fate wills it." Li Mu watched the creation realm or Dongxian powerhouse leave. He did not have much contact with him. Although the sloppy Taoist priest had a high cultivation, his temper was quite strange. After the incident with Thousand Illusions Shangren, Li Mu was very cautious of these masters. To be safe, it was better not to have anything to do with these people. He returned home. Just as he opened the door, a white figure appeared in front of him. The little fox stood in the yard and said in a clear voice, "Benefactor, you're back." 2 figures walked over from the side. Lu Hanyan looked around and asked in confusion, "Who were you talking to just now?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Lu Hanyan was confused. "Why did I hear a woman's voice? And it wasn't Constable Li. Did you bring a woman home? How is that possible?" Li Mu said, "Maybe you heard wrong." Wan saw the little fox in the yard at first glance. She ran in happily and said, "Miss, this little dog is so cute." The little fox lowered her head and said sadly, I'm not a dog. Ah, this puppy can talk." "Li Mu, there's a monster." Wan was shocked. Lu Hanyan's face was pale. She hugged Li Mu's arms tightly and hid behind him. Chapter 118. In the courtyard. Lu Hanyan and Wan stood behind Li Mu, looking at the little fox in front of them with fear on their faces. The little fox lowered its head as if it had done something wrong. From time to time it would raise its head and look at Li Mu pitifully. Li Mu could not even bring himself to scold it when he saw how pitiful it looked. All right. Li Mu withdrew his arm from their chests and waved it off. This is Lady Lu Hanyan, and this is Wan. Get to know them first so that you don't have to hold back in front of them in the future. Li Mu pointed at the little fox and introduced it to Lu Hanyan. This is... He was stunned for a moment before remembering that he had not asked for its name. He looked at the little fox again and asked, "What's your name?" "Xiaobai. This is Xiaobai, a little fox. I saved it from a hunter in the past and it's here to repay my kindness." Lu Hanyan's impression of demons only existed in novels and dramas. Compared to those demons and spirits who would eat people at the drop of a hat, this little fox did not seem that scary. Moreover, with Li Mu here, that trace of fear she had just now quickly disappeared without a trace. She asked curiously, "How is it going to repay the kindness?" Li Mu shrugged, indicating that he did not know either. The little fox immediately said, "I can massage your legs, clean your house and even warm your bed." Wan looked stunned. She was no longer afraid and said unhappily, "If you do all that, what should I do?" Although it was a fox, it was a female fox. In order to prove his innocence, Li Mu explained to Lu Hanyan, "It's a tradition of their tribe to repay kindness. If you don't let her repay her kindness, there will be problems with her cultivation in the future." Li Mu ignored her every day, so Lu Hanyan naturally did not suspect that Li Mu had any thoughts about a female fox. Looking at the cute little fox, her curiosity finally overcame her fear of demons. She squatted down and asked softly, "Xiaobai, other than talking, what else can you do?" The little fox lowered its head in self-abasement. She was just a little demon who had just formed her womb. Other than learning to speak, she did not know any other Dharma spells. However, she quickly regained her confidence. She sniffed and raised her head. "I don't know anything now, but after I transform, I'll repay your kindness." Transform? Transform into a human. Lu Hanyan looked down at the little fox and then at Li Mu. "How do you want to repay me?" The little fox said seriously, "If you don't mind, I can repay you with my body." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan's deep gaze and understood what she meant. "I didn't teach it that." The little fox nodded. "No one taught me that. I saw it in strange stories from a Chinese studio." Li Mu did not want to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, "You guys talk. I'll go cook." With the venerable Master Thousand Illusions dead, the biggest threat had been removed. Li Mu could finally return to his normal life. Although the little fox was here to repay his kindness, Li Mu still treated it as a guest. "What do you usually eat?" The little fox said, "I eat wild fruits in the mountains. Sometimes Granny finds medicinal herbs and brings them to the city to sell. The money is used to buy us roast chicken." Li Mu thought for a moment. Foxes were omnivores, so there was nothing to be picky about. When it was time to eat, he found a clean bowl and scooped some food into it. He also stuffed a drumstick into it and placed it on the ground. After the meal, Lu Hanyan and Wan helped him wash the dishes and left. Li Mu said to the little fox, "I'm going out for a while. You stay here and don't wander off." The little fox nodded. "Don't worry, benefactor. I'll take good care of the house." Li Mu walked out and closed the door. The little fox ran around the yard a few times, still savoring the taste of the food. After a while, it ran to a corner of the yard, picked up a broom with its mouth, and began to tirelessly sweep the yard. After cleaning the yard, it found a rag. After wetting it, it wiped the tables, chairs, and cabinets in the room clean. When it came to Li Mu's study, it saw a bookshelf full of books. Its eyes were shining as it said in a daze, "There are so many books in Benefactor's house." It walked to the bookshelf and envied it for a while. Then it jumped onto the chair and climbed onto the desk, carefully wiping the table with the rag in its hand. There were a few unfinished manuscripts on the desk. It was about to pick them up with its claws to wipe the bottom when it suddenly paused. It looked at the contents of the manuscripts and muttered, "It seems that this volume of strange stories from a Chinese studio hasn't been published yet." Li Mu left the house and walked out of the city. Jinshan Temple's Abbot Puji's injuries would be completely healed after another round of treatment. Li Mu himself was still injured. He wanted to rest, but when he thought about how Xuandu would transfer all his transcendence energy to him every time he treated the abbot, It would be easier and faster for him to recover if he borrowed Xuandu's transcendence energy. Jinshan Temple. Xuandu stood at the entrance of the temple and smiled. I've been waiting for Benefactor Li for a long time. Li Mu smiled and said, I'm sorry. I was delayed by some matters at the yamen. It's fine. Xuandu said, then frowned and asked, Benefactor Li is injured. Li Mu said, it's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Xuandu took out a small bottle and handed it to Li Mu. There are a few elixirs in this bottle that I got from the Danding sect. They can increase transcendence energy and have a miraculous effect on healing injuries. Benefactor Li, please accept them. The Danding sect and the Fulu school were both part of the 6 great Daoist sects. The Fulu school specialized in using Fulu to kill enemies, while the Danding sect specialized in refining elixirs. Their elixirs had a wide range of uses. They could increase transcendence energy, heal injuries, and even be used as weapons against enemies. Li Mu did not stand on ceremony with Xuandu. He took the bottle and poured a pill into his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The pure medicinal power was instantly absorbed into his body. Li Mu acutely sensed that the transcendence energy in his body had increased slightly. His injuries, although not completely healed, were almost healed. The backlash from that move was still too strong. The split soul of the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master bore most of the backlash for Li Mu. The remaining small portion still caused serious injuries to Li Mu. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use this technique carelessly in a life-threatening situation. This kind of self-destructive attack would hurt the enemy as much as it hurt himself. If he was not careful, he would die together with the enemy. As for the remaining injuries, Li Mu could recover on his own. He did not want to waste the elixir. He put the bottle away. The elixir was not very useful to him, but it was just right to use it on Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan. The abbot of the Jinshan temple looked much better than before. He was a Buddhist monk at the peak of the 5th realm. Other than the masters of the ancestral court of Fulu school, there were few who could match him in the North County. It was a pity that he met the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master. He was injured because he wanted to eradicate the heretical cultivation. He had seen many cultivators who fell into the evil path for the sake of cultivation. In comparison, the old abbot was more respectable. The 3 of them sat cross-legged. Xuandu placed his hand on Li Mu's back. Li Mu pressed his hand against the abbot's back and chanted the Heart Sutra. From outside the meditation room, a faint white light could be seen. In the temple hall, not only the monks of the Jinshan temple, but also the pilgrims in the hall were used to the faintly glowing Buddha statues. These few days, these Buddha statues were shining every day. This directly caused the number of pilgrims who came to the Jinshan temple to increase exponentially. The amount of money donated was also much more than usual. In the meditation room, Li Mu slowly withdrew his hand. His complexion was much better than before. Just now, when he was treating the abbot's injuries, Li Mu himself also received a small commission. He borrowed Xiandu's vigorous mana and healed his own injuries. Amit Ba. The abbot stood up and made a Buddhist salute to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you, Benefactor Li, for these days." Li Mu smiled and said, "Master Abbot, you are too polite. The 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master has done many evil things. I was almost killed by him. Master killed him to get rid of evil for the people. Compared to Master, what I have done is nothing." The abbot did not say anything. He just looked at Li Mu benevolently and said, "My foundation was destroyed. If Benefactor Li did not save me, not only would my cultivation be difficult to recover, but I would also not have many years left in my life. The Jinshan temple will repay such a great kindness in the future." Li Mu said, "Master Xuandu has saved my life twice. Take it as me repaying his kindness." "Xuandu is Xuandu, I am I." The abbot suddenly grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "I have seen Benefactor Li's dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. I will lend you a hand again." As his voice fell, Li Mu felt a surge of mana that was several times purer than Xuandu's. It flowed into his body from his wrist. This mana was rich and powerful. Li Mu did not feel any discomfort in his body. On the contrary, he felt warm and very comfortable. Traces of a black substance were gradually discharged from Li Mu's body. Li Mu already knew that these were the impurities in his body. Last time Xuandu had helped Li Mu temper his body once. He did not expect so much to be discharged this time. The abbot let go of his hand and said, Benefactor Li's 7 spirits are still missing 2 spirits. This tempering will no longer be burdened by the loss of these 2 spirits. Taoism tempers the spirit for the sake of the physical body. Buddhism directly cultivates the physical body. Li Mu could feel the powerful strength in his body. Even the discomfort caused by the loss of 2 spirits had disappeared. He was delighted and said to the abbot, "Thank you, Master Abbot." The abbot smiled and said, "The one who should be thanking is me." Tempering the body was good, but every time, Li Mu's clothes would be dirty. When he left the Jinshan temple, he changed into a monk's robe. At the door, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu in confusion and asked, "Why are you dressed like this again?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "My uniform is dirty." Lu Hanyan pinched her nose and took the dirty clothes from Li Mu's hands. When she saw Li Mu's hands, she threw the clothes aside and grabbed Li Mu's hands. She said in surprise, "How did your skin become better again?" "No." She looked up at Li Mu and said, "Every time you dress like this, your skin will become better. What did you do secretly? Tell me honestly." Chapter 119. Women were extremely sensitive to certain aspects. Lu Hanyan could always detect the changes in Li Mu's body, such as whether he had become fairer, or whether his skin had become more delicate. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Li Mu simply admitted, "It's because I'm still cultivating Buddhist techniques, and there's a senior monk who used his mana to help me temper my body." Lu Hanyan said in disbelief, "Cultivating Buddhist techniques will make my skin the same as yours?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Buddhism cultivates the physical body. In the process of cultivation, the impurities in the body will be constantly expelled, and the skin will naturally become better." Lu Hanyan's eyes flashed and she asked, "Can I cultivate Buddhist techniques?" Li Mu said, "Of course, if you don't mind some changes in your body." Lu Hanyan asked, "What changes?" Li Mu looked her up and down and said, "For example, your whole body will be full of muscles, or you might lose your hair or something." Lu Hanyan touched her beautiful black hair and imagined her body full of muscles. She shook her head decisively and said, forget it, I don't want to learn it." "What's the tempering of the body you mentioned?" Li Mu explained, "If there's a Buddhist cultivator with high cultivation who's willing to use his mana to forcibly expel the impurities in your body can become like mine even if you don't cultivate Buddhist techniques." "Of course there's another way," Lu Hanyan asked. "What way?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Forget it." After that he walked into the house. Lu Hanyan was about to chase after him when she suddenly thought of something and stopped in her tracks. She remembered what that method was. The combination of yin and yang water and milk. Not only could it greatly increase the speed and efficiency of cultivation, it was also greatly beneficial to the body of a person with pure yin and pure yang. The only way to make her more youthful and beautiful and make her skin more delicate and lustrous was to dual cultivate with Li Mu. Doing those things every day was a form of cultivation. Over the past few months she had treated Li Mu as the person she trusted the most. In this world, other than Wan, she was the closest to him. However, being close to him was completely different from being intimate. After working in the music house for more than 10 years, she had seen too many men's faces. She had long made up her mind that she would only live for herself and not for any man. Li Mu was a trustworthy person. Lu Hanyan hoped to entrust Wan to him. As for herself, she was very satisfied to be neighbors with them for a lifetime. Li Mu had already walked back into the courtyard. When he walked out again, Lu Hanyan saw him opening his mouth to say something and immediately said, "I've never thought of getting married in this lifetime. Don't even think about it." Li Mu took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out 2 pills for her. He said, "One for you and Wan. Eat it and it will increase your transcendence energy." After putting away the porcelain bottle, he said to Lu Hanyan, "Even if your physique is compatible with mine, you're not my type. How many times do you want me to say this?" Li Mu had always remembered the matter of cultivation. Lu Hanyan's heart had just been touched, but she inexplicably became angry. Beautiful women were always conceited. Whether it was their looks, figure, cooking skills, or financial resources, she was very confident in herself. Over the years, there were at least 80 men who pursued her, if not 100, but they were always rejected by Li Mu. Sometimes Lu Hanyan couldn't help but doubt his judgment. In the end, she couldn't help but look at Li Mu and ask with self-doubt, "Am I not beautiful?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Beautiful. Is my figure not good?" "Good. Do you like my guqin?" "Good. Is my cooking good? Delicious. Don't I have money? Yes. As a woman, Lu Hanyan thought she was already very outstanding and had almost all the advantages a woman should have. She crossed her arms and looked at Li Mu asking, "If you don't like me like this, then what kind of woman do you like?" Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Are you as obedient as Wanwan? Are you as good as our boss? Are you, don't say it." Lu Hanyan put away the pills and turned away without looking at Li Mu. Li Mu shook his head and said softly, "Hell women." She didn't want Li Mu to have any ideas, but she also wanted Li Mu to have ideas. Lu Hanyan was very gentle when she was gentle, but she was also very unreasonable when she was unreasonable. Sure enough, Wanwan and the boss were better. One was well-behaved and obedient, while the other was straightforward. They would never be like Lu Hanyan, who accepted his things without even saying thank you. Speaking of Li Qing, last time Li Si said that Li Qing's eyes were not right when she looked at him these 2 months. What was wrong? He had to find a chance to ask Li Si about it. Li Mu walked into the yard and was about to return to his room when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Today the yard was surprisingly clean. Sometimes Wanwan would help Li Mu clean the yard after dinner, but it was never this clean. There were sounds coming from the study. When Li Mu walked to the door, he saw the little fox wiping the bookshelf with a rag in its front paws. On his bookshelf, the books that were originally just messy were now neatly arranged on the bookshelf. The things on the table had obviously been carefully tidied up. There was not a speck of dust on the table. The ink stains that Li Mu had accidentally dropped on the table last time had also been wiped off. Hearing the commotion at the door, the little fox turned around and said happily, "Savior, you're back." Li Mu looked at the yard and the study before asking, "Did you do all this?" The little fox wiped its forehead with its front paws. "I was alone at home and didn't have much to do." Li Mu did not expect that the little fox was serious about repaying its debt of gratitude. Others had Miss Conch, but he had Miss Fox. It was just that his Miss Fox could not transform into a human yet. The little fox looked at the bookshelf and asked Li Mu expectantly, "Savior, can I read the books here?" Li Mu said nonchalantly, "Go ahead if you want." He thought for a moment and poured out an elixir from the porcelain bottle. Placing it in his palm, he squatted down and placed his hand by the little fox's mouth. "Eat this." The little fox licked Li Mu's palm with its nimble tongue and swallowed the elixir. Then it asked, "Savior, what is this?" Li Mu replied, "It's an elixir that can increase your dermic powers. It can help with your cultivation." Feeling the effects of the elixir in its body, the little fox seemed to be in deep thought. It raised its head and looked at Li Mu seriously. "Don't worry, Savior. I will work hard in my cultivation and strive to transform as soon as possible." Bai Yinshin was in front of him and the little fox was behind him. Li Mu realized that these little demons who had been cultivating in the mountains and had not seen much of the world were unusually simple-minded. With such intelligence, even after transforming, they would still help others count the money they earned from being sold. It would be good to let it follow him for a while. First, it was the tradition of the heavenly foxes to repay their debt of gratitude. For this reason, the heavenly foxes usually cultivated in the mountains and did not come into contact with humans. They also did not want to be tainted by karma. However, once tainted by karma, they would repay it even at the cost of their lives. If he did not let it repay its debt of gratitude, it would be cutting off its path of cultivation. Even if Li Mu chased it away, it would not leave. Secondly, Li Mu could also improve its temperament. Compared to humans, these demons who only knew how to cultivate were as pure as Shaobai flowers. It was fine for them to cultivate in the mountains, but once they entered human society, such a temperament would cause them to suffer greatly. The little fox looked at the manuscript on the table and asked, "Savior, did you write strange stories from a Chinese studio?" Li Mu remembered that he had dug a hole for himself and immediately said, "That is a story in the book. You have to distinguish between story and reality. You don't have to repay a life-saving debt with your body." The little fox said in admiration, "Savior is really amazing. You can write so many good stories." After saying that, she said, "Can I ask you a question?" Li Mu asked, "What question?" The little fox was confused. "What does double challenge in fox couplet mean?" "I asked Granny, but she didn't tell me." Li Mu waved his hand. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. After reprimanding the little fox, Li Mu returned to his room and began to refine the wrath in preparation to condense filth purge his soul. Li Mu didn't touch the soul power left in his body by the venerable Master Thousand Illusions. The soul power was very pure. If he refined it all, it would be enough to condense his 3 souls to a certain degree. He might even be able to condense his soul directly. However, because the soul power was too pure, the difficulty of refining it increased. He planned to refine the wrath first. In the study, the little fox was lying on the table, seriously reading the unpublished manuscript of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. As it read, it muttered, "Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio," was written by Savior. Savior must have despised me for not being able to transform. A figure skipped in from outside. "Sir, I'm here to help you clean the study." Wan ran into the study and only saw the little fox lying on the table. She didn't see Li Mu and asked, "Where's Sir?" The little fox looked up. Savior is cultivating in his room. "Miss Wan, is something the matter?" Wan stood at the door of the study, suddenly feeling a little sad. He should be the one lying there. She was the one who came to this house first, but now she was like a guest. This little fox wasn't cute at all. It didn't know what first come first served was. It even said that it would give itself to him after turning into a human. Sir would never marry a fox. Sir said that he liked obedient girls like her. As she thought about it, worry appeared on the little maid's face. The little fox seemed to be very obedient too. It would turn into a human sooner or later. Most importantly, she ate very little. She was full after eating half a bowl, but she ate at least 3 bowls per meal. Would Sir be like her parents and not want her because she ate so much? The girl sighed, her heart suddenly filled with worry. Chapter 120. Sigh. Sigh. On the swing in the yard, the 2 women, one big and one small, sighed at the same time. Lu Hanyan tilted her head to look at Wan and asked, "Why are you sighing?" Wan asked doubtfully, "Miss, did I eat a little too much?" "Oh, no. There's no a little." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, "It's not a little, it's a lot. It's not like before. You don't have to go hungry anymore. Why do you still eat so much? You always eat until you're round." Wan lowered her head and said, "I'm afraid of being hungry." Lu Hanyan sighed softly, hugged her in her arms and said, "Don't worry. You won't be hungry anymore." Wan was still a little worried and asked, "But will young master dislike me for eating too much and not want me anymore? Xiaobai eats so little. When Xiaobai becomes a human, he will like Xiaobai." Lu Hanyan was angry at the mention of Li Mu, but she still comforted her. "How can he not want you? He can't wait to have all of you." Lu Hanyan still remembered Li Mu's dream of the future. Earn a lot of money, buy a big house and marry a few beautiful wives. Wan was probably one of the few he mentioned. Perhaps that Constable Li Qing was also one of them. Only she was not included. Lu Hanyan didn't know how she lost. Was it because Li Mu wasn't attracted to her at all? Or was he trying to trick her by retreating in order to advance? Lu Hanyan thought carefully for a long time and felt that Li Mu wouldn't be the second kind of person. This made her even more depressed. Although she didn't have any thoughts about Li Mu, being ignored and disliked by him was also very embarrassing. Wan's mood improved. She looked up at Lu Hanyan and asked, "Miss, why are you sighing again?" Lu Hanyan doubted herself. "Am I not pretty? Is my figure not good? Is my cooking not good? Do I not have many talents? Do I not have money?" Wan said, "Mrs. Beautiful has a good figure, cooks delicious food, is multi-talented and rich." Lu Hanyan murmured, "Then why doesn't he like me?" Wan was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is young Miss talking about young master? Young Miss also likes young master?" "I don't." "Then why does Miss want young master to like you?" "Yeah, why?" Lu Hanyan suddenly felt that Wan was right. She didn't want to marry Li Mu. Why should he like her? How could she be like this? She was so shameless. Lu Hanyan sat on the swing. Just as she was feeling conflicted, Wan jumped off the swing and ran next door to Li Mu's study. The little fox was reading a book. It looked up and asked, "Miss Wan, is there anything else?" Wan moved a chair and sat opposite the desk. She asked, "Xiaobai, how old are you this year?" Xiaobai said, 16. "I'm 16 too. How old are you?" "June." Wan smiled and said, "I'm May. I'm 1 month older than you. You have to call me big sister." Xiaobai curved its eyes and said, "Big sister Wan." The 2 ladies living next door were obviously very close to their benefactor. They had to be obedient in front of them. Wan asked again, "Do you like to read?" Xiao Bai nodded and said, "You can understand the human world from books. There's nothing in the mountains except for trees." "You like the human world?" Wan thought for a moment and said, "Next time I'll take you to my family's shop to watch plays and listen to songs. When you can transform into a human, I'll take you to buy beautiful clothes and jewelry." She had been looking forward to the human world for a long time. The little fox's eyes sparkled. It rubbed its paws and lowered its head. "Big sister Wan, you're so good to me." Wan patted its head and said, "Hurry up and transform into a human. Then we can play together." Although the little fox couldn't transform into a human yet, it didn't lose to a human in terms of work. The yard was clean and the study was neat and tidy. Li Mu felt much better. He asked the little fox during lunch in the afternoon and found out that it was 16 years old. It was the same age as Wan. The lifespan of an ordinary fox was usually only 10 to 15 years. When they gained intelligence and knew how to cultivate, their lifespan would be greatly extended. Xiao Bai's parents were demons. Therefore, when she was born, she was different from other foxes. Her lifespan wasn't shorter than a human's. Her 16 years old was almost the same as a human 16 years old. It was better for demons to transform as early as possible. If she transformed now, she would look like a 16-year-old girl. If she waited a few more decades, she would transform into an old woman. With the addition of a fox in the house, everything was cleaned and tidied up. Li Mu felt comfortable living there. The only thing that bothered him was where she slept at night. Li Mu lived in an ordinary courtyard house. The main room was his bedroom. There were 2 side rooms next to it that were filled with miscellaneous items. There were 2 side rooms. One was used as a kitchen and the other was transformed into a study by Li Mu. Li Mu thought about it and decided to make one of the side rooms her room for the time being. After having her own room, the little fox still insisted on warming Li Mu's bed before she left. She didn't have any strange smell on her. Instead, she smelled nice. It was said that this was a characteristic of the descendants of celestial foxes. 9-tailed celestial foxes were comparable to cultivators in the 9th realm. They were the kings of the demon beast. After cultivating 9 tails, their bodies would transform. Even after hundreds of years, their descendants would inherit some of the celestial fox's characteristics. Sleeping in a fragrant and warm bed, Li Mu suddenly felt that having a fox warming his bed wasn't a bad thing. The next morning, Li Mu came to the yamen. Zhou Xian was originally sitting in his seat, grieving over old Wang's death. After taking a few deep breaths, he followed the smell to Li Mu's side. He said in surprise, "Li Mu, why do you smell so nice?" Li Mu lowered his head and sniffed his own body. He didn't smell anything. He asked suspiciously, "Do I?" "Yes." Zhou Xian nodded with certainty. "This smell is so nice. It's making me impulsive." Li Si walked over and sniffed lightly. "It's the smell of a woman. Only a woman's natural body fragrance would have this smell." Zhou Xian said in a daze, "Li Mu, you've found a woman. Old Wang just died and hasn't been buried yet. You've already found a woman." "Don't talk nonsense." Li Mu glanced at him, then looked at Li Qing, who walked in. "The boss is here." Li Qing walked into the duty room. When she walked to her seat, she paused and asked, "What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant?" If he knew that the smell wouldn't dissipate for a long time, Li Mu wouldn't have let the little fox warm his bed yesterday. He looked at Li Qing and explained, "A few months ago I saved a little fox. Yesterday I met it outside again. It insisted on following me home. It said that it wanted to repay my kindness." "A fox repaying your kindness?" Zhou Xian's face showed an interested expression. He asked, "How?" "I read in the book that they will turn into humans and help you. Is it true?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What kind of nonsense books are you reading?" Zhou Xian said, "It's strange stories from a strange story. It's not a nonsense book. I saw the boss reading it last time. Pretend I didn't say anything." Li Mu waved his hand and explained, "It's just a little fox with spiritual intelligence. Can sweep the floor, wipe the table, and so on. It can't turn into a human and it won't help me with that. So the books are all fake." Zhou Xian heard this and immediately lost interest. He went out to patrol. Li Qing looked at Li Mu and asked, "Little fox?" Li Mu said, "It's a little demon that has just formed its embryo. A few months ago, it accidentally fell into a hunter's trap. I was the one who saved it." "A female fox?" "Yes," Li Qing said faintly. It's hard to guess what demons are thinking. You can't believe everything they say. Be careful. After saying that, she walked out of the duty room and left the yamen. Li Si looked at Li Qing's back as she left. His expression was one of disbelief. He muttered, "How is that possible?" "What do you mean, how is that possible?" Li Mu remembered that he still had questions to ask Li Si. He looked back at him and asked doubtfully, "Last time you said that the way the boss looked at me was strange. What's wrong?" Li Si said, "That's not the way she looks at her subordinates." Li Mu asked, "Then what's with that look?" Li Si sighed softly and said, "The boss seems to like you." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, "How is that possible?" Li Si said with a deep gaze, "A person's expression can be deceiving. His words can be deceiving. But the look in his eyes can't be deceiving. There's a big problem with the way the boss looks at you. Besides, don't you think that she's too good to you?" Li Mu thought about it carefully. Li Qing was very good to him. But wasn't it because Li Mu didn't have long to live? As the boss, she was trying her best to help Li Mu prolong his life. Lu Hanyan was also very good to him. Could it be that she also liked him? This was impossible. Li Mu looked at Li Si and asked, "Is the boss not good to you?" "This is different." "What's the difference?" Li Si smiled disdainfully and asked, "Do you dare to bet with me?" Li Mu asked, "What do you want to bet?" "Let's bet on the same thing. Does the boss treat you differently from us?" Li Si looked at him and said, "If you lose, you'll patrol the streets for me for a month. If I lose, I'll patrol the streets for you for a month. What? Do you dare to bet with me?" Li Mu also smiled disdainfully. "Why not?" The two walked out of the government office and saw that Zhou Xian didn't patrol. Instead, he squatted at the corner of the street. He broke the steamed bun in his hand and threw it to a colorful wild cat. As he threw, he whispered, "Are you a male cat or a female cat? Can you talk? Can you turn into a human? Meow. What does meow mean? Can you or can you not? If you can, quickly turn into a human." Chapter 121. Li Si waved at Zhang Shan from afar and said, "Old Zhang, come here. I need your help with something." Zhang Shan looked up and said, "I'm busy. I don't have time." Li Si took out a copper coin from his bosom and waved it in front of his eyes. Zhang Shan smiled disdainfully, "You want to buy me over with just one copper coin?" Li Si took out another copper coin. Zhang Shan snatched the copper coin from his hand and put it in his own pocket, saying, "What help?" On the street, Li Qing was patrolling. Zhang Shan suddenly ran over from behind. He held his forehead and said, "Boss, I feel a little dizzy. I think I'm sick." Li Qing took out a piece of fulu and handed it to him, saying, "Turn it into a bowl of talisman water. Normal colds and fevers will be fine after drinking it." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Shan took the fulu and ran to the back of the street. He looked at Li Si and said doubtfully, "You just want to trick the fulu. You can ask the boss directly. The boss will give it to you." Li Mu looked at Li Si and asked, "What does this mean?" "The last time I was sick, the boss also gave me a piece of fulu." Li Si said, "You try again." Li Mu looked at him strangely and walked out of the street corner. Li Qing saw him from afar but ignored him. Li Mu took the initiative to walk over and said, "Boss, I think I'm sick. I feel a little dizzy and my body is very uncomfortable." Li Qing reached out and touched his forehead, then grabbed his hand and used her transcendence energy to check. She frowned and said, "It's not hot. There's nothing wrong with your body." In the distance, Zhang Shan stared blankly at Li Qing, who was touching Li Mu here and there. He then looked at the fulu in his hand and said in surprise, "It's really different." After a moment, Li Mu walked to the street corner with a dazed expression. Li Si glanced at him and said, "1 month." Li Mu still didn't understand and asked, "You mean the boss really likes me?" Li Si said, "Maybe it's just a little good impression. Whether she likes you or not has yet to be tested. But the boss does treat you differently from us. In short, you've lost." Li Mu's face revealed a thoughtful expression as he muttered, "Why does the boss like me?" Li Si asked indifferently, "Do you need a reason to like someone?" "Don't." Don't. In terms of who understood women better, even 10 Li Mu's couldn't compare to Li Si's. If he said that Li Qing might like him, then it was really possible. Li Mu first assumed that there was such a possibility. Then he thought about it carefully. In the beginning, Li Qing didn't treat him much differently from Zhang Shan and Li Si. Later, after learning that he had a pure yang body, she treated Li Mu better and better. Did she have a good impression of him, or was she lusting after his body? Li Mu had read many books and knew a lot of knowledge, but he didn't understand women's minds. Lu Hanyan had made up her mind to be single for the rest of her life. The possibility of yin-yang dual cultivation was infinitely close to zero. If he was together with Li Qing, who had already gathered her spirit, Li Mu's 7 spirits would quickly reach perfection. No matter how you looked at it, she was Li Mu's best choice. If she really had a good impression of Li Mu, as long as they cultivated their feelings in the following days, the two of them were very likely to have a happy ending. However, with her personality, she regarded cultivation as extremely important and might not necessarily care about the feelings between men and women. Moreover, if the two of them were together, Li Mu's dream of a beautiful wife and concubine with a big house would probably be ruined. Li Si glanced at him and said, "You already have a boss and you still want to flirt with other women. Do you think you have a long life?" Li Mu couldn't help but be shocked. "You can see that too?" Li Si said, "I understand women and I understand men." Li Si had some skills after all. He could actually see through his thoughts. Li Mu couldn't see this even if he used the heavenly eye. However, Li Mu wasn't sure what Li Qing was thinking about him. He still planned to observe from the side. He walked back to the street and caught up with Li Qing. He asked, "Boss, do you want to come to my house for lunch today?" "No need." Li Qing directly refused this time. She asked, "Are you feeling better?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm fine now. Maybe it's because the 3 souls haven't been condensed." Walking beside Li Qing, Li Mu's mind flashed. He suddenly thought of a way to test whether Li Qing had a good impression of him. He looked at Li Qing and suddenly said, "Boss, I've thought of a way to condense the last 2 souls." Li Qing frowned and asked, "How do you want to collect love and lust?" Li Mu said, "I read in books that some cultivators will directly disperse the last 3 souls and then play with women's feelings." Seeing Li Qing frown, Li Mu hurriedly explained, "Of course I won't use this method. Scumbags who play with women's feelings are even more despicable than Li Si." Li Qing's brows relaxed again. Li Mu took the opportunity to say, "But I can marry a few more wives and obtain the last 2 emotions from my wives. It won't violate the law and there won't be any moral problems. That should be fine." "Hey boss, don't go." Li Qing seemed to be really angry. Ever since Li Mu told her that he wanted to marry a few more wives, she hadn't spoken to Li Mu for 3 days. She didn't even enter the room on duty. She was alone in the room where old Wang used to be on duty, doing who knows what. Li Qing's attitude made Li Mu feel a bit panicked. He wondered if he should take the initiative to apologize. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the door. Then he smelled the fragrance that he hadn't smelled in a long time. Li Qing put a book on the table in front of him. She flipped to a page and said, "Love is divided into big love and small love. Lust isn't only about lust. There are other ways to condense the last 2 souls." Li Mu stood up and smiled apologetically. "I was only joking that day." Li Qing said calmly, "I wasn't joking with you." Seeing that she seemed to be serious, Li Mu also became serious and carefully read the contents of this page. This book on cultivation actually recorded a method for those who had lost their 7 physical souls to condense their 7 physical souls again. It turned out that Li Qing had been helping Li Mu find these things for the past 3 days. This touched Li Mu's heart. At the same time, he also regretted it. 3 days ago, he really shouldn't have deliberately played that kind of joke with her to test her. He first put away his other thoughts and studied this book seriously. Among the 7 emotions, love didn't just refer to the love between a man and a woman. Li Mu's previous understanding was a bit narrow. Other than the love between a man and a woman, there was also the love of a mother, father, and siblings. Li Mu didn't have parents or siblings. Naturally, he couldn't obtain these emotions of love. But these were all small loves. There was also a kind of love known as big love. Small loves left no trace, big loves had no boundaries. This kind of big love referred to the benevolence toward all living beings. If one loved all living beings, they would naturally be loved by all living beings. This was another kind of love that was different from love, parental love, and brotherly love. No matter how Li Mu looked at it, he felt that this so-called big love was very similar to Buddhist merit and Daoist psychokinesis. Merit and psychokinesis were a kind of power obtained from the hearts of people through doing good deeds to save people or taking in believers. Not only Daoist and Buddhist sects, But even countries also needed this kind of power. In every county and county of the Great Zhou, there was a national temple built for the people to worship. The prosperity and desolation of the national temple were closely linked to the prosperity and decline of the country. This kind of phenomenon could be explained from two different perspectives. Merit and psychokinesis were both real and mysterious powers. Whether it was Buddhist or Daoist, they could directly absorb psychokinesis to cultivate. It was the same for the imperial court and the royal family. More psyche power could only be produced if more people sincerely worshipped Daoist temples, Buddhist halls or state temples. Therefore, whether it was Daoist or Buddhist sects, they would actively enter the world. By stabilizing the place, they could win the hearts of the people and obtain their power of faith. The imperial court also had to maintain the long-term stability of the counties and let the people live in peace and contentment. Only then could they sincerely worship the national temples. From another perspective, if the counties were governed in peace and the people lived in peace and contentment, there would naturally not be too many people who would commit evil deeds, let alone rebel. Wasn't the continuous and stable operation of the Great Zhou's entire system a sign of the country's prosperity? What Li Mu needed was to obtain the faith of the people, which was the big love. However, to obtain the faith of the people was obviously much more difficult than marrying a few wives. He might as well. Li Mu raised his head and looked at Li Qing. In the end, he did not dare to speak his mind. There was a replacement for love. As for lust, it was not the same as lust. The 6 desires were similar to the 6 senses. They were the desire of seeing, the desire of hearing, the desire of fragrance, the desire of taste, the desire of touch, and the desire of will. Lust was actually similar to the desire of will. If it did not exist, it could be replaced by the other 5 desires. The desire of seeing referred to the desire for beauty. If someone coveted Li Mu's beauty, he could absorb their desire of seeing. The desire of hearing referred to the desire for beautiful sounds and praise. The desire of fragrance and taste referred to the desire for fragrance and good food. Li Mu could not let others eat him. The desire of touch, as the name implied, referred to the desire of the flesh other than the matters between men and women. Lu Hanyan always liked to touch his body. This was the embodiment of the desire of touch. It was a pity that Li Mu could not absorb love from her. This was also why Li Mu was sure that she did not like him. Li Qing looked at him and said faintly, "There are many ways to collect the last 2 emotions. You don't have to force yourself to marry several wives." Li Mu actually did not feel forced. In fact, he was looking forward to it. But when he saw Li Qing's expression, he coughed lightly and said, "I just want to cultivate now. I don't want to think about the matters between men and women." The current Li Mu was not yet 19. Indeed, it was not the time to think about these things. He needed to refine the evil emotions as soon as possible and condense another soul. Then he could continue to refine the soul power left in his body by monk Qianhuan. He needed to condense the 3 souls into a primordial spirit as soon as possible and enter the middle 3 realms. This was what he should do now. Only when he entered the transcendent realm could he begin to learn those mysterious and strange transcendent techniques. He could truly be considered to have stepped through the door of cultivation. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the courtyard outside the duty room. Li Mu walked outside and saw several uniformed people standing in the courtyard of the county office. Their uniforms were slightly different from those of Li Mu and the others. They were more exquisite and imposing. The leading man raised his head and asked loudly, "Where is the Xianxia County Magistrate?" Chapter 122. Zhou Xian stood at the door and asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why are the people from the county government here?" Li Mu asked, "Are they from the county government?" Zhou Xian nodded and said, "I've seen the uniform they're wearing a few times. It's the uniform of the county government." He looked at them and said, "Xianxia County is under the control of North County. The people from the county government must be on the orders of the prefectural governor. These people wouldn't come to the county government for no reason. It must be something good or something bad." Whether it was good or bad, it had nothing to do with Li Mu. He had lost the bet with Li Si. He had to patrol for him for a month. Li Mu accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He was willing to accept his loss. It was just a matter of walking one more street while patrolling. In addition to accepting his loss, Li Mu also had his own thoughts. The collection of love was not divided into big or small love. Li Mu couldn't make Lu Hanyan fall in love with him, but he could make the people love and respect him. These 2 kinds of love were different in nature, but they had the same effect on condensing the soul. However, just as he walked out of the county government and was about to patrol, he was stopped by Zhou Xian. Li Mu asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhou Xian caught up from behind and said, "Don't go yet. The county magistrate is looking for you." "The county magistrate is looking for me?" Li Mu's face showed a trace of doubt. He asked, "Why is he looking for me?" Zhou Xian shook his head and said, "I don't know. It might have something to do with the people from the county government." Li Mu went to the front hall of the county government and saw that Li Si was also there. The Zhang county magistrates were chatting happily with several officers from the county government. Li Mu walked in and asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" Zhang county magistrate stepped forward and said with a smile, "In the past few months, you've done a lot for the people. You even exposed the conspiracy of the Zhou Xian heretical cultivation and saved North County from a catastrophe. I saw it all. This time, Constable Wu unfortunately died in the line of duty. I wanted you to take over his position." Hearing this, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Sir, please reconsider. I'm too weak. I haven't even completely refined the 7 souls. I'm afraid I can't take on such a heavy responsibility." Li Mu was very clear about his own abilities. To be able to be a constable, one had to be at least in the spirit-condensing realm. It wasn't strange for them to be in the spirit-condensing realm. They were often disciples of famous sects like Li Qing, Hanzhu and Huiyuan. Not only did they have high cultivation, but they also had all kinds of unique skills. At present, Li Mu was far from them. Zhang County magistrates shook his head and said, "Although I think highly of you, I'm afraid I can't give you such a heavy responsibility now." Li Mu was puzzled. He didn't know what he meant. Zhang County magistrates pointed to the 3 officers and said, "These people are here on the orders of the county government to deliver an official document." Li Mu faintly sensed that something bad was going to happen. He asked, "What official document?" Zhang County magistrate said, "When the zombies broke out in Zhou County, it was you who suggested that glutinous rice could restrain the zombies. I told the county government about this idea. After the county government ordered people to carry it out, it greatly suppressed the spread of the zombie disaster in Zhou County. Otherwise, even more people would have died in Zhou County. This time, you were the first to discover the matter with Master Qianhuan and promptly reported it. Only then could the experts of the Fulu school act as soon as possible and completely kill this person. Although you didn't directly participate, your contribution can't be erased." Li Mu asked, "So?" Zhang County magistrate said with a smile, "So the county government not only rewarded you with the courage and soul power to cultivate, but also prepared to transfer you to the county government. There, your monthly salary will be double. I congratulate you first." Great Zhou had a vast territory, but there were only 36 counties. North County was huge, and the area of Xianxia County was much larger than the county-level administrative regions of the future. Xianxia County was at least a few hundred miles away from the county capital of North County. Li Mu's family was in Xianxia County, and his friends were also in Xianxia County. There was no need for him to go so far away for an extra 500 copper coins a month. Ever since he met Lu Hanyan, Li Mu was like a fine horse meeting a talent scout. Whether it was publishing books or opening a shop, everything was very smooth. Every minute was worth a few hundred copper coins, and there was no need for him to go to the county capital. He asked tentatively, "Can I just ask for the reward and not go to the county capital?" Li Mu was at the crucial moment of condensing his soul and soul. He still needed soul power and courage. If he could not waste it, he would not waste it. When an official from the county government heard this, he snorted coldly and said, "What do you think the county government's order is? Can you take half and leave half?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Then I don't want any of them." The job of constable was not a good job to begin with. Lu Hanyan had long advised Li Mu to resign and follow her. If it was not for the convenience of cultivation and also the ability to do something for the people, such as punishing the strong and upholding justice, he would have long hugged Lu Hanyan's thigh and begged her to take him away. The official glanced at Li Mu and said, "We have conveyed the county government's order. You are to report to the county government in a month. If you don't come by the time, you will have to bear the consequences." With that, the 3 of them flicked their sleeves and left. Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu and asked in confusion, "Yangqiu County is still too small. This is a great opportunity for you. It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. Why don't you want to go to the county capital? Li Mu sighed and said, I have feelings for this place. Feelings? Zhang County magistrates thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He said, I understand. You have feelings for the people in the county government, not the county government. However, Miss Qing is a student of the Fulu school. The county government has no authority to order her around. You are an official of the Great Zhou. As long as you are in the county government, you have to listen to the county government's orders. Unless you don't want to be a constable. Li Mu did not answer immediately. He said, let me think about this matter. Li Si stood there for a while. Finally, he could not help but ask, Sir, there's nothing for me to do here, right? If there's nothing for you, why did I call you here? Zhang County magistrates glanced at him and said, You and Li Mu are the same. In a month, report to the county government. Why should I go? Li Si did not understand. He said, I didn't make any contributions. The county government promoted Li Mu, not me. Zhang County magistrates said, the person who gave you this order was not the county government, but the county minister. Li Si was stunned for a moment. Then he said decisively, Sir, I want to resign. Zhang County magistrates asked, what will you eat and use after you resign? Are you going to rely on brothels and live off women for the rest of your life? Li Si nodded and said, the doctor said that my stomach is not good. I can only live off women for the rest of my life. Zhang County magistrates smiled and said, it's useless even if you resign. The county minister means that you have to go whether you want to or not. There are only two choices in front of you. Li Si hurriedly asked, what's the other choice? Zhang County magistrate said, you can choose to go by yourself or be tied up. Hearing the bad news, Li Si looked like a frosted eggplant. After he left the front hall, he sat listlessly in the duty room. Zhang Xian heard this and sighed. It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help, this wouldn't have happened. Li Si shook his head and said, it's not enough for a beast like Zhao Yong to die 1,000 or 10,000 times. If I could do it all over again, I would still kill him. Zhang Xian asked, then what are you going to do? Li Si thought for a moment and said, I'll take it one step at a time. Zhang Xian looked at Li Mu and asked, what about you, Li Mu? What are you going to do? Li Mu shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Putting aside the emotional factors, going to the county city would do him more good than harm. Yangqiu County was only a small county. As Li Mu's cultivation improved, he would be able to obtain fewer cultivation resources from here. The county city was the capital of a county. Naturally, the cultivation resources would not be the same. Li Mu still had two spirits that had yet to condense. There would be more opportunities if he went to the county city. However, it was impossible to put aside the emotional factors for this kind of thing. He couldn't see Li Qing at the yamen. He couldn't see Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan at the yamen. He also couldn't visit Su He often. Such a life was meaningless. Zhang Xian sighed and said, it's a pity that the county governor didn't let me go. In the county city, my monthly salary would be doubled. Li Mu asked, the county city is hundreds of miles away from here. Don't you want your wife? Zhang Xian said helplessly, of course I want my wife. But I also need to earn money. The salary from the county yamen is too little. It's enough to support the two of us, but how can we afford to have a child? Li Mu and Li Si each had their fill. The whole family wasn't hungry. Zhang Xian loved money as much as his life because he had a family behind him. Li Mu wondered if he should discuss with Lu Hanyan when he went back and help him find a way to make money. It could be considered as doing his duty as a friend. As for whether or not to go to the county yamen, he still had to think about it. If he went, he would have to adapt to an unfamiliar life. Although there were more opportunities there, it was also accompanied by greater danger. If he didn't go as a minor official of the county yamen, disobeying the orders of the county governor, his path as a constable was about to come to an end. Li Mu didn't have to be a constable. However, as a minor official, it would allow him to get close to the people. It would be easier for him to gain the love and respect of the people and then obtain psyche power. At this moment, he was faced with the problem of making a choice. Li Qing walked into the duty room. She seemed to have something on her mind. She sat in her seat and her eyes were a little unfocused. After a while, she turned to look at Li Mu and asked, I heard from Lord Zhang that the county governor wants to promote you to the county city. This is a rare opportunity for you. The county yamen has a lot of cultivation resources, spiritual jades, fulu, elixirs, magic weapons and supernatural powers. You can obtain all of them through meritorious service. Li Mu shook his head and said, I don't want to go. Li Qing asked, why? Li Mu said, I'm used to following you. If you don't go, I won't go either. Li Qing's eyes lost focus for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, in half a month my training in the Xianxia county government will end. Li Mu was stunned and asked, are you going back to the sect? Chapter 123. Li Qing nodded slightly and said, my training in the county government has already ended. In half a month the school will send a new disciple. The disciples of the Fulu school could not always remain in the local government. Li Mu had long known that this day would come, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Li Qing looked at him and said, after I leave, you must be careful on your own. Li Mu came back to his senses and smiled. Boss, be at ease. I am no longer the same person as before. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in these past few months, you have become a completely different person. Sometimes I also wonder if there is another soul in your body. Li Mu let out a breath and said, the previous Li Mu was truly dead. The one standing in front of you right now is the reborn Li Mu. If it were not for the 1,000 illusions master killing me once, perhaps I would not have changed so much. The current you is more responsible and more righteous. You are truly much better than the previous you. Li Qing was silent for a while, then looked at him again and asked, will you go to the county government? A quarter of an hour ago, Li Mu had an incomparably sufficient reason for not going to the county government. But now his reason did not seem so sufficient. Li Mu thought for a while, then nodded. I will. After all, there are more opportunities there. I want to condense the other 2 souls as soon as possible. That's fine. Li Qing looked at him and warned, the county capital is not like the county capital. The cases there will be even more troublesome and the criminals you will encounter will also be more formidable. You must be careful. This half a month was the fastest half a month that Li Mu had passed since he came to this world. In the past few months, there had been no end to the murder cases in the county, but recently there had not even been a small case of theft. 15 days had passed in this sort of calm. Li Mu came to the guardroom early in the morning and saw Zhou Xian and Li Si standing at the door. Their ears were pressed against the door and they were acting suspiciously. He didn't know what they were doing. He walked over and was about to ask when Zhou Xian suddenly gestured for him to keep quiet. He pointed inside the duty room and didn't say anything. Li Mu slowly walked to their side. He did not stick to the door. As a cultivator, their 5 senses would be greatly enhanced. He had also begun to cultivate his 6 senses. Standing here, he could clearly hear the conversation in the guard room. Inside the room, Li Qing stood up and looked at Xianxia. She asked, what can I do for you, Constable Han? Xianxia forced a smile and said, Junior Sister Li, even if we're not from the same sect, we're still fellow disciples. It shouldn't be too much for you to call me senior brother, right? Li Qing was silent for a moment. Then she said, Senior brother Han, if you have something to say, just say it. Xianxia asked, Junior Sister Li, you've been in the soul refining and soul condensing realms for a long time these past few years. You should be consolidating your foundation. You want to wait until you reach the spirit condensing realm and use the shortest amount of time to break through to the transcendent realm, right? Li Qing nodded and didn't deny it. If that's the case, Junior Sister Li should be cultivating in seclusion after returning to the sect. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly said, there's something I've wanted to say to Junior Sister Li for a long time. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do so after returning to the sect. He looked into Li Qing's eyes and gathered his courage. Junior Sister Li, I've liked you for a long time. Are you willing to become my Dao companion? Li Qing shook her head without hesitation. She said, sorry, Senior Brother Han. Xianxia's face paled. Then he clenched his teeth and asked, is it because of Li Mu? You like Li Mu, right? Li Qing shook her head. I only have cultivation in my heart. Not long after, Xianxia walked out of the duty room in a daze. He glanced at Li Mu and left. Zhou Xian patted Li Mu's shoulder and sighed. Li Mu walked into the duty room and saw that Li Qing had already packed a bag. He asked, Boss, are you leaving today? I'll leave in a while. Li Qing nodded. You don't have to call me boss anymore. Li Mu smiled. I'm used to it. I can't change it in a short time. He walked to Li Qing's side and suddenly said, "Actually, I also have something to say to boss for a long time." A trace of panic flashed through Li Qing's eyes. She asked calmly, "What is it?" Li Mu said, "Thank you." Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Thank me for what?" Li Mu said, "Boss, thank you for teaching me cultivation. During this time you cared about me, protected me, gave me bai and collected courage for me." "As I said, you are my subordinate," Li Qing said. "If you have your own subordinates in the future, you have to be responsible for them." "I will." Li Mu smiled and said, "I'll go out first. When you leave I'll see you off." Li Qing looked at his back as he walked out. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face. She looked down at the green rainbow in her hand. Her gaze gradually became firm again. When Li Mu walked out of the duty room, Hanja stood in the courtyard and said to him, "Today I'm going back to the sect. I don't know if we'll be fated to meet again in the future." Although Li Mu and Hanja didn't like each other, they were still comrades who had fought side by side many times. Li Mu lightly punched him on the shoulder and said, "Take care." Hanja sighed and said, "Although I lost, you didn't win either." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I didn't bet anything with you." Hanja looked at him and said, "We may not meet again in the future. Let's go out for a drink." After all, they had gone through life and death together. They were about to separate and might not have the chance to meet again in the future. Hanja invited them to the best restaurant in Xianxia County. Li Mu didn't hesitate and agreed. Zhou Xian would never miss such an occasion. After all, it could save him money for a meal. He dragged Li Si along for a meal. Hanja didn't say anything about this. After drinking 2 cups of wine, he felt a little dizzy. He gave Li Si a thumbs up and said, "In this yamen I don't admire anyone else, but I admire you the most. You can sleep with any girl in the brothel. You don't even have to pay." His cultivation was not low, but his alcohol tolerance was average. After drinking 2 cups, he began to talk non-stop. "Actually, when we were in the sect, I noticed junior sister Li very early on. She's the most hard-working and serious cultivator in her branch. She's even more serious than senior brother Qin. I should have known. She only has cultivation in her heart. I lost. Li Mu, you didn't win either." Huh. After a few cups of wine, Hanja lay on the table unconscious. Zhou Xian nudged Li Mu with his arm and said, "Boss is leaving. You really don't intend to express your feelings to her before she leaves?" "Even Hanja. Don't give me any ideas." Li Si stuffed a drumstick into his mouth and said, "Don't you know boss? Since boss has decided to leave, it's useless no matter what Li Mu does or says." Li Mu smiled, picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. After being together for so long, he knew Li Qing's character better than anyone else. If he was really like Hanja, it would only make a good parting not feel like a parting. His feelings for Li Qing were admiration and gratitude, but if it was to say that it was love between a man and a woman, it was probably not to that extent. If the two of them had been together for a little longer, they might have broken through that layer of relationship. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Li Si sipped his wine and sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." Hanja was drunk. Li Si and Zhang Shan helped him to the yamen. Li Mu returned home and found Wan Wan holding Xiao Bai on the swing in the yard. The friendship between girls always came very quickly. Even if one was a human and the other was a fox, as long as it was a female fox. Lu Hanyan was in the shop and did not come back. Li Mu cooked 2 bowls of noodles for them. Xiao Bai could not use chopsticks because it had not transformed. Wan Wan ate a mouthful and fed it another mouthful. Seeing that they were getting along so well, Li Mu was relieved. He was in the county yamen during the day and Lu Hanyan was in the shop. In the past, only Wan Wan was at home. Now that there was a little fox that could talk, they could keep each other company. In the county yamen, Li Si and Zhang Shan helped Hanja back to his place and went back to the duty room. Li Qing looked at them and said, "In the future you'd better not drink when you're in the yamen. The new arrestor may be stricter than me." Zhang Shan hurriedly said, "Just this once, just this once." Li Si suddenly looked at Li Qing and asked, "Boss, have you really thought it through?" Li Qing asked, "Thought about what?" Li Si said, "Cultivation or love, which is more important?" Zhang Shan looked at Li Si in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about?" Li Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "In love, it is always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If you take a step back now and regret it later, you will have to take more than one step forward. By the time you regret it, perhaps someone has already taken a step ahead of you." Li Qing held the cyan rainbow sword so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white because of the force. Images of what they had experienced in the past few months flashed through her mind. Finally, she took a deep breath and her eyes returned to calmness. In this calmness, there was a trace of determination, a trace of pain, and a trace of hatred hidden in the deepest part of her heart that no one had ever discovered. She lowered her head and said silently in her heart, "Wait for me." At the entrance of the county yamen, Zhang County magistrates personally sent Li Qing and Hanja out of the county yamen. He cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them, saying, "Constable Li, Constable Han, on behalf of the county yamen and the people of Xianxia County, I thank the two of you for your contributions to Xianxia County during this period of time. I hope the two of you will have a smooth cultivation in the future." Hanja cupped his hands in return. "Thank you, Lord Zhang." Li Mu, Zhang Shan and Li Si stood together. They smiled at Li Qing and said, "Goodbye, boss." Li Qing's gaze swept across them and finally stopped on Li Mu's face. She said, "Goodbye." The two figures gradually disappeared from Li Mu's sight. The crowd had already dispersed. Zhang Shan patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, "Let's go back." Li Si walked in front of Li Mu and comforted him. "Boss and we are not people from the same world. Forget about her. In fact, Lady Lu is not bad. She is more suitable for you than boss. If you really can't do it, there is still that little girl." Lu Hanyan was good at both the hall and the kitchen. She was good at singing and dancing. Compared to Li Qing's immortal aura, she had more of a human aura. However, she had no intention of marrying in this life. When Li Mu returned home from the yamen, she had already prepared dinner. She even used a stack of books to raise Xiao Bai's chair so that it could lie on the chair and eat with them. After eating together for such a long time, he and Lu Hanyan had a tacit understanding. If Li Mu cooked, she would wash the pots and dishes. If she cooked, Li Mu would wash the pots and dishes. Li Mu moved the dishes to the kitchen. Lu Hanyan followed him and stood at the kitchen door. She asked, "You didn't say anything during dinner. You didn't eat much. Is there something on your mind?" Li Mu said, "Boss left." Lu Hanyan was surprised. "Arrestor Li left? Where did he go?" "Back to the sect. Are you coming back?" "No." Lu Hanyan was stunned. She walked into the kitchen and rolled up her sleeves. She said, "How about I wash the dishes? You go rest." Li Mu shook his head. "It's okay." Lu Hanyan rolled down her sleeves. After thinking for a while, she looked at Li Mu again and said, "Do you want me to drink with you?" Chapter 124. When Lu Hanyan was happy, she would drink a little wine, but she didn't drink much. Seeing that Li Mu didn't eat much at dinner, she specially made 2 new dishes for Li Mu to go with the wine. She poured a cup of wine for Li Mu and said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. With your qualifications, what kind of woman can't you find? Think about your big house. Don't you want to marry several wives? How can you be depressed because of this setback?" Li Mu was just a little sad because of Li Qing's departure. He wasn't like Hanja, who was heartbroken. Lu Hanyan obviously misunderstood. It was rare for her to be so considerate. Li Mu raised his wine cup and clinked it with hers. He said, "Things aren't like what you think." "I know." Lu Hanyan went along with Li Mu's wishes. She said, "The girls in the music house and the opera house are young and beautiful. As long as you don't dislike their status, I can help you build a bridge." Wanwan ran in from outside and exclaimed, "Miss." Lu Hanyan gave her a look and the little maid reluctantly walked out again. Lu Hanyan continued, "If you don't like them, I'll marry Wanwan to you in 2 years. Anyway, her heart is with you," Li Mu said helplessly. "You really misunderstood. Let's not talk about it." Lu Hanyan filled his wine cup and said, "Tonight we won't rest until we're drunk." Li Mu's alcohol tolerance was a little better than Hanja's, but it was only average. Lu Hanyan's alcohol tolerance seemed to be better than Li Mu's, but not by much. She deliberately helped Li Mu drown his sorrows with wine. The small jar of wine she brought was quickly emptied. Li Mu didn't know when he lost consciousness. He only knew that he and Lu Hanyan both drank a lot. When he woke up, he was already on his bed. The strange thing was that even though he was not deliberately cultivating, the mana in his body was circulating at a very fast speed. It was even faster than when Li Mu was actively cultivating. He opened his eyes and saw that he and Lu Hanyan were sleeping face to face on the bed. Both of their clothes were intact. Lu Hanyan's shoes were still on her feet, so nothing should have happened. This allowed Li Mu to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he began to search for the cause of the abnormal flow of mana. Soon Li Mu discovered the source of all this. Unknowingly, he and Lu Hanyan's hands were clasped together and their fingers were intertwined. The mana in Li Mu's body circulated on its own. From his left hand, it was transferred to Lu Hanyan's right hand, and then from Lu Hanyan's left hand back to his body. During this transmission process, the mana circulated very quickly. This meant that the growth of the mana would also be faster than him cultivating alone. There was no doubt that this must be because one of them was pure yang and the other was pure yin. Yin and yang attracted each other. Cultivating like this for a day was at least comparable to Li Mu's 3 days of cultivation. Opposite Li Mu, the sleeping Lu Hanyan's eyelashes trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. She had just woken up and her eyes were still a little confused. But when she saw Li Mu opposite her, she suddenly sobered up. The next moment she remembered what happened last night. Li Mu's sweetheart left. In order to comfort him who was heartbroken, she deliberately accompanied him to drink, and then drank to the bed. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with her body. Her clothes were intact and she didn't even take off her shoes. They should have just slept on the same bed. Although nothing happened, her fingers were intertwined with his, and they were tightly holding each other's hands. Lu Hanyan subconsciously withdrew her hand and frowned the next moment. When their fingers were intertwined, there was a very comfortable feeling in her body. But when she withdrew her hand, this feeling immediately disappeared. The strong contrast made her feel lost and frustrated. Thus, she silently put her finger back and experienced that comfortable feeling again. She looked at Li Mu with her eyes wide open and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't know." Lu Hanyan could also feel the growth of the mana in her body. After thinking for a while, she said in surprise, "Is this dual cultivation?" Li Mu, maybe. Although he was not very sure, the mana in his body at the moment was indeed running faster than usual. This situation was not much different from the description of the growth of mana in the book when yin and yang dual cultivation. The only difference was that the dual cultivation in the book required the two people's souls and bodies to merge into one. Perhaps it was because Li Mu and Lu Hanyan were not really dual cultivation. They were just holding hands, so the growth of their mana was not as exaggerated as the real dual cultivation described in the book. Lu Hanyan was puzzled and said, "But didn't the book say that dual cultivation requires that?" Li Mu, maybe this is also a kind of dual cultivation method, but it's not as effective as that. "Young master, young miss, you're awake?" Wan ran in from outside and said, "Last night you drank too much and slept on the bed hand in hand. I couldn't pull you away, so I could only let young miss sleep here for the night." Wan's words came to an abrupt halt. She looked at Li Mu and Lu Hanyan's tightly clasped hands and said in disbelief, "Young miss, young master." Lu Hanyan quickly let go and got off the bed and said, "Nothing happened between us. Next time just wake me up directly." Wan said sadly, "I did, but I couldn't wake you up." Lu Hanyan rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Let's go back. There are still many things to do in the shop." Wan and Lu Hanyan left. Xiaobai ran in with a wet towel in its mouth and whimpered to Li Mu. Li Mu took the towel from its mouth and casually wiped his face. Xiaobai took the towel away again. He sat on the bed and felt the abnormal growth of the spiritual power in his body last night. He licked his lips and felt like he hadn't had enough yet. Humans were born to like to take shortcuts. If they could use less time and less energy to do something easily, no one would want to go through so much trouble. This was also the reason why the cultivation world never lacked heretical cultivation. It was because this was the weakness of human nature. Not only humans but any life with a bit of intelligence would find it difficult to resist this temptation. Compared to harming lives through merit and psychokinesis, it could also speed up cultivation, but the process was much more difficult. After all, it wasn't difficult to do a good deed, but it was difficult to do good deeds every day. This was even more difficult than the normal guidance of cultivation. Compared to these, the advantages of dual cultivation were simply too many. There was no need to harm lives and there was no need to do good deeds every day. The growth of spiritual power was fast and the process was very comfortable. Li Mu already had such an effect when he held hands with Lu Hanyan. If he did what dual cultivation should really do, how fast would his cultivation speed be? No wonder the book said that if one met a body of pure yin and pure yang without dual cultivation, it would be an extreme waste of heaven and earth's resources. After experiencing it once, even Li Mu felt that it was a pity. After Lu Hanyan left, he sat on the bed and felt uncomfortable all over. His heart was also throbbing. How could this be? Li Mu was shocked and immediately thought of a possibility. He couldn't be addicted to Lu Hanyan, right? With this thought, Li Mu immediately channeled his spiritual power and recited the heart-calming mantra. Only then did the throbbing in his heart gradually calm down. At the same time, in the music house of the Yunyan Pavilion, Lu Hanyan was also a little restless in the zither room. She stood up at times and anxiously paced around the room. Then she sat down again and recited the heart-calming mantra. It took her a lot of effort to calm down. She sat down again and plucked the zither strings, wanting to use the music to calm her heart. However, her music was soon disrupted. How could this be? Lu Hanyan covered her face and lay on the zither in despair. Why did Li Mu's figure keep appearing in her mind? She shook her head hard, but still couldn't get Li Mu out of her mind. Yangqiu County Government. Li Mu sat on a chair and closed the book in his hand. Occasionally, Lu Hanyan's figure appeared in his mind, causing him to be unable to concentrate. An hour later, the book in his hand only flipped 2 pages. Li Mu lightly slapped himself and muttered, "I must be crazy." This morning he couldn't help but think about Lu Hanyan. The number of times he thought about Lu Hanyan was more than twice the number of times he thought about Li Qing. Li Qing had just left and he was already thinking about another woman. This made Li Mu doubt himself. Could it be that he was essentially the same as Li Si? Li Mu hurriedly shook his head and expelled this terrifying thought from his mind. Sitting in old Wang's room, he began to focus on refining the evil from monk Qian Huan. Wu Bo was dead. Li Qing and Han Zhe had returned to Fulu school. In everyone's eyes, old Wang had also died of old age. Before the new constable arrived, the county yamen was clearly understaffed. Zhang County magistrates temporarily handed over the task of household registration and files to Li Mu. After all, he had been in charge for a period of time in the past and was more familiar with these matters. However, during this period of time, there hadn't been any major cases in the county. Li Mu didn't have anything to do. Although he had lost the bet with Li Si after Li Qing left, Li Si didn't mention it again. This way, Li Mu had enough time to do his own things. The prefectural governor had rewarded him with a lot of courage and sealed it in jade. It was just right for Li Mu to refine the evil. Li Mu stayed in the yamen until noon and prepared to go home. This was half an hour earlier than the time he usually went home. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to see Lu Hanyan as soon as possible today. When he walked out of the duty room and saw Lu Hanyan standing in the yard of the yamen, Li Mu almost thought that he was hallucinating because he missed Lu Hanyan too much. When she saw Li Mu, Lu Hanyan's restless heart suddenly calmed down. She pretended to look at Li Mu as if nothing had happened and said, "I just happened to pass by the county yamen, so I came in to take a look. Are you done with your work? Do you want to go back together?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Let's go. It seems like there's no more food at home. We'll go to the market to buy some." Seeing the two of them walk out of the yamen side by side, Zhou Xian clicked his tongue and said, "I really envy Li Mu. He can eat Lady Lu's cooking every day." Li Si's face showed that he understood. He shook his head and said, "Like I said, if you don't want it, there will always be someone who wants it." Chapter 125. Li Mu had been restless the entire morning, but when he saw Lu Hanyan, his heart suddenly calmed down. This was something that had never happened before. Without a doubt, this had something to do with what had happened last night. He turned his head to look at Lu Hanyan and asked, "The Yunyan Pavilion is closer to home. Why did you pass by the county yamen?" Lu Hanyan naturally wouldn't tell Li Mu that it was because she missed him and couldn't help but come over to take a look. Her eyes looked around and said as if nothing had happened, "Can't I just pass by for a walk?" Li Mu looked at her flickering eyes and seemed to realize something. He said in surprise, "Could it be that you also?" Lu Hanyan said, "What about me?" Li Mu went straight to the point and asked, "Have you been thinking about me this morning?" "Stop dreaming. Why would I think about you? There's no such thing," Lu Hanyan said mockingly. She suddenly looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that you also?" Li Mu nodded. Lu Hanyan's face was blank. "Why would it be like this?" Li Mu said, "I think it might be because of what happened last night." The book didn't elaborate on what would happen when a pure yin body and a pure yang body were together, other than being able to increase their magical power through dual cultivation. After all, the probability of a man and a woman with these two types of physiques being together was extremely low. The probability of them coincidentally getting along as neighbors and coincidentally getting drunk and sleeping in the same bed was infinitely close to zero. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan's situation was something that no one had ever encountered before. It was only at this moment that Li Mu deeply understood what the book meant by a match made in heaven. They were like two magnets. Even if they were far apart, the reaction of the yin and yang bodies would still firmly attract them together. Just lying on the same bed for one night, he couldn't help but think about her hundreds of times. After a long time, Li Mu might really fall head over heels in love with her. Lu Hanyan obviously realized the seriousness of the matter and asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "When you miss me, recite the clear heart formula." Lu Hanyan frowned and said, "But I can't recite the clear heart chant all the time, right?" Li Mu asked in surprise, "You're thinking about me all the time?" Lu Hanyan glared at him angrily and said, "It's all your fault. Why did you insist on drinking wine?" Li Mu was speechless for a while. Although it was Lu Hanyan who proposed to drink last night, she also did it for Li Mu. Li Mu blamed her at this time. It was a bit too inhumane. He didn't expect that the yin-yang body would be so strange. Just practicing hand in hand once was enough to make him addicted. He thought for a while and said, "It can't always be like this. As long as we don't see each other for a while, it should be fine." Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think I want to see you every day? We're neighbors. How can we not see each other?" Li Mu said, "In half a month I will be transferred to the county office. At that time you won't see me anymore." After Li Qing left, Li Mu thought carefully and finally decided to leave. The 10 provinces world was so big. If he stayed in the small Xianxia county all his life, it would be a waste. Whether it was the condensing of the 2 souls or the cultivation resources after condensing the soul, Xianxia county could no longer satisfy his needs. Lu Hanyan was stunned and asked, "You're leaving?" Li Mu nodded and said, "This is the order of the county governor. It came half a month ago." Lu Hanyan followed Li Mu silently for a while before saying, "Congratulations, Lord Li. You've been promoted." Li Mu said, "In this half a month I will finish writing strange stories from a Chinese studio. I will leave the haunted house to you." Lu Hanyan pursed her lips and said, "You speak as if you didn't leave it to me in the past." Li Mu handed her a piece of jade and said, "This is a reward from the county governor. I haven't used it all. The remaining energy inside is enough for you to condense another soul. However, it's best to rely less on external forces for cultivation. The Dharma power you cultivate yourself will be more solid and the power you can unleash will be greater." Lu Hanyan said impatiently, I know. At night, Li Mu sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Xiao Bai lay beside him. Strands of spiritual qi were separated from the surrounding void and entered the bodies of the human and the demon. At a certain moment, Li Mu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He murmured, 9 cycles of pure qi, soul suppressing evil, heavenly beast guarding the door, delicate girl guarding the pass. Filth removal, condense. In the next moment he felt some subtle changes in his body. The Dharma power in his body had also increased significantly. After half a year he had condensed 5 of the 7 souls. Li Mu had only used a portion of the boldness bestowed by the county governor to successfully condense the soul of filth removal. Following that, the 2 emotions and 2 souls were Shunqing and Shunqing. He could easily refine them without the assistance of boldness. The difficulty lay in collecting them. Li Mu's Dharma power after condensing 5 souls was no weaker than a cultivator who had condensed 7 souls. After condensing the filth removal soul, his Dharma power was about the same as a cultivator who had just entered the 2nd realm. He tried to write Fulu that he could not write in the past. He discovered that he could already successfully write Fulu like the soul-searching talisman, the divine travel talisman and the likes. As for the 3rd word of the 9 syllables mantra, he was still unable to grasp it. However, as his Dharma power increased by leaps and bounds and his daily practice, his mastery of the confrontation formula was no longer the same as before. If he encountered any jumping zombies now, even if they moved quickly, Li Mu was confident that he could kill them in one strike. And when he condensed the 3 souls to a certain extent and condensed them into a god, the lightning technique would undergo another transformation. It would evolve from white lightning to purple lightning. Even a transcendent cultivator would not dare to take it head-on. In this half a month, Li Mu had gone to the Bay of Clear Water twice, but he did not see Su He. The hut by the water was still there, but Su He was not in it. She was probably refining the soul power of the 1,000 illusions venerable in some hidden place. He did not know how long it would take for her to completely refine it. Perhaps before Li Mu left, he would not be able to see her again. Lu Hanyan was not in a good mood these days. Wanwan was also constantly frowning and seemed to have a lot on her mind. One day when they were eating, she finally could not help but look at Li Mu and ask softly, "Young master, after you leave, will you come back?" Li Mu stroked the young maid's hair and said with a smile, "Of course I will come back to see you at least once a month." With his current cultivation and the divine travel talisman, he could cover a distance of several hundred li in just over half a day. With Li Mu's promise, Wanwan's mood improved a little. Li Mu then looked at Xiaobai and said, "In 2 days I will send you back to the mountain." Xiaobai raised her head and said firmly, "I have not finished repaying my debt of gratitude. Wherever my benefactor goes, I will follow." Li Mu shook his head and said, "The prefectural city is not like the county city. There are many powerful cultivators there. You will be in danger if you go. Besides, when I saved you, it was only a small matter. You have already repaid your debt of gratitude these days." Xiaobai did not listen to Li Mu, which was rare. She said, "Perhaps to my benefactor this was only a small matter. But if not for you, I would have died at the hands of the hunters. My benefactor's kindness is the debt of saving my life. It is not something that can be repaid by sweeping the floor and wiping the table." When the little fox was obedient, she was very obedient. When she was stubborn, she was also very stubborn. Other than her appetite, this was the biggest difference between her and Wanwan. Li Mu could not reject her directly, so he said, "You can't repay me now. After you transform, come to the prefectural city to find me." Lu Hanyan thought about it carefully, then raised her head and threw Li Mu a look of disdain. "What is it that can't be done before you transform?" Lu Hanyan thought about it carefully, then looked up and threw Li Mu a look of disdain. Li Mu pretended not to see it. What kind of place was the prefectural city? It was the capital of the North County. There were countless cultivators stationed in the city. It was not a place where a little demon in the embryonic body transformation realm should go. Even if she was not worried, Li Mu was not. Her benefactor was not chasing her away. He just disliked her because her cultivation was too low and she could not transform. The little fox thought about it and could only nod obediently. "Don't worry, my benefactor. I will cultivate well in the mountains and try to find you as soon as possible." Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xiaobai's talent was not bad, she was still too young. If she did not have any fortuitous encounters, it would be at least a few years or more before she could transform. Even if she could find him by then, it would be a matter of time. Today's meal was still cooked by Lu Hanyan. After Li Mu finished eating, he went to the kitchen to wash the dishes alone. Lu Hanyan leaned against the kitchen door and asked, "When are you leaving?" Li Mu said, "In a few days." Lu Hanyan said, "Then you are not in a hurry to leave." Li Mu heard the deeper meaning in her words and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Hanyan asked, "Do you want to cultivate together again?" Li Mu had already experienced the attraction of yin and yang. It was very boring for him to cultivate alone, but if he cultivated with Lu Hanyan, he would be addicted. After cultivating together once, he would want to do it a second time, a third time. It was not easy to forget that feeling. Li Mu hesitated and said, "Have you forgotten the feeling after the last cultivation?" Lu Hanyan had already restrained herself for a few days. She said unhappily, "Anyway, you are leaving in a few days. This is the last time. Just tell me you are not coming." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Wait for me to finish washing the dishes." Lu Hanyan walked in and said, "I will help you." A moment later, in Li Mu's room, the two of them sat cross-legged on the bed with their hands pressed against each other. Li Mu circulated the mana in his body into Lu Hanyan's body. After circulating it once, it returned to his body. This kind of incomplete dual cultivation, circulating one cycle of mana like this, was equivalent to 3 cycles of cultivation by himself. However, although this method would increase the speed of cultivation, Li Mu's mind was filled with Lu Hanyan for the next day. Presumably she was the same as him. The next day, after eating, Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and asked, "Are you coming or not?" Li Mu said in surprise, "Didn't I say yesterday that that was the last time?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming or not?" What a woman with no self-control. Li Mu complained in his heart and said, "I'm coming." The third day, Li Mu stood in the courtyard practicing his sword. Lu Hanyan walked in from outside and asked, "Coming?" Li Mu put down his sword and nodded. "I'm coming." The fourth day. Lu Hanyan flew over from the other side of the courtyard wall and gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu returned her look and silently walked towards the bedroom. The fifth day. Li Mu did not carry out incomplete dual cultivation with Lu Hanyan because he was leaving tomorrow. Today he had to send Xiaobai back to the mountain. Chapter 126. Li Mu stuck on the divine travel talisman and hugged the little fox as he traversed through the dense forest. According to Xiaobai, its parents were killed by an even more powerful demon not long after it was born. It was Granny who raised it. A few other little foxes of the same clan grew up with it. Li Mu hugged it and asked, "Where is your home?" Xiaobai pointed ahead with its claws and said, "It's in the valley ahead." The fox clan was considered the weakest among the demons. They were not large in size and did not have sharp fangs or claws. They were at the bottom of the food chain. Therefore when they cultivated they had to avoid other ferocious beasts and demons. In Xiaobai's clan, only Granny was a three-tailed demon fox. The rest were just little fox demons who had formed their embryos. This valley was considered hidden. When Li Mu carried Xiaobai to the entrance of the valley, Xiaobai jumped out of his arms and ran towards the valley while shouting happily, "Granny, Granny, I'm back." Li Mu's figure flashed and appeared in front of it instantly. Xiaobai stopped suddenly and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what's wrong?" Li Mu said with a serious expression, "Be careful. Something's not right here. Come to me." Although there was no movement around him, he instinctively sensed danger. This was the biggest difference between cultivators who had refined the first soul and those who had not. Xiaobai jumped lightly and landed on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu held Bai and walked slowly into the valley ahead. As soon as he stepped into the valley, he smelled a strong stench of blood. Li Mu looked up and saw the corpse of a fox at a glance. His gaze moved forward again. Almost every few steps there was a dead fox. In the area he could see, there were at least a dozen of them. The blood on these foxes had dried up. They had clearly been dead for a long time. A white figure jumped down from Li Mu's shoulder and ran to the corpse of a fox. She said with a trembling voice, "Sister Yingying, what's wrong with you? Wake up, Sister Yanyan, Sister Yin. What's wrong? Wake up." It kept jumping around the corpses of these foxes. Its voice was trembling and it was on the verge of collapse. Li Mu looked at a fox corpse at his feet and frowned. Sword wound. The wounds on their bodies were flat and smooth. They had all been killed with a single strike. Monsters would not leave such wounds. It was very likely that they had died at the hands of human cultivators. Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He circulated his magic power and used the Heaven's Eye technique. He saw that there was not a single soul in their bodies. The souls of demons would not dissipate so quickly. Furthermore, they had been dead for no more than 3 days. The first thing that came to Li Mu's mind was that there were cultivators who killed demons and took their souls. The reason why Ren Yuan's cultivation had improved so quickly was because Venerable Thousand Illusions had used countless demon souls to help him. Seeing so many corpses of its kind, Xiaobai had already collapsed to the ground. It cried, "Granny, where are you?" Li Mu sighed and asked, "Is there anything of your granny's here? Maybe we can find it with the Fulu." Xiaobai ran towards a cave in the distance. Li Mu found a futon where it had stopped. Xiaobai stretched out its front paw and wiped its eyes. It said with a choked voice, "Granny often cultivated here." Li Mu bent down and picked up a few fox hairs from the futon. The fox hairs were yellow and white. They did not have any luster. It was obvious that they were left behind by an old fox. Li Mu took out an immortal guiding talisman from his bosom. He mixed the fox fur into it and folded it into the shape of a paper crane. He then threw the paper crane into the air. The paper crane slowly flapped its wings and flew out of the cave. Li Mu carried Xiaobai and said, "Let's go. It should be nearby." He activated the divine travel talisman and ran out of the cave. He ran towards a certain direction. In a secluded forest, a few gray wolves were attacking an old fox. The old fox had gray fur. Its body was pierced by a sword and its aura was very weak. The gray wolves were very fast. When they attacked, they waved their claws and there was a faint sound of wind breaking. Even so, they could not hurt the old fox. However, when the old fox's claws landed on their bodies, they could not cause any fatal damage to them. One of the gray wolves bared its white fangs and sneered, "Old fox, you didn't expect that you would have such a day, did you?" When I devour your body, I will be able to achieve human transformation. The old fox looked at the 5 gray wolves. Its eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. If it was not injured, it naturally would not care about these wolf demons that had not achieved human transformation. However, it was heavily injured by that human cultivator and was on the verge of death. For the past 3 days, its only belief was to persevere until Xiaobai returned. However, it did not expect that these wolf demons would still find it despite its heavy injuries. It forcefully mobilized a trace of dermic powers. A fox claw suffused with a dim light and smacked the head of a gray wolf that was attacking it. Bang! The gray wolf's head was smashed. It fell to the ground and twitched twice before it stopped breathing. As for the old fox, it was limp on the ground. It did not even have the strength to stand up. A trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the gray wolf leader. It said, "Attack together and kill it. This old fox's meat is good stuff." Smelling the fishy smell from the wolf's mouth, the old fox sighed and closed its eyes in despair. In the end, it could not wait for Xiaobai to return. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly exploded in its ears. At the same time, it also felt a familiar aura. It opened its eyes and saw a white thunderbolt descending on the head of the Wolf King. The Wolf King was struck into charcoal on the spot and its soul scattered. The rest of the gray wolves were shocked by this sudden change. When they came back to their senses, they subconsciously wanted to escape, but they saw a white light flash in front of their eyes. The next moment they saw their rapidly running bodies in front of their heads. 4 gray wolves were beheaded in an instant. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The Bai sword that was not stained with a trace of blood automatically flew back to his hand. Now, his mastery of the thunder technique and the art of sword manipulation had reached the point of perfection. He could kill a few molded demons with a wave of his hand. "Grandma!" Xiaobai saw the old fox and quickly ran over. The old fox's eyes were filled with gratification. It said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see you before I die." "Grandma, you won't die. You won't die." Xiaobai suddenly spat out a pill from its mouth and said, "Grandma, quickly eat this pill. You'll be fine after you eat it." Li Mu shook his head. Even if he fed the old fox the pill that he did not consume, it would be of no use. The old fox's soul was already very weak. It was so weak that it could only survive. The reason why it was not dead yet was because of the mental power in its heart. Li Mu's hand glowed with a golden light. He sent it into the old fox's body. The golden light passed through the old fox's body and did not have any effect. Li Mu retracted his hand and said while shaking his head, "What else do you have to say? Hurry up and say it." The old fox's spirit was slightly better. It nodded slightly at Li Mu and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu walked to the side and extracted the spirit power from the bodies of the wolf demons that died under Bai Jian's sword. Xiaobai hugged the old fox. Its black pearl-like eyes were filled with tears. It cried, "Grandma, Sister Yingying is dead. Sister Yanyan is dead. Sister Yinyin is also dead." The old fox used its claws to stroke its head and said, "They were killed by human cultivators. Promise me before your cultivation is strong enough, don't avenge them." The old fox's claws brushed past. The image of a human cultivator appeared in Xiaobai's mind. It wiped its tears and gritted its teeth. "Grandma, don't worry. I will definitely avenge them." The old fox coughed a few times and its breath became even weaker. It used its last bit of strength to turn its head and looked at Li Mu. Its eyes were filled with pleading. It did not speak, but Li Mu knew what it wanted to say. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of Xiaobai." The old fox's only wish had been fulfilled. It used its front claws to grab Xiaobai and said happily, "You have to listen to your benefactor. Stay by his side and serve him well." Xiaobai choked with sobs and nodded. She said sorrowfully, "Grandma." The old fox's pupils began to dilate. In the final moment of its life, it poured all of its spirit power into Xiaobai's body. Under the impact of this powerful force, Xiaobai instantly fainted. In the nameless valley, Xiaobai knelt in front of a few protruding graves. It was as if she had lost her soul. Her originally white fur had become rather translucent. The old fox had been in human form for a long time. In a few more years, it might be able to condense a demon core and become a fourth realm demon cultivator. Most of its spirit power had been sealed in Xiaobai's body. Once she completely absorbed and refined it, it would be time for it to transform. Li Mu stood silently by its side, accompanying it silently. After an unknown period of time, it finally stood up and sniffed. It glanced at the graves one last time and said, "Benefactor, let's go." Li Mu bent down and picked it up, slowly walking out of the mountain. He had originally wanted to send it home, but he never expected something like this to happen. Its entire clan had died tragically. Its only relative had died before its eyes. No matter what, Li Mu could not let it cultivate alone in the mountains. However, he was about to head to the provincial government. That was a completely unfamiliar place. Li Mu did not even know if he could take care of himself, let alone bring a little fairy with him. Even if he wanted to bring it with him, Li Mu had to first gain a firm foothold in the provincial capital and have the strength to protect it. When they returned home, Xiaobai was still immersed in grief. She silently returned to her room. A while later, Lu Hanyan walked over from next door. When she walked into the courtyard, she glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu knew what she meant. He said, "I'm leaving in 2 days. After I leave, I have something to ask of you. You don't care about the shop, you don't care about the money from selling the books. You want me to save it for you. Haven't you asked me for a lot of things?" Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Speak. What is it?" "P.S. I recommend the new book by the old ghost of the Black Mountain, White-Headed Demon Master. It doesn't matter if the protagonist is powerful or a good person. It also doesn't matter if he can slay demons or exorcise devils. What matters is that his actions must be flashy and his hair must float." Chapter 127. In the courtyard, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "After I leave, I hope you can help me take care of Xiaobai." Lu Hanyan was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Didn't you send Xiaobai back?" Li Mu sighed and said, "Something happened. Xiaobai's clansmen and her grandmother have all passed away. She's the only one left. I don't feel at ease leaving her alone in the mountains, but it will also be dangerous to bring her to the prefecture capital." Lu Hanyan said in disbelief, "How could this be?" Although she had not spent much time with Xiaobai, she still liked this cute little fox very much. Today, when Li Mu sent her away, she and Wanwan were sad for a while. She did not expect that something like this would happen to her. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Should I go and see her?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Let her be alone for a while." Lu Hanyan sighed and said, "Don't worry. Wanwan and I will take good care of her." Li Mu took out a piece of jade and gave it to her, saying, "There are a few wolf demons inside. They once besieged Xiaobai's grandmother. In a few days you can give it to Xiaobai." Lu Hanyan took the jade and said, "I will exchange the silver you saved with me for banknotes tomorrow. Take them with you when you go to the prefecture capital. You will need them." Li Mu did not spend much on himself. Lu Hanyan helped him save up the profits from the shop and the royalties from the bookstore. He did not know how much he had saved up. The next morning, Lu Hanyan took out a few banknotes and handed them to Li Mu, saying, "Here are 500 taels. Take them with you. Don't lose them. I asked Wanwan to help you pack up some loose silver." I know. Li Mu was very clear in his heart that although he had earned a lot of money during this period of time, it was still far from 500 taels. However, he didn't say much. He accepted the banknotes and took the bundle from Wanwan's hands. He said, "I'm leaving. I'll leave the family to you." Wanwan looked at him reluctantly and said, "Young master, you must come back often." Li Mu patted her head and said, "I will." He lowered his head to look at Xiaobai and said, "Listen to Sister Lu at home and cultivate well." The little fox nodded seriously. "I'll work hard in my cultivation and wait for your return, benefactor." Li Mu waved to Lu Hanyan and said, "Goodbye." Lu Hanyan waved her hand and said, "Goodbye." She watched as Li Mu walked out of the house and forcefully restrained her urge to follow him. Then her heart suddenly jolted. Just a moment ago she really did have the thought of leaving with Li Mu. Because if she left with Li Mu, they could hold hands and cultivate together every day. That kind of feeling made her intoxicated. No. Lu Hanyan shook her head violently and chased the complicated thoughts out of her mind. She knew that she couldn't go on like this. If this went on, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave Li Mu for the rest of her life. Although that kind of feeling was really very, very comfortable, she couldn't sink into it anymore. Absolutely not. Lu Hanyan kept reciting the heart-calming mantra and her gaze gradually became firm. Wanwan noticed her abnormality and turned to ask, "Miss, what's wrong?" Lu Hanyan let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Wanwan. she asked. What do you think about opening a few more branches in the prefecture capital? At the entrance of the county yamen, Zhang county magistrates gently patted Li Mu and Li Xi's shoulders and said, the county yamen is not like the county yamen. When you get there you must keep a low profile and be careful. No matter what, your lives are the most important. If you really can't do it, come back. There will always be a place for you in the county yamen. Li Xi thought for a moment and asked, Sir, can I come back now? Zhang county magistrate smiled and said, the carriage is here. Hurry up and set off. Li Mu walked to Zhang Shan and said, after I leave, help me look after the Yunyan pavilion. Zhang Shan patted his chest and said seriously, don't worry about going to the prefecture capital. From today onwards I will respect Lady Lu like a mother. Whoever dares to bully her is bullying my mother. See if I don't twist his dog head off and kick it like a ball. Li Mu had previously mentioned to Lu Hanyan that if it was convenient, she could arrange a source of income for Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan was a bailiff. According to the laws of Great Zhou, he couldn't do business. Li Mu's haunted house was only a secret investment. On the surface it was operated by Lu Hanyan. It wasn't easy to arrange a source of income for him. Lu Hanyan directly recruited Zhang Shan's wife into the Yunyan pavilion and gave her a good salary every month. Then she inexplicably had a son. Li Mu trusted Zhang Shan. In the entire county yamen he had followed Zhang county magistrates the longest. Although he was always kicked out, he was still the #1 lackey of the Zhang county magistrates. If anything happened, it would be up to Zhang county magistrates to cover for him. After dealing with these matters, he walked to the side of the carriage and said to Li Xi, it's getting late. Let's go. If Li Mu was alone and used the teleport talisman, it would only take a little more than half a day to reach the prefecture capital. However, Li Xi was just a normal person. He couldn't use his mana to activate the teleport talisman. The two of them could only choose to take the carriage. Although it would take a little longer, it was more comfortable. Everything in Yangqiu County was more or less arranged. The only regret was that he didn't get to see Su He. Before leaving, Li Mu made another trip to the Bay of Clearwater, but he still didn't get to see Su He. He didn't know when she would end her closed-door training, whether the refining process would go smoothly, and when the female corpse at the bottom of the lake would emerge. Li Mu left a letter in the small house, explaining his whereabouts. When Su He finished her closed-door training, she would see it. Li Xi leaned against the carriage. His gaze swept across Li Mu's face and said, I didn't expect you to think of other women besides the boss and Lady Lu. Li Mu was surprised and said, how did you know I was thinking of other women? Li Xi said indifferently, when you think of the boss, your expression will be more serious. When you think of Lady Lu, the corner of your mouth will always be smiling. The woman you were thinking of just now clearly wasn't either of them. You're worried about her. Is she in danger? Li Mu didn't answer. He only sighed and said, it's a pity that you didn't go into fortune-telling. Li Xi sighed and said, it's a pity that I can tell the fate of others, but I can't tell my own. Li Mu was promoted by the governor because of those two contributions. The person who called out Li Xi was the governor. Needless to say, the reason why he called out Li Xi must be because of Chen Miaomiao. A few months ago, in order to bring Zhao Yong to justice, Zhang county magistrates used his daughter's help to invite Chen Miaomiao, the daughter of the governor. Later, Li Mu and Zhang Xian's plan failed. It was Li Xi who used a handsome man trick to capture Chen Miaomiao's heart and reversed the situation. Obviously, this matter couldn't be hidden from the governor. However, if the governor vented his anger on this matter, no matter if it was Zhang Shan, Li Xi, Li Mu, or even the county magistrate, none of them could escape the responsibility. However, in the past 6 months, the governor's mansion had been peaceful. It wasn't difficult to guess why the governor promoted Li Xi. It wasn't recruiting constables, it was recruiting a son-in-law. Li Mu made a fist and palm salute to Li Xi and said, congratulations. Li Xi ignored him. He leaned against the carriage and looked up at the sky outside the window at a 45-degree angle. The speed of the carriage couldn't be compared with that of Li Mu, who used the teleport charm. The horse couldn't go all the way. Basically, it had to stop for a rest every 2 hours. Originally, it only took half a day, but now it took 1.5 days. At dusk, the coachman stopped the carriage and lifted the curtain. He said, Sirs, there is still half the distance to the county capital. 10 miles ahead, there is an inn at the fork in the road. If we continue forward, the nearest inn will be a few dozen miles away. Why don't we rest there for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning? The horses also need to eat and drink. Li Mu nodded and said, then let's stay there for the night. If there was a bed to sleep on, Li Mu didn't want to eat and sleep in the open. Moreover, there was Li Si. Anyway, the travel expenses along the way were reimbursed by the county government. The inn in the mountains was naturally not as good as the one in the county town, but it also had a place to shelter them from the wind and rain. The three of them booked 3 rooms. The coachman stopped the carriage in the yard and untied the horse. He led it to the stable and fed it some hay and water. Li Si was in a bad mood. He didn't speak much along the way. When he arrived at the inn, he went into his room and didn't come out again. The inn had prepared food, but Li Mu didn't eat it. Before he left, Lu Hanyan had prepared food for him in a food box. He could eat it after heating it up. She even thoughtfully drew a talisman for Li Mu. Li Mu stuck the Fulu talisman on the food box. After activating it, he waited for a quarter of an hour before opening the food box. The food inside was steaming. Li Mu sighed. Although he and Lu Hanyan often bickered, in his heart Lu Hanyan was already a perfect woman. She wasn't as obedient as Wan Wan, and she wasn't as powerful as Li Qing. However, Wan Wan and Li Qing weren't as good as her in many aspects. If someone could marry her, he would be convinced by her after 3 lifetimes of hard work. It was a pity that such a woman didn't like men. After Li Mu finished eating, he put the food box away. He lay on the bed and slept without his clothes on. Tonight he didn't meditate. He didn't know what would happen when he arrived at the county town tomorrow. He needed to conserve his energy. This inn was located in a remote mountainous area, so there weren't many guests tonight. There were only a few rooms that were lit up. After night fell, as time passed, the lights in each room were gradually extinguished. After midnight, only the lanterns in the corridor were still lit. When everything was silent, the candlelight in the lanterns in the corridor outside Li Mu's room suddenly flickered. 2 invisible shadows passed through the door and floated in. One of the ghostly shadows floated directly to Li Mu's window. Looking at the sleeping Li Mu, she exclaimed, "Sister, quickly come and look. This person is so handsome." The other ghostly shadow said unhappily, "Don't be silly. Quickly absorb his yang energy. If you go back late, you'll be scolded." The ghostly shadow in front of the bed floated above Li Mu's body. Looking down, she couldn't help but say, "Sister, he's really handsome. His skin is so soft and tender. I can't bear to suck him." As her voice fell, her soul suddenly swayed. She murmured, "Sister, why do I feel a little dizzy? You can't do anything well. I'll do it myself." The other ghostly shadow floated over and said unhappily. When she bent down, she was also stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but say, "You don't say, this person's life is really beautiful. Why do I feel a little dizzy too?" Chapter 128. Other than lust, Li Mu could also collect the desire to see, listen and touch. As long as it was within the 6 desires, it could help him cultivate. He originally thought that these desires could only be absorbed from humans. He didn't expect that ghosts could do it as well. These 2 female ghosts who had snuck into the inn to absorb his yang qi and covet his appearance had instead been absorbed by him. The desire to see was one of the 6 desires. Like the other 6 emotions, when it was contained in the body, there wouldn't be any special feelings. However, if it was extracted, it would feel as if the body was hollowed out. This was the same whether it was a human, a demon, or a ghost. Yang qi was produced by the 7 souls of humans and contained in the body. It was greatly beneficial to ghosts and demons. When a human's yang qi was absorbed, they would be weak for a period of time. After that, the yang qi would be automatically replenished by the 7 souls. If one absorbed too much at once, or if one's yang qi was absorbed too often, there was a possibility of dying. In comparison, directly seducing a person's soul was more effective than absorbing their yang energy. However, it would directly cause a death and attract the attention of the authorities. Therefore, some ghosts who had evil intentions but didn't dare to kill people would secretly absorb their yang energy when they were asleep. As long as they didn't absorb too much, the person whose yang qi was absorbed would at most feel a little dizzy and weak when they woke up the next day. They would recover quickly and wouldn't be suspicious. Before they absorbed the yang qi, they would be weakened first. The 2 female ghosts at the level of resentment stood beside Li Mu's bed, not knowing what to do. They had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment, the older female ghost thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to try again?" The two ghosts looked at each other and bent down at the same time. Facing Li Mu, they gently sucked. On the bed, Li Mu, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. His hands reached out from under the blanket and stuck two Fulu-s on their bodies. The two ghosts maintained their bent posture and froze there, unable to move at all. Their expressions were full of shock. Li Mu got down from the bed, coldly snorted and said, "Absorbing people's yang qi to cultivate, you two ghosts, how dare you?" Those who could use Fulu were almost all cultivators. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to exterminate a vengeful spirit like them. The older female ghost's body trembled as she begged, "Immortal Master, please spare our lives. We only absorb some yang energy. We have never harmed anyone. Immortal Master, please spare us." Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Do you think you can still talk to me nicely if you've harmed someone?" There was a huge difference between a ghost that cultivated on its own and one that harmed others. Ghostly cultivators relied on yin energy and spiritual energy. Ghosts that refined yin qi to increase their cultivation were bursting with yin qi. On the other hand, ghosts like Su He, who cultivated by guiding spiritual aura, had overwhelming spiritual aura. However, if it were a ghost that relied on consuming the soul essences of humans to swiftly raise its cultivation, the resentment and malevolent aura on its body would soar to the heavens. Just by getting close to it, one would feel extremely uncomfortable. It was the same principle to distinguish between monsters and zombies. Xiao Bai and the snake demon had very pure demonic aura. However, monsters that had consumed human blood would have a tainted blood aura in their demonic aura. The zombies in Zhou County that drank human blood and the corpses that were nourished by spiritual energy under the Bay of Clearwater were also very different. These two female ghosts only had yin qi and no malevolent aura. Obviously they had never harmed anyone. Otherwise, Li Mu would not have taken out the ghost-locking talisman, but the ghost-slaying talisman. Li Mu waved his hand, and the Fulu on the two female ghosts automatically floated down and flew back to Li Mu's hand. After his magic power had greatly increased, he had learned two more supernatural powers. One was called Tu and the other was called Tu, which was the ability to control objects remotely. Although Li Mu could currently control some extremely light objects, there was no upper limit to the power of this supernatural power. He could only control the talisman remotely. However, when used by an upper realm cultivator, it could move mountains, fill seas and cut off rivers. Although they had regained their mobility, the two female ghosts still did not dare to leave. They stood beside the bed, trembling. Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Although absorbing people's yang qi will not harm anyone's life, it is also not the right path. Seeing that your cultivation is not easy, I will let you live today. However, if you dare to do it again, I will not let you off easily." The younger female ghost seemed to want to say something, but the older female ghost pulled her and quickly said, "Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. This little ghost will not dare to do it again." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Remember what I said. Go." The older female ghost bowed again and said, "This little ghost will take her leave." After saying that, she dragged the other female ghost and fled in panic. After the two female ghosts left, Li Mu did not go to sleep. He picked up Bai and checked the Fulu on him. Then he walked out of the inn and threw out a ghost-seeking talisman. His figure followed the talisman and soon disappeared in a certain direction. It was already late at night. In the wilderness there were two dark figures moving quickly through the wilderness. They were the two female ghosts, one big and one small. After walking for a while, the younger female ghost could not help but ask, "Sister, why didn't you tell Immortal Master to save us just now?" The older female ghost looked at her and shook her head. "Immortal Master is merciful. He did not pursue our offense and let us live. How could we implicate him?" The younger female ghost said with a bitter face, "But we did not absorb any yang qi today. We will be punished by the king when we go back." The older female ghost said, "Punish us if you want. We won't die anyway." The younger female ghost said in a low voice, "But we are already dead." The older female ghost said angrily, "I said die again. Why are you so talkative? Hurry up and go back." The two female ghosts walked all the way. They did not realize that not far behind them, a figure who hid all his aura was silently following them. Li Mu listened to their conversation and felt that the two female ghosts were loyal. It was not in vain that he let them go just now. When they were in the room earlier, Li Mu had sensed that the two female ghosts were hiding something from him. Now it seemed that it was true. They were controlled by the thing called King, which was very likely to be a high-level ghost. Li Mu did not know the level of the ghost, but he thought that it should not be in the middle realm. Ghost cultivators in the soul realm would not be so sneaky. Zhou Xian was the most obvious example. Their cultivation was powerful and they disdained absorbing the yang qi of mortals to increase their cultivation. Only weaklings who had not reached the middle realm would covet this little bit of mortal yang qi. Although it was better to avoid trouble when they were outside as a constable, Li Mu could not help but follow them because of the professional habit he had developed in the past half a year. If the evil ghost was ordinary, he would directly eliminate it. It could be considered as eliminating evil for the people and worthy of his clothes. If the evil ghost was too strong, Li Mu was already fully armed and prepared to run at any time. He would report this matter when he returned to the county office. However, thinking about it, there would not be any soul realm ghosts in the wilderness, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The two female ghosts floated all the way. In about half an hour they arrived at a desolate tomb. Li Mu followed them, but the two ghosts were nowhere to be seen. He looked around and found that the terrain was low. It was a place where Yin gathered. Ordinary ghosts and demons would like to use this place as their nest. A thick old tree stood there alone. There was a big hole at the bottom of the tree. The two female ghosts had disappeared near the hole. Li Mu continued to use the breath concealment technique. Just in case, he stuck two breath concealment talismans on his body. Under the tree roots, only two people walked side by side through the hole. After dozens of steps, their eyes suddenly opened up. From the outside, this was just a wasteland, but there was a different world underground. The cave was brightly lit by candles. A ferocious-looking evil ghost sat on a stone chair in the cave. Two female ghosts knelt at his feet, trembling. In the cave there were more than 10 ghosts scattered around. The evil ghost looked down at them and asked coldly, "Where is the yang qi you absorbed?" The little female ghost knelt on the ground, her body trembling. He could not say a word. The big female ghost raised her head and said nervously, "My king, we didn't meet any living people. There are no guests in the inn today." The evil ghost said indifferently, "You know what will happen if you return empty-handed, right?" He stretched out his hand and a cloud of black gas surged out of his hand. In an instant, it condensed into a whip shadow. He whipped the big female ghost. The female ghost's body trembled, and even her soul shadow became a little illusory. The evil ghost whipped the little female ghost again. The big female ghost pounced on the little female ghost and blocked the whip for her. She suppressed the pain and said, "She's still young. My king can punish me, you're kind-hearted." The evil ghost whipped a few more times before saying, "Get lost. If you're so useless next time, this king will swallow you directly to avoid trouble." The little female ghost supported the big female ghost and leaned against the wall of the cave. He transferred some of his soul power to her. Her body was slightly more solid than before. At this time, another two ghosts ran up and carried an unconscious young man. They said flatteringly, "Hi king, we caught a living person today for your enjoyment." The wraith looked at the human youth with a satisfied look in its eyes. He waved his hand and sent out two clouds of black gas into the bodies of the two ghosts. The bodies of the two ghosts became even more solid. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, my king. Thank you, my king." The evil ghost walked in front of the human youth and opened his mouth. He said, "After swallowing the souls and flesh of a few more living people, I'll be able to break through to the soul realm. At that time I'll definitely be put in an important position by His Highness. Where should I eat first?" He slowly approached the young man and stretched out his arm. Black gas surged on his arm and gradually turned into a ghost claw, slowly reaching for the young man's neck. Just as the ghost claw was about to touch the young man, a silver light suddenly flashed in the cave. A claw filled with ghost chi was cut off and fell to the ground. The evil ghost's face was ferocious. He covered his broken arm and said angrily, "Who is it?" Bai's sword flew back and landed in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu appeared and slowly walked out of the cave. Chapter 129. Just as Li Mu had guessed, this ghost's realm had not reached the spirit realm, so there was no need for him to hide. When the little female ghost saw Li Mu, she said in shock, "Immortal master." A ghost claw had already grown out of the broken arm of the evil ghost. The ghost stared at Li Mu and said coldly, "Human cultivator." It was rather afraid of Bai in Li Mu's hand. It glanced at the ghosts in the cave and said sternly, Kill him and leave his soul behind. After receiving the order from the evil ghost, other than the 2 female ghosts, the other 10 ghosts in the cave swarmed towards Li Mu. With a thought from Li Mu, Bai flew out again. These ghosts who were only at the resentful spirit realm were pierced through by Bai. Their spiritual bodies directly collapsed. When they gathered together again, they were already more than half illusory. None of them dared to charge forward again. When the evil ghost saw this, it roared and pounced towards Li Mu with 2 steel forks in its hands. Li Mu raised his sword to meet it. The sound of weapons colliding could be heard in the cave. The steel forks were filled with ghostly qi. It was obvious that they were not ordinary weapons. However, the evil ghost did not have any method to fight. From time to time it would be slashed by Li Mu. Although its cultivation was high and could recover quickly, it was still angry to the point of shouting. At this moment, Li Mu knew that Li Qing had put in a lot of effort for him. In a battle of the lower 3 realms, the depth of one's cultivation or magic power was not the decisive factor for victory. Although the evil ghost's cultivation was high, it could not gain any advantage at this moment. The evil spirit was no match for Li Mu in close combat, so its body simply exploded, forming an extremely dense ghostly fog, which instantly filled the entire cave. Li Mu stood in place without moving. He knew that the ghost was hiding in the black fog, waiting to give him a fatal blow. His lips moved slightly, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light, repelling the black fog 3 meters away. So it's a monk. The evil spirit screamed in fear. It seemed to realize that Li Mu was not someone to be trifled with. It shouted in the fog, "Monk, listen to me. I am a ghost general under the command of Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian. Take this man away and we will mind our own business. How about that?" The evil spirit's voice exposed his position. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderclap exploded from the direction of his voice. After the drastic increase in his mana, Li Mu's usage of the thunder technique had already reached the stage where he could determine the location by listening to sound. He said angrily, "You're the monk. Your whole family are monks." After the lightning, the black fog dissipated. The evil spirit lay paralyzed on the ground, its aura extremely weak. Li Mu was slightly surprised in his heart. That bolt of lightning had clearly struck him, but it didn't cause his soul to scatter. This evil ghost could be considered to have some ability. However, it didn't matter. It was just a matter of adding another bolt of lightning. He held his sword and walked in the direction of the evil spirit. The evil spirit's face was filled with shock. It shouted, "I am under the command of Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian. If you dare to kill me, Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian will not let you off." Boom. Another bolt of lightning fell and landed on the evil spirit's body. He didn't even have time to scream before his ghost body directly collapsed. The king's soul was scattered by the sudden intrusion of a human cultivator. The remaining dozen or so ghosts in the cave were frightened and fled in all directions. Under Li Mu's heaven's eye, these ghosts all carried resentment and evil aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not good ghosts. Li Mu's hand seal did not dissipate. Lightning flashed in the cave. Soon the dozen or so wraiths here disappeared from his eyes. In the cave there was only a large amount of soul power left. The 2 female ghosts hugged each other tightly and trembled. Li Mu withdrew his hand seal and put Bai back into the scabbard. Looking at the 2 female ghosts, he said, "So it was this evil spirit who ordered you?" The little female ghost's body trembled uncontrollably. She said in a trembling voice, "Immortal, immortal master. Don't be afraid. You haven't harmed anyone. I won't kill you." Li Mu waved his hand and asked, "How did you work for this ghost?" Seeing that Li Mu had no intention of killing them, the big female ghost was slightly relieved. She said, "Benefactor, we were originally lonely souls in this mountain. We were kidnapped by this evil spirit and were asked to absorb the yang qi of mortals for cultivation. Thank you for killing this evil spirit and freeing us." Li Mu nodded. Thinking of the evil spirit's words before it died, he asked, "Who is Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian?" The big female ghost shook her head and said, "We only know that this evil spirit claimed to be the 18th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian. We don't know who Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian is." The 18th ghost general. This ghost general was actually not weak. If it wasn't for Li Mu, it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators in the soul condensing realm or the soul condensing realm to deal with it without special means. Such a powerful ghost was only ranked 18th. This Zhou Xian of Zhou was at least in the middle realm. Whether he was a human, a ghost, or a demon, Li Mu was no match for him. Li Mu put this matter aside for now. He collected the remnant soul energy of these ghosts and said to the two female ghosts, "Go and find a place to cultivate quietly. Don't absorb the yang qi of mortals. If other cultivators see you next time, they won't let you go so easily." The big female ghost was grateful and promised, "We swear to Immortal Master that we won't harm anyone again." The little female ghost looked up and asked, "Sister, where else can we go? I'm afraid we'll be caught again." Li Mu looked at the two female ghosts. It was indeed difficult for these lonely souls to survive. Righteous cultivators wanted to get rid of them. Heretical cultivation and demonic cultivators would capture them to refine magic tools. Even the more powerful ones wanted to devour them to improve their cultivation. These two female ghosts had good natures, but their strength was not high. If they were left to wander around, they would not have a good ending. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "If you don't have a place to go, I can recommend a place for you." This young immortal master didn't kill them, so he definitely wouldn't harm them. The big female ghost was delighted. She quickly pulled the little female ghost and kowtowed to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you," Li Mu said. "From here, follow the official road and go east. You should be able to reach Xianxia County before dawn. When you arrive, go to the Bay of Clearwater and find a girl called Suhi. Tell her that Li Mu told you to find her." Thinking that Suhi might not have come out of seclusion yet, Li Mu added, "That place is very safe. When you get there, if she doesn't appear, you just have to wait patiently. She will take the initiative to find you." Suhi was alone in the Bay of Clearwater. She was empty and lonely. Before, there was a snake accompanying her. After Bai Yinxin left, there was no one to talk to her. She had complained many times that Li Mu did not visit her enough. Li Mu sent the two ghosts over. They were both ghosts. So he could have a companion and the two ghosts could have a backer. They would not become lonely souls. It was the best of both worlds. The big female ghost thought for a moment and kowtowed to Li Mu. She said gratefully, "Thank you, immortal master. We will go now." Even if they were to hide in the deep mountains or forests, there was still a chance that they would be discovered by powerful demonic ghosts. She did not know what would happen after reaching the Bay of Clearwater, but it was definitely better than wandering outside. After the two female ghosts thanked Li Mu, they floated away. Li Mu walked to the side of the young man on the ground. He leaned over and pushed his shoulder, saying, "Wake up." The young man's eyebrows twitched. His face suddenly revealed a frightened expression. He shouted, "Ghosts, there are ghosts," Li Mu said indifferently. "Those evil ghosts have been killed by me. You can go home." The young man looked around in fear. Sure enough, he found that those terrifying ghosts in the cave had disappeared. In front of him stood a young man. He had a handsome face and held a long sword in his hand. He was wearing a bailiff uniform, which gave him a great sense of security. His heart gradually calmed down. He looked at Li Mu and asked in a low voice, "Was it you who saved me?" Li Mu said, "Fortunately, I was free tonight. Otherwise, you would have been eaten by those evil ghosts." He slowly walked out of the cave. The young man crawled up from the ground and followed behind him. Li Mu walked out of the cave and asked, "Where do you live?" It was the middle of the night. If he let the young man go back alone and met some evil ghosts on the way, Li Mu's efforts would be in vain. The young man said, "I live in the county town." County town? Li Mu did not expect such a coincidence. He grabbed the young man's shoulder and said, "Then come with me. I will take you back tomorrow." The young man's body rose into the air. Li Mu carried him in the direction of the inn. On the way back to the inn, Li Mu could not help but sigh. A few months ago he was also grabbed by Li Qing. At that time, a small vengeful spirit could take his life. Now he could kill a third-level evil ghost all by himself. He could truly hold his own. Chapter 130. By the time Li Mu brought the young man back to the inn, it was already past midnight. The inn was already closed for the day. He let the young man sleep on the bed while he sat down cross-legged to refine the souls of the dead ghosts. The cultivation method of the second level of Taoism was to continuously condense and strengthen the three souls. Apart from refining the soul on a fixed day every month, one could also borrow the soul power of others. In theory, as long as one had enough courage and soul power, refining the soul and condensing the soul within a month would not be a problem. However, the realm that was created this way was just a facade. The mana was also like Ren Yuan's. Fighting with cultivators of the same level was suicide. Li Mu did not plan to condense the soul too early. He planned to completely refine the soul power to the extreme and use it for himself before preparing to condense the spirit. The youth sat on the bed and asked Li Mu, "Are you a constable from the county capital?" Li Mu nodded and said, "You can say so." The youth lay down on the bed and soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Li Mu lowered his head to take a look. Most of the time the clothes he was wearing gave people a sense of security. In the Great Zhou, being a constable was never a lowly job. They received the lowest salary and did the most dangerous things. They often faced death and silently protected the safety of the people. This was the reason why the people trusted them. In the beginning, Li Mu did not care about the identity of a constable. His original goal was to stay in the county government and stay by Li Qing's side to protect his life. But when he saw a life that should have been gone come back to life in his hands, the satisfaction he felt was something he had never experienced in storytelling or acting. Perhaps this was the meaning of this job. In the morning when Li Mu opened the door to his room, Li Si also came out from next door. He rubbed his head and held the door. He said in surprise, "That's strange. I slept for so long yesterday. Why am I still so tired?" Li Mu took out the porcelain bottle that Xuandu gave him. There was one last pill left in it and he threw it to Li Si. Li Si took it and asked, "What is this?" This pill didn't have much effect on Li Mu, so Li Mu casually said, "It's for nourishing the body." Li Si poured out the pill from the porcelain bottle and tossed it into his mouth. A moment later he looked at Li Mu in surprise and asked, "This thing is not bad. Do you have more?" "No." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Pack up and get ready to go." A moment later, Li Si stood downstairs and saw the youth who followed Li Mu out. He curiously asked, "Where did he come from?" Li Mu said, "I picked him up last night and sent him back to the county town." Li Si sized up the youth a few times but didn't ask much. After boarding the carriage, he sat in a corner with a worried expression. The closer they got to the county town, the deeper the worry on his face. On the way to the county town, Li Mu asked the youth a few simple questions. He learned that his surname was Su and his name was Hao. His family had a small business in the county town. Yesterday he snuck out of his house and ran out of the town to play. Unknowingly he played until it was dark and accidentally lost his way. Coincidentally he encountered two ghosts and was captured. He almost became the ghosts' food. The carriage traveled for a few hours and finally arrived at the county town at noon. As the capital of the North County, the county town looked much more imposing than Xianxia County town from the outside. The city walls were tall and the gate could allow two carriages to pass side by side. There was an endless stream of people at the gate. The coachman drove the carriage into the county town. Li Mu lifted the curtain and said to the youth, "We've arrived at the county town. Quickly go back. Don't run around alone in the future. The next time you meet those things no one can save you." The youth bowed to Li Mu and thanked him. He jumped off the carriage and ran into the crowd. The coachman stopped a passerby and asked for the location of the county office. Then he started the carriage again. The county town of the North County was directly managed by the county governor. There was only one county office in the city. In the office there were the county governor, the county deputy and the county lieutenant. The county governor was responsible for all the affairs in the county. The county deputy's duty was to assist the county governor. As for the county lieutenant, he was mainly responsible for the security of the county. Li Si leaned against the carriage and sighed again. Li Mu said, "Didn't you say last time that Miss Chen was a good girl? Why are you sighing now?" "She is a good girl, but I didn't say that I would marry her." Li Si sighed and said, "My life plan is not like this." Li Mu said in surprise, "You have a life plan?" Li Si glanced at him and said, "If you don't even have a life plan, what's the point of living?" Even Li Si had a life plan. Li Mu thought about it and felt that he had to plan his life well. He was very clear about the short-term plan for his life. He had to condense the last two souls and become a complete person to make up for the final flaw on the path of cultivation. During this period of time he had been trapped by the half-year deadline and had no time to plan his future. He looked at Li Si and asked, "What is your life plan?" Li Si said, "I want to play for a few more years. When I'm 30 years old I'll find an honest girl to marry." "How did the honest girl offend you?" Li Mu spat and said, "She's really a jerk." Li Si glanced at him and mocked. Do you think you're better than me? Li Mu asked. What's wrong with me? Li Si snorted and said, if you don't like a girl you shouldn't be too good to her. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay off this debt of love in this lifetime. Boss Lady Lu, that little maid and the girl you missed before you left, how much do you owe? Li Si looked at Li Mu with disdain and said, I'm just playing around with those girls in the brothel. I only enter their bodies and never enter their lives. What about you? You treat these girls too well, but you don't take the initiative, refuse, make promises or take responsibility. Between the two of us, who's the bad guy? Li Si actually thought that he was inferior to him. This made Li Mu somewhat difficult to accept. He looked at Li Si and asked, Boss is good to me and I'm good to her. Is that wrong? Li Si said, that's right. Li Mu said again, Lady Lu is also my benefactor. She's good to me and I'm good to her. Is that wrong? Li Si shook his head and said, that's also right. Li Mu said again, I treat Wan Wan as my sister. I'm good to my sister. Is that wrong? Li Si looked at him and said indifferently, do you want to see Boss get married? Do you want to see Lady Lu get married? Do you want to see your sister get married? Li Mu thought seriously and looked at Li Si with guilt. He said, I'm sorry. I'm not a good person. Li Si patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, I advise you to cherish the person in front of you. Cherish him while he's still by your side. Don't wait until it's too late to regret when you lose him. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, you mean I should have expressed my feelings to Boss at that time? Li Si shook his head and said, it's useless. Your relationship with Boss hasn't reached that stage. Boss won't stay for you and you can't keep her. Li Mu sighed softly. In fact, he knew this better than Li Si. He asked again, so you mean I should cherish Lady Lu? I want you to cherish me. Li Si grabbed his arm and said, if something happens to me, who will care about your relationship? Chapter 131. Li Mu used to feel pretty good about himself, but it was Li Si who constantly reminded him and made him recognize himself. Li Si's words made sense. Li Mu had never been in love in his 2 lifetimes. Without Li Si he would have one less relationship mentor. But an arm can't twist a leg. Whatever the governor wanted to do to Li Si, he couldn't do anything. He could only comfort Li Si by saying, life is like that. Since you can't resist, then just close your eyes and enjoy it. As his voice fell, the coachman lifted the curtain and said, Sirs, we've arrived at the county office. Li Mu jumped off the carriage and dragged Li Si down as well. After showing their transfer orders at the entrance of the county office, the bailiff smiled and said, your new colleagues. If you go in now, you should be able to make it in time. Li Mu asked, make it in time for what? The bailiff smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know when you go in. Li Mu and Li Si were led by this person into the county office and came to a very spacious courtyard. In the courtyard there were more than 10 people standing neatly. These people were all men and they were all wearing official uniforms. Li Mu looked over and found that they were all in the soul condensing realm. At the front was a middle-aged man wearing a purple official's uniform. He was actually in the soul condensing realm. The bailiff walked to the middle-aged man's side and pointed at Li Mu and Li Si. He said, Constable Zhao, these 2 are colleagues transferred from Xianxia County. They just arrived at the county office. Do you want them to participate in this entry test? The middle-aged man looked at the 2 of them and said, the 2 of you stand in line. Although Li Mu and Li Si didn't know what the entry test was, they still stood with the 10 people obediently. The middle-aged man only said one sentence from beginning to end. When Li Mu and Li Si stood in line, he took out a simple bronze mirror from his chest and poured his Fa Li into the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror suddenly shot out a white light. He raised the bronze mirror and allowed the white light to flash before everyone's eyes. Li Mu felt that the light was blinding and he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene around him had changed. Illusion? This was not the first time Li Mu had been dragged into an illusion. After a brief moment of surprise, he began to observe his surroundings. He was in an unfamiliar room. There was no door in this room and there were windows on all 4 sides. In front of Li Mu was a huge box. He didn't know what the so-called entry test was, but he insisted on dealing with all changes by remaining unchanged. He stood there quietly, motionless. Playing. Li Mu stood still, but the box in front of him suddenly opened. Li Mu looked over and found that the box was filled with silver. A voice in his heart told him to take a step forward, take a step forward. As long as he took a step forward, all the silver would be his. It would allow him to live in luxury for the rest of his life, and enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. As this voice sounded, Li Mu's heart began to throb. At the same time, he found that his resistance to money was gradually decreasing. Li Mu finally understood what the Yamen runner's test was. In an illusion, it was easy to lose one's mind. The various temptations of the human world would be infinitely magnified here. Those with a weak will would sink into temptation and desire. However, this level of temptation was something that Li Mu could easily resist without chanting the clear heart mantra. One is marked by the company one keeps. He had been by Lu Hanyan's side for a long time, so he was not tempted by a box of silver. Lu Hanyan, this golden mountain, had swayed before Li Mu's eyes every day, but he had not been tempted. How could he be tempted by this box of silver? The silver in the box turned into gold and jewels before Li Mu's eyes for a while. Li Mu looked at it expressionlessly, feeling a little bored. At this moment, among the dozen or so people in the county Yaman's courtyard, many of them looked hesitant. In the end, two of them could not help but take a step forward. As soon as they took a step forward, their bodies trembled and they suddenly fell to the ground. Constable Zhou looked at them coldly and said, "If you can't resist the temptation of money, even if you become a Yamen runner, you will still be an evil official who takes advantage of the common people. Men, take these two away and send them back to their original places of residence. They will never be hired again." His gaze swept around and paused for a moment on the faces of the three people. One of the youths had a determined expression and was not tempted by money. The other two were the two Yamen runners who had just arrived from Xianxia County. The more handsome one's expression did not change at all. It was as if the silver could not arouse his interest at all. This made Constable Zhao's expression change. Although the youth was not tempted, he was obviously trying his best to restrain himself. As for this young man, he was not interested in money at all. As for the last one, he seemed to be a little absent-minded. He had a worried expression on his face and no one knew what he was thinking. Constable Zhao even wondered if he had seen the transmogrified treasure box. Li Mu was in the illusion and watching the things in the box change. Just as he was feeling bored, his vision suddenly blurred and he appeared in the courtyard again. He tilted his head to look and realized that the person who had been standing on his left had disappeared. He must have failed the test and been taken away because he could not resist the temptation of money. The rest of the people also realized that the two people beside them were missing and secretly sighed in relief. They had not felt good in the illusion just now and had almost failed to resist the temptation. Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu and asked, "The gold and silver treasures in the treasure box are enough to make you rich for the rest of your life. Why are you not tempted?" Li Mu replied, "I am not interested in money." What a strange person. Constable Zhao shook his head and looked at the youth again, asking, "What about you?" The youth's expression was firm as he said, "As an official of the Great Show, I must set myself as an example. I will not accept bribes or accept ill-gotten gains." "That's right. As a constable you must resist the temptation of money." Constable Zhao nodded approvingly and finally looked at Li Si, asking, "What's your reason?" Li Si came back to his senses and asked, "What's the reason?" Constable Zhao asked, "The gold and silver treasures in the treasure box, were you not tempted for a moment?" Li Si was stunned and asked, "What treasure box? What treasures?" Constable Zhao looked at him in surprise. He had tested countless new people. Among these people, there were those with strong wills who were not tempted by the gold and silver treasures at all. There were also those with weak wills who were completely immersed in their desires. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was distracted in the illusion. But no matter what, he was not tempted by money. He had passed this test. Constable Zhao did not think that he could pass the second test. The first test to become a constable was money, and the second test was women's lust. This person's yang qi was insufficient and his kidneys were empty. He must be extremely lustful. In the past, people like this would be the first to be eliminated in the second test. He looked at the people who had passed the first test and said, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. I hope that in the future, you will be able to resist the temptation of money and always maintain a just heart." He cleared his throat and continued, "Next you will undergo the second test. If you can pass the second test, you will officially become a constable of the county government." Constable Zhao picked up the bronze mirror and flashed it in front of everyone's eyes again. The scene in front of Li Mu changed again. He found himself in a room filled with pink fog. Opposite him, a woman wearing a light veil was looking at him with seductive eyes. The woman raised her arm delicately and beckoned to Li Mu. Her breath smelled like orchids and she said in a tender voice, "Young master, come." Being in the illusion, one's resistance to beauty would be greatly reduced. Without chanting the mind-clearing mantra, Li Mu's heart began to have the urge to take a step forward. At this moment, Lu Hanyan's figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. Thinking of Lu Hanyan and looking at the woman again, Li Mu suddenly felt dull and dull. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, the two of them were worlds apart. It would have been better if they did not compare. Now that they were compared, he suddenly lost all his urges.
Capítulo 1. Identidades equivocadas, no soy un ladrón. Dentro del dormitorio del Centro de Asistencia Social, una niña de 9 años se enfrentó a las sospechas de todos, con los ojos enrojecidos. Tenía un par de ojos grandes y llorosos y estaba radiantemente hermosa. Sin embargo, su cuerpo parecía frágil debido a la desnutrición. Al ver que todos la miraban con desdén y odio, se sintió ofendida y ahogada. Ese jade es mío. Yo no soy un ladrón. Mi mamá me dejó eso. ¿Entonces lo que estás diciendo es que robé tus cosas? Frente a ella había una niña de aproximadamente su edad. Inclinando la cabeza, la niña la miró fríamente antes de girarse para sonreír inocentemente a los otros niños. Comparada con ella, la niña parecía dulce y orgullosa, como si fuera una princesita elevada y colmada del amor de todos. Tan pronto como habló, los niños que los rodeaban inmediatamente salieron en su defensa. Obviamente estás mintiendo. ¿Por qué Rower robaría tus cosas? Bien. Eso es imposible. ¿Cómo es Rower un ladrón? Claramente fuiste tú quien robó su cosa. Ante todas sus condenas y preguntas, la niña no supo dar explicaciones convincentes para defenderse. Absolutamente agraviada, se frotó los ojos con amargura y rompió a llorar. Ese es realmente mi jade. Devolvérsela. Rower la miró con regocijo y se volvió para hablar con todos. Todos, está claro, Xiaoxi es el ladrón, no juegues más con ella, los ladrones son malos. Varios niños asintieron vigorosamente con la cabeza. Escuchemos a la princesa Rower. Ignórala en el futuro. Es una ladrona. Ella es una ladrona. Xiaoxi es una chica mala. Robar las cosas de Rower, la culpa es tuya. Los niños rieron a carcajadas mientras se dispersaban. Sola, la niña se apoyó contra una pared. Contuvo las lágrimas mientras miraba las espaldas de los otros niños, apretando con fuerza los puños. Una fila de hombres vestidos con trajes negros se alinearon frente a la oficina del director. Un anciano de aspecto enérgico, de más de 50 años, estaba sentado con severidad en un sofá. El conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas que vestía realzaba su comportamiento respetable, y bajo las sombras de sus cejas había un aire de furia. Puede que esté envejeciendo y su apariencia sea un poco envejecida, pero por sus hermosos rasgos faciales, aún se puede imaginar lo impresionante que se veía durante su mejor momento. El director trajo un montón de documentos, se los mostró cuidadosamente al anciano y se los ofreció respetuosamente. Señor Mu, estos son los niños que llegaron al centro de asistencia social el año pasado. Toda su información está aquí. Por favor, échale un vistazo. El anciano extendió la mano para coger los documentos, repasó algunos de ellos y luego frunció el ceño. El asistente a su lado vio su expresión y levantó la cabeza para sonreírle al director y le preguntó: ese niño tiene entre 8 y 9 años. Puedo preguntar, de los que fueron admitidos el año pasado, ¿cuántos cumplen con esta condición? El director repasó brevemente sus recuerdos y rápidamente respondió: por favor, espere un momento. El anciano continuó hojeando los documentos, pero sus ojos estaban fijos en un retrato familiar. De repente extendió la mano y señaló: déjame ver a esta chica. El director se quedó atónito antes de asentir apresuradamente. Entiendo. Haré los arreglos necesarios para que ella se reúna contigo rápidamente. Hizo una llamada y, poco después, un profesor trajo a una niña. Rower se paró diligentemente frente al anciano, con las manos en la espalda y el pecho hinchado. Sonriendo de oreja a oreja, dijo: «Abuelo, encantado de conocerte. Soy Rower». El anciano la miró inexpresivamente y examinó cuidadosamente cada centímetro de su rostro. Sus ojos se entrecerraron lentamente mientras la miraba oscura y sombríamente. Rower arrugó las cejas con curiosidad. El rostro de aspecto feroz y el comportamiento severo de este anciano la asustaron un poco. Justo cuando retrocedía unos pasos, vio que de repente él le hacía un gesto. «Venir. Deja que el abuelo te mire bien». «Bueno». Rower, vacilante, dio 2 pasos hacia adelante. El anciano la tomó suavemente por los hombros y la observó de cerca. A pesar de la compatibilidad de edad, todavía sentía que ni su apariencia ni sus rasgos faciales eran similares a los de esa persona. Su visión se movió lentamente hacia abajo hasta que aterrizó en el jade cerca de su clavícula. El anciano levantó el trozo de jade y preguntó en voz baja: «¿Este jade?». Rower se puso rígido por un momento antes de sonreír dulcemente. «Este jade me lo dio mi madre». El anciano entrecerró levemente los ojos. Su asistente rápidamente se dio cuenta de la situación. Rápidamente sacó otro trozo de jade de un maletín y se lo pasó. Se juntaron las 2 piezas de jade y encajaron perfectamente. Las manos del anciano se estremecieron levemente. Al presenciar esto, el asistente entendió sus intenciones y se acercó al director. Le murmuró algunas palabras antes de sacar un cheque con una gran cantidad del maletín y entregárselo. El director lo aceptó con una sonrisa. Una hilera de lujosas limusinas negras estaba estacionada en la entrada del centro de asistencia social. Una chica de aspecto desolado trepó por las barandillas de hierro negro en la distancia, con ojos apagados, observó a Rower seguir a un grupo de hombres de traje y entrar en un Bentley extendido. En el momento en que las puertas del vehículo se cerraron, Rower fríamente dirigió su mirada hacia ella. Casualmente, sus vistas chocaron. Rower le sonrió con picardía antes de que las ventanillas del auto se subieran y los vehículos se alejaran en la distancia. Así, la vida de 2 niños dio un giro inesperado. Capítulo 4. Incapaz de soportar su todo, bajó la cabeza, ignorando su inquietud y miedo, rozó con sus delgados labios la línea de su mandíbula, haciéndola temblar profusamente. Su cuerpo se volvió más sensible a su invasión. La respiración de Yun Sisi se volvió irregular. Inconscientemente, ella extendió la mano y agarró sus grandes manos para intentar detener su invasión. El hombre parecía haber percibido sus pensamientos. Agarrando sus manos, las ató con facilidad y las levantó por encima de su cabeza. Estaba aún más asustada. Su corazón se resistía constantemente, pero fue en vano. Todo su cuerpo temblaba de miedo absoluto, pero no tenía forma de rechazarlo. Yun Sisi encogió los hombros en un intento de esquivarlo, pero no sabía que el contacto involuntario hizo que la temperatura corporal del hombre aumentara y se volviera hirviendo. El hombre aspiró una bocanada de aire frío. De hecho, casi perdió el control. Esta chica era realmente muy atractiva. No podía creer que casi se perdió. Yun Sisi se sorprendió por el movimiento demasiado íntimo y trató de encoger aún más sus hombros. Ella instintivamente lo apartó. «No». Él ignoró su pequeña resistencia. Exclamó Yun Sisi. Retorciéndose inconscientemente, ella incesantemente apartó su pecho. Sin embargo, él simplemente la agarró por las muñecas con fuerza. Para evitar que ella se resistiera más, se quitó lo último que encontró en su camino. Yun Sisi se quedó sin aliento cuando se dio cuenta de lo que estaba a punto de suceder. Ella trató de rechazar su toque mientras su cuerpo se hundía continuamente. Como deseaba poder esconderse en un mundo donde él no podía entrar. Su dominio parecía haberla asustado mucho. «No, no». «¿No?». Muyace se sintió insatisfecha con su resistencia. Él levantó lentamente los ojos y le sostuvo la barbilla con la mano. Bajo la tenue luz de la luna, sus ojos bajaron para mirar su rostro tímido. Preguntó fríamente: «¿Qué? ¿No quieres esto?». Yun Sisi se tensó y frunció los labios. Él entrecerró los ojos y le frotó los labios sin piedad con el pulgar. «Mujer, sabes lo que tienes que hacer viniendo aquí, ¿verdad?». Su expresión de repente se endureció mientras su cuerpo temblaba continuamente. No estaba segura de si era por el dolor o por el miedo a su insensibilidad. Permaneciendo en silencio durante mucho tiempo, su voz casi ronca dejó escapar sollozos entrecortados. Yo sé. Entonces, ¿todavía necesitas que te diga qué hacer? Sus cejas rectas se movieron cuando su voz helada preguntó esto. Yun Sisi se mordió el labio inferior con fuerza mientras sus ojos se llenaban de lágrimas. Luego sintió un hilo de humedad fluyendo hacia la hendidura de sus labios y su boca se llenó con un sabor amargo. Sabía que simplemente se regían por el contrato. No tenían una relación entre ellos, por lo que cualquier forma de intimidad estaba establecida por el contrato y nada más. Aún así, pase lo que pase, ella no iba a soportar esta humillación. Muyace le dedicó una sonrisa fría. No tenía intención de darle más tiempo para que se acostumbrara a él. Le ató las manos y las empujó hasta la coronilla. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron en una sonrisa casi cruel. Tu boca, ábrela. La expresión facial de Yun Sisi gradualmente se fue entumeciendo. Luego cerró lentamente los ojos con desesperación. Sus brazos rodearon sus hombros con dificultad y hundió la cara en su cuello. En ese momento, supo que ya había cruzado a las profundidades del pecado. El hombre estaba satisfecho con su rendición y abruptamente profundizó de un solo golpe. Romper esa capa de límite fue una sensación tan vívida. Apretando los dientes, Yun Sisi aguantó. Su voz era ronca. Inhaló el aire fresco mientras intentaba soportar el dolor insoportable. Su cuerpo se puso rígido como una piedra y ya no podía moverse. Fue un chorro de algo desconocido y extraño, como si la estuviera destrozando. En ese instante, su visión casi se volvió negra y casi se desmaya por el dolor. Su todo era demasiado para que ella pudiera soportarlo. Capítulo 5. Él realmente la besó. No tenía tiempo para preocuparse por su dolor, ya que, en este momento, solo la deseaba descaradamente. Para él, esto fue solo una sesión íntima. A ningún hombre le gustaría perder el tiempo en esto, especialmente cuando se trata de una mujer por la que no sienten nada. ¿Ser compasivo con ella? Él era su empleador. Incluso le dio una generosa recompensa. Este dolor era algo con lo que ella debería lidiar. Ese dolor, junto con los agravios y las dificultades que tuvo que soportar, fluyó incontrolablemente con sus lágrimas. Ella exclamó una vez por el dolor, sus ojos se pusieron completamente rojos, pero se mordió obstinadamente el labio inferior y se esforzó por no mostrar su lado débil. Sin embargo, ella fue realmente incapaz de soportar una invasión tan violenta. Jadeó pesadamente hasta que ya no pudo contenerlo y rompió en sollozos intermitentes. Al final se derrumbó como un gatito perdido. El hombre era como un emperador de sangre fría, robándola todo hasta el punto de la crueldad. El dolor ilimitado que sentía era como las implacables olas del océano, mientras se ahogaba, flotaba y se hundía continuamente. Dejándose llevar lentamente, poco a poco se fue alejando. Estiró los dedos para alcanzar algo, pero no había nada a lo que pudiera agarrarse. Todo frente a ella era negro y su mente estaba en un estado de confusión. Se ajustan perfectamente entre sí. El sudor calentó sus cuerpos. Muyace hundió los dedos en su cabello. Solo se sentía codicioso por más. Ella le imploró con la mente nublada. Durante su excitación, de repente sintió una bocanada de humedad cálida en su cuello. Levantó un poco los ojos, solo para verla mordiéndose el labio y gimiendo por el dolor agonizante. El rostro de Muyace se puso rígido. Mirando el pequeño rostro que lo estaba soportando, inconscientemente bajó la cabeza y chasqueó los labios de ella con los suyos. La punta de su lengua entró en su caverna y capturó a la pequeña serpiente que había dentro. Lo hizo girar con el suyo y se ahogó en todos sus sollozos. Para él un beso era un tabú. Besarse significaba que estaban mutuamente enamorados. Nunca antes había besado a una mujer porque, a sus ojos, sus labios estaban sucios. Las mujeres que se quedaban a su alrededor siempre eran miembros de la alta sociedad, hijas de familias adineradas o celebridades, y él nunca había tocado ninguna de esas mariposas. Sin embargo, no sabía por qué, pero en realidad besó a este. Para ser exactos, ella fue la primera. Nunca había imaginado que la sensación de un beso pudiera ser tan deliciosa. Muyace entrecerró ligeramente los ojos y se apretó contra ella. Desde dentro de una represión sofocante, apagó su sed furiosa con veneno. Sobre la cama había sentimientos tiernos y románticos. Se hundieron en el éxtasis. En la oscuridad, Xianxia abrió los ojos. El trozo de seda roja sobre sus ojos estaba totalmente empapado de sudor frío. Escuchó el sonido del agua de la ducha corriendo desde el baño. Ella empujó levemente su cuerpo, pero un dolor agudo emanó de sus dedos. Resultó ser de cuando estaban teniendo su sesión íntima, sus dedos se aferraron a los extremos de la cama. Sus uñas se rompieron por todo el agarre que había estado haciendo y se hundieron en las puntas de sus dedos. Fingió estar tranquila para consolarse. Todo había terminado. Todo había terminado. Con suerte, solo esta vez fue suficiente para dejarla embarazada. Tuvo que esperar hasta dar a luz a su hijo. Después, pudo conseguir el dinero e irse, volviendo a su vida normal. Ya era pasada la medianoche. Muyace se dio una ducha y se puso una ropa. Su figura alta y ancha estaba en la habitación y era abrumadora. Sus ojos permanecieron impasibles. Bajo la luz de la luna, la mujer se acurrucó entre las sábanas blancas y siguió jadeando. En su suave cuerpo había rastros de su brutalidad. El charco de sangre en la cama se extendió como una flor sangrienta en flor. Una visión espantosa. Xianxia yacía inmóvil en la cama, de espaldas a él. Su cuerpo, que estaba acurrucado, temblaba y estaba rígido como una piedra. Él la miró, su cabello suave y sedoso, descuidado y completamente empapado de sudor, desordenado en el borde de una almohada. Él le dio una mirada fría y se quedó allí inmóvil por un momento antes de girarse para irse. Capítulo 6. Su humillación y vergüenza estallido. Al escuchar el frío sonido de la puerta cerrándose, se abrazó los hombros y sintió los aterradores moretones en sus muñecas. Tenía los ojos hinchados, pero no se atrevía a soltar ni el más mínimo grito, aunque fuera solo un gemido. Poco después, escuchó el sonido del motor de un automóvil arrancando proveniente del exterior. El vehículo se fue alejando, cada vez más, hasta que el sonido del motor amainó. Al darse cuenta de su partida, no pudo soportarlo más. Inmediatamente cerró los ojos y sollozó con todo su corazón. En esta desconocida villa costera, ella entregó su pureza por completo a un hombre desconocido. Antes, se preguntaba por qué él la elegiría. Después de pensarlo un poco, concluyó que debido a su identidad como plebeya no podría luchar por los derechos de custodia del niño en el futuro. No sabía si esto era correcto y durante cuánto tiempo debería ocultárselo a su padre. La situación de su familia la había acorralado y estaba fuera de control, pero no se arrepentía, para ser precisos, no estaba en posición de arrepentirse. Para una persona que luchaba por llegar a fin de mes, esto llamado orgullo era demasiado lujo, y también era su única salida. Además, como hija adoptiva, durante los últimos años, su padre siempre la había tratado como si fuera su propia carne y sangre. A pesar de que a su madre adoptiva y a su hermana no les agradaba, no le faltaba nada en la vida. Por lo tanto, ella ya estaba muy agradecida por esto. Ahora que la crisis financiera había dejado a su familia en una situación desesperada, tenía que devolverles su amabilidad de alguna manera. No quería pensar en nada más por ahora. Muyace nunca sabría que esta noche había dejado tantas cicatrices eternas en su vida y, más aún, nunca sabría de sus futuras interacciones con esta mujer. Amanecer. Los rayos del sol de la mañana. Xianxia se sentó con cuidado en la cama y lentamente se quitó el trozo de seda roja que cubría sus ojos. Se cubrió con las sábanas blancas como la nieve y caminó hacia la ventana para abrir las cortinas. Sin embargo, los rayos del sol no pudieron brillar en su corazón. Desde afuera se oyeron pasos apresurados. La puerta se abrió de par en par. Sorprendido, Xianxia se dio la vuelta, solo para ver a una dama digna y glamorosa entrar y acercarse a ella con cara de enojo. A su lado caminaba obedientemente la secretaria con la que había firmado el contrato de subrogación. La dama dio un paso hacia ella. Inmóvil, con aspecto altivo y poderoso, la examinó de pies a cabeza con disgusto. Una vez que puso sus ojos en el chupetón en su cuerpo, se congeló. Yun Sisi cubrió ansiosamente su cuerpo con la manta con más fuerza, pero no pudo ocultar esa marca de amor en su cuello. Los celos y la ira picaron sus ojos. Ella habló con furia. ¿Tú eres? ¿Eres esa madre sustituta? Yun Sisi tragó saliva. Sí, y tú eres, tortazo. La respuesta que recibió fue una fuerte bofetada en la cara. Perra descarada. Tú. ¿Cómo te atreves? ¿Cómo te atreves? La dama se agarró el cabello con rabia mientras su rostro perdía el color. No creas que al dar a luz a su bebé, puedes usar esto para ganar estatus. Déjame advertirte, soy su prometida legítima y tú eres solo una madre sustituta. Ni se te ocurra codiciar algo que no es tuyo, ¿entiendes? Yun Sisi estaba asombrado. Ella habló perpleja. Firmé el contrato y tengo claras las cláusulas. Conozco mi lugar. ¿Podrías, por favor? Qué bueno que lo entiendas. Su pecho se hinchó mientras hablaba. Aunque sabía, en el fondo, que si fuera fértil, esta chica nunca vendría a darle a luz al sucesor de la familia Mu. Sin embargo, una vez que recordó que estaban enredados en las sábanas durante toda una noche, no pudo evitar ponerse celosa. Capítulo 7. Ella está embarazada. Será mejor que quedes embarazada solo por esta vez, ni creas que te volverá a tocar. Dijo con amargura y se alejó. Yun Sisi cayó al suelo y su espíritu abandonó su cuerpo. La secretaria la ayudó apresuradamente a levantarse. ¿Levantarse? El suelo está frío. Tu salud es importante. 2 meses después. En el hospital privado de la familia Mu, la secretaria consiguió el informe del examen. 7 semanas de embarazo. Su condición era estable. Era un par de gemelos idénticos. Sacó su teléfono e informó de todo al asistente de Muyace. Yun Sisi salió de la sala de examen. El informe del examen no le preocupaba. Ahora era como una marioneta de madera bajo el control de cualquiera. En cualquier caso, ella simplemente hizo lo que se suponía que debía hacer y estuvo de acuerdo con todo lo que habían preparado. No necesitaba preocuparse por nada más. La secretaria se acercó a ella. Dándole una leve sonrisa, la consoló. Señorita Yun, su condición ahora es muy estable. No te pongas demasiado nervioso. Jaja. No tienes que preocuparte por nada más. Quédese en la villa para cuidar a los bebés durante estos meses. Si tiene alguna solicitud, no dude en hacérmelo saber. Yun Sisi levantó la vista y murmuró, quiero ver a mi padre. Hace 2 meses, simplemente dejó una nota sin despedirse. Debe estar preocupado por ella. La secretaria se puso tensa. Esto, el jefe ha indicado que tienes prohibido salir. Solo quiero ver a mi padre una vez. No tengo otras solicitudes. ¿Ni siquiera puedes hacer esto? Ante la mirada suplicante de Yun Sisi, la secretaria finalmente cedió. Está bien. Originalmente, esto fue algo difícil para ella de decidir. Según el contrato, a Yun Sisi se le prohibió salir al aire libre. Sin embargo, al mirar a esta pobre niña, que se había convertido en madre sustituta a una edad tan temprana, pensó que debía tener algunas dificultades en casa. Así, sin el consentimiento del director general, concertó una cita para reunirse con su padre. Quedaron en encontrarse en un café del centro de la ciudad. Tan pronto como el padre de Yun Sisi recibió el mensaje, se dirigió apresuradamente hacia allí y llegó 30 minutos antes de la hora estipulada. Se sentó en la habitación privada, removiéndose inquieto en su asiento. Después de que ella se fue sin despedirse, él estaba tan preocupado por ella que pasó muchas noches sin dormir, peleando y dando vueltas en la cama. Su esposa incluso se burlaba con frecuencia de ella por ser una perra ingrata y desalmada en su cara, como si se hubiera escapado de casa con un cabrón al azar. Su familia se estaba desmoronando. Mientras la familia estaba en una situación desesperada, el padre no sabía de su paradero. Aunque cuando misteriosamente ganó $1 millón más en su cuenta bancaria al día siguiente, instintivamente lo vinculó con su desaparición. Incluso pensó que le podría haber pasado algo malo. De hecho, Yun Sisi no era su hija biológica. Ella fue adoptada involuntariamente por él en un centro de asistencia social hace 10 años. De hecho, tuvo una hija biológica. A la familia Yun le iba bien en ese momento, al ver que Yun Sisi era una niña inteligente y sensata, decidió adoptarla. Nunca pensó que después de adoptarla, su esposa y su hija biológica estarían fuertemente en su contra. Al principio no le importó. Pensando en la sensatez de la niña, pensó que eventualmente obtendría el consentimiento de su esposa e hija. Sin embargo, se había equivocado. Por lo general, estaba demasiado ocupado para preocuparse por las pequeñas cosas que sucedían en casa. Sin embargo, como padre, ¿cómo podría no saber que su esposa y su hija la acosaron durante su ausencia? Yun Sisi era de hecho un niño inteligente. Incluso si sufrió a manos de su esposa e hija, nunca se quejó con él ni una sola vez. Por lo tanto, realmente se sintió culpable hacia ella. De hecho, su familia originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. Capítulo 8. La vida de Yun Sisi. De hecho, la familia de Yun Yecheng originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. La empresa operaba bajo una pérdida constante. A muchos accionistas se les habían retirado sus inversiones. Al ver que la empresa estaba a punto de quebrar, su esposa señaló con el dedo a Yun Sisi y la culpó por ello. Esto se debió a que, apenas el año anterior, él gastó voluntariamente el dinero originalmente reservado para inversiones para enviarla a estudiar a una prestigiosa escuela secundaria basada en dormitorios, para estar lejos de este hogar insignificante. En opinión de su esposa, si no hubiera sido por este movimiento particular suyo en aquel entonces, la empresa no se habría visto afectada por la crisis económica y la familia Yun no habría caído en tal estado. Este asunto provocó muchas discusiones acaloradas en el hogar. Cuando Yun Sisi regresó a casa durante las vacaciones, la pareja de madre e hija cerró las puertas y la golpeó mientras él estaba fuera. Debido a esto, casi sucumbió a un infarto. Ardiendo de ansiedad, vio que alguien, la secretaria, abría la puerta y que Yun Sisi entraba lentamente. Al ver a su padre, sus pupilas temblaron ligeramente. Se le nublaron los ojos pero se recuperó rápidamente. Su padre rápidamente se levantó y miró a la secretaria con escepticismo. Al comprender la situación, rápidamente se despidió y les cerró la puerta. Sí. Se acercó a ella con expresión inquieta. La tomó por los hombros y la examinó de pies a cabeza. ¿Dónde has estado estos últimos 2 meses? ¿Sabías lo preocupado que estuve todo este tiempo? Sintiéndose avergonzada, ella lo miró. Solo habían pasado 2 meses, pero todo su cabello ya era de un tono gris y las líneas de su rostro eran más prominentes. Estuvo preocupado por ella durante muchos días. Resolviendo la montaña de documentos acumulados en la empresa y buscándola en su tiempo libre, dividió su atención entre ella y la empresa. Había trabajado demasiado. Papá, no te preocupes por mí. Estoy bastante bien, aseguró Yun Sisi. Ella lo ayudó a sentarse antes de preguntar, ¿cómo está la empresa? ¿Depositaste esa suma de dinero? Fue directo al grano. Yun Sisi estaba atónito, sin saber cómo responderle. Estuvo nerviosa por un momento antes de disfrazarse rápidamente. Él sostuvo el dorso de su mano con fuerza. Oh, niña. Dime la verdad. No me mientas. No hagas que me preocupe por ti otra vez, ¿de acuerdo? De repente pensó en algo terrible. Sentándose derecho, se apresuró a preguntar, ¿hiciste algo tonto? Al ver su cabeza baja y no decir nada, trató de encontrar pistas en su rostro, pero fue en vano. Procedió a señalar hacia la puerta con sospecha. ¿Quién era esa señora hace un momento? Yun Sisi permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, con una voz tan suave como el zumbido de un insecto, confesó, yo me he convertido en una madre sustituta. De repente la habitación quedó en un silencio sepulcral. Sus pupilas se contrajeron mientras la miraba con incredulidad. ¿Tú? ¿Cómo pudiste, papá? Cuando su voz se apagó, escuchó un sonido ensordecedor. Golpear. Le había dado una bofetada en su ira. Su rostro se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza detrás de la bofetada. Aturdida, se tocó las ardientes mejillas mientras lo escuchaba preguntarle con furia, ¿por qué tienes que degradarte así? ¿Ser madre sustituta es algo que puedes hacer? Ella todavía era muy joven, en una edad floreciente, pero en realidad fue a convertirse en madre sustituta. ¿Sabía que esto arruinaría su vida? A sus ojos, como padre, ¿era realmente inútil hasta el punto de no poder proteger a su hija? No tocaré ni un centavo de este dinero. Yo, Yun Yecheng, no necesito llegar a tal punto. Cuando terminó de hablar, se levantó enojado de su asiento y salió de la habitación. Yun Sisi bajó la cabeza, estupefacta, y agarró con fuerza el dobladillo de su ropa. Capítulo 9. Parto prematuro 6 meses después. Yun Sisi estuvo acompañada por la secretaria para procesar sus papeles para reanudar sus estudios en su universidad. En el camino, de repente sintió un dolor agudo en el vientre que no cedía. En vilo durante los últimos meses, Yun Sisi inesperadamente entró en trabajo de parto prematuro. No llegaron a tiempo al hospital privado de la familia Mu, por lo que la secretaria la llevó apresuradamente a un hospital ginecológico de la ciudad y con calma realizó los procedimientos necesarios. Yun Sisi yacía en la cama, con el rostro terriblemente pálido. Cuando levantó la vista, la luz de una lámpara incandescente parpadeaba constantemente ante sus ojos. Bajo un dolor tremendo, empezó a sudar frío. Después de 8 meses de embarazo, finalmente iba a ser liberada. La secretaria la acompañó hacia la sala de partos, dándole constantemente palabras de aliento. Señorita Yun, no tenga miedo. Tú y los niños estaréis bien, esperaré afuera por las buenas noticias. Gracias. Yun Sisi cerró los ojos cuando la empujaron hacia la sala de partos y las puertas se cerraron detrás de ellos. El director del hospital conocía a Yun Yecheng. Al enterarse de que quien estaba a punto de dar a luz era Yun Sisi, el médico lo contactó de inmediato. Yun Yecheng corrió al hospital después de recibir el mensaje y esperó con impaciencia fuera de la sala de partos. 4 horas más tarde, se escuchó un gemido resonante desde la habitación. Es un bebé sano. La enfermera colocó al bebé en una incubadora y lo envió a la sala infantil para recién nacidos. A Yun Yecheng no le importaba el bebé. Caminó de un lado a otro y miró frenéticamente a su alrededor fuera de la sala de partos. La secretaria caminó hacia la guardería. Inspeccionando al recién nacido desde el otro lado de la ventana de cristal, se volvió para preguntar, ¿qué pasa con el otro? La enfermera respondió disculpándose, lo sentimos muchísimo. Al ser un parto prematuro, el más joven está demasiado débil. Cuando salió ya no respiraba. El rostro de la secretaria se puso rígido por la sorpresa y preguntó, ¿no hay esperanza? La enfermera habló con franqueza. Sí. Estaba decepcionada, pero no podía hacer nada al respecto. Bien. Por favor, ocúpese de ese niño en consecuencia. Cuando terminó de hablar con la enfermera, levantó su teléfono para comunicarse con algunos de su gente y enviar una ambulancia. Tenía la intención de trasladar al recién nacido al hospital privado de la familia Mu. Antes de irse, llenó un cheque y se lo pasó a Yun Yecheng. Ella habló cortésmente, «Señor Yun. Su hija ha sufrido durante estos últimos meses. Este es el pago restante. Por favor, acéptalo». Aturdido, Yun Yecheng recibió el cheque de ella. Entonces la secretaria se fue apresuradamente. Dentro de la sala de partos, Yun Sisi se quedó sin energía y se desmayó. La enfermera se acercó a ella y estaba a punto de atender al bebé que había nacido muerto. Sin embargo, justo cuando lo levantaba, notó algo extraño. Sus pupilas temblaron y su expresión cambió drásticamente. Corrió frenéticamente hacia el médico con el bebé. «Doctor». 6 años después. Pasó el tiempo. Los años y los meses pasaron en un instante. Dentro de la bulliciosa multitud en una tienda departamental, Yun Sisi, que empujaba un carrito, miraba ansiosamente a su alrededor de un lado a otro. Sus pasos fueron apresurados. Simplemente fue a la sección de artículos básicos diarios para tomar algo. Sin embargo, cuando miró hacia atrás, él ya no estaba y no lo encontraba por ningún lado. Al pasar por la sección de juguetes, redujo el paso y examinó toda el área. De repente, vio una pequeña figura. Yun Sisi se encogió de hombros antes de suspirar impotente. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron y se rió para sí misma. Luego empujó el carro en esa dirección y se inclinó detrás de la figura. Un niño pequeño estaba parado frente a un estante, con los ojos fijos en un auto de carreras con control remoto bellamente envuelto. Parecía muy joven, de unos 5 o 6 años. Llevaba un uniforme escolar limpio que era un poco grande para su delgada figura. Cabello suave, sedoso, negro azabache, piel de jade, un rostro juvenil con rasgos exquisitos y mejillas sonrosadas, era un chico bastante encantador. Poseía un par de ojos grandes y brillantes, que a veces brillaban, claros y hermosos. Sus ojos hundidos estaban enmarcados por pestañas espesas y rizadas que estaban ligeramente levantadas como dos plumas de un fénix negro. Sus orbes negros eran claros y libres de impurezas. Este joven encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. Capítulo 10. Pequeño tú este joven encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. $150, demasiado caro. La voz juvenil tenía un tono grave que era algo inconsistente con su edad. Parecía un anciano, la forma en que frunció el ceño mientras comenzaba a contar con los dedos. Luego suspiró angustiado y sus hombros cayeron, como si estuviera en un mundo de oscuridad. Yun Sisi se rió impotente ante su comportamiento abatido, pero su corazón estaba un poco amargado. Ella frunció los labios y extendió la mano para tocarle el hombro. El niño, sorprendido, se dio la vuelta. Al darse cuenta de que era ella, su rostro se puso de un extraño tono rojo. Mami. Mami te buscó durante tanto tiempo, ¿no te pidió mami que me siguieras obedientemente y que no corrieras? Yun Sisi fingió estar enojado y el niño claramente se sintió más culpable. Su pequeña mano se aferró con cuidado a su cuello. Con las pestañas ligeramente caídas, parpadeaba incesantemente con los ojos muy abiertos mientras murmuraba, «Mami, ¿no te enojes? No volverás a correr más». «Querida, tú». Ella se arrodilló y lo abrazó. «¿Qué estás mirando?» Instintivamente señalaste el auto de carreras, pero, como si hubiera pensado en algo, rápidamente retrajo sus deditos. Luego levantó el rostro y fingió desinterés. «Mami, tú solo estás mirando y realmente no lo quieres». Podría haber dicho esto, pero sus ojos nunca abandonaron ese hermoso auto de carreras a control remoto. Lo han delatado por completo. Su expresión se volvió fría. Todavía era muy joven, pero había aprendido a hablar en contra de sus deseos. Ella sabía que él realmente lo quería, pero estaba tratando de ayudarla a ahorrar. Por eso estaba poniendo una fachada dura. Este niño fue absolutamente un amor desde que nació. Ella se rió y le acarició la cabecita. Se levantó y se dirigió al mostrador, indicando el coche de carreras al cajero. Fijaste la vista en el juguete antes de mirar a Yun Sisi nuevamente. Como si hubiera adivinado lo que estaba a punto de suceder, sus ojos se iluminaron e irradiaron emoción. Corrió hacia el mostrador y miró con nostalgia el juguete bellamente empaquetado que ahora estaba en manos del cajero, sin apartar la mirada ni una sola vez. El cajero colocó el auto de carreras en el mostrador para escanear su código de barras. El niño colocó su mano sobre el mostrador y con entusiasmo se cernió sobre el borde de puntillas, su pequeño rostro mostrando una expresión de satisfacción. Yun Sisi lo siguió. Al mirar su brillante sonrisa, ella quedó visiblemente conmovida. Si ni siquiera podía conceder el pequeño deseo de su hijo, entonces no merecía ser llamada buena madre. Todos estos años le había debido demasiado a este niño. Hace 6 años, para ese hombre, ella dio a luz gemelos. Como eran bebés prematuros, cuando nacieron ambos estaban bastante débiles. La situación de Ti era peor. Cuando todavía estaban en su útero, el hermano de Youyou había consumido demasiada nutrición, como resultado, Youyou no respiraba cuando nació. Su padre le dijo que tan pronto como el mayor salió, lo llevaron inmediatamente a la sala de recién nacidos, poco después, lo trasladaron a otro hospital. Al mismo tiempo, la enfermera que había dado a luz a sus bebés hizo un descubrimiento inesperado. Tú, quien fue proclamado muerto al nacer, tenías un rastro de aliento débil. Capítulo 11. Tú eres su amor. Después de una serie de tratamientos médicos de emergencia, el recién nacido finalmente fue rescatado del borde de la muerte. Sin embargo, su constitución física era demasiado débil y siempre padecía enfermedades. Su pobre hijo también quedó huérfano de padre desde su nacimiento. Para compensar esto, ella lo adoraba con todas sus fuerzas. Ella le dio todo el amor que tenía en ella. Esto fue para hacerle entender que incluso sin un padre, la cantidad de amor que recibió solo podría ser mayor. Por lo tanto, ella le dio el nombre de Yun Tianyo. Si bien agradeció al cielo por haberla bendecido con él, también deseó que él pudiera crecer sano. En cuanto a Muyace, su padre la ayudó a ocultarle la verdad. Su padre tenía una relación bastante buena con el director de ese hospital, y el hombre iba en contra de su ética profesional, ayudándolos a falsificar los registros del hospital. Por lo tanto, Muyace no sabía que el segundo bebé había sobrevivido y Yo-Yo pudo quedarse con ella en lugar de que también se lo quitaran. Si el hombre supiera de la existencia de Yo-Yo, definitivamente se lo alejaría de ella. No podía imaginar lo desesperada que estaría por eso. Después de dar a luz, regresó a la universidad para continuar sus estudios. Al final, la empresa de su padre fracasó, y más tarde, él se declaró en quiebra ante el tribunal. Ese hombre sí cumplió su promesa. Después de que ella le dio a luz un hijo, él le pagó una suma superior a la remuneración acordada. Fue verdaderamente generoso. Esto también alivió gran parte de sus cargas y la sustancial cantidad de dinero ayudó más o menos a pagar las deudas de su padre. Después del cierre de la empresa, Yun Yecheng trabajó desde cero. Sin embargo, ya estaba envejeciendo y, habiendo pasado por el punto más bajo de su vida, estaba atado a demasiadas cosas a su alrededor. Hacía mucho que había perdido la pelea en él. No estaba dispuesto a volver a trabajar demasiado y pasar dificultades. Su madre adoptiva, Lin, se despojó del esplendor y se arrepintió de haberse casado con el viejo inútil Yun Yecheng. Originalmente era ama de casa, pero debido a las limitaciones de la vida, tuvo que salir y hacer trabajos ocasionales. Sin embargo, debido a su vida anterior de comodidad, desarrolló el hábito de ser quisquillosa, por lo tanto, a menudo fue despedida de sus trabajos. Reprendida por otros en el trabajo, Lin expresó su enojo contra Yun Sisi y su hijo. Yun Na, su hermana menor adoptiva, tuvo un rendimiento académico no tan estelar. Sus resultados en la escuela secundaria no la calificaron para la universidad, por lo que tuvo que conformarse con inscribirse en una escuela vocacional. Sin embargo, su actitud mandona a menudo la llevaba a algunos problemas. Casi con regularidad, un puñado de matones turbios llamaban a su puerta. Después de su graduación, holgazaneó aún más. Tenía una gran ambición pero ninguna capacidad real para respaldarla. Incapaz de conseguir ningún trabajo, se quedó en casa y se juntaba con esos matones inútiles día tras día. En la actualidad, toda la familia dependía de los míseros ingresos de su padre, pero Yun Na a menudo se portaba mal, frecuentaba clubes nocturnos y terminaba en muchos problemas. Cuando nació Yo-Yo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yun Na se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a You la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que You fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Capítulo 12. Hermanos separados. Cuando nació You, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de You. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que You fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a You a casa por primera vez, Yunna se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con You y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a You la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que You fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Al salir de los grandes almacenes, los dos quedaron expuestos al sol abrasador del exterior. El pequeño sostenía un juguete en la mano mientras la seguía, sus pasos se volvían gradualmente más pesados. Ya era mediados de verano. Salieron de un ambiente refrescante hace apenas unos momentos, por lo que no pudo adaptarse rápidamente al calor sofocante. Levantaste su carita y gritaste suavemente, «¿Mami?» Yun Sisi se dio la vuelta. Ella notó que todo su rostro estaba rojo brillante, sus ojos y cejas caídos con cansancio. Ella frunció el ceño preocupada. «¿Qué pasa? ¿Tú? ¿No te encuentras bien?» Las cejas de You se arrugaron. Extendió sus manos hacia ella y dijo tímidamente, «Mami, ¿hace calor?» «Hace calor. Ya no puedes caminar. ¿Acuestas? ¿Acuestas?» Yun Sisi quedó atónita por sus palabras y no pudo evitar sonreír mientras se inclinaba. Cuando viste esto, sus ojos se curvaron felizmente. Sacó la lengua en broma y saltó sobre sus hombros. Yun Sisi lo abrazó firmemente y se puso de pie. Satisfecho, You se aferró a sus hombros, su pequeño rostro presionando hacia ella. Con tono afectuoso preguntó, «Mami, ¿estás cansada?» «Por supuesto. Espera hasta que crezcas y entonces serás tú quien cargue a mami». Yun Sisi sonrió, «Está bien, tú eres realmente el pequeño y considerado amorcito de mamá». El niño levantó su rostro del tamaño de la palma de su mano y preguntó con una mirada en blanco. «Mami, ¿qué es un cariño?» «Es una persona muy reconfortante, una persona que hace que la gente se sienta cálida». «Oh. Entonces, solo serás cálido con mamá y con nadie más». Dulcemente redondeaste sus labios rosados, tomaste su rostro y ¡guau! Dio un chasquido en sus labios. La madre y el hijo se golpearon la cabeza entre risas y abandonaron alegremente el lugar. Un Lincoln alargado estacionado silenciosamente al borde de la carretera. El Lincoln tenía una carrocería aerodinámica y de color completamente negro. Desde su ventana se podía ver un rostro joven pero frío y atractivo. El niño yacía perezosamente en el asiento de cuero genuino, con una mano debajo de la mejilla. Parecía tener unos 6 años, pero su rostro tenía una mirada madura y distante que era incompatible con su edad. Observó inexpresivamente la alegre escena de Yun Sisi y You a través de la ventana. Mirando por debajo de su fino flequillo, algo se agitó dentro de él y su visión se enfocó. La pareja se alejó cada vez más. Inexplicablemente, una extraña emoción surgió del fondo de su corazón mientras miraba las espaldas de la madre y el hijo. Era algo que no se podía explicar. Le dolía un poco el corazón. Fue amargo y un poco amargo. Poco después, sintió una sensación de soledad. Capítulo 13. Siempre tan despreocupado, entrecerró levemente los ojos. Cuando ya no pudo ver a la pareja madre-hijo, instantáneamente los colgó para ocultar la soledad que brevemente apareció en ellos. Volviendo a concentrarse en la computadora portátil en su regazo, miró su tarea a medio terminar. Se sintió algo molesto y decidió apagar la computadora portátil. Un hombre de mediana edad vestido con traje abrió con cuidado la puerta trasera del Lincoln ampliado y mostró el postre que había comprado para el niño. Joven maestro, tu postre. El mayordomo desenvolvió con cuidado el envoltorio y le pasó el pastel junto con un tenedor. El niño los recibió con indiferencia. Mirando el delicioso postre, la escena del rostro sonriente del niño mientras abrazaba su juguete todavía aparecía en su mente. De repente, no tenía apetito. No comer. Dejó el postre a un lado y ordenó fríamente, vamos. El mayordomo, el tío Yao, lo miró fijamente sin comprender. Procedió a limpiar y tirar el pastel no consumido a un bote de basura junto a la carretera y abordó el vehículo. El vehículo se alejó. Cayó la noche. El grupo Mu. La oficina del director ejecutivo, CEO. Entrando a la vista había accesorios lujosos, elegantes y con estilo, extravagantes hasta la médula. Un hombre estaba quieto junto a la ventana, su figura vigorosa, alta y esbelta. Con una imponente altura de 1,89 metros, su presencia era dominante. Miró inexpresivamente a lo lejos, al bullicioso paisaje nocturno de la ciudad, con el ceño ligeramente fruncido y ojos distantes. Mubanrou abrió lentamente la puerta y vio la figura parada en silencio junto a la ventana francesa. Las comisuras de su boca formaron un suave arco. Este hombre tenía el poder más alto en el grupo Mu. Era hijo del presidente de un conglomerado, el director ejecutivo de un imperio, Muyace de la familia Mu y su prometido. Puede que aún no hayan celebrado una ceremonia de boda, pero ella ya era de nombre la joven amante de la familia Mu. Su futura boda definitivamente sería grandiosa y magnífica, la mayor sensación del siglo. Este hombre también fue una sensación dentro de la clase alta de la sociedad. Muchas jóvenes de familias conocidas se sintieron atraídas por él. Cuando recordó los titulares de hoy sobre los rumores de citas entre Muyace y una diva, Mubanrou estaba locamente celosa. A los ojos de un extraño, ella era la futura joven amante del grupo Mu. ¿Quién sabría que Muyace y ella eran solo marido y mujer de nombre pero no en realidad? Este hombre fue extremadamente frío con ella. Esto la puso en una situación extremadamente incómoda. Mubanrou colocó su bolso ligeramente sobre el sofá y caminó con cautela hacia su trasero. Extendió los brazos para abrazar suavemente su cuerpo en forma y apoyó el rostro en su espalda ancha y fuerte. Sus ojos recuperaron el foco. Inclinó la cara mientras mantenía la compostura. Bajo las frías luces, su contorno facial era prominente y sus rasgos bien definidos eran una obra maestra. Tenía unas cejas bonitas y una mandíbula atractiva. La mejor parte de su rostro eran sus ojos seductores, hundidos, almendrados y con pupilas tan oscuras como una obsidiana, que podían sacudir el corazón y el alma de muchos. Este era un hombre guapo y maduro. Su belleza no era solo algo superficial, aunque su rostro frío parecía joven, desprendía el aura innata de un emperador, altivo y dominante, naturalmente perfecto. Parecía imponente con cada movimiento que hacía, al igual que los emperadores y señores supremos por encima de las masas en la antigüedad. Con un movimiento de su mano, podía dictarlo todo. Solo por su presencia, uno sabría que era un hombre que había desafiado muchas tormentas, un hombre de naturaleza fría. El abuelo me dejó venir a preguntarte, ¿volverás a la residencia Mu mañana por la noche? Sus cejas se movieron ligeramente y una voz indiferente salió de sus labios. No. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿te molesté? Capítulo 14. Prometida solo de nombre. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿te molesté? A pesar de que ella iba a ser su esposa, incluso si ya era la joven amante legítima de la familia Mu, al enfrentarse a este hombre insondable, todavía tenía que cuidar cada uno de sus movimientos. A pesar de haber crecido con él, sintió que nunca había entrado realmente en su corazón. Su compromiso la llevó a pensar una vez más que era la mujer más afortunada del mundo. Amaba profundamente a este hombre, pero, irónicamente, nunca lo entendió del todo. Aunque era su futuro marido, por lo general no se preocupaba por ella. Él era así incluso en su primer encuentro. En realidad, él era así con todos. Era dominante, orgulloso e insensible. Ella nunca lo había visto ser afectuoso con nadie, excepto con Yichen, claro está. Solo frente a Yichen ocultaría su aura dominante. Los delgados labios de Muyace estaban ligeramente torcidos. Su voz helada tenía un matiz de ternura cuando respondió, no. Mubanrou sonrió un poco y se regocijó por dentro por su leve preocupación, sus ojos rebosaban de inmenso amor. Ella lentamente se acercó a él, con los brazos extendidos seductoramente, se colgó íntimamente de sus hombros. Su voluptuoso cuerpo se acercó seductoramente a su pecho. Se acercó poco a poco a su atractivo rostro con los ojos entrecerrados y envió un beso hacia sus delgados y atractivos labios. Los ojos rasgados de Muyace la miraron fijamente. Apartando su rostro de un golpe, su beso aterrizó en su mandíbula. Atónita, Mubanrou arqueó las cejas y miró hacia arriba, solo para verlo mirando con indiferencia a otra parte. Las comisuras de sus labios se fruncieron amargamente. Ella se rió de sí misma en silencio. Sí, ¿cómo podría olvidarlo? Aunque iban a ser marido y mujer, sus labios siempre fueron una zona prohibida. A nadie se le permitía tocarlos. Los dos simplemente actuaban según las circunstancias y estaban juntos simplemente por formalidad, no tenía excepciones para otras mujeres. Mubanrou estaba muy enojado. Ella tomó su rostro con ambas manos mientras las lágrimas brotaban de sus ojos por el resentimiento. ¿Me amas? Contéstame honestamente. ¿Realmente me amas o simplemente estás siguiendo los deseos de tu abuelo? ¿Estás tratando nuestro matrimonio como una orden? A pesar de que ella lo mantuvo todo el tiempo, la noticia de que él salía con otra mujer en una revista hoy todavía la enojaba y entristecía. No podía soportar verlo, un hombre divino en su corazón, ser compartido por otro. No hubo ningún cambio de emoción en la conducta tranquila de Muyace, todavía hacía tanto frío como la nieve. No sabía por qué sus pensamientos estaban en el proyecto de desarrollo de 100.000 millones de yuanes en lugar de en Mubanrou, que estaba frente a él. Mubanrou se indignó e intentó besarlo por segunda vez. Sin esfuerzo giró la cara y la esquivó, alejándola lejos. Banrou, deja de perder el tiempo. Mubanrou dejó escapar una risa amarga, su corazón algo triste. Ella ya sabía que él la esquivaría, pero todavía le dolía. Nunca la había besado ni a ella ni a ninguna otra mujer. El joven maestro de la capital, Mu, tenía un corazón de piedra. Había muchas mujeres a su alrededor que se sentían atraídas por él, pero ninguna de ellas era especial. Incluso ella, su prometida legítima, la mujer más cercana a él, nunca tuvo una excepción. ¿Realmente la amaba o la trataba como un consuelo a su soledad? Quizás ni siquiera fue eso. ¿Estaba siquiera dispuesto a actuar con ella? Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso, si este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Capítulo 15. Después de todo, no eres mi hijo. Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso y este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Si él la amaba, ¿por qué no le permitiría besarlo y ni siquiera decirle, «te amo»? Sin embargo, ella lo amaba, de manera casi servil, por lo que lo soportó, se rindió y lo aceptó todo. Era noble, orgulloso y arrogante. Era el príncipe heredero del grupo Mu. A pesar de que el abuelo Mu la adoraba profundamente, este hombre simplemente estaba fuera de su alcance. Así se consoló, quién sabe cuántas veces. Se dijo a sí misma que era la prometida de la familia Mu. Ella, en el futuro, iba a ser la joven amante de la familia Mu. En unos meses se llevaría a cabo su ceremonia de compromiso, por lo que no debería armar un escándalo. Ella debería estar satisfecha con eso. Desafortunadamente, ella era codiciosa. Ella no solo lo deseaba de esa manera, deseaba su corazón aún más. Mubanrou sonrió un poco amargamente y habló en voz baja. Realmente quieres estar conmigo, ¿verdad? El corazón de Muyace estaba en otra parte, y la expresión confusa de la mujer simplemente pasó por sus ojos. Al darse cuenta de que estaba perdido en sus pensamientos, Mubanrou no pudo evitar agarrarse aún más fuerte a su cuello. ¿Realmente me amas? Respóndeme. Muyace apartó al persistente Mubanrou y regresó al frente de su escritorio, hablando con voz tibia. Banrou, no seas obstinado. Bajó los ojos con frialdad. Su voz era profunda y sin emociones, como si estuviera apaciguando a un niño que tenía una rabieta. ¿Pero cuando alguna vez tuvo una rabieta? Mubanrou era un niño que el abuelo Mu había adoptado en la familia Mu hace 10 años. La llevó a Muyace y los comprometió. Mu era una familia rica y poderosa de gran importancia. Y Mubanrou lo era aún más, la niña de los ojos del abuelo Mu. Ella era noble y reservada. Ella amaba a Muyace, pero él no la amaba a ella. Este matrimonio, para él, una persona nacida en una familia adinerada, era innecesario. Simplemente estaba obedeciendo los deseos de su abuelo. Según su personalidad, las mujeres eran cosas de las que podía prescindir. No eran una necesidad. El matrimonio era solo algo para mantener feliz a su abuelo. Era una forma de contrato disfrazado. Su compromiso con Mubanrou no fue una excepción. Era solo una moneda de cambio. Las ramas colaterales de la familia Mu estaban tomando medidas lentamente, muchos de ellos estaban observando su posición. Simplemente estaba usando este matrimonio como trampolín para expandir el territorio del imperio Mu. ¿Amar? Esta palabra era demasiado lujo para él. ¿Qué fue el amor? ¿Fueron esas personas de la alta sociedad de la clase alta que lo adulaban, persiguiendo fama y riqueza? ¿Fue el voluntarioso y arrogante Mubanrou? ¿Fueron los modelos y artistas sin experiencia que querían ser famosos? En este mundo de deseos materiales, el dinero y los deseos se entrelazan. ¿Quién hablaría todavía de amor? Aparte de su madre, nunca había amado a ninguna otra mujer. El parentesco y el amor estaban fuera de su alcance. Era apático, frío y mantenía su mundo cerrado. En la industria empresarial, podía causar conmoción con un movimiento de la mano. Su forma de hacer las cosas era fría y firme. En privado, uno podría negociar acuerdos con él, pero nunca se les podría ocurrir entrar en su corazón. ¿Hablando de amor? ¡Qué broma! De repente sonó el teléfono que estaba sobre su mesa. Mubanrou respondió la llamada por él y escuchó un mensaje de voz desde el escritorio de la secretaria. Director, el joven maestro ha llegado. Se escuchó una serie de pasos más allá de la puerta. Poco después, se abrió la puerta de la oficina y apareció una cabecita. «Papá». El pequeño vio que Muyace no estaba ocupado, así que entró. Al darse cuenta de la presencia de Mubanrou, un matiz de inquietud se extendió por su rostro al instante. Él la llamó rotundamente, «Mami». Al ver esto, Mubanrou se sintió algo incómodo. No sabía por qué no era cercana a este pequeño a pesar de ser su mamá. Quizás fue porque él no era de su carne y sangre. Sin esta conexión de sangre, su relación, por supuesto, no era tan unida como la de madres e hijos reales. Capítulo 16. Su amor, que es difícil de conseguir. El pequeño era muy sensible. Además de Muyace, era bastante distante con todos los demás. Era como su padre la mayor parte del tiempo. Realmente fueron sacados del mismo molde. Su pequeño rostro siempre estuvo impasible. Era taciturno y serio, como un adulto. Era como si no fuera un niño de su edad. Era extremadamente maduro. Cuando tenía 3 o 4 años, Muyace lo acompañaba a menudo. Era como un pequeño demonio, travieso y siempre le encantó hacer bromas. A menudo se burlaba de las criadas de la residencia Mu, un pequeño antepasado totalmente hedonista. Sin embargo, durante los últimos 2 años, el trabajo en Mu Group se volvió más arduo y Muyace estaba muy ocupada y siempre ausente. Sin su padre que lo acompañara, el pequeño poco a poco se volvió más solitario y tranquilo día a día. Al final, ya casi no hablaba. A veces, al mirar su pequeño rostro, Mubanrou no podía evitar recordar al joven Muyace. También era así de frío y distante con todos. Solo frente a Muyace mostraría más o menos una naturaleza única de los niños. En cualquier caso, todavía era un niño. Por lo tanto, a veces actuaba como un malcriado y hacía algunas cosas malas para llamar la atención de su padre. Muyace, por supuesto, lo adoraba y lo mimaba muchísimo. Así, frente a él, el pequeño Yichen parecía audaz. Mubanrou recobró el sentido. Ella sonrió y lo saludó con la mano. «Yichen, ven aquí». El pequeño Yichen la miró. Dio unos pasos hacia ella pero finalmente se detuvo. Parecía muy reacio mientras miraba hacia su padre. Muyace se dio la vuelta y, cuando vio al niño, la frialdad de su rostro disminuyó un poco. Se sentó en el sofá y sus grandes manos acariciaron ligeramente sus largas piernas. Cuando el pequeño Yichen vio eso, sus ojos se curvaron hacia arriba y corrió hacia su lado. Una comisura de los labios de Muyace ascendió y levantó al niño para que se sentara en su regazo. Los rasgos faciales del pequeño Yichen se parecían en gran medida a los suyos, pero, bajo la sombra de sus cejas, era digno y gentil, nada como su frialdad. Más bien esa chica tímida, de hace 6 años. Sus ojos se tensaron un poco. Durante muchas noches, esa apariencia hermosa y fuera de este mundo aparecía de alguna manera en su mente. Debajo de su cuerpo, su rostro a veces era tímido, a veces nervioso y a veces hundido. Esa chica era la persona más hermosa que había visto. Todavía tenía que saborearla un poco más, y esa chica de repente desapareció de su mundo. Hace 6 años, debido a un parto prematuro, cuando nació el pequeño Yichen, su cuerpo estaba muy débil. Al saber que el otro niño no se salvó, se lamentó hasta cierto punto. Siempre pensó que su corazón ya estaba duro como el hielo. Como a su abuelo le encantaban los niños, decidió cumplir su anhelado deseo y buscó una mujer joven para la maternidad subrogada. Sin embargo, nunca esperó salvar solo a uno de sus hijos. Siempre se sintió arrepentido y culpable por esto, por lo que adoraba al pequeño Yichen más que a cualquier otra cosa. El pequeño Yichen creció sano bajo su cuidado. Sin embargo, no era cercano a Mubanrou. El niño era inocente por naturaleza, pero tenía espíritu. Normalmente, en la residencia Mubanrou también adoraría al pequeño Yichen, incluso tratándolo como si fuera suyo. Sin embargo, cuando estaba a solas con Mu Yichen, su mirada sobre él solo estaba llena de celos y malicia. Se odiaba a sí misma por ser infértil. Como este niño no era de su carne y hueso, ¿cuánto podría realmente cuidar de él? Como resultado, la pequeña Yichen se mostró distante con ella desde una edad temprana. «Papá, quiero jugar con un auto de carreras a control remoto». «¿Coche de carreras a control remoto?» Muyace frunció el ceño. ¿No te has cansado de eso? ¿Por qué quieres volver a jugar con uno? Solo quiero jugar con él. El pequeño Yichen hizo un puchero. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Capítulo 17. El tu sensible. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Papá, no solo tienes que comprarme uno, sino que también tienes que jugar conmigo. El pequeño Yichen se dejó caer en sus brazos y saboreó con avidez el momento de calidez entre ellos. Mubanrou, que estaba silenciosamente a un lado, estaba algo aturdido. Por alguna razón desconocida, tenía la ilusión de que, pase lo que pase, no podría entrar en el mundo de esta pareja de padre e hijo. El viernes por la noche, Yun Sisi trajo a Youyou de regreso a la casa Yun. Al principio, Yun Yecheng estaba en contra de que ella y Youyou se mudaran, pero, entendiendo sus circunstancias y conociendo sus dificultades, se conformó con que ella visitara la casa una vez a la semana para acompañarlo a cenar. A pesar de que Yun Sisi sentía un poco de miedo, no había otra manera de solucionar esto. Después de todo, ella le debía mucho. Si Yun Yecheng no la hubiera sacado del centro de asistencia social, su destino probablemente habría sido mucho peor. Yun Sisi cargó los alimentos que compró y caminó detrás de su hijo. Subiste las escaleras y viste que Yun Yecheng los había estado esperando durante mucho tiempo en el pasillo. Después del cierre de la empresa, vendieron la villa en la que se habían alojado anteriormente y se mudaron a un condominio lejos del centro de la ciudad. Estaba en el 8º piso y no había ascensor. Al ver a su abuelo, Zhou felizmente corrió hacia él y se arrojó a sus brazos. Cuando Yun Yecheng vio a su adorable y pequeño nieto, su corazón se llenó inmediatamente de alegría. Incluso después de un día agotador, a pesar de su frágil cuerpo, logró sostenerlo en alto y abrazarlo entre sus brazos cruzados. ¡Abuelo! Zhou sonrió, sus vívidos ojos parpadearon juguetonamente. Lo agarró del cuello y lo llamó dulcemente. «Tú, te portas tan bien». Su padre se acercó y le plantó besos en las mejillas sonrosadas. «Recientemente, ¿escuchaste bien a mami?» «Sí. Tú te portas bien». Una dulce sonrisa estaba plasmada en el pequeño y hermoso rostro de Zhou. Yun Sisi subió las cosas por las escaleras. Después de entrar, se abrió paso hasta la cocina y comenzó a preparar la cena. Lin todavía estaba durmiendo, Yunna salió con sus amigos y solo llegaría a casa antes de cenar. Yun Yecheng se sentó en el sofá sosteniendo a Zhou. «Bailaste de alegría y dijiste emocionado, abuelo, fuiste al centro comercial con mamá hoy y mamá me compró un auto de carreras a control remoto. Al principio, querías llevarlo para jugar con el abuelo». El pequeño se sintió repentinamente humillado y agachó la cabeza, jugueteando con sus deditos. «Pero tú no sabes jugar, tienes miedo de que se eche a perder, así que no te atreves a abrirlo». Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de su padre cambió un poco y su enorme mano acarició su mechón. «Tú siempre fuiste muy sensato. Nunca pidió nada caro. Un juguete que valía $100 ya era para él un artículo de lujo. Sin embargo, lo deseaba obstinadamente desde el fondo de su corazón». Yun Yecheng recordó que una vez llevó al niño a un pequeño jardín para jugar, y este último vio a una pareja de padre e hijo. Los dos estaban jugando con un coche de carreras teledirigido. Lo controlaban y se divertían de todo corazón en el césped. Mientras tanto, Zhou se escondió en un rincón y observó toda la escena con envidia. El pequeño pensó que si llegara el día en que su papá pudiera jugar así con él, sería algo muy feliz. Sin embargo, desde que tiene uso de razón, nunca antes había visto a su papá y su mamá nunca lo mencionó. Todavía recordaba cuando le preguntó a su mamá dónde estaba su papá. Una vez que preguntó eso, vio la expresión triste de su mamá. A partir de entonces, no se atrevió a plantear la cuestión nuevamente. Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Zhou, burlándose de él. «La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar». Capítulo 18. ¿Un pequeño desgraciado? Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Zhou, burlándose de él. «La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar». Al escuchar eso, los ojos de Zhou se iluminaron instantáneamente. Él sonrió y asintió. Aquí me preguntaba quién pasaba, resultaron ser estos dos pequeños desgraciados. Estas palabras insultantes destruyeron instantáneamente la cálida atmósfera del momento. La mirada de Yun Yecheng cambió. Su rostro adquirió una expresión espantosa cuando vio a Lin, que estaba parada en la puerta de la sala de estar en pijama y con los brazos cruzados sobre el pecho, inspeccionando fríamente a Zhou, que estaba en su abrazo. Él se enfureció. «¿De qué estás hablando? Tú eres tu nieto». La miraste y sus hombros se encogieron sin darse cuenta. Luego recordó que su madre le había dicho que no respondiera a Lin y Yunna. No pudo evitar fruncir los labios ante eso. Él se giró para levantar su pequeño rostro y la miró con una leve sonrisa. «Abuela». Lin lo miró de reojo y soltó palabras extremadamente desagradables. «Oh, no me llames así, no eres nieto mío». Yun Yecheng no pudo evitar enfurecerse, su corazón ardía en llamas. «¿Qué quieres decir?» «¿Qué quiero decir?» Literalmente eso. «¿Lo reconoces? Es tu negocio». «No. ¿Quién querría reconocer a este bastardo nacido de madre, pero no de padre?» Lin le lanzó una mirada fría. De repente alzó la voz, miró en dirección a la cocina, intencionadamente o no, criticó duramente: dar a luz a un hijo a una edad tan temprana sin casarse primero, convertirse en madre incluso antes de graduarse, sin conocer la identidad del padre de su hijo. ¿De dónde vino entonces este bastardo? ¿Nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por ninguno? El rostro de Yun Sisi se puso pálido. Frunció los labios al escuchar a Lin continuar con sus malas palabras. Además, la empresa cerró por su culpa. La vida en la familia Yun ha sido dura durante los últimos años, pero alguien todavía no aprecia nuestras buenas intenciones y no conoce su lugar. Ella persistió en traernos una carga y vivir de nosotros. ¿Conoce ella algo de vergüenza? Quizás ella pueda soportar esta desgracia, pero yo no. Ni siquiera sé dónde esconder mi cara cuando otros se enteran de esto. En la cocina, Yun Sisi escuchó las desagradables palabras provenientes de la sala de estar. Deteniendo los movimientos de sus manos cuando su rostro se puso mucho más pálido, se dio la vuelta furiosamente. Tú, deberías saber cuándo parar. Lin, ya terminaste, ¿cómo puede la boca de uno ser tan cruel? En aquel entonces, si no fuera por Sisi, la familia Yun, su padre detuvo abruptamente sus palabras y no continuó. Desde entonces hasta ahora, había mantenido en secreto el origen de ese enorme dinero de Yun Sisi por su bien. Después de todo, si se conociera la noticia de su subrogación, arruinaría por completo su reputación. Por lo tanto, lo que Lin sabía era que la deuda se saldó con los activos financieros de la familia Yun. ¿Qué? ¿Seguir? ¿Qué pasaría sin ella? Lin se sintió completamente humillado y extremadamente molesto. Sus ojos se pusieron rojos cuando las lágrimas amenazaron con brotar de ellos. De hecho, estaba tan enojada que se rió. Está bien. Estás aquí para dejar de lado a tu propia familia, ¿no? Incluso me gritaste. Yun Yecheng, ¿para qué hice todo esto? Hice esto por la familia Yun. En aquel entonces, cuando la empresa cerró, incluso les pedí algo de dinero a mis padres. Me da vergüenza volver ahora. Ja. ¿Ahora me estás gritando por dos extraños? ¿Entonces nos echarás a Nana y a mí mañana por ellos? Yun Yecheng estaba hirviendo de rabia, su rostro se puso lívido y su voz subió de volumen. Tú. No hagas problemas de la nada, di qué y qué. Lin gritó. ¿Cuándo causé problemas de la nada? En respuesta, Yuyou se levantó apresuradamente del sofá y caminó hacia el lado de Lin, con sus pequeñas manos agarrando con cautela el dobladillo de su ropa. Abuela, no te enfades. Tú no eres un bastardo. Tienes un papá. Capítulo 19. Gente amable siendo intimidada. Lin bajó la cabeza y le lanzó a Yuyou una mirada fría. No importa desde qué ángulo mirara su rostro juvenil, solo podía sentir molestia. Las llamas en su corazón ardieron aún más. Ella entrecerró los ojos, levantó la mano y se la pasó por la cara. Pequeño bastardo, deja de fingir ser un buen chico. ¿Qué eres tú, de todos modos? Fuera de mi camino, todo es por ti. La cara de Yuyou se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza de su bofetada. Bajó lentamente la cabeza y se tocó la mejilla con su pequeña mano. Los mechones de su flequillo ocultaban sus ojos, por lo que, a excepción de sus labios apretados, no se podía ver su expresión facial. Yun Sisi escuchó la conmoción y salió corriendo de la cocina. Cuando vio que Yuyou había sido golpeado, su ira se provocó instantáneamente. Con el corazón dolorido, corrió al lado de Yuyou y lo abrazó. Al mirar hacia arriba, tenía los ojos fríos. Al presenciar esto, su padre no pudo reprimir su ira. Se levantó y corrió hacia Lin. Él levantó la palma de su mano hacia ella, pero fue detenido en medio de la acción por un tirón en el dobladillo de su ropa. Aturdido, bajó la cabeza. Fue solo entonces que Yuyou levantó su pequeño rostro. Con el rostro medio hinchado, formó una elegante sonrisa. Abuelo, deja de pelear. Hoy aprendiste algo en la escuela. Si una familia vive en armonía, todos los asuntos prosperarán. La mano de Yun Yecheng se detuvo en el aire. Dudó por un momento antes de bajarlo débilmente. En sus ojos jugaban emociones complicadas. Lin obviamente estaba asustado por su ira, pero, al final, lo vio darse la vuelta para servirle agua a Yuyou. Este niño era tan sensato que gradualmente descubrió que tener a Lin como esposa era una desgracia para la familia. Había pensado en divorciarse de ella, pero sabía que esta última haría un escándalo. Además, sería vergonzoso que se corriera la voz por el barrio. Yun Sisi observó con cautela la huella de la mano en el rostro de Yuyou. Con el miedo persistente en su corazón, levantó la cabeza y miró fijamente a Lin. Luego se levantó y llevó a Yuyou a la cocina. Esta cena fue deprimente como las anteriores. Después de que Yun-na regresó, el estado de ánimo se volvió aún más deprimente. A Yun-na nunca le había gustado Yun Sisi desde el principio. Sin embargo, esto era comprensible. Yun Yecheng y Lin la habían mimado como a una princesita y la colmaron de mucho amor desde que era joven. Sin embargo, un día, otra hija irrumpió en su armoniosa familia de 3 y le arrebató más de la mitad del amor de su padre. A partir de entonces, su padre ya no era solo suyo. Si hubiera algo bueno, no pensaría solo en ella. Si esto le sucediera a alguien, más o menos también estaría preocupado. Yun Sisi era perfecto, obtuvo buenas notas, fue estudiosa y paciente con ella. Como era demasiado buena, su padre amaba más a Yun Sisi. Por eso Yun-na no estaba dispuesta a aceptarla y por eso la odiaba tanto. Cuando Yun-na estaba atravesando su fase rebelde, solo sentía celos y desdén por el forastero, Yun Sisi. No era necesario que te mencionaran, ya que ella simplemente no tenía espacio para él. En su corazón, él era solo un bastardo, nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por nadie. Alrededor de la mesa del comedor reinaba un poco de silencio. De vez en cuando, Yuyou compraba algo de comida para Yun Yecheng, mientras que Yun Sisi compartía cosas interesantes en el trabajo. El ambiente fue entonces más relajado. A pesar de que Ali y Yun-na no les agrada Yuyou, no se atrevieron a ser imprudentes ni a mostrarlo abiertamente con Yun Yecheng cerca. Después de la cena, Yun Yecheng recibió una llamada telefónica y tuvo que salir. Le recordó las cosas a Yun Sisi y se fue a toda prisa. Yun Sisi no deseaba quedarse mucho tiempo en esta casa, por lo que rápidamente recogió los platos y decidió lavarlos antes de irse. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Yun-na, así que después de que Yun Yecheng se fue, se quedó con Yun Sisi en la cocina. Capítulo 20. Tú eres un pequeño cariño. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Yun-na, así que después de que Yun Yecheng se fue, se quedó con Yun Sisi en la cocina. En la sala de estar, Yun-na desvió su mirada hacia la pareja de madre e hijo en la cocina con odio. Ella se quejó con Lin: «Mamá, ¿por qué dejaste que ese desgraciado entrara en nuestra familia? Mirarla es tan deprimente, perdí mi buen humor». Lin se sentó en el sofá y su expresión tampoco se veía bien. ¿Quién sabe? Tendrás que preguntárselo a tu padre. Un desgraciado y un bastardo, ¿por qué nuestra familia se encontró con estos dos desastres? Nana, no dejes que tu padre escuche eso. De lo contrario, ayudará a los forasteros y nos regañará, madre e hija. ¿No has visto la expresión de tu padre hoy? Fue realmente aterrador. Cuando se enteró, el rostro de Yun-na perdió el color. ¿Papá realmente los ayudó? Respecto a esto, Lin se enfureció. Él hizo. Yun-na apretó los puños con fuerza y resopló con frialdad. Es solo un bastardo. Su padre no lo quiere y ni siquiera sabemos con qué chico jugó para tenerlo. No aprendas de esa mujer, de tener un bebé antes del matrimonio y a una edad tan temprana. Si estas palabras salen a la luz, sería realmente vergonzoso. Yun Sisi continuó lavando los platos con la cabeza gacha, pero su movimiento ahora era tan rígido como el de un robot. Bajo la tenue luz amarilla, su expresión era extrañamente rígida. Aunque estaban separados por una puerta, las desagradables palabras de los dos aún se podían escuchar claramente, y ella las encontró insoportables. Las burlas desde la sala continuaron. Yun Sisi soltó furiosamente los platos, pero cuando estaba a punto de enfrentarse a la pareja de madre e hija, una mano tierna de repente sostuvo su brazo suavemente. Sorprendida, Yun Sisi bajó la cabeza y vio a Youyou acurrucada a su lado. Él la estaba mirando con una sonrisa. Su par de ojos inteligentes parecían penetrar a través de sus complejas emociones. Mami, tú te ayudarás a lavar los platos para que podamos irnos a casa rápido. Después de decir esto, se puso de puntillas y luchó por meter la mano en el fregadero con sus dos manitas. Yun Sisi estuvo aturdido por un momento. Luego frunció los labios y decidió controlar su ira una vez más. Su ira casi explotó muchas veces hoy, pero tuvo que contenerla cada vez. Podrían apuntar a ella. Podía escuchar, podía soportar y podía soportar. Después de todo, ella también sabía que le debía mucho a la familia Yun. Si no fuera por su padre, no tendría una vida tan buena. Él le dio un hogar. Desafortunadamente, esta casa no la acogió. Incluso si la despreciaran una y otra vez, podría tolerarlo todo. Sin embargo, el corazón humano en última instancia estaba hecho de carne. Tú no les hiciste nada malo. Era solo un niño inocente. Él todavía era muy joven y no debería revivir la oscuridad por la que ella había pasado cuando era joven. Si no estuvieras presente, ella ciertamente estallaría. Sin embargo, estabas a su lado. Como madre, quería dejarle a Zhou una infancia encantadora. Por lo tanto, solo podía decidir no volver a poner un pie en la casa de la familia Yun nunca más. Dentro de un automóvil que regresaba a casa, Yun Sisi enterró débilmente su rostro en el hombro de Zhou, que estaba sentado en su regazo, y agarró su manita con un poco de fuerza. Se arrepintió por un momento fugaz. No debería haber sido egoísta al permitirte quedarte a su lado. Quizás, al lado de ese hombre, su hijo tendría un padre y una madre, y no tendría que soportar toda esta humillación. En la casa de ese hombre, vivirías una vida mucho más feliz, ¿verdad? Sin embargo, odiaba separarse de él. 6 años de relación. La sangre era realmente más espesa que el agua. Ya no podía dejar ir a este niño lindo y sensato. Mami, te quedaste quieta y la dejaste apoyarse en su estrecho hombro. Capítulo 21. Telepatía. Yun Sisi susurró junto a su oído, lo siento, Abriste su boquita para hablar pero dudaste. Realmente quería preguntar, realmente no le agradaba a su papá, no lo quería, así que lo tiró y ya no se molestó más con él. ¿Fue realmente lo que dijeron esos adultos? ¿Nacido de un padre pero reconocido por nadie? Estas preguntas surgieron de sus labios, pero se las tragó con fuerza. Volteaste su mano y sostuviste los delicados dedos de Yun Sisi. Levantó su pequeño rostro y miró hacia el cielo nocturno, hablando en voz baja. Mami, incluso si el papá de Zhou no te quiere, Zhou todavía tiene a Mami. Tú amas más a Mami, así que no estés triste. Todo es por culpa de papá que mamá está triste. Cuando crezcas, definitivamente protegerás a Mami. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos, siguió su línea de visión y también miró hacia afuera. Finalmente dio un largo suspiro y lo abrazó aún más fuerte. Tú, eres un niño tan bueno, la residencia Mu. En la sala de estar, Mu Yichen, que estaba sentado en el sofá, de repente sintió un extraño dolor punzante en el corazón. Fue insoportable. Con el ceño ligeramente fruncido, acarició suavemente el área donde se encontraba su corazón antes de colocar su palma sobre él. Sintió latidos rápidos en su interior. Le dolía el corazón y era casi asfixiante. Una criada, que estaba ordenando sus juguetes, lo vio colocarse las manos sobre el pecho y su rostro se contraía de dolor. Ella frenéticamente se arrodilló frente a él. Joven maestro, ¿qué pasa? Corazón, doloroso. Mu Yichen estaba cubierto de sudor frío. Justo como, me pincharon con una aguja, incómodo. ¿Como en el pasado? La criada quedó momentáneamente perdida. El joven maestro siempre había experimentado estos dolores de cabeza. De repente, su corazón latía rápidamente y sentía dolor. Sin embargo, cada vez que lo enviaron al hospital no se detectó ninguna causa del dolor. Estaba sano. Ni siquiera los mejores médicos podían decir qué le pasaba. Mu Yichen se acurrucó en el sofá y respiró hondo de aire frío, luciendo reservado. ¿Qué pasa? Mu Seng bajó lentamente las escaleras con el apoyo de su bastón. El anciano se puso un conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas sin arrugas. A pesar de su vejez, todavía parecía enérgico. Bajo la sombra de sus cejas, no era difícil darse cuenta de que era un hombre encantador y elegante en su mejor momento. Bisabuelo. Mu Yichen lo miró y gritó dócilmente. Nadie podría sacudir la posición de Mu Seng en la familia Mu. Había interactuado con tantas figuras poderosas a lo largo de su vida que cada una de sus palabras y gestos hacía que la gente temblara de miedo o se sintiera asombrada. Por lo tanto, para el hijo de un hombre rico como Mu Yichen, también temía a su bisabuelo. Mu Seng, por su parte, adoraba a este pequeño con todo su corazón y alma. Muyace era su nieto favorito, y Muyichen era su carne y sangre, por lo que era natural que lo adorara más. Al ver recaer a su amado bisnieto, su expresión facial cambió. Se apresuró a preguntar, ¿tu cuerpo no se siente bien otra vez? ¿Te duele el corazón otra vez? Su bisabuelo mostró preocupación por él, pero Muyichen instintivamente lo rehuyó. Claramente le tenía miedo. Tenía miedo del rostro siempre taciturno y severo de Museng. Por eso, nunca le gustó estar cerca de él. Nada. Respondió. Disparates. Mírate. Sientes tanto dolor que estás sudando frío. Museng estaba extremadamente desconsolado. Bisabuelo, yo subiré a leer libros. Muyichen saltó del sofá y corrió escaleras arriba. Museng miró la espalda de su bisnieto y suspiró lentamente. La noche se hizo más profunda. En la carretera, un Bugatti Veyron negro corría con el viento. Se proyectaron luces de neón en la estilizada carrocería del automóvil y las luces del túnel pasaron de claro a oscuro consecutivamente. Muyace, que tenía el control del volante, tenía sus ojos hundidos llenos de intensa rabia. La fría luz de la luna reflejaba un brillo plateado en su rostro perfectamente tallado. Pisó con fuerza el acelerador con el pie. El motor aceleró y ahogó todos los demás ruidos. Esta noche, por alguna razón, no tenía control de sus emociones. Capítulo 22. Tenía un hermano menor por alguna razón, esta noche no tenía el control de sus emociones. Anteriormente, incluso si estaba de mal humor, aún podía mantener la calma ante un proyecto de desarrollo difícil de manejar. Sin embargo, en este momento, estaba increíblemente molesto, incluso cansado. Su teléfono sonó. Muyace contestó la llamada y se oyó la voz balbuceante de Muyichen. Papá. ¿Qué pasa? Papá, me duele el corazón otra vez. Ayer tuve un sueño, soñé con mami, el deportivo se detuvo bruscamente. Bajando la ventanilla del auto, apareció el rostro sombrío de Muyace. ¿Mami? ¿Mubanro? Esa no mami. Soñé con una bella dama pronunciando suavemente un nombre, pero no es mío. Oh. No estoy seguro. De todos modos, soñé con ella y me sentí a gusto. Hacía tanto calor, como... La voz juvenil se detuvo por un momento antes de continuar, refunfuñando, no me gusta la mamá de aquí. Ella no es nada gentil. A Yichen no le agrada. Papá, no quiero a mami aquí. Quiero a esa mami en mis sueños. El pequeño estaba llorando y siendo obstinado al otro lado del teléfono. El rostro de Muyace estaba hosco, pero su voz era inesperadamente suave. Sé bueno, Yichen. Pórtate bien, ¿vale? Papá está de camino a casa para estar contigo. Bueno. Te esperaré, papá. La llamada terminó. Las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba bajaron lentamente. ¿La gente realmente tiene telepatía? El médico dijo que como el pequeño Yichen era gemelo, seguramente tendría telepatía con su otro gemelo. Sin embargo, cuando la niña dio a luz a 2 niños para él en aquel entonces, uno ya no respiraba al nacer. Luego del parto, envió personas a ese hospital para preguntar sobre el paradero del cadáver del niño al personal a cargo del operativo. Quería darle al niño un entierro digno. Sin embargo, todos afirmaron que ya estaba atendido. Lamentó profundamente la pérdida en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, desde que el pequeño Yichen tenía uso de razón, siguió mencionándole sueños sobre su hermano menor. Afirmó que su hermano menor tenía rasgos limpios y refinados y se parecía exactamente a él. Dijo que era como si se estuviera mirando en el espejo, completamente idéntico. Muyace había pensado anteriormente que la telepatía entre gemelos era una tontería. Sin embargo, hubo una vez en la que el pequeño Yichen tenía fiebre alta y el médico de familia le puso un goteo intravenoso. Mientras estaba confinado en la cama, seguía gritando inconscientemente, «Mami, mami». Sonaba indefenso y dependiente, pero no indiferente, a diferencia de lo que era con Mubanro. El pequeño Yichen podría haber llamado a Mubanro, mamá, a diario, pero nunca estuvo cerca de ella. Cuando despertó, gritó con fuerza. Mubanro quería abrazarlo, pero él gimió y rechazó su toque. Siguió llorando. Yichen tiene un hermano pequeño. Mi hermano pequeño está enfermo. Yichen tiene el corazón roto, el corazón roto. El niño de aquel entonces no fue salvo. Entonces, ¿de dónde vino este hermano menor? Nadie creyó en sus palabras porque era un niño. Las palabras de los niños no causaban daño alguno y tenían poco peso. El pequeño Yichen finalmente dejó de mencionar sus sueños. Sin embargo, a partir de entonces se mostró más distante con Mubanrou. El día siguiente fue un día de trabajo tranquilo. Sin embargo, por la tarde, un incidente inesperado hizo que Yun Sisi perdiera su trabajo. Yun Sisi originalmente planeaba pasar una propuesta al jefe de su departamento después de la pausa del almuerzo. Justo cuando ella salió, unos jóvenes sin rumbo, vestidos como hooligans, hirieron audazmente a los guardias de seguridad en la entrada de la empresa. Irrumpieron en su departamento, arrojaron una hilera de mesas y gritaron su nombre en voz alta. Su intrusión asustó a todos en la oficina. Algunos notaron los tatuajes en sus cuerpos y se acurrucaron en un rincón. Se rumoreaba que estos jóvenes eran rufianes muy conocidos en cierta calle de la capital y tenían poderosos patrocinadores. ¿Yun Sisi había provocado a estas personas? Capítulo 23. Estar preocupado. Cuando Yun Sisi regresó de su reunión con el jefe del departamento, se sorprendió por lo que vio, pero rápidamente recuperó la compostura. Una vez que los pocos jóvenes mandones la vieron, inmediatamente reconocieron que era Yun Sisi. Se acercaron a ella y la arrastraron a la fuerza por el brazo fuera de la oficina. Uno de ellos, que parecía ser el líder, la abofeteó sin piedad. Evidentemente estaba molesto. De manera amenazadora, preguntó, ¿eres la hermana de esa perra? Yun Sisi quedó atónito. Ella acunó su mejilla dolorida y los estudió. Entonces se dio cuenta de quién era la perra de la que estaban hablando. ¿Sabes cuánto me debe esa hermana tuya? Masticó chicle y sus ojos la miraron de arriba a abajo unas cuantas veces. Yun Sisi dócilmente frunció los labios y guardó silencio. Muy rápidamente resolvió todo y comprendió la situación en su totalidad. Recordando a Yun Na, probablemente incurrió en esta enorme deuda mientras se divertía. La situación financiera de su familia aún era inestable, por lo que no tenía dinero para pagar su deuda. Cuando no pudo devolverles el dinero, pensó en ella y les dio la dirección de su empresa a estas personas. Yun Sisi se sintió un poco arrepentido por dentro. Preocupada de que su padre tuviera contratiempos en el trabajo y no pudiera contactarla, les dejó la dirección de su empresa. Sin embargo, nunca pensó que aparecerían invitados no invitados. Sin embargo, ella no estaba dispuesta a someterse a estos pocos matones. Su desgana no se debía a que tuviera carácter, sino también a que se encontraba bajo dificultades financieras. Si ayudaba a Yun Na a pagar su deuda, entonces no tendría suficiente para pagar las cuotas escolares de Yoyo durante el próximo semestre. Al verla permanecer en silencio, el líder se enfureció. La agarró por el cuello de la camisa y le dio unos golpecitos en la cara. ¿Eres mudo? ¿Saber cómo hablar? Habla alto. ¿Quieres? Maldita sea. No puedes pagar, ¿verdad? Algunos de los matones la empujaron. Varios pares de ojos, albergando malas intenciones, se asomaron a su pecho. Está bien si no puedes pagar, tienes que comportarte y venir con nosotros. ¿No tienes dinero para pagar? Hay muchas otras maneras de hacerlo. Hablando de eso, tú, pequeña, te ves muy bien. ¿Interesado en jugar con nosotros? Los pocos sonrieron, sus ojos contenían intenciones maliciosas. Yun Sisi mantuvo una cara de póker. Por favor, habla con más respeto. Yo. Ja. Esta chica tiene actitud. El hombre le dedicó una sonrisa siniestra y luego procedió a abofetearla nuevamente. ¿Por qué eres tan salvaje con tus palabras? ¿Cuál es la razón por la que debes dinero y no lo devuelves? Yun Sisi lentamente giró su rostro hacia atrás, su mano buscando furtivamente su teléfono en su bolsillo. Este pequeño movimiento, sin embargo, fue notado por unos pocos hombres. La líder le apretó la muñeca con furia y arrojó su teléfono al suelo. El hombre pisoteó una vez y el teléfono se hizo añicos. Ella estaba sorprendida. En sus ojos se veía agitación. ¿Llamarnos a la policía? Nunca pensé que serías tan inteligente. El hombre escupió. Luego la empujó al suelo y le dio una fuerte patada en el hombro. Llame a la policía ahora. Te dejaré llamar a la policía. Jefe, ¿esa perra no dijo que esta mujer tiene un hijo? Ahora que lo pienso, ¿en qué jardín de infantes está? Uno de ellos le dirigió una mirada significativa. Yun Sisi levantó frenéticamente la cara y soltó instintivamente, no lo hagas. No encuentres problemas para ti. Yo, te daré el dinero. Podría seguir siendo racional siempre y cuando no involucrara a Yo-Yo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Capítulo 24. Despedida de su trabajo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Luego fue al banco más cercano para retirar unos miles de dólares y saldó por completo las deudas de Yunna. Los matones, satisfechos, contaron el dinero mientras le lanzaban una mirada feroz. Finalmente, se alejaron pavoneándose sin causar más problemas. De regreso a la empresa, el gerente la citó a su oficina y la despidió por causar grandes problemas y pérdidas a la empresa. Le pidió que empaquetara sus pertenencias y abandonara las instalaciones de la empresa lo antes posible. Anteriormente, pudo mantener la calma a pesar de estar rodeada y confrontada por esos hombres malvados. En este momento, sabiendo que podría perder su trabajo, sus ojos se pusieron rojos instantáneamente. A ella no le importaba nada más. Le suplicó al gerente que no la despidiera. Ella todavía te tenía a ti. No podía perder este trabajo. Si lo hiciera, ¿qué pasa con sus gastos de manutención durante este periodo de tiempo? La familia Yun todavía tenía una deuda bastante grande que pagar y Yo-Yo todavía era joven, una época en la que se necesitaba dinero. Hoy en día, la matrícula escolar de su jardín de infancia era increíblemente alta. A este gasto se sumaba el costo de las necesidades nutricionales de su frágil cuerpo, que ya era exponencialmente alto. A esto se sumaron sus gastos de manutención. Ella ya estaba al límite de su ingenio. Al verla suplicar tan seriamente, el gerente naturalmente se conmovió. Honestamente, Yun Sisi era un trabajador muy competente. Aunque era la única trabajadora en el departamento de Ti, sus habilidades no eran inferiores a las de sus colegas masculinos. Además, era trabajadora, devota y concienzuda en su trabajo. Sin embargo, el incidente esta vez había hecho que los superiores se sintieran infelices y tomaron la decisión de despedirla. Él no tenía nada que decir al respecto, ya que no tenía la autoridad para permitir que ella se quedara. Por lo tanto, aunque Yun Sisi suplicó, el resultado aún estaba escrito en piedra. Cuando salió del trabajo, simplemente empacó sus cosas y salió del edificio de la empresa. Varios empleados se enteraron de su partida, muchos estaban felices y algunos estaban tristes. Muchos de ellos sintieron que era mejor que Yun Sisi se fuera. En la oficina, ella era el centro de atención con regularidad, arrebatando sus posibilidades de conseguir un ascenso. Con sus grandes capacidades y excelentes imágenes, el jefe del departamento la favoreció. Incluso tenía el bono anual más alto entre ellos. Por ello, la mayoría se sintió más tranquila cuando supo de su despido. Después de todo, ahora tenían una competencia menos. Había un puñado de colegas con los que tenía una relación bastante buena. Al enterarse de su despido, se solidarizaron e intercambiaron contactos con ella antes de despedirse de ella. Yun Sisi dejó la empresa y caminó por la carretera luciendo abatido. Su corazón estaba cargado de sacos de depresión. Tal vez, se había distraído tanto mientras caminaba con la cabeza gacha que no se dio cuenta de que la luz roja estaba encendida y el sonido de la bocina de un auto deportivo que se acercaba. Solo cuando escuchó el chirrido de los frenos de los automóviles, agudo, fuerte y chirriante en los oídos, volvió a sus sentidos. Sin embargo, ya era demasiado tarde. El auto deportivo que circulaba a toda velocidad pasó rozando su cuerpo y se detuvo por completo no muy lejos de ella. Yun Sisi aún no había reaccionado cuando el auto la rozó y fue derribada al suelo. Su confusión desapareció cuando sintió un inmenso dolor irradiar desde su rodilla, que se raspó con el asfalto al caer. Los documentos que originalmente tenía en su cofre ahora yacían esparcidos por el suelo. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos en estado de shock y vio un Porsche extremadamente elegante con una carrocería aerodinámica. No importa desde qué ángulo se mirara, el coche era sencillamente magnífico. Yun Sisi vio una vez una descripción de este auto deportivo en una revista. Se rumoreaba que se trataba de un coche hecho a medida y de edición limitada a nivel mundial. Solo existían 3 de estos en todo el mundo. Una vez más, su atención volvió a su rodilla magullada cuando le dolía. La esquina de su falda se abrió por la fricción entre el auto y la tela, y su rodilla que acababa de rasparse descuidadamente tenía algo de polvo mientras sangraba profusamente. Capítulo 25. Reencuentro sin estar seguro de si fue el dolor o algo más. Los ojos de Yun Sisi de repente se llenaron de humedad. Las lágrimas pronto rodaron sin cesar por sus mejillas y gotearon constantemente hasta el suelo. Estaba tan molesta que lloró. Desde muy joven había llevado una vida errante. Aunque más tarde tuvo un lugar al que llamar hogar, aparte de Yun Yecheng, nadie le dio la bienvenida. Ella, en todo momento, no dependió de nadie. Sin su trabajo, realmente no sabía qué hacer. Su indignación profundamente reprimida finalmente estalló. Los acontecimientos imprevistos de los últimos días le habían pasado factura mental y físicamente y ya estaba en el límite de lo que podía soportar. Además de asumir la deuda de Yunna, también perdió su trabajo. En ese mismo momento, ella se encontraba sin un centavo a su nombre. ¿Qué debería hacer ella ahora? Durante todo este tiempo, ella fue muy resistente hasta el punto de ser inflexible. Incluso cuando se encontraba en una situación difícil, se las arreglaba sola. No importa lo difícil o agotador que fuera, con Yo-Yo a su lado, pensó que había esperanza en la vida. Sin embargo, la realidad la derribó con una masa de moretones. Una vez le habías dicho que cuando las cosas se pusieran difíciles, ella debía sonreír y todo estaría bien. Incluso un niño conocía este principio, pero ¿por qué un adulto como ella no podía seguirlo adecuadamente? Por lo tanto, en este momento, ella no pudo evitar que sus lágrimas cayeran. Yun Sisi, lleno de agravios y amargura, presionó sus mejillas. Se sentó en el suelo así y lloró desconsolada. No muy lejos, el motor del Porsche estaba apagado. Se abrió la puerta y un par de costosos zapatos de cuero tocaron el suelo. Muyace salió elegantemente del auto y casualmente cerró la puerta detrás de él. En su línea de visión había una dama con un vestido blanco, que cayó al suelo, inmóvil. La expresión de su rostro no se podía ver claramente con la cabeza gacha, pero se podían escuchar sus sollozos de corazón roto, haciéndola parecer bastante lamentable. La señora parecía joven, de unos 20 años, y frágil. Llevaba un sencillo vestido de oficina. Su cabello suave y sedoso caía en cascada sobre sus hombros ligeramente desordenado y ocultaba la mayor parte de su rostro. Aunque parecía desaliñada, eso no era injusto con su belleza. De hecho, solo acentuó aún más su impresionante apariencia, haciendo que otros sintieran simpatía por ella. Los ojos de Muyace se entrecerraron lentamente, mirando profundo y lejano. Esta chica hizo que su corazón se estremeciera. Parecía algo familiar, como si la hubiera visto antes. Sin embargo, con la cabeza gacha, no podía ver su apariencia. Sus cejas como espadas se movieron ligeramente. Se acercó y con gracia se puso en cuclillas frente a ella. Bajó ligeramente sus ojos almendrados para examinar fríamente el hematoma en su rodilla. Notó que una de sus delgadas piernas estaba manchada de sangre. La sangre goteaba por las delicadas curvas de su pierna. Escaneó todo su cuerpo y no vio otras heridas además de esa leve abrasión en la piel de la rodilla. Afortunadamente, su herida no fue grave, pero todavía lloraba de pena, como si hubiera sufrido un agravio realmente grande. Realmente no sabía por qué lloraba tan lastimosamente. Su apariencia actual era un poco similar a la de un gatito abandonado. Muyace notó eso, pero no mostró ninguna reacción visible al respecto. Los sentimientos de frustración que tenía se agravaron un poco. Tenía la costumbre de sacar el coche a dar una vuelta por las montañas cuando se sentía deprimido. En ese momento, con la mente ocupada, no se dio cuenta de que ella estaba en el camino. Quizás su frágil figura y su endeble vestido blanco también la hacían pasar desapercibida. Parecía tan delicada y él conducía salvajemente por la carretera, por lo que no se dio cuenta de ella hasta que ya era demasiado tarde. Fue realmente una suerte que no le hubiera pasado nada malo. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Capítulo 26. Una cara desconocida pero familiar. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Los problemas que podían resolverse con dinero no lo eran para él. Solo quería solucionar este accidente lo más rápido que pudiera. Yun Sisi levantó ligeramente los ojos. La mano que sostenía algunos billetes tenía dedos delgados con articulaciones prominentes, uñas cuidadosamente recortadas y un anillo de diamantes en el dedo anular. Con una sola mirada, se podría decir que esta persona tenía un estatus noble. Al mirar el dinero que tenía en la mano, no pudo evitar quedarse atónita. Incluso se olvidó de llorar. Muyace malinterpretó su silencio como descontento con la cantidad de dinero. Sus cejas se torcieron cuando preguntó, ¿no es suficiente? Había visto muchas personas codiciosas antes y pensó que seguramente la chica despreciaba la cantidad que le estaba dando. Sin esperar su respuesta, volvió a bajar la mirada para sacar algunos billetes más de su billetera. Luego se los dio todos. No tenía la costumbre de llevar consigo mucho dinero en efectivo, por lo que en su cartera solo había unos $2000. Sin embargo, esta cantidad debería ser más que suficiente para curar sus heridas. Yun Sisi estaba estupefacto. Naturalmente, ella estaba desconcertada por sus acciones. Sin embargo, a sus ojos, su comportamiento se veía bajo una luz diferente. La mujer parecía ser más codiciosa de lo que imaginaba. Muyace sonrió y sus delgados labios formaron una curva engreída. Simplemente sacó todo el dinero de su billetera. Quisiera más o no, él ya no deseaba perder el tiempo con ella. Se dio cuenta de que ella no tenía bolsillo, así que dobló el dinero en un rollo, se acercó un poco más a ella y lo metió en su pecho. Las frías yemas de sus dedos rozaron ligeramente su piel. Yun Sisi quedó atónito por la intimidad. Ella levantó ligeramente la cara y, a través de los mechones de pelo que le cubrían los ojos, vio las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba. Su sonrisa tenía un significado totalmente diferente detrás y no estaba formada por la felicidad. El hombre ante sus ojos tenía una altura imponente de 1,9 metros y una apariencia facial divina. Tenía una estructura corporal similar a esas esculturas de deidades, rasgos faciales impecables y ojos almendrados y hundidos que parecían irradiar el aura digna de un emperador. Con solo una mirada, uno podría darse cuenta de que este hombre había desafiado innumerables tormentas, un hombre en una posición de mando que podía controlar la vida y la muerte de los demás. Incluso su sonrisa carecía de calidez, como si fuera solo superficial. Al mirarla, solo había lástima en sus ojos. ¿Lástima? ¿Por qué la miraría con lástima? De repente, toda la indignación y la ira reprimidas dentro de ella se desbordaron y se desbordaron. Al momento siguiente, vio al hombre sacar un bolígrafo y dejar extravagantemente una serie de números en su pecho. Si no es suficiente, llame a este número. Estas acciones invasivas provocaron la ira de Yun Sisi. Esta acción suya fue una humillación involuntaria para ella. Señor, ¿cuál es el significado de esto? ¿Es porque eres rico? Sus ojos ardían de rabia y su voz sonaba hosca. Heriste a alguien, pero no te disculpaste. ¿Crees que todo se puede solucionar con dinero? Yun Sisi no era alguien que causara problemas sin razón. También sabía que tenía la culpa de cruzar la calle sin ser consciente de su entorno. Sin embargo, su forma de meter dinero en su pecho, que era similar a dar una limosna, realmente la enfureció. Su actitud era demasiado autoritaria y menospreciadora. Por lo tanto, ella lo miró fríamente sin decir una palabra más. Después de todo, ella no sabía nada sobre él. Yun Sisi levantó la cabeza, sacó el dinero de su pecho, acercó la gran mano del hombre y golpeó el dinero sobre ella. Levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Capítulo 27. En realidad era ella. Yun Sisi levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Este rostro, que intentaba actuar con fuerza, sorprendió a su ser. Su mente quedó momentáneamente impresionada. Ella ni siquiera miró su expresión. Secándose desordenadamente las lágrimas de sus ojos con el dorso de su mano, dijo indignada: «Señor, sé que es culpa mía por no mirar hacia donde voy, pero no tiene que actuar condescendientemente para compadecerse. A mí, no lo necesito». Después de decir estas palabras, ella ya no se molestó con él y lo trató como si no existiera. Se agachó para recoger los documentos del suelo y se giró para irse rápidamente, sin mirarlo ni una sola vez. Muyace la miró alejarse rápidamente. Estaba algo aturdido, incapaz de apartar la vista de ella durante mucho tiempo. La mirada y la postura inquebrantables hicieron que su mente volara muy lejos de repente. Con solo rebobinar sus recuerdos, podía recordar vívidamente la noche que compartió con la joven con los ojos vendados, la chica que se vio obligada a soportarlo todo. Todavía recordaba cómo había profundizado en su delicado cuerpo y cómo se había asfixiado en su estrechez. Él voluntariamente tomó el control de ella. Observar su cuerpo inmovilizado lo hizo feliz, y su rostro miserable y sollozante, le encantaba mirarlo. Era una chica tan delicada, ella era como una burbuja que explotaría con un solo toque. Sin embargo, frente a él, ella mostró un rostro valiente y protegió cautelosamente su pobre orgullo. Este tipo de chicas realmente podrían conmover a los hombres y hacer que se preocuparan por ellos. Por lo tanto, por muy duro que fuera un hombre, se evocaba su poca ternura. Aunque era orgulloso y distante, todavía no era la excepción. A diferencia de otras mujeres, ella nunca antes había pasado por una sesión íntima. Parecía joven y tierna. Era escandalosamente juvenil. Era como una fruta inmadura que todavía tenía un sabor extremadamente amargo. Sin embargo, esa delicada chica casualmente desencadenó el deseo reprimido profundamente dentro de él durante tanto tiempo. Él la deseaba. Su cuerpo seguía furioso tanto que la llamada fórmula ya no era tan simple después. Quería que ella fuera enteramente suya, que estuviera fuertemente unida a él hasta el último momento de su vida. Como ocurrencia tardía, fue simplemente inusual. ¿Cuándo pudo una mujer seducirlo, Muyace, hasta el punto en que él perdería el control de sus pensamientos y ella podría manipularlo? Sin embargo, no se podía negar que él, un hombre que siempre había sido capaz de controlarse, no podía hacerlo con ella cerca. Después de ese día, se obligó a no volver a visitar a la niña, ya que intuitivamente podía decir que ella era una existencia peligrosa para él. La sangre noble de emperadores y señores supremos corría por sus venas. Y al igual que el viento, nada lo controlaba. Solo él podía ser tiránico y dominante. Solo él podía permanecer libre. No le gustaba estar fuera de control por culpa de las mujeres o cualquier otra cosa. Incluso inconscientemente se reprimió debido a estas restricciones. Sin embargo, su cuerpo en realidad persistía en estas sensaciones. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron. Se dio la vuelta y vio un objeto en el suelo. Lentamente se inclinó hacia adelante y lo recogió. De hecho, había dejado su tarjeta de identificación por accidente. Con prisa, no se dio cuenta de que su tarjeta de identificación estaba en el suelo. Muyace no pudo evitar sonreír. Sacó su teléfono. «Aarón, ayúdame a ver cómo está alguien». «Sí, directora». «El nombre es». El rostro sonriente, tímido y cálido de la niña se mostraba en la tarjeta de identificación. Su par de orbes húmedos eran relucientes y lustrosos, era como si contuvieran un cubo lleno de luz solar. El resplandor de sus ojos parecía capaz de asombrar a personas de todas las épocas. Alargó sus palabras. Yun Sisi. Capítulo 28. Adiós, Xiaolongbao de Yuyou. En ese momento, la clase estaba a punto de terminar en el jardín de infantes. Originalmente tenía la intención de ir a buscar a Yuyou para disfrutar de sus huevas de cangrejo favoritas, Xiaolongbao. Hoy temprano, le había pedido a Yuyou que la esperara en la escuela después de la salida de clases. Sin embargo, Yun Sisi no quería recoger a Yo-Yo luciendo tan demacrada, por lo que rápidamente tomó un taxi a casa, se puso una ropa limpia y se arregló. Por lo tanto, cuando llegó al jardín de infantes, todos los niños, excepto Yo-Yo, que llevaba su bolso y estaba sentado solo en la entrada de la escuela, ya se habían ido a casa. Desde lejos, inmediatamente vio al pequeño con la cabeza gacha y la mano apretando algo. Lo estaba mirando con suma concentración. Yun Sisi reprimió la tristeza en su corazón y se tocó las mejillas. Con una sonrisa, caminó hacia él. Tú. Levantaste la cabeza. Al ver que era ella, su rostro se iluminó y formó una sonrisa deslumbrante. Rápidamente saltó de su asiento y corrió emocionado hacia ella. Él abrió los brazos y saltó alegremente mientras actuaba tímidamente frente a ella. Mami. Abrazos. Mami, te abrazo a ti. Yun Sisi bajó ligeramente su postura. Luego, el pequeño corrió a sus brazos, como una bola de algodón, y le dio cariño. Su rostro blanco lechoso se acurrucó amorosamente en su cuello mientras hacía pucheros con sus pequeños labios. Sintiéndose un poco indignado, dijo, Mami, ¿por qué viniste recién ahora? Esperaste tanto tiempo. Lo siento, tú. Algo pasó en el trabajo de mamá y llegué tarde. Bueno. Entonces perdonas a mami. El pequeño inclinó la cabeza hacia arriba. Sus atractivos ojos formaron suavemente un arco, sus brillantes orbes parecían estar llenos de fragmentos de luz solar. Sonreíste levemente y luego frunciste los labios lastimosamente. Se golpeó la barriga con las manos mientras se quejaba, Mami, ¿tienes hambre? Mami prometió traerte a comer xiaolongbao hoy. ¿Cuándo nos vamos? Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de Yun Sisi cambió ligeramente. Estaba en un pequeño dilema. Todos sus ahorros en el banco ya se utilizaron para pagar la deuda de ese decepcionante Yunna. Cuando la despidieron hoy, su jefe le pagó el salario de este mes y una suma global, pero esto solo pudo transferirse a su cuenta al día siguiente. Por ahora, estaba muy necesitada de dinero. Las huevas de cangrejo xiaolongbao eran las favoritas de Yo-Yo. Sin embargo, era demasiado caro, por lo que solo en días especiales o cuando recibiera un bono podría invitarlo a comerlo. Yun Sisi se sintió un poco amargado por dentro. Levantó los ojos y miró a Yo-Yo. Su mano acarició suavemente su suave mejilla y, de manera medio tranquilizadora, dijo, vamos a comer en casa hoy, ¿de acuerdo? Justo cuando dijo esto, la sonrisa de Yo-Yo se congeló. Con los ojos caídos por la decepción, los labios haciendo pucheros lentamente y las cejas arrugadas, murmuró, Mami, me lo prometiste. No puedes retractarte de tus palabras. Apretó con fuerza el trozo de papel que tenía en la mano. Se sentía muy malhumorado y su rostro pálido se puso rojo, mientras se mordía emocionalmente el labio inferior con sus dientes blancos como perlas. Sus espesas pestañas rizadas recogieron unas gotas de humedad, una señal de que estaba a punto de llorar. Yun Sisi no sabía qué hacer cuando vio al pequeño llorar de decepción. Nerviosa, rápidamente le secó las lágrimas con las manos y dijo con tristeza, por favor no llores, mami hará lo que mamá te prometió. Te alejaste suavemente. Parecía bastante enojado. Yun Sisi dudó durante bastante tiempo antes de morderse el labio inferior. Al final, decidió darle la noticia de que había perdido su trabajo. No quería dejar la imagen de ella mintiéndole en la memoria de Yo-Yo. Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que... Capítulo 29. La vida de Yun Sisi. Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que, al escuchar esto, Yo-Yo, asombrado, la miró con los ojos muy abiertos. ¿Por qué? ¿Mami hizo algo mal? Yun Sisi negó con la cabeza y le acarició el cabello. No, mami irá a buscar trabajo mañana. Mami es muy competente, definitivamente encontraré un trabajo con un salario más alto. A partir de entonces, mamá te llevará a comer xiaolongbao todos los días. Está bien, los ojos de Yo-Yo se cerraron mientras asentía obedientemente. Cuando Yun Sisi no estaba prestando atención, escondió la carta de los padres en su mano detrás de su espalda, sin dejar que ella la viera. Luego levantó la cabeza y dijo mientras sonreía, Mami, vámonos a casa. Jun Sisi, que no vio su pequeño movimiento, no se dio cuenta de lo que había escondido. Este fue el caso hasta unos días después. Después de la cena, Yu recogió obedientemente los utensilios. Colocando un pequeño taburete en la cocina, sus pequeñas manos lavaron los platos con agua tibia de una manera torpe pero concentrada. Era tan considerado y sabía ayudar a Jun Sisi en la casa que no parecía ser solo un niño de 6 años. Jun Sisi rebuscó en los estantes y encontró un teléfono antiguo y anticuado. Insertó una tarjeta telefónica y la encendió. Al ver algunas llamadas perdidas del profesor de Yu, devolvió la llamada. La profesora recibió su llamada y le informó sobre un viaje de primavera al safari organizado por la guardería. La carta de los padres se había distribuido unos días antes, pero Yu aún no había entregado la suya para enviarla. Por lo tanto, llamó a Jun Sisi para pedirle su consentimiento. Jun Sisi estaba un poco conmocionada, ya que ella realmente no tenía conocimiento de este asunto. Así, a espaldas de su hijo, rebuscó en secreto en su pequeño bolso. Solo entonces vio el formulario mencionado por la maestra. Al otro lado del teléfono, el profesor conversó de una manera algo cautelosa, aparentemente temeroso de decir algo inapropiado. Perdóneme por ser directo, Yu tiene muchas ganas de este viaje de primavera con los otros niños. Además, la cantidad a pagar no es mucha. ¿Quizás esté teniendo alguna dificultad financiera? Jun Sisi rápidamente negó. Por supuesto que no. Enviaré este formulario junto con la tarifa mañana. Jun Sisi colgó el teléfono con una expresión compleja. Hojeando el formulario, firmó su nombre con un bolígrafo. Disseng Financial Group, también conocido como Mu Group. Mu Banrou entró en la oficina del director ejecutivo, pero Muyace no estaba presente. Su asistente, Aaron, que estaba colocando una gran pila de documentos en la mesa de Muyace, notó la llegada de Mu Banrou y rápidamente bajó la cabeza a modo de saludo. «Señora». Tarareó ella en respuesta. Recorriendo la oficina con la mirada, lo miró y preguntó, «¿Dónde está el director ejecutivo?» Él respondió respetuosamente, «Oh, el jefe no está en el cargo en este momento». ¿A dónde fue él? Hay un proyecto de inversión entre Mu Group y Yayuan Group por la tarde. En cuanto a cuándo volverá, actualmente no lo sé. Si esto es así, se detuvo cuando vio la gruesa pila de documentos colocados sobre la mesa. Ella se acercó y levantó algunas. Levantando la cabeza, les hizo un gesto. ¿Qué son estos? Aaron se puso rígido. Dudó por un momento antes de dar su respuesta, documentos que contienen la información que el jefe me ordenó reunir ayer. ¿Información? Debería poder echar un vistazo, ¿verdad? Ella sondeó. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mu Banrou no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Capítulo 30. El secreto de Mu Banrou. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mu Banrou no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Aaron era la mano derecha de Muyace. Por lo tanto, se esperaba que fuera confiable en todo lo que hiciera, e investigar a un ciudadano común era realmente una tarea sencilla. Realizó una investigación exhaustiva en un día y llevó todo a la oficina de Muyace. Sin embargo, no esperaba encontrarse con Mu Banrou. Frente a ella, él, un simple subordinado, naturalmente no tenía voz y voto, por lo que no le impidió revisar los documentos. La información recopilada fue realmente muy exhaustiva. La gruesa pila de documentos contenía fotografías y textos. Mu Banrou los hojeó todos. Desde los antecedentes familiares de la persona y el instituto del que se graduó el sujeto hasta su currículum, todo estaba enumerado explícitamente. Al principio, ella estaba desconcertada. Claramente se trataba de una chica normal y no podía entender por qué él ordenaría una investigación sobre su identidad. Sin embargo, cuanta más información leía, más insegura se sentía. ¿Yun Sisi? Tuvo una vaga impresión de este nombre, pero sus recuerdos estaban confusos, hasta que llegó a una página y su expresión cambió de inmediato. Resultó ser esa chica que se había sometido a una subrogación hace 6 años. No era de extrañar que el nombre le resultara un poco familiar. Hace 6 años, Muyace y ella se comprometieron, pero los diagnósticos médicos revelaron que ella era infértil. Esta niña fue elegida personalmente por el abuelo Mu para la maternidad subrogada. Mu Banrou estaba un poco escéptico, incluso preocupado. No podía entender por qué Muyace querría investigar a la niña. En estos documentos se indica que Yun Sisi también tenía un hijo de 6 años llamado Yun Tianyou. Yun Tianyou, 6 años, la misma edad que Yichen. Mu Banrou entrecerró lentamente los ojos. Todavía recordaba que la madre sustituta había concebido un par de gemelos idénticos en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, debido al parto prematuro y al hecho de que el gemelo mayor casi absorbió todos los nutrientes del cuerpo de la madre, cuando nació el gemelo menor ya no respiraba y fue anunciado muerto. De repente tuvo un mal presentimiento y procedió a leer seriamente algunas páginas más, pasando a la información de Yun Tianyou. Cuando llegó al final del informe, sus palmas se humedecieron mientras su corazón hervía de rabia. En el portafolios vio otro conjunto de fotografías. Rápidamente los sacó todos y revisó cada pieza. Las pocas fotografías que vio mostraban a un niño guapo, con el fondo de un jardín de infancia. Parecía que todas estas fotos fueron tomadas en una guardería. Las delicadas facciones del niño, su hermoso perfil lateral y su apariencia similar a la del pequeño Yichen confirmaron todas sus sospechas a la vez. Su agarre inmediatamente se hizo más fuerte, distorsionando la fotografía. Mu Banrou se mordió el labio inferior con dureza. ¿Será que el niño no murió en ese entonces? ¿O que, durante estos 6 años, esa mujer había escondido a este niño? Mu Banrou se puso nerviosa al instante y capas de hielo cubrieron su corazón. ¿Cuál era exactamente la intención de esta mujer llamada Yun Sisi? La niña claramente no nació muerta, entonces, ¿por qué no dijo nada? Quizás quería usar sus derechos de custodia de este niño para reclamar adecuadamente una compensación a los Mu. Quizás. Sus ambiciones iban más allá de eso. Podría tener la intención de utilizar al niño como moneda de cambio para poner un pie en el grupo Mu. Después de todo, ella era la madre biológica de los 2 niños. En cuanto a ella, mientras era la joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, no tenía ninguna relación con los 2 niños. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. Capítulo 31. El secreto enterrado durante muchos años. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. La tez de Mu Banrou gradualmente se puso pálida y las yemas de sus dedos temblaban bastante. Aarón, que estaba parado a un lado, notó su rostro pálido y preguntó con cautela: «Señora, ¿se encuentra bien?» «Estoy bien». Intentó mantener la calma en la superficie, pero cuando vio otra fotografía, sus ojos se abrieron con horror. En la fotografía, la niña, que estaba parada frente a la entrada de una universidad con su toga de graduación, tenía una cálida sonrisa en su rostro. Asombrada, ella se quedó boquiabierta. A Mu Banrou claramente le costó creer esto mientras miraba otra fotografía. No había muchas fotos de Yun Sisi, pero las pocas que vio Mu Banrou fueron suficientes para hacerla temblar. El rostro de la niña todavía tenía una impresión inextinguible en su corazón. ¿Era ella? De ninguna manera. No puede haber tantas coincidencias. Mu Banrou ya no podía mantener un rostro tranquilo. Presa del pánico, dejó la fotografía a un lado y recogió los documentos de Yun Sisi con manos temblorosas una vez más. Antes no estaba preocupada, así que simplemente hojeó el texto, pero ahora leyó atentamente toda la información escrita, sin querer perderse ninguna. Cuando su vista se posó en las palabras «centro de bienestar», se sorprendió hasta la médula y se quedó paralizada. Su corazón y alma se llenaron de horror. Ella. Sus labios se separaron lentamente y sus ojos nunca abandonaron los documentos. Ya no podía completar una oración. Al notar su expresión aturdida, Aarón miró los documentos. Él pensó erróneamente que ella no entendía la información escrita, por lo que se la explicó pacientemente. Yun Sisi. Padres biológicos desconocidos. No hay pistas sobre su verdadera familia. Cuando tenía 6 años, la enviaron a un centro de asistencia social. A la edad de 8 años, fue adoptada por la familia Yun. Este año cumple 23 años. Se graduó en la Universidad para Niñas de Saint Roland. Ella también fue tu madre sustituta hace 6 años. Centro de Bienestar, Mubanrou miró la información escrita en blanco y negro. Con el corazón acelerado, su mente volvió al día en que la vio por primera vez. Hace 15 años. Centro de Bienestar de Sengde. En aquel entonces, Mubanrou era solo un huérfano común y corriente esperando ser adoptado. Como tenía un rostro adorable, el personal del centro de asistencia social la adoraba. La tenían en estima como a una princesa. Muchos niños querían jugar con ella. Sin embargo, los niños del centro de asistencia social eran diferentes a los de fuera. Puede que se llevaran bien en la superficie, pero en secreto estaban en desacuerdo entre sí. Todos los días, alguien visitaba el centro de asistencia social para adoptar un niño. Quien fuera más guapo o más educado tendría mayores posibilidades de ser adoptado. Incluso entonces, el joven Mubanrou tenía grandes ambiciones y no admitía fácilmente la derrota. Su madre era simplemente una humilde masajista en un bar. Cuando la dio a luz, la descartó sin dudarlo en la entrada de un hospital. Fue recogida por una pareja pobre y vivió una vida de pobreza durante algunos años. Cuando un accidente automovilístico acabó con la vida de sus padres adoptivos, volvió a quedar huérfana y fue enviada al centro de asistencia social. A partir de ese día, se dijo a sí misma que quería vivir una buena vida y ser adoptada por una persona rica. Un día trajeron a una niña de 7 años. Se rumoreaba que su madre había muerto, por lo que la llevaron al orfanato. La chica, a pesar de su apariencia descuidada, era absolutamente etérea y hermosa. Mubanrou vio un trozo de jade sobre ella. Parecía bastante valioso, así que lo tomó para ella cuando la niña estaba dormida. Cuando la niña se despertó y se dio cuenta de que su jade había desaparecido, gimió miserablemente. Sin embargo, en ese momento, los adultos y sus compañeros tenían en alta estima a Mubanrou. Nadie creía que ella hubiera robado el jade de la niña. Nadie creyó las palabras de la niña. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. Capítulo 32. Estado rico arrebatado. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. El anciano sacó un recuerdo similar al jade que ella sostenía. Cuando los dos se juntaron, en realidad encajaban perfectamente. Ella no era consciente de la importancia del jade y simplemente mintió diciendo que era algo que su madre le había dejado. El anciano creyó en sus palabras y la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, nombrándola Mubanrou y rápidamente estableciéndola como la prometida de Muyace cuando él tenía 14 años. Volviendo al presente, en la oficina del director ejecutivo, Mubanrou se dejó caer débilmente en el sofá. Se apoyó la frente en la palma de la mano mientras el sudor frío le empapaba la espalda. Agarró con fuerza los documentos que tenía en la mano y las yemas de sus dedos temblaron fuera de su control. Estaba muy nerviosa. No podía adivinar por qué Muyace hizo que alguien investigara todo esto. Podría haber notado algo inusual sobre su origen y haber comenzado a poner en duda su verdadera identidad a pesar de que el abuelo Mu la trajo personalmente de regreso en ese entonces. Su corazón dio un vuelco cuando consideró esta posibilidad. En realidad, ella le robó ese trozo de jade a Yun Sisi. Al crecer en el centro de asistencia social, debido a que parecía dulce y de buen comportamiento, todos la querían profundamente y la respetaban mucho. Ella todavía era joven en ese entonces. Ella nunca había visto nada bueno. Por lo tanto, cuando vio la hermosa pieza de jade de la niña, se sintió abrumada por la codicia y lo tomó por impulso. Después de eso, Yun Sisi se dio cuenta de que le habían robado el jade. Al verlo en Mubanrou, fue a confrontarla. Desafortunadamente para Xiaoxi, dentro del centro de bienestar, ni un alma estaba en contra de Mubanrou. Con este encuadre, Xiaoxi recibió una paliza del director y sus manos fueron golpeadas por la regla del maestro como castigo. Fue tan doloroso que lloró durante algunas noches. Sin embargo, Mubanrou nunca había imaginado que el trozo de jade en realidad estuviera enredado en un trasfondo familiar tan retorcido. Hace 15 años, bajo capas de malentendidos, Mu Zheng, el presidente del grupo Mu, también el jefe de la familia Mu, la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, y luego le cambiaron el nombre. En cuanto al origen del jade, el abuelo Mu nunca divulgó nada al respecto. La única información que le importaba compartir con ella era que se trataba de la reliquia de su madre. A su llegada a la residencia Mu, el abuelo Mu le quitó el trozo de jade y lo guardó junto con la otra mitad. De vez en cuando, lo veía perdido en sus pensamientos mientras miraba el jade, como si estuviera recordando a alguien. Solo cuando fue un poco mayor Mu Zheng contó algo sobre esa mujer. Fue entonces cuando se dio cuenta de que la mujer era alguien que él había adoptado en su mediana edad. Aún así, solo dijo esto sobre esa mujer, como si le estuviera ocultando algo intencionalmente, y no mencionó nada más. Luego se convirtió en la joven amante de la familia Mu y creció rodeada de este amor. Finalmente, ella se comprometió con su nieto, que era Mu Yace. Desde el principio hasta el final, ella no dijo la verdad sobre cómo llegó a poseer el jade, ocultándolo intencionalmente. Sabía que si confesaba lo sucedido, entonces todo lo que tenía en ese momento, riqueza y familia, desaparecería en un instante. Perdería su posición como joven amante de la familia Mu y perdería. Mu Yace. Ella, no estaba reconciliada con esto. No estaba dispuesta a dejarlo ir y tampoco planeaba devolver todo esto a su verdadero dueño. Ella admitió que esto era egoísta de su parte. Fue demasiado injusto para esa chica. Sin embargo, ella no se arrepintió de haberlo hecho. Prodigándose en todo esto, se perdió un poco en su codicia. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. Capítulo 33. Vidas intercambiadas. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. La felicidad llegó a ella tan repentinamente que todo parecía nada más que una ilusión. Era como si en el momento en que abriera los ojos, todo resultaría ser solo un sueño. Sin embargo, cuando volvió a abrir los ojos, todavía estaba acostada en la cama grande y suave dentro del dormitorio de princesa. Mu Zheng se sentó a su lado. Su rostro severo apenas podía ocultar el amor que sentía por ella. Él fue muy gentil con ella, la mimó muchísimo y la mimó con su corazón y su alma. Lo que ella quería, él lo satisfacería. Mubanrou nunca antes había experimentado el amor de sus padres y nunca había conocido una vida tan lujosa, por lo que se había sumergido en este repentino deleite una vez más. Sin embargo, la verdadera razón por la que ella egoístamente quería todo esto era el hombre. Mu era una familia rica e influyente en la capital, y Mu Yace era un hombre que muchas jóvenes ricas deseaban. Era tan sobresaliente que iba más allá de la imaginación de la gente. ¿Por qué Dios solo le tenía cariño a él, bendiciéndolo con tanto hasta el punto del exceso? Tenía una familia tan fuerte financieramente que podía rivalizar con un país, una apariencia piadosa, un estatus noble y elevado, y talentos y habilidades de otro mundo. Cualquiera de estos haría que los demás se pusieran verdes de envidia, pero él lo tenía todo. Se volvió codiciosa y obsesionada. Fue en la medida en que ella se perdió. Aunque el título de joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo fue robado de otra persona, en realidad Dios nunca la había tratado injustamente. Un ligero error de pensamiento y la vida de uno podría cambiar inesperadamente y tremendamente. Se convirtió en la futura esposa del director ejecutivo de este enorme imperio empresarial. Al principio se sintió incómoda y temerosa, pero finalmente se calmó y disfrutó de todo lo que no le pertenecía. Sin embargo, al destino parecía encantarle jugar con la gente. Irónicamente, ella no tenía la capacidad de quedar embarazada, esto era congénito. Aunque Mu Zheng se había puesto en contacto con muchas personas en el campo de la medicina, ninguna pudo curar su infertilidad. Lo que fue más irónico fue que el sustituto que había empleado Mu Zheng resultó ser ella, la verdadera dueña de esa pieza de jade. Mu Banrou estaba empapada en sudor frío, mientras estaba llena de una sensación de crisis. Después de muchos años, finalmente se volvieron a encontrar. Hace 9 años, le arrebató el jade a Xiaoxi y tomó posesión de todo lo que le pertenecía. 9 años después, Xiaoxi se convirtió en su madre sustituta y dio a luz a sus hijos. De alguna manera, un vínculo invisible parecía unir a la chica con Muyace, lo que inquietaba a Mu Banrou. Muyace ordenó esta investigación sobre Yun Sisi. ¿Significaba que estaba comenzando a dudar de la identidad de Mu Banrou y la legitimidad de su reclamo de propiedad sobre esa pieza de jade? Imposible. Había sido meticulosa al ocultar todo durante todos estos años. De hecho, cuando se acercaba a la edad adulta, Mu Zheng una vez sospechó de ella. Él tenía demasiada prisa en ese entonces, así que cuando la vio en posesión del jade, no realizó ninguna verificación de identidad. Sin embargo, a medida que creció, aunque se volvió más bella y refinada, no se parecía en nada a esa mujer y él empezó a sospechar. Por lo tanto, el abuelo Mu tomó en secreto un poco de su cabello y lo envió para una prueba de ADN. Pero ella era inteligente. Sintiendo que algo andaba mal y al enterarse de su intención, sobornó en secreto a todas las personas del departamento de genética para que falsificaran los resultados de la prueba de ADN. Como corolario, Mu Zheng estaba completamente convencida de su legitimidad. Capítulo 34. Guardando el secreto en los últimos años, pensó que no se había delegado ni una sola vez. Además, con los resultados del ADN como evidencia, no tenía nada que pudiera causar sospechas. Mu Banrou rápidamente desechó sus dudas, pero el peso no se quitó de sus hombros. ¿Podría ser por ese niño? Quizás, Muyace había sabido desde el principio que la niña estaba viva y que solo esa mujer la ocultaba, por lo que hizo que alguien investigara su identidad cuando sospechaba que ella albergaba intenciones maliciosas hacia la familia Mu. Seguramente fue por eso. Mu Banrou de repente levantó la cabeza. Miró a Aarón mientras fingía calma y ordenó fríamente: no le digas a nadie que vi estos documentos. ¿Entiendes? Trátalo como si no hubieras visto nada. Aarón se puso ligeramente rígido. Obviamente no sabía el motivo de su advertencia. Solo sabía que ella había eliminado de la pila la información sobre la vida de Yun Sisi en el centro de asistencia social hace 10 años y sobre Yun Tianyou. Sin levantar la cabeza, dijo con voz neutral: no le menciones nada sobre este niño, incluido el pasado de esta mujer, al director ejecutivo. Además, no menciones la vida de esta mujer en el centro de asistencia social. ¿Comprendido? Él alzó una ceja sin comprender. Cuando él no le dio una respuesta, la voz de Mu Banrou se volvió más helada. ¿Escuchaste lo que acabo de decir? Aarón bajó la cabeza y permaneció en silencio. Su superior seguía siendo Muyace. Aunque es cierto que Mu Banrou era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, ella era solo la gerente del departamento de recursos humanos. No necesita escuchar sus órdenes. Las cosas que el CEO le había ordenado investigar, naturalmente tenía la responsabilidad de cumplirlas en su totalidad. Sin embargo, Mu Banrou parecía haber visto más allá de sus pensamientos. Soltando una risa triste, preguntó fríamente: ¿qué? ¿Crees que como eres el subordinado directo del CEO, no necesitas escucharme? ¿Crees que como solo soy el gerente del departamento de recursos humanos no puedo supervisarte? Con una mueca de desprecio, ella se puso de pie. Luego se acercó al hombre y lo miró de arriba abajo. Ante su escrutinio que era como pinchazos de aguja, Aarón bajó la cabeza para pensar mientras la escuchaba hablar. A pesar de que no tengo mucho poder en el grupo Mu, creo que todavía tengo la capacidad de arrinconarte. Sorprendido, levantó la cabeza para mirarla. Mantén tus labios bien sellados sobre este asunto, ¿entiendes? Ordenó una vez más. Permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, aspiró una bocanada de aire frío y asintió con la cabeza con cierta dificultad. Entiendo. Cuando Muyace regresó, Mu Banrou ya se había ido con la culpa. Debe hacer todo lo posible para evitar que cualquier información sobre esa mujer llegue a Muyace, para que no descubra la verdad. Muyace era su hombre. Ella no se lo entregaría a ninguna otra mujer. Aarón podría ser el subordinado leal de Muyace, pero conocía la posición de Mubanrou en la familia Mu. Con el abuelo Mu apoyándola, no se atrevió a ofenderla a la ligera. Por lo tanto, cuando Muyace regresó a su oficina y vio los pocos documentos sobre la mesa, puso su mirada dudosa en Aarón. Bajo su mirada penetrante, Aarón dijo con calma: «Señor, Yun Sisi es de hecho ese sustituto hace 6 años». «¿MMM?» Sus ojos brillaron fríamente. De repente, preguntó: «¿Encontraste algo sospechoso sobre ella?» Mi respuesta, señor, es ninguna. Recordando la advertencia de Mubanrou, bajó la cabeza y reflexionó con expresión indiferente. «Te puedes ir». Muyace no investigó más. Estaba ocupado con algo más importante, por lo que temporalmente dejó este asunto a un lado. Capítulo 35. Dar la bienvenida a una amiga a su regreso. Perder su tarjeta de identificación fue simplemente agregar más leña al fuego para Yun Sisi, quien ya enfrentaba limitaciones de vida y buscaba desesperadamente un trabajo. El día después de perder su documento de identidad, fue a solicitar un reemplazo, pero la policía local fue verdadera y demasiado vaga. La arrastraron y retrasaron una y otra vez, como si no la estuvieran tomando en serio, dándole todo tipo de excusas superficiales. Habían pasado 2 semanas y todavía no se había expedido un documento de identidad temporal. Casi estalló en ira en la comisaría. Asistió a varias entrevistas de trabajo, pero todas las empresas rechazaron su solicitud porque no tenía ningún documento de identidad. Ella no le informó a Yun Yecheng que la habían despedido de su trabajo, pero él de alguna manera se enteró, y a pesar de no saber el motivo, le dio dinero para los gastos de manutención. Cuando su amiga, Xiao Xue, que acababa de regresar del extranjero, también se enteró de esto, generosamente le prestó una cantidad considerable para ayudarla hasta que encontrara un nuevo trabajo. Xiao Xue era una amiga cercana y confidente que conoció en la escuela secundaria. Eran muy cercanas la una a la otra y eran más como verdaderas hermanas. Cuando los rumores sobre el embarazo de Yun Sisi se difundieron por el campus en aquel entonces, todos sospecharon que ella había sido proporcionada por un jefe. Solo Xiao Xue la defendió sin pensarlo 2 veces. Originalmente, prometieron estudiar juntos en el extranjero, pero Yun Sisi terminó no yendo debido a problemas en su familia adoptiva. Xiao Xue la odiaba absolutamente por romper esa promesa e incluso la ignoró deliberadamente en un momento dado. Finalmente, se resolvió su malentendido. Ahora que Xiao Xue estaba de regreso en el país, Yun Sisi trajo a Youyou para darle la bienvenida. En el momento en que se vieron, Xiao Xue, con ojos brillantes, abrazó con fuerza a Yun Sisi en sus brazos de inmediato. 3 años de diferencia. El anhelo y el cariño. Las lágrimas brotaron incontrolablemente de los ojos de Yun Sisi, mientras todo tipo de emociones abrumadoras surgían dentro de ella. Xiao Xue estaba a punto de quejarse adecuadamente de que no había cumplido con su cita cuando, en su vista periférica, vio a Youyou parado a su lado. En una fracción de segundo, los ojos de Xiao Xue se abrieron hasta alcanzar el tamaño de una campana de bronce. Ella miró sin pestañear y sin comprender a un chico tan lindo durante mucho tiempo. Aunque había visto gran parte del mundo, todavía se sintió atraída instantáneamente por los rasgos atractivos y juveniles de Youyou. Este fue especialmente el caso cuando sus orbes radiantes, que eran tan claros como el agua, la miraron mientras él le daba una sonrisa gentil. Su apariencia fue realmente suficiente para derretir su corazón. ¡Ah! ¡Ay Dios mío! Este pequeño es demasiado lindo. Xiao Xue se inclinó hasta la mitad y tomó el rostro claro y claro de Youyou. Tenía muchas ganas de abrazarlo y darle besos. Ella preguntó: ¿Sí, es tu hermano menor? Yun Sisi sonrió y luego explicó: no. Déjame presentarte a él. Este es mi hijo, Yun Tianyo. Haciendo una pausa por un momento, luego le dijo a su hijo: tú, esta es la tía Xiao Xue, de quien mamá te habló antes. Estupefacta, la expresión de Xiao Xue se congeló instantáneamente. ¿Qué? ¿Qué acabas de decir? Con una sonrisa elegante y gentil, Youyou respondió en nombre de Yun Sisi: tía Xiao, hola. Ella es mi mami. Soy Yun Tianyo. Tía, puedes llamarme Yo-Yo. ¿Hijo? ¿Mami? ¿Qué demonios está pasando aquí? Xiao Sue quedó momentáneamente estupefacto. Los examinó de un lado a otro, los suaves labios rosados y los leves hoyuelos de este pequeño eran exactamente iguales a los de Yun Sisi. Ella pensó que el embarazo de Yun Sisi era solo un rumor. Ella nunca pensó que en realidad fuera cierto. De repente, se sintió abrumada por toda esta información sobre su mejor amiga. Eso no estaba bien. No importaba dónde se mirara, este niño ya tenía 6 o 7 años. Calculando el momento en que él nació, probablemente pasó un año antes de que ella se fuera a estudiar al extranjero. Yun Sisi no pudo evitar reírse. Es una larga historia. Comamos primero. Capítulo 36. Entretenimiento. Wang Yu. Xiao Sue asintió. Llevó a la pareja de madre e hijo a un restaurante occidental que solía frecuentar y reservó una habitación privada. Después de ordenar, Xiao Sue la llevó apresuradamente al baño para sondear. Yun Sisi no quería ocultarle nada, por lo que simplemente le dejó todo al descubierto sin entrar en muchos detalles. Xiao Sue escuchó hasta que le dolió terriblemente el corazón. Para tratarte así, tu madrastra es simplemente demasiado cruel y sin escrúpulos. Hace 6 años, cuando mi padre me contó cómo la familia Yun pudo pagar todas sus abultadas deudas en un año, pensé que era extraño. ¿Nunca esperé que sacrificaras tanto? ¿Cuál es el punto de hacer eso? Yun Sisi se rió con autocrítica y sin afectación. Solo estoy mostrando mi gratitud. Además, todo esto pertenece al pasado. Como lo hice para los Yun, cuenta como si le pagara a mi padre por criarme. El período infernal en el centro de asistencia social, donde sufrió todo tipo de acoso, fue una sombra en el corazón de Yun Sisi. Si no fuera porque Yun Yecheng la adoptó, su débil entonces probablemente no podría soportar todas esas humillaciones. Incluso hasta ahora, el amor paternal de Yun Yecheng por ella no disminuyó. Además de todo esto, a pesar de que ese periodo de tiempo después de dar a luz a Yo-Yo fue difícil y algo insoportable, como un abismo de miseria, cuando pensó en ello ahora, no sintió ni una pizca de arrepentimiento. Tener un hijo tan reconfortante como Yo-Yo fue verdaderamente una bendición del cielo. Ella ya estaba agradecida. Habían sido 6 largos años. Incluso un recuerdo conmovedor también se desvanecería. Entonces, Xiao Sue tenía miedo de lo sensible que era, por lo que sacó a relucir el siguiente asunto con precaución. ¿No tienes miedo de que el padre biológico de Yo-Yo se lo lleve? Los ojos de Yun Sisi se desorientaron por una fracción de segundo. Recordando a ese hombre, ella respondió, es por eso que necesito mantener en secreto la supervivencia de Yo-Yo. Si nadie lo menciona, nadie podrá llevártelo. No sabía quién era el padre de Yo-Yo y no estaba interesada en saberlo. No tuvo nada que ver con ella. Tú eras su bebé más querido. Ella absolutamente no permitiría que nadie se lo arrebatara. Incluso si fuera su padre biológico, ella no lo permitiría. Sintiendo que no quería hablar de eso, Xiao Sue no continuó con el asunto. A partir de entonces su rostro mostró admiración. Eso es tan bueno, tienes un hijo tan atractivo. Al regresar a la habitación, no pudo evitar arrojarse hacia Yo-Yo. Ella le pellizcó las mejillas y dijo, tú, te ves tan lindo cuando sonríes. Luego formó un estándar de expresión para engatusar a un niño. Tú, ve con tía, ¿de acuerdo? Tía cuidará de ti, te traerá cosas buenas para comer y te dejará jugar con cosas emocionantes. Dejaste la taza de té en su mano y elegantemente le limpiaste los dedos con una servilleta. Luego reveló una sonrisa encantadora. Tía Xiao Sue, mamá me dijo que no puedo ir con un extraño, me secuestrarán. Xiao Sue se quedó paralizado. En medio de su charla, Xiao Sue de repente preguntó, sí, ya que te ves tan bonita, ¿alguna vez has pensado en ingresar a Wanyu Entertainment para desarrollar tu carrera? ¿Entretenimiento Wanyu? Las cejas de Yun Sisi se arquearon. Estaba algo sorprendida por su declaración, pero Xiao Sue solo la miró con desdén. Wanyu Entertainment se está preparando para filmar una nueva película y actualmente se está llevando a cabo una audición a nivel nacional para elegir a la protagonista femenina. Puedes intentarlo. Después de todo, actuar solía ser tu sueño. Yun Sisi lentamente formó una sonrisa. En aquel entonces, ella era una estudiante universitaria con especialización en artes mediáticas y buscaba aventurarse en la industria del entretenimiento, era solo un paso adelante. Sin embargo, debido a que su familia estaba en una situación desesperada, abandonó este sueño. ¿No me digas que no conoces esa empresa? Wanyu Entertainment cuenta con el respaldo de Disen Financial Group, el imperio empresarial entre los 100 principales del mundo.